This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Cyber World. Gao Gong opened his eyes in confusion. He raised his palm with metal plates upwards, but unfortunately it didn't work. The hot sunlight fell from the torn roof, not only bringing heat, but also a trace of nuclear smoke radiation, which affected the already damaged electronic prosthetic right eye. By electromagnetic radiation, and with a pop, it completely crashed. He was shot at least 3 times. And his chest was stabbed. His skin was painful and itchy. It should be a car crash. Glass shards mixed with the body fragments of the car in front hit him head-on. His right eye was blown out. The most important thing is that this is not his body. Didn't I steal the NPC template from the old PUA Holy Land of the Spirit Collective with great difficulty? Wasn't it on the way to cross-galaxy transmission? What's the situation now? Did the natural disaster invasion come early? Feeling the severe pain from all parts of his body, Gao Gong couldn't help but grin. Since uploading his consciousness to the data terminal and transforming it into the main brain AI, he hasn't experienced this kind of serious injury for a long time. Pain information is transmitted from all parts of the body to the central nervous system, like a storm, and flows into the brain. It's uncomfortable. And I want to vomit. I haven't been a human for many years. Why do I have to endure this kind of pain? Did my identity as a player get discovered by those old bitches in the Civilization Council? It's impossible. I've dealt with everything from the beginning to the end. In addition, I disguised myself so well. From the beginning to the end of the game, I never died once. And there was no information state change. How did they find me? My body was changed in an instant, making my rebirth mechanism unable to start this kind of operation. Unless you kill millions of virtual personalities, AI clones, consciousness subbodies, soul viruses, and logical information bodies hidden on various planets in an instant. Which advanced civilization used wonder weapons on me? The wonders of the universe. Haven't they been destroyed by natural disasters a long time ago? Did someone predict that I was going to lead the way for the natural disaster and kill me in advance? Shi Minqing was stabbed by Wu Erlang before he hooked up with Pan Jinlian? It's unreasonable. His stomach was churning. His throat was as hot as if a handful of chili peppers were stuffed in it. Blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose. And the increasingly weak beating of the mechanical heart made Gao Gong realize a fact. He is about to die. As if stimulated by death, the neurons in the brain suddenly contracted, neurotransmitters rushed along the axons to the terminal, and the host's memories poured out like a tide. That was the short life of the owner of this body. In the memory, the owner of this body was called Gao Gong, a senior mechanical hunter, who had been wandering in this iron sand desert for many years, earning the bounty from factories and enterprises in the city by hunting radioactive beasts and mechanical biochemical beasts, and occasionally working part-time as a killer/bodyguard/robber. Because of his ruthlessness, if you have a revenge, you must report it. There is a lot of reputation in the hunter circle. People send the nickname Wilderness. The reason why it is reduced to such fields, or because of an ordinary escort task. The transported goods are specialties of the iron sand desert, energy ore. According to the idea of senior workers, this order should be extremely easy. Even the most powerful indigenous warlord in the iron sand desert, I dare not start with the factory. But beyond everyone's expectation, when the team drove to the Great Crash Valley, a group of wanderers suddenly attacked. The dispersed eyeliner was killed instantly. It's too late to warn at all. The powerful firepower of the other party is completely like indigenous people. The entire team was paralyzed directly. The mine workers, escorts, and guards died tragically. Even he, a veteran bounty hunter, was outnumbered and was stabbed by someone at close range. His consciousness disappeared, which directly led to this time travel. The reason why he did not die on the spot was that during the mechanization of the human body, some vital organs were replaced by mechanical bodies. In this sudden confrontation, the mechanical hunter Gao Gong was killed, and a new consciousness traveled through time and space and successfully merged with the dead. Gao Gong became Gao Gong. In Gao Gong's scattered and chaotic memories, there were 2 groups of people attacking the convoy. One group dealt with the guards on the convoy, and the other group was aimed at him. After he knocked down 4 opponents, he was attacked by someone, stabbed in the chest from behind, and nailed to the front seat of the car. Blood and artificial protein liquid dripped along the blade. Heavy footsteps sounded, which was the sound of boots stepping on the sand. A mechanical head poked out of the car window. The red light of the visual collector repeatedly wandered on the chest and skull, making a squeaking sound. as if it was ready to fire another shot at any time. Confirm the target. The other party's voice simulation system emitted a dull and mechanical synthesized sound without fluctuations, but for some reason, Gao Gong heard a hint of excitement. In interstellar society, many mechanical life forms will have a special interest in the bodies of intelligent races. The scientific name is machine diarrhea. It is worth mentioning that, although the other party has a metal head, but the skin exposed outside the military uniform is slightly pale, without blue veins and skin texture. A clone body? This look, a little familiar. Is he still alive? Another voice seemed to come from outside the car. Because of the blurred consciousness, the voice seemed distorted and unreal. Gao Gong noticed that the skin and flesh on the other person's neck were obviously turned outward, as if the head was directly inserted into the chest cavity, and the exposed wires and fluid tubes also prove this. Inferior implant system, neural splicing below level 4, not even microbionics. This thing can only be sold as garbage in the civilized black market, and it is the lowest level of mechanical garbage. The mechanical head did not seem to have the idea of shooting again, but stretched out his hand and groped Gao Gong's body. You really want to strike while the iron is hot. Just when Gao Gong's anus was about to tighten, the other party took something out of Gao Gong's pocket. It was the preliminary citizen certificate of the mechanical city. This was the treasure that everyone in the Iron Sand Desert dreamed of. This small booklet almost emptied the original owner's savings otherwise. With the original owner's wealth, it would be unlikely to do such a low-level escort. And according to the plan, in a few months, when the money was collected, the original owner would go to the city that never sleeps with the ambition of making a name for himself. Become a city dweller. How could the other party know? Just as the other party bent down, Gao Gong's eyes fell on the chest of the other party's gray bulletproof vest, where a blood and flesh shield and a metal spear emblem were hung. Is this the Meat Knights of the Machine Split Star? The distant memory suddenly came closer, and then matched with the memory of Gao Gong. Gao Gong was shocked to find that he seemed to have traveled back to the cyber test field at the beginning of Cyber World, which is commonly known as the Novice Village, and it was a year before the players came. The cyborgs in front of him are the artificial soldiers of the Knights. And the Flesh Knights, also known as the Revenge Knights, are another dark force that opposes the Mechanical City. They are a terrorist organization that aims to overthrow the rule of the Mechanical City. Their tentacles are all over the post-disaster continent. It is rumored that the leader of this organization is a military artificial intelligence from the pre-civilization era. So, the beast machine disaster has not yet begun. The never-sleeping city has not fallen. And the corporate war is still in the preparation stage. Memory loss. Personality reset. Pheromone virus and other cyber waves are still far away. Is this planet still under the operation of the three mother cities? At this point in time, the Knights should be preparing to launch the first battle of the Beast Machine disaster. The Hydra battle. This is an early expansion pack that players have not participated in. Kill him. The distorted voice sounded again. No, this body is good. It will be my collection. I want to keep it fresh, so that I can replace it at any time. The agreement is inconsistent with the cooperation with your group. Low-class scum, remember, the Knights are not threatened by anything. As the three words Knight sounded, an electronic panel suddenly appeared in front of Gao Gong, and the properties of the skull were fully exposed. Knight's Artificial Soldier, Level 9 Body Transformation, 11 Occupation, Artificial Soldier LV7 HP, 80/80th Stamina, 50/60th Mechanical Energy, 50 plus 30 Personal Attributes, Strength 9 Agility 9 Endurance 9 Intelligence 9 Perception 9 System Transformation, Electronic Combat Brain LV5 increases 30 points of mechanical energy. Pain Removal, LV4 cuts off the pain system in the flesh. Fanatical Consciousness, LV5 Fanatical Warrior whose loyalty is constant by the mechanical brain. Skills, Basic Shooting LV6 Knife Killing LV5 Charge Mode Faction Specific. Remarks, a low-level combat soldier composed of an electronically transformed brain and a clone body. The electronic brain guarantees their loyalty, and the clone body guarantees their production. This is the system template. Gao Gong was surprised and delighted. As expected, the familiar panel lit up again. Compared to the simple player template, this dark gold game panel was more gorgeous and beautiful, and had much more content. Name, Senior Engineer. Race, Carbon-based human. Total level, LV12 Physical Transformation, 24 Consciousness, 10 Main Occupation, Mechanical Transformer LV8 You are an excellent mechanical hunter, your strong ambition makes you possess brutal power. Secondary Occupation, Factory worker LV4. You were originally a child laborer in a human body transformation factory. Your ambition drove you to another path. Health value 10/100. Physical body is dying. Mechanical body is seriously injured. Physical strength 29/108. Mechanical energy 96. Personal attributes: strength 15, agility 9, endurance 13, intelligence 8, perception 9, character 4. Free attribute points 0. Personal system: motor system 9%, nervous system 5%, endocrine system 1%, circulatory system 5%, respiratory system 1%, digestive system 1%, urinary system 1%, reproductive system 1%. System transformation: endoskeleton strengthening. Motor system: your human body's internal skeleton is replaced by titanium alloy mechanical bones. Although it is factory mass-produced, it still gives you enough mechanical strength. Strength plus 5, endurance plus 3. Agility 2, bionic joints. Motor system: cooperate with the mechanical endoskeleton's force-generating joints. Built-in micromotors need to be charged in time. Agility plus 2, combat I*1 destroyed. Enhance your visual imaging, visual range 500 meters, adjustable. Mechanical heart circulatory system: half destroyed. Your initial attempt to transform into a higher-level cyborg skills. Full strike transformation: after the endoskeleton is mechanized, every attack you make will be the upper limit of your strength. Critical hit rate plus 6%, dizziness plus 6%. There is a certain chance of negative status. Concussion precision shooting LV5 advanced. As an excellent gun user, years of fighting have given you an excellent gun sense. Gun damage plus 10%, recoil minus 5%, critical hit rate plus 5%. Fighting LV8. You are a fighting expert, using bare hands. When using blunt weapons, attack power plus 15%, block damage reduction increased by 10%. Basic maintenance LV4 professional. You have a certain amount of maintenance knowledge. You have certain maintenance methods for gun carriers. Maintenance success rate plus 5%. Mechanical hunting transformation LV5 professional. You can transform your own combat body to a certain extent. Increase the chance of hunting prey. Individual force level 0. Mechanical transformer. In a planetary civilization, you are barely a qualified cannon fodder. Features: none. Occupational knowledge tree: none. Wow. This basic attribute, what a double-flowered red stick. The game panel has 2 pages in total. When switching to the second page, a gray box popped up. The civilization template has not been opened yet. Please open it after the host meets the conditions. Gal Gong was shocked, and his eyes were complicated. What the game forum said is true. There is indeed a second set of civilization templates. As early as the late stage of the game, many players suspected that, in addition to the occupation template that players bring with them, Cyberworld should actually have a civilization construction template. Otherwise, in the late stage, it would be almost impossible for players to fight against various powerful advanced civilization forces by themselves. Not to mention the huge cost of civilization ascension. When the 3 natural disasters invaded, players were captured, sliced, studied, and forced to reverse the NPC template from the player template. As a result, the NPCs in this game upgraded faster than the players. Can you believe it? This caused the game's liver to rise to the sky. There were all kinds of complaints in the forums. Posts about modifying the difficulty of the game were flooded every day. As a result, the bad planners did not wait. But all kinds of NPCs, who caught people along the network cables, came. In reality, huge mechanical arms fell from the sky. Alien monsters crossed the atmosphere. Artificial intelligence controlled the nuclear arsenals of major countries. And species viruses ravaged the world. Virtual and reality are reversed. And NPCs have become real advanced players. Cyberworld has become the cyberpunk of the real world. Chapter 2. Mr. G. Before the release of the cross-era holographic online game Cyberworld, players were extremely excited. No matter what type of game player, they all had great expectations for this game. Master Sai is here. The sky will be clear. Master Sai is here. The blue planet will be peaceful. Facts have proved that, as a cross-era masterpiece, Cyberworld did not disappoint the players. The excellent quality, the excellent combat system, the various civilization systems, the grand world view, have made countless players addicted to it. Even in the later stages of the game, the players still maintain an extremely excited mood. Isn't it exciting? Being made into a tin can, injecting artificial dopamine every day, biogenerating electricity, it's hard not to be excited. And Gao Gong did not fall into the fate of a tin can. He even became a new leader of the 6th level civilization, mixed into the major NPC forces, and participated in the final plot of fighting against the 3 natural disasters. If it weren't for the inexplicable time travel, he would still be repairing the plank road in the open, and secretly crossing Chinsong, walking on the road of the guide party. As such a coward, I have to introduce myself first. Gao Gong, originally named Gao Gong, unemployed young man, serious fan of the second dimension, master-level comic book artist. In the scene without clothes, his excellent human body depiction skills even surpass most original authors. People give him the nicknames of welfare tentacle monster, wife control, young woman killer. In the minds of countless comic book lovers, he is the popular SP leader. In order to find inspiration and keep up with the times, he resolutely decided to join this game and find new directions among the various intelligent species. As the saying goes, mountains are not high, but they are spiritual if they have a heart. Water is not deep, but it can be done by non-humans. Only by loving all can you attack with high power. With such a great dream, the engineer named Mr. G in the game entered the cyber world and became an ordinary book player. Cyber world has tens of thousands of races, professions, belonging to different types of civilization technology trees, scattered in every corner of the universe like stars. According to different types of civilizations, can be divided into 4 categories: mechanical world, carbon-based sequence, energy kingdom, information sea. That is, the 4 civilization systems of mechanical system, carbon-based system, energy system, and information system. And the machine crack star belongs to the sphere of influence of a certain mechanical civilization. The main creatures on its planet are carbon-based humans. Post-apocalyptic style, with basic professions of the 3 major systems of machinery, carbon-based, and information. Among them, mechanical transformer, prosthetic security, mechanical knight, belong to the mechanical system. Bionic man basic template, colonial soldier, beast soldier, belong to the carbon-based system. Neurocoders belong to the information system. Gao Gong, who holds high ideals, is naturally not like ordinary mediocre players. He chose the mechanical system, which is a god in each version, nor did he choose the carbon-based system, which is a Superman in each version. Instead, he chose the relatively unconventional neurocoder, which is the cyberpunk version of hacker. Next is a series of plot events. Before the machine crack star was swallowed by the Star Destroyer weapon, he completed the main task, grabbed a ticket to the extraterrestrial colony, and then completed the second-level job transfer, completely abandoned the flesh body, performed self-programming, and transferred to the main AI. If the experience of the first stage is barely similar to that of other players, then the next Gao Gong began to completely let himself go. Others were leveling up and fighting monsters. He was pinching faces. Others were traveling across the stars. He was developing a rich woman sponsor type, virtual partner. Others were ascending mechanically. He was researching customized beautiful girl figures. Others were participating in various interstellar wars. Starships and artillery shells flying together. He was developing a large-scale cross-species virtual online dating platform. When others were wanted by advanced civilizations, he had successfully broken the reproductive isolation between carbon-based species and information creatures, realizing a one-stop service for virtual girlfriends, electronic wives, and data offspring. A 2D wife can also give birth to a child. Others have become interstellar disasters, but he has created a fantasy town for countless interstellar otakus. When players, a special race, were listed as interstellar disasters and wanted by the whole universe, he had already been a guest of honor in the 6 level 9 civilizations. In the later stages of the game, he was respected by believers on various planets as the Lord of Figures, the wholesaler of books, the seller of advanced body sense, the reproductive system transformer, the mentor of the heart, the lifelong ally of the LSP in the whole universe, and the master of virtual experience. He is also the 6th level virtual civilization leader recognized by the Civilization Council, and the super connection lord of the super experience kingdom. Mr. G. But even as strong as he is, with only 10 drops of blood left, he can't explode. His hands and feet are getting colder. His consciousness is getting more and more blurred, and the sound of the tires turning seems to be getting farther and farther away. Gao Gong is thinking hard about how to get out. Beep beep. Mission: life-threatening run. Difficulty: normal mission briefing. As an excellent mechanical hunter, you encountered a sudden battle, which ended with your death. Was it really an accident? The most urgent thing now is how to save your life. Mission objective: return to Black Rose gasoline bar alive or find Black Rose. Mission reward: experience plus 1,500 a life. A mission flashed on the game panel. Gao Gong glanced at it, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A life, this new system is quite naughty. However, this triggered mission did not help Gao Gong's current status at all. Even if 1500 experience was added, it was impossible to upgrade the main profession, mechanical transformer. Wait! Gao Gong's eyes suddenly fixed on an attribute bar. Secondary occupation. Factory worker level 4. You were originally a child laborer in a human body modification factory, but your ambition drove you to another path. In cyber world, players have two occupation systems, main occupation and secondary occupation. Among them, there can only be one main occupation, and there can be countless secondary occupations in theory. In Planet Civilization, the upper limit of the level of the main occupation is level 30, and the secondary occupation is level 20. But don't underestimate the secondary occupation, or treat the secondary occupation as a general life occupation in the game. The main occupation changes jobs every 10 levels. Not only the occupation level must reach the max, but the body must also be deeply transformed, and with different transformation directions, the direction of occupation development is also different. If the transformation is successful, the potential will soar. If the transformation fails, it will be worse than a dog. The transformation direction of the main profession is determined by the secondary profession. Unlike the main profession changes at level 10, while the secondary profession changes at level 5. Gao Gong's secondary profession is factory worker, which is just at the transition point. NPCs without system templates can only close their eyes and wait for death, while NPCs with system templates can naturally show off their skills. Gao Gong had an idea, and all the experience accumulated by the original owner, not the task reward, was invested in the secondary profession. Factory worker upgraded to level 5, repair success rate plus 3%. Factory worker upgraded to junior worker of factory number 4, strength plus 1, endurance plus 1, gain 1 attribute point. Basic repair upgraded to junior mechanical repair. Junior mechanical repair, ability to adjust and upgrade low-level machinery, to a certain extent, replace parts. You light up knowledge. Industrial materials science. You light up knowledge. Mechanical transformation. When changing jobs, a large amount of mechanical knowledge and prosthetic transformation images are like enlightenment, filled into the mind. Strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception are the 5 main attributes. Each point increases 5 health points. But the 5 attributes have different focuses. Among them, strength is reflected in muscle explosiveness and muscle density. Agility focuses on aerobic and anaerobic metabolism. Endurance is reflected in the strength of the respiratory system. Intelligence is the information processing efficiency of the brain organs. And perception is the length and breadth of the nervous system. Gao Gong almost did not hesitate, and added the only attribute point to perception. Instantly, the vague consciousness suddenly became exceptionally clear, and at the same time a warm current flowed from all parts of the body. Nausea, severe pain, fatigue, itchiness, and other negative states came over him. Gao Gong gritted his teeth, tightened his cheeks, and swallowed the screams that came out of his mouth. But at the same time, the sound, visual signals, taste, temperature, vibration, these sensory information also gushed out like a flood. Life value, 25 to 115. Severe physical injury. Severe mechanical injury. The physical body returned from the near-death state to the severe injury state. Gao Gong still pretended to be dead, with his head hanging down and nailed to the back of the chair. But the corners of his eyes exuded a cold light. His hand, however, quietly touched the military dagger, and slowly, bit by bit, pulled out the dagger, then inserted it again. You lose 2 life points. You lose 3 life points. You lose 1 life point. You lose 3 life points. You enter the bleeding state. Strength minus 2. All damage increased by 10%. You are repairing yourself mechanically. The tip of the knife, from another angle, inserted into the wound again. The bright red flesh turned outward, like 2 cross-smiling faces. Senior engineer was sweating profusely. He moved the knife handle with difficulty and caution, as if stirring something. He was making a temporary version of mechanics for himself. The human body cannot explode, but the motor can be overloaded. Zzz, the sound of the micro motor in the body began to speed up. Trucks carrying minerals were driven away one after another. The wounded lying on the ground were constantly killed, and a few bodies were dragged away by the soldiers. The fate of these people was to be made into vegetative state, soaked in low-grade nutrient solution. Once the artificial soldier's body was irreparably injured, it would be taken out, the head would be cut off, and an electronic brain transplant would be performed. There are fewer and fewer artificial soldiers left. There are 4 left, 1 by the car, 1 to the west, 2 to the north. The one by the car leaned against the door and smoked. The 2 to the north stood on a high place with guns looking out. The one to the west said something to the intercom. Number 201, why don't you leave? The artificial soldier to the north shouted. Wait until I finish this one. I found a good implant. Oh, really, male and female. Does it make a difference? That's right. I hope to see you again next time. You will become a beautiful woman. The laughter was rough and dry, like metal friction, giving people goosebumps. The cigarette butt fell to the ground, and the half-destroyed car door was violently pulled open. The 5 main attributes of an adult man are all 5, while the artificial soldier is 9. Without transformation, the clone body of the artificial soldier has reached the upper limit of normal humans. However, where is the person? Chapter 3, Desperate Counterattack. Gao Gong disappeared, leaving only a large pool of blood on the chair. Number 201 immediately became alert, and the visual collector entered combat mode. The enemy escaped, pursued. As a unique modifier of the Knights, its artificial eyes have visual imaging, infrared detection, scopes and other functions, plus the half-undead feature. A large amount of combat experience is retained in the memory bank. Although it is only a low-level soldier, ordinary mechanical hunters are no match for it. In the future Hydra battle, these artificial soldiers will be divided into small groups. Sneak into the sphere of influence of the never-sleeping city. Disguise, ambush, blast, and once destroyed the factory's logistics supply, causing considerable trouble to the pure mechanical army in the city. Even if the player enters the plot without 3 characters above level 10 for tactical coordination, it is impossible to kill this kind of monster under normal circumstances. However, players, as creatures, can always find strange monster killing techniques. Although this small bug has been corrected in the later part of the plot, but now, it is an early expansion pack that players have not participated in. When number 201's perspective turned red, a heat source was hiding behind the wreckage of a truck not far away, covered by the black smoke of the engine, silently. At the moment when his finger pressed on the trigger, number 201's knee joint was hit hard. When he lost his balance, the figure of the senior engineer appeared behind him. His left hand was like a pliers, inserted from his armpit. The muscles of the upper and lower arms rubbed upward along the opponent's upper arm humerus. The base of the palm hit the chin. At the moment when the fluid tube on the neck was exposed, the tactical dagger was inserted into the chin along the fluid tube. Electromechanical leakage is also a disease. If you have a disease, you should treat it early. Early ejaculation should be treated early, and late ejaculation will continue. You have killed the Knight's artificial soldier, experience plus 100. You use fighting, causing 1-hit kill to the target, experience plus 100. Just as the opponent's fluid pipe sprayed a large amount of mechanical fluid mixture, Gao Gong did not hesitate at all, turned around suddenly, used the opponent's body as a shield, and then fell to the ground and rolled. Almost at the same time, a series of bullets fell on the spot, and the metal bullets crackled on the car body, forming a regular pattern. The remaining 3 artificial soldiers' eyes glowed red, and they turned into emotionless killing machines. The 2 in the north, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, looked for cover. The muzzle of the semi-automatic rifle in their hands was very stable, and the flames were spitting out. The 1 in the west threw away the intercom, hooked his index finger on the tactical pocket, and turned the 30-centimeter long dagger while running, holding it in his palm. The red light in his eyes rippled in circles, and the whole person looked like a hunting wolf. Enemy. Clear it out. Individual tactics activated. Attack. 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 In combat mode, artificial soldiers have no emotions, and they will not die immediately if their vital parts are attacked. The special metal on the surface of their heads cannot be penetrated even by ordinary sniper bullets unless they fight in close combat. Cut the wires and fluid tubes connecting the electronic brain to the flesh, and destroy the electronic components inside the opponent's head. However, during the various suicidal monster killing processes, someone first discovered that the opponent's electronic eyes can actually be deceived. In the infrared world of the visual collector, a heat source was moving along the bunker at a very fast speed, and the 2 fire lines crossed, leaving Gao Gong with less and less space to hide. With the help of fire cover, another artificial soldier had already touched Gao Gong's back, and inside the metal head, Suddenly there was a high-speed sound of the engine turning. Charge mode. The metal surface was visibly red and hot, and the human body began to adjust. In this mode, the artificial soldier would ignore the human shackles of the cloned body and turn on the power at full power, performing various dangerous and strange killing actions and fighting to the death. Its attack speed was doubled. The opponent's tactical boot stepped hard on a rock, and the whole person was like a cobra ejected, and between bending and stretching, the whole person seemed to be stretched by 1/3. The heat source of the visual collector suddenly split into two. The tactical dagger that was supposed to pierce the opponent's neck actually pierced nothing. How could it be? A flash of astonishment flashed through the artificial soldier's mind. The artificial soldier was fast. Gao Gong was even faster. Number 203's body sank. Gao Gong's knee dropped from the sky and violently hit the opponent's intervertebral disc, pressing him to the ground, while the tactical dagger was inserted into the back of the opponent's neck. Blood spurted out. The sound of wind came. Gao Gong raised his head violently. A cold light brushed across his cheek. The artificial soldier's arm twisted 180 degrees in the opposite direction and stabbed into his own throat. I could almost hear the sound of ligaments breaking. Is he going to explode before he dies? Gao Gong became even more alert. He glanced at the other person and saw that his other hand had already taken out a pistol from the holster. The back of his head looked like it had eyes. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at him. Without any hesitation, Gao Gong blocked the gun hole with his right hand. The next moment, the gunshot rang out. The back of his hand bulged violently. The skin and flesh on the surface were torn, revealing a silvery white luster. Hiss. Compared with metal exoskeletons, mechanical endoskeletons cannot be modified in an exaggerated way, but they can receive nerve signals seamlessly and are better in small-scale combat. But it hurts so much. You lose 3 life points. Die. Gao Gong's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging. The micromotor inside his knee increased the power again. His right hand grabbed his head, stepped, twisted, and pulled. With a loud bang, the opponent's metal head mixed with a cone-shaped biological implant was pulled out alive. At the bottom of the biological implant, there are a bunch of sensing elements, neural shunt elements, chemical catalysts, electric sparks mixed with blood, and white smoke. You have killed the knight's artificial soldier. Experience plus 100. 2 fire chains immediately rolled over. But fortunately, Gao Gong was prepared. He flicked his hand, and 4 groups of black shadows shot in 4 directions. The heat source fell into the artificial soldier's visual capture device, and it was divided into 4 parts, shooting in 4 directions. The gunshots suddenly became chaotic. Gao Gong's normal attributes are higher than those of the artificial soldier. In order to resolve the battle as soon as possible, he used the primary mechanical repair to put the motor system in his body into an overload state. In this state, the 5 main attributes are increased to 16 points. About 17 points. Almost twice that of the artificial soldier. Although this state cannot last long. It can only last for less than 3 minutes. But it is enough. In the eyes of the artificial soldiers, there are more and more heat sources. 2, 4, 8. As if a special team descended from the sky and surrounded them. Among them, a group of heat sources appeared and disappeared. And every time it appeared, it would bring death. You have killed the artificial soldiers of the knights. Experience plus 100. You have killed the artificial soldiers of the knights. Experience plus 100. Until the last artificial soldier was cut in the throat by the senior engineer. They did not understand how these enemies who fell from the sky appeared. Squeak, Gao Gong gasped for air. The smell of artificial protein burning emanated from his body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, some implanted machinery in his body finally couldn't hold on, and his elbow suddenly made a pop sound, like an electrical appliance had exploded, and the surface was all burnt black. Fuck, it hurts. It hurts. Players can adjust the pain, but unfortunately, NPCs don't have this function. Gao Gong's right hand lost its sensitivity and fell down, and his forearm and upper arm, forming a weird arc. Overload, there is a price to pay. The ore fragments in his hand naturally fell to the ground. The heat source is very simple, not high-tech. It is just the ignited energy or is a byproduct of energy pollution. It looks like a multicolored crystal. The simplest way to use it is to burn it. A piece of, or the size of a fingertip, can burn for 3 days and 3 nights. It is the cheapest fuel in the iron sand desert. Once the energy ore burns, in addition to becoming a heat source, it will also emit a kind of energy radiation. which will interfere with the visual capture of artificial soldiers. Let them become blind in the infrared mode. If you are an artificial soldier, according to normal logic, wouldn't it be enough to cancel the combat mode and use normal vision instead? In fact, it doesn't work. Once the combat program of the artificial soldier is turned on, the infrared vision will be locked until all enemies are dead, then it can be switched to normal. The original intention of this locking mode is to stimulate the fighting desire of these artificial soldiers, and no one expected this hardware problem. In the final analysis, it is because artificial soldiers are low-end consumables. Low-level soldiers are not high-end products. As long as they can be used, there is no need to debug them so carefully. Gao Gong is sure that this small group of artificial soldiers should have just arrived in the Iron Sand Desert not long ago. In the Beast Machine Disaster expansion pack that players participated in, after countless artificial soldiers were killed in this way, the Knight's production line fixed this problem. It turns out that the early stage of the game is better. Bugs are stuck like horses, and equipment can be used at will. Gao Gong took out a cigarette box from the dead body. On the cigarette box, a bionic woman with pipes all over her body was posing. Smoking is harmful to health. Seagull 2 Virtual Experience Machine brings you a higher level of spiritual enjoyment. What a crappy advertisement. Gao Gong held a cigarette in his mouth. While awkwardly picking up the spoils with one hand, his consciousness was becoming blurred again. In his current state, let alone artificial soldiers, ordinary people can kill him. The reality of this game is that the lower the blood volume, the worse the state. This is why Gao Gong must choose to gamble. It's not that there is no profit. Gao Gong grabbed a gun at random, and the system panel automatically identified it. Name, Assaulter. Category, Kinetic Submachine Gun Quality, blank. Weight, 2.8 kg caliber, 7.62 nm basic attributes, DPS, 156 damage output per second. Attack power, 16 rate of fire, 8.89 attack/second, magazine capacity, 35, effective range, 120 to 220 meters. Scope bar, empty, plug-in bar, empty remarks. This is a weapon with good performance. Except that it can't hit people, everything else is good. Bullshit, where do you think this is, the mother city? Give you a prosthetic plug-in, and then a smart template, and it would be best if you can also use a micro-rocket launcher you wish. This is a radiation zone, a marginal area. Firearms themselves are hard currency. Okay. Gao Gong complained about the system while groping for the gun handle lovingly. These guns are obviously weapons sold privately by overseas arsenals. They are great stuff. After searching around, I confirmed the harvest. For assault rifles, for bulletproof vests, 5 pistols, 5 daggers. The market price of a submachine gun is 100 mechanical coins. The price of a weapon produced by this arsenal is at least 50 yuan. The pistol is 50 to 60. With the bulletproof vest and dagger, the total harvest is about 1,000 mechanical coins. The mechanical coin is the special currency of the Iron Sand Desert, and can be used to trade with the factory. In the gasoline bar, a tube of nutritional cream costs only 1 mechanical coin, and an anti-radiation drug costs 10 mechanical coins. If you don't spend lavishly, the living expenses of a mechanical hunter for a month are only 100 mechanical coins. The original owner's income from a normal mission is only this much. Many times, if the mission fails, not only will he not get any money, but he will also have to spend money to repair the equipment. However, in the original owner's memory, that reserve citizen certificate cost him a whopping 6 figures. When he thought of this, Gao Gong felt so distressed that he couldn't breathe. Oh, he is a mechanical heart, and cannot feel heartache. There is definitely something fishy about this mission. Someone bribed the knights, and specifically targeted me. Wait, I will investigate it thoroughly, find the mastermind, and not let any of them go. When he thought about repairing the mechanical body, his already dry wallet would bleed again, and Engineer Gao's heart ached again. I don't know if this can be sold. Engineer Gao glanced at the 4 iron heads in the back seat of the car. These soldiers were all in a state of hardware damage, and they could still be used after repair. Enterprises in the city should be interested in the knight's biotechnology, and if they can be sold, it would also be an income. Number 203. Reply. Number 203. A heavy voice came from the intercom. Don't buy insurance. Don't buy a house. Don't apply for a loan. Don't apply for a credit card. All the above calls are recorded. Liar. Get out. Who are you? I am your father whom you have never met. Senior engineer opened the hood of the car and introduced himself. The knight's vehicle is a disguised off-road vehicle. which burns the extract of energy ore. The motor system and the onboard energy system are very similar to the electric car in his previous life. But the motor is larger. The battery is like a high-tech version of a steam engine. The surface is a cold metal texture, and countless pipes extend out. The gas flow can be vaguely seen, full of wasteland style. With the knowledge of mechanical transformation, he quickly understood the principle, opened the trunk, found the tools, and skillfully separated the circuit, inserted 3 black rubber cables, and the other end of the cable was inserted into the access devices on the inside of the knee, and the inside of the wrist one was broken. After the circulatory system was transformed, the heart was no longer a fatal organ, although it would still be seriously injured if pierced, but a large battery. And this was only the first step of the original owner's ambition. The ultimate goal of the original owner was to replace all the human parts on his body with electronic organs and bionic parts, and evolve from human form to a purebred robot. In his mind, the mechanical body is the strongest. Chapter 4. Run for life. In a sense, the original owner's idea was not wrong. In the universe, civilizations are as numerous as stars, and among them, nearly half are mechanical civilizations, and among the top 6 level 9 civilizations, 3 belong to the mechanical system. This phenomenon is caused by, in addition to the strength of the mechanical civilization itself, the mechanical ascension is the easiest to trigger compared to the other 3 ascension methods. However, the most is not necessarily the strongest. Gao Gong glanced at the personal system in his attribute panel and heaved a sigh of relief. Motor system 9%. Nervous system 5%. Endocrine system 1%. Circulatory system 5%. Respiratory system 1%. Digestive system 1%. Urinary system 1%. Reproductive system 1%. The transformation rate of each of the 8 systems, between the highest and the lowest, difference is no more than 10%. It means there is still a chance. Human body transformation is irreversible. If it exceeds 10%, it can only take the pure mechanical route envisioned by the original owner, and if it does not exceed 10%, it can still be saved. As far as he knows, the most powerful civilization in the observable universe is indeed a mechanical civilization, but it is not only a mechanical civilization. Back to the pre-public beta stage of cyber world. The mechanical ride has not yet begun. The world of infinite power has not appeared. The destruction of the old days, the ancient corpse disaster, and the quantum crisis are in the distant late game. And there is no sign of the 3 great natural disasters that make people extremely desperate. Such a good opportunity. There is only one time. Only the strongest can control their own destiny. As the power is turned on, a tingling feeling spreads throughout the body. Under the adjustment of the access device, the current intensity is controlled within the range that the human body can accept. In the modified circulatory system, cells will conduct impulses due to stimulation, pierce the cell membrane, generate potential difference, stimulate bioelectric current, and thus improve his mental state. The essence of physical mechanization is to gradually replace the life operation in the human body system with a bionic system through continuous human body transformation. With the increase of the transformation rate, even if a certain amount of electricity is charged every day, the body can secrete nutrients for a day. It's a miracle. It is said that some biological companies in this city that never sleeps have developed human flash charging technology. Charging for 5 minutes. You will be energetic for a whole day. Human circulation technology. You deserve it. However, only pure robots with a transformation rate of 100% can completely get rid of the consumption of food and water. Gao Gong's charging is more to stimulate his mental state, so that he will not faint during the return to the city. In this dangerous iron sand desert, the natives, deformed species, and semi-mechanical creatures are threats everywhere, and there is no difference between coma and waiting to die. However, the other end of the intercom did not seem angry, but said with interest, "You alone can destroy my entire night team. Not bad. Very good. Are you interested in joining our knights? I can give you a higher level of transformation, so that you can cross the threshold of artificial soldiers and become our combatants directly. How high can the higher level of transformation be? Is it higher than yours? Compared with me? I'm afraid my status is beyond your imagination." The person on the other side smiled. "To be honest, my imagination is definitely beyond yours." Engineer Gao climbed onto the hood of the off-road vehicle, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He had already torn off his tight t-shirt, which was almost torn, revealing his muscular upper body. There were 3 thumb-thick cables inserted into his body. The hot wind unique to the desert blew in his face, and the iron plate on his neck made a clattering sound, revealing the G with a rough pattern. Young man, don't be too arrogant. The world is much bigger than you think. The other party finally revealed an impatient tone. Engineer Gao smiled, shaked his cigarette, popped out his last cigarette, threw the cigarette box out of the car, jumped into the car, and stepped on the accelerator. Since the world is so big, how can we only be slaves to artificial intelligence? What do you think, former military AI war? The Iron Sand Desert was originally a city cluster in the old civilization era. In a certain mechanical war, it was first plowed by a nuclear explosion, and then swept by some large energy weapons. Looking around, there were only ruins and debris. The sky was thick and gloomy nuclear dust. Under the dual effects of nuclear pollution and energy pollution, the remaining plants and animals had some kind of distortion, which caused them to emit a large amount of radiation heat. In other places, nuclear winter will cause smoke and dust to be injected into the planet's atmosphere, blocking light from entering the surface, causing the temperature to drop sharply, and everything will be depressed, with no grass growing. But here, a large number of radioactive organisms combined with distorted plants have formed a unique post-disaster environment. The temperature has not only not dropped, but has risen wildly. Not to mention ordinary people. Even mechanically modified people can hardly survive in this radiation zone of the desert. The areas where people can survive are all areas transformed by enterprises, which the locals call oases. The off-road vehicle accelerated, raising a cloud of sand. Its target was one of the oases. In the car, Gao Gong observed the surrounding environment while studying the NPC template he had stolen. Gao Gong did not take the Knights' high-level recruitment seriously. Although on this planet, the Knights were also a powerful underground force, and meat machinery technology was the object of imitation by countless companies. There were also players who showed off the Knights' hidden task chain in the forum, which was indeed rich in rewards. In the later stages of the main storyline of this planet, there were also players who licked to the end, spent countless efforts to accumulate reputation, and finally became a high-level member of the Knights. Then he fell into the pit. All the Knights of the Knights will be transformed into the sub-body of the military artificial intelligence, or the clone. Although the Knights can retain their own personality templates and memory banks. Once the war needs it, they will directly control the consciousness of all high-level people, including the player's account. It's like giving NPCs free account training. With this kind of eating, it's not as good as the monopoly enterprises in the city that never sleeps. Although those big companies also use various means to control employees, including but not limited to storing employees' thoughts in read-only mode in the company database, or injecting artificial adrenaline to employees when they work overtime in the name of free medical care, or directly implanting high-frequency chips in the access warehouse, and releasing high-intensity electronic noise during vacation. But at least it pays money. Compared with the Knights, big companies are still decent people. Although these wages will eventually return to the pockets of large companies after passing through 1, 2, and 3 hands. TSK. A cyber experiment field. Since it is an experiment field, it must have experimental materials. Aren't humans the best consumables after the war? Not only the machine Riftstar, but also all the players' starting places, the novice village, are all various types of cyber experiment fields. The definition of a cyber experiment field is the exploration, research, and development of different types of civilization ecology and the technology tree under the social ecology by advanced civilizations. It can be a supercorporation monopolizing everything, or artificial intelligence controlling the future, or a strong invasion of alien species, and a doomsday-like living environment, even cloning culture, biochemical crisis, and a chaotic party between intelligent races on different planets. In the gray area of the Civilization Council, a variety of civilization technology trees are taking root in an anti-civilization way. As players later concluded, in this game, there are 2 problems that will hinder the development of technology. One is peace, the other is ethics. Peace is solved by war, and ethics is solved here. This is the cyber experiment field. However, for players, this is not a bad thing. Because there are a lot of experimental, taboo advanced technologies here, players can use these technologies to achieve cross-civilizational strength improvement. Planetary civilizations are all first-level civilizations. Under this civilization scale, the upper limit of the main occupation is level 30, which is the first level. But in the cyber experiment field, there are scientific research knowledge and experimental results that can achieve the second level, or even the third level. Sure enough, Senior Engineer looked up suddenly, only to see 3 small black dots in the sky approaching him at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Knight's drone? As early as when Gao Gong took action, he knew that, with the Knight's ruthless style, it would never be so easy to let it go. There is also a more intuitive, on the game panel, the task of running for life. Is in the unfinished status, beat name, military technology Eagle 3 category, UV quality, excellent. Weight, 38 kilograms, flight altitude, 5,000 meters. Control system, low-level military chip. Energy, number 3 energy battery endurance 6 hours. Flight module, boost thruster *4 attack module, mini machine gun *100 bullets. Small anti-armor missile *2 micro rocket *1 attack range, 2,000 meters. Shield, 200 attached template, destruction mode causes explosion shock wave to objects within 5 by 5 meters. Remarks, although it is military technology of the old era, it has experienced many actual combats, and is still practical in the game cyber world. Equipment is divided into blank assembly line product, excellent customized template, excellent war weapon, rare strategic weapon, epic black technology, epic making cross civilization. Among them, the whiteboard is the most common weapon and equipment, and the fine one is equivalent to the special product of the camp. The old-time military technology of the Knights belongs to the latter without a doubt. Gao Gong turned the steering wheel violently, and the next moment, a fierce firepower chain rolled up a lot of smoke and dust, and almost swept the rear compartment. At the same time, Gao Gong heard a subtle whoosh sound, and then, a strong explosion accompanied by mud waves rolled to the roof of the car, and almost smeared the window yellow in an instant. One chasing and one fleeing. The scene outside the car changed dizzyingly. The engineer almost twisted the steering wheel. The windshield wipers swished, and his feet stepped on the accelerator pedal at a high frequency, changing the rhythm to disrupt the tracking system of the drone. If it is the most advanced model of drone in the city that never sleeps, it must be equipped with tracking weapons and fixed-point strike systems, which are powerful weapons against super transformers and cyber psychopaths in the city. If it is more violent, the electronic signal will directly connect to the armed space station in the planet's orbit to carry out large-scale physical cleaning, the so-called justice from heaven. If it was an attack of this level, it would definitely be easy to deal with Gao Gong. However, if that were the case, the difficulty of this mission would not be just normal. After all, above normal, there are difficulties, nightmares, hells, and even cross-civilization missions. In fact, the firepower of the 3 drones has surpassed the normal level to some extent. The increase in difficulty on one side will inevitably lead to a decrease in difficulty on the other side. Gao Gong knew why. In fact, after the first wave of attacks did not hit him, he knew that it was stable. The front of the car turned, the engine roared, and the off-road vehicle plunged into the concrete forest. Chapter 5. From the drone's perspective, under the sky, the wreckage of a building several dozen stories high was covered with snake-like yellow creepers, and the canopy of a giant tree of the same height spread out in all directions. The densely packed metal leaves were like a circle of solar panels. The air smelled of burning electrical appliances. That was the mechanical biochemical beast secreting artificial protein. The camera was rotating, and the drone's field of view was constantly expanding. In the gaps in the forest, you could clearly see the roots of the trees digging into the cement ground of the old city, crushing all kinds of metal waste like a large mixer, and then absorbing it with newly grown metal pipes. Metal, cement, plant roots are wonderfully and strangely integrated. When the drone flew over a communication tower, the lightning rod on the top of the tower suddenly turned a circle and slowly opened. It was a sword-shaped metal flower with Iron Tower Company Ltd. Engraved on it. Abnormal signal access. Abnormal signal access. Signal interruption. Signal interruption. 2 of the propeller nozzles of a drone suddenly lost control, causing its flight trajectory to be erratic, and finally plunged into the forest. The next moment, the predators all moved. The iron rats crawling out of the sewers were as fast as lightning. The metal pulleys that replaced the limbs seemed to be self-driving roller skates of a high-tech brand. The turbo spider followed closely behind. As a medium-sized reproductive life, it was 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and had 3 pairs of mechanical claws. Its pedipalps were like steel knives, and the radioactive spider eyes on its head were like large searchlights. The strong light it emitted kept rotating, forcing back its peers, who were trying to grab food. A sharp whistle sounded, and the millipedes rushed along the highway, occasionally pushing away the wreckage of the car on the highway. But the predator in the tree got there first. A dozen bird-shaped semi-mechanical creatures rushed forward. The bird beaks like electric drills expertly drilled open the shell of the drone, bite off the wires on the engine, and the drone went on strike completely. Then, there was a feast. The metal shell was like a snack, the circuit was stimulating and smooth, the chip was nutritious, the battery was the most popular, and the motor was hard to chew but chewy. The camera was finally grabbed by the bionic gecko, and inserted into its neck. The electronic patterns on the bionic skin lit up, as if some special pairing was in progress. Soon the camera lit up, which was considered a job re-employment after being laid off. Seeing this, the other two drones immediately climbed upwards. However, when the rear drone passed a twin tower, the creepers on the tower's surface suddenly opened like snake scales, and rose, and fell regularly. The creepers transferred biological signals into the optical fiber, the database, and the input device in the building. Electronic pairing in progress, signal conversion in progress, virtual invasion. The twin towers were originally a TV station, with 23 floors. With the creepers connected, the long-forgotten backup motor suddenly started running, and there was a loud noise in the machine room. From the top of the building to the bottom, screens were turned on layer by layer, and what was played was not advertisements, but drone flight images. In the TV station, it seemed that there were countless transparent staff members debugging equipment, confirming programs, and editing videos. Finally, in front of a suicide corpse, the screen suddenly lit up. Sky law enforcers launched rectification, and issued regulations to strengthen the safety management of low, slow and small aircraft such as civil drones, and established 8 types of control areas including municipalities. Except for special approval, it is prohibited. As the video played, the drone at the back trembled violently, suddenly turned around, and slowly landed on the upper floor of the twin towers. Then, the screen seemed to have reversed, starting from the twin towers, and the drone flew backwards from the rooftop, heading straight for an underground fortification. A worker at an underground control center in an air raid shelter suddenly changed color, and his 10 fingers suddenly split, turning into a spider claw-like structure, with his fingertips tapping the keyboard at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The big screen in front of him turned red instantly. Data abnormality. Data abnormality, flight signal captured. Virus invasion. First layer of defense wall destroyed. What's going on? How could there be a virus invasion? And our actions were discovered by the mechanical main brain? The middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor changed color and said in surprise, "No, the monitoring station in the city did not find any signs of the mechanical army being dispatched. This type of virus is not a common corporate virus." Another employee also explained. He had a device similar to headphones on his head. The headphones were embedded in the ear holes. You could vaguely see a small circle of wires inserted into the ear holes. In the city that never sleeps, this device is called a network access warehouse. The Knights lack technical accumulation in this area. The old military technology can only access the World Wide Web, and cannot connect to the cyber network. What they are using now are all refurbished machines purchased from the black market. This kind of refurbished machine has no ability to fight back against the corporate virus controlled by advanced AI. It seems to be a wild electronic virus transformed from some biological signal. The supervisor was relieved immediately. After all, wild viruses are still within their processing range. More importantly, the Hydra project has not been discovered and is still progressing smoothly. Find out the source, and find out why the drone appeared in that place. The supervisor said with some anger. Location confirmed, 213.313.511, Jibetsu City in the pre-civilization era. Mission level night level, it is a wanted mission issued temporarily by the top management. A staff member paused, and said with some awe, "It is the Iron Knight flag." The last drone is still faithfully completing its mission. Unfortunately, in this concrete jungle, there are too many of its nemesis. Soon, a black shadow shot out from the forest, at an extremely fast speed, as if tearing the air. After the sonic boom, there was another explosion, flames scattered, and drone debris fell from the sky, in a block with countless red lanterns floating around. The blood carpet on the ground slowly swam, climbed up the tall buildings, surged onto the elevated roads, swept up every creature that invaded the block, and finally gathered in the center. The flowing blood covered the surface of the blood carpet, as if it was the skirt of a lady. The lady in the center of the blanket was a monster nearly 3 meters tall, made up of bones and flesh, with countless nerve bundles forming her hair. And at the end of her hair, there were mechanical hunters' heads hanging. If you turn on the radiation detector, you can observe that in this block, the radiation is terrifyingly strong, infinitely close to the center of a nuclear explosion. You dare to trespass even in the territory of the A-level Scarlet Queen. You are really taking off your pants to fart. Looking for death. Task completed. Reward 1,500 experience points. Just as the Iron Sand Desert is not a real desert, the oasis is not green. It is more like a small town with complete facilities. The residents here are complex, including fugitives from the mechanical city, mercenaries from the factory, natives of the Iron Sand Desert, artificial synthetics transformed by taboos, and metal missionaries who believe in Turing. There are no good people here, or even people. All residents have visible implants on their bodies, weapons are organized, organs are mechanized, everyone looks very difficult to mess with. And those who can open a shop here safely are definitely tough guys who can keep the place in check. The owner of the Rose Gasoline Bar is a woman, and a very beautiful woman, with flaming red hair like burning flames, and emerald eyes that are used to looking at people through wavy hair, and her hot upper body is wrapped in a high elastic tight vest without any concealment, revealing a large patch of whiteness on her chest, and on her waist with a vest line, a charming black rose blooms. Rose Gasoline Bar provides all kinds of drinks, bionic prostitutes, virtual experience machines, psychotropic drugs, small body repair and transformation, sell on behalf and killer services. At this moment, Black Rose is standing behind the bar, carelessly mixing a glass of margarita, listening to the boasting, showing off, and the occasional greedy glances from various guests. Every year, many people come here to pan for gold, among whom there are many powerful prosthetic modifiers, but there are fewer and fewer familiar faces, among whom 99% stay in this radiation zone forever. Only a few lucky ones will earn enough mechanical coins in exchange for an admission ticket to the city that never sleeps, to enjoy the life of the upper class. Most of the time, Black Rose just stood by and watched. Watching these idiots jump from the radiation zone into the more dangerous urban hell. The monsters in the city eat people without spitting out bones. However, some idiots are still quite cute. And it's a pity that they died. Have you heard? The goods from the factory were intercepted in the Great Rift Valley. Among the messy messages, one message caught her attention. Whoever dares to intercept the factory's goods is looking for death. I don't know. Maybe some stowaways are taking risks. These people are looking for death. Please don't let us get involved. A sturdy man with a metal arm laughed. It's not all bad. The factory is so rich. Maybe we can earn a lot of bounty. That's right. My exoskeleton should have been replaced a long time ago. The goods from the city are sold here. And the price has increased tenfold. Those damn corporate vampires. Black Rose raised her thin and long eyebrows, drank the Margaret in one gulp, signaled the bartender not far away to replace her, and strode to the back door. In addition to providing drinks, Gasoline Bar also offers overnight services. After all, some activities are more suitable for nighttime activities. Black Rose usually lives in the basement of the bar, where there is enough alcohol. However, few people know that Black Rose has another base, which was formerly an abandoned factory, and is now converted into a garage, where she collects various types of motorcycles. Alcohol and heavy motorcycles are the two things this woman likes the most. As soon as the door was opened, a strong smell of blood came to her face. Black Rose's expression did not change at all, and she turned on the power switch directly. The next moment, under the dazzling searchlight, there was a strange and dilapidated off-road vehicle. 3 of the 4 tires were blown, and there were countless scratches and bullet holes on it. A wild man was lying in the car. He was blind in one eye, had a broken hand, and was holding a half-smoked cigarette. Here you are. Black Rose looked around and said calmly. Who allowed you to drive this kind of garbage into my garage? Gao Gong smiled bitterly. Sister Rose, can you not rush to talk about the car? Save people first. If I die, you will lose a car. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Gong's neck tilted, and he fainted completely. Mission completed. Reward 1,500 experience points. Chapter 6 Prosthetic Dr. Littlefinger Data Restarting. Prosthetic Data Matching. Endoskeleton System Resumes Operation. Intraocular chip activated, ocular implants functioning normally. Mechanical hard charging. Gao Gong seemed to have a bizarre dream. In that dream, neon lights flowed across the galaxy. He became a virtual master, wandering in one civilization after another. Behind him are the adaptation templates of countless intelligent races. Wherever he passed, countless old SPS sincerely worshipped him. Suddenly, a man jumped out and said angrily, "In order to buy your paper, man, I even cut off my kidney. I will repay you with my own. You will suffer the same fate." Before he could sell him the enhanced reproductive gift package, the virtual singers, electronic idols, experienced queens, and young women in the back rushed over and drowned him. "Kidney, kidney, kidney, give me back my kidney." Gao Gong sat up suddenly, sweating and breathing heavily. It was terrible. He had to charge himself for the virtual unit he developed. As a result, his Krypton Gold account exploded, and he couldn't even enter the mechanical city. In order to make money, he had to sell his body and kneel in front of the rich woman to beg for support. The experience of the previous life was mixed with the original owner's memory, piecing together such a strange dream. However, the rich woman in the black tights had a really hot body, but the whip was a bit thick. "You look like you have kidney deficiency," Littlefinger taunted while operating the operating table. "Do you want a bionic kidney, or do you want me to install the Mr. Oak Type 3 for you?" Gao Gong touched his right eye, and the blurred vision became clear because of the focus, and finally fixed on the middle-aged bald man in front of him. Iron Sand Desert is not a city that never sleeps. Few cyborg doctors choose to settle in this radiation zone. After all, with their skills, they can live comfortably in a city that never sleeps. And the cyborg doctor Littlefinger, among all the cyborg doctors in Oasis, his level can be ranked in the top 3. But Engineer Gao was not polite to him. "My kidney deficiency is due to overuse. Why are you bald? You use your mechanical hand to fly a plane every day?" Littlefinger's face darkened, and he looked at Engineer Gao angrily, as if he wanted to stab the other's chest with a scalpel. "Stop talking nonsense, check out." Including the artificial eye and the endoskeleton repair, a total of 5,600 mechanical coins, and the 3 bullets in your body, 100 each, to make it an even number, a total of 6,000 mechanical coins. Do you want to pay by card or cash? You charge for taking the bullets. Why don't you rob? With my skills, why do I need to rob? I don't have the money, I don't give you my life, and I won't let you have my anus. Fuck, don't be so arrogant, believe it or not. Your father will pull out the tubes in your artificial body, and turn you into a vegetable. Gao Gong gestured with his middle finger neatly, and directly tore off several infusion tubes connected to the inlet. "The operation is already done. Who are you trying to fool? Where are you going?" Seeing the other person staggering out, Littlefinger couldn't help but ask. "To the bathroom." "Are you eating my shit?" "In the bathroom." Gao Gong turned on the mirror, and the water curtain flowing from above washed the mirror clean, revealing a strange yet familiar face. This is a handsome face mixed with a bit of wildness. About 25 or 26 years old. Very similar to the first version of the girl killer developed by himself. But unfortunately, this version of the virtual companion did not sell well. To be precise, it was well received but not popular. The ironclad fact proves that, even in the universe, a girl's purse is still like her breasts, not as plump as a rich woman's. Fortunately, he learned from his mistakes and immediately changed direction, developing the second type of rich woman love, which turned losses into profits and even made a fortune. This also deepened his determination to hang out with rich women. The metal piece on the palm was also removed due to surgery. Judging from the skin color, it was replanted with bionic skin. This kind of decorative metal implant has no use at all except increasing the useless transformation rate. The road that Gao Gong will take in the future is very difficult. The transformation rate must be as good as 2 flowers. Plastic surgery style transformation is completely unnecessary. After all, he is so handsome. In general, Gao Gong is quite satisfied with this new body. If you don't look closely, you might think it's a bionic male model in the city that never sleeps. Name, Senior Engineer. Race, carbon-based human. Total level, LV13 physical transformation, 24 consciousness, 10 main occupation, mechanical transformer LV8. You are an excellent bounty hunter, your strong ambition gives you brutal power. Secondary occupation, junior worker LV1 a factory number 4. You are an ordinary factory worker, you have rich practical experience in various types of machinery. Health value, 112/112 stamina value, 23/108 mechanical energy, 96 personal attributes, Strength 16, Agility 9, Endurance 14, Intelligence 8, Perception 10, Character 4, Free Attribute Points, 0 Personal System, Slide System Transformation, Endoskeleton Strengthening, Movement System. Your internal bones are replaced by titanium alloy mechanical bones, although they are factory mass-produced goods, but they still give you enough mechanical power. Strength plus 5, Endurance plus 2. Agility 2, Bionic Joints Motor System. Coordinate with the mechanical endoskeleton's force-generating joints, built-in micro-motors, need to be charged in time. Agility plus 2, Universal Prosthetic I*1. Simple visual imaging, visual range. 300 meters, not adjustable. Mechanical Heart, Simple Addition Circulatory System. Ordinary mechanical body, body's backup energy, need to be charged every 12 hours. Little finger. The bald man did not do anything secretly. The reinstalled endoskeleton only lost a little endurance, and the exploded bionic joint was perfectly repaired. This shows that the other party's craftsmanship is quite exquisite. Secondary Occupation Transfer. Attribute points plus 3. The apparent strength seems to increase, but universal type of artificial eyes. Mechanical Heart uses simplified version. Bald head. Do you have a black heart? After squeezing the 5th tube of nutritional paste into his mouth, like squeezing toothpaste, he slept for 3 days, and underwent an operation during this period. Gao Gong slammed the table, and turned his face against him. Littlefinger was stunned at first, and then became angry. The goods on you are all models of the mechanical core. Where can I get you the original version, to rob the core base? Except for me, in which oasis can you find an artificial doctor, who can install military supplies for you? Gao Gong curled his lips, knowing that the other party was telling the truth, but in this way, his real strength was reduced by at least 30%. Engineer Gao took a look around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It turned out that in addition to moving the mobile operating table, the old man also placed a lot of information books on cyborg doctors on the operating table. He reached out to take it. Littlefinger was quick-witted and quick-handed. His left hand, which had been transformed into a mechanical hand, grabbed him and said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "Let me see." Engineer Gao smiled and said, "I want to learn from you. I remember you were not so thick-skinned before. Are you thick-skinned? You wish. You can only wish for it if you are handsome. You, get out!" Among all the secondary jobs, cyborg doctors can rank in the top 3 in terms of career potential. And if players want to get started, they must complete a series of complex task chains of cyborg doctors to obtain the other party's manuscript and officially change jobs. Of course, there is another way, which is to kill a certain cyborg doctor directly and seize his inheritance. However, cyborg doctors are standard faction NPCs. They are all cunning and have 3 burrows. They either have a gang as a backer or work in a large enterprise. Their defense is extremely strong. Even if Littlefinger fell into the Iron Sand Desert, he still has Black Rose, a killer intermediary with rich connections, behind him. In fact, if it weren't for Black Rose's request, Littlefinger would not even bother to pay attention to the other party. There are not too many mechanical hunters willing to serve him as an ancestor. What are you arguing about? With a series of engine explosions, a heavy motorcycle that looked very much like the Batmobile that Catwoman rode in Batman 3 rushed up without slowing down, and pulled the handbrake 3 centimeters in front of the two of them. The rear wheel of the motorcycle that was comparable to a truck wheel suddenly lifted up, and then hit the ground heavily. The strong wind blew Littlefinger's already sparse hair, and frightened him so much that his face turned pale. In the green smoke, Catwoman, Black Rose in black leather jacket flipped her long legs, and just stood casually. She had the figure of a supermodel. The Littlefinger licked it without hesitation. The latest model of Grass Child Hunter Blade 430, fire engine, 9500cc displacement, 2.3 seconds to accelerate to 350 km/h. It suits you very well. Rose, you sit on it. It is simply heroic. Motorcycle goddess, perfect, too perfect. Black Rose ignored him, fastened the chain on the motorcycle to the lathe, walked directly to Gao Gong, pinched Gao Gong's chin with her smooth and slippery right hand, lowered her head, and looked at him seriously. Gao Gong could feel the other person's alcoholic breath hitting his face, and the envious and jealous eyes of Littlefinger behind him. Looks like you've recovered well. Black Rose checked Gao Gong's physical condition, as if she were checking a favorite toy. Woo. It's okay. Gao Gong's mouth was pinched, and he could only speak vaguely. His eyes swept over the other person's white wrist, which was incredibly smooth, and the blood vessels under the skin looked like blue circuits. Beauty level bionic transformation? Combat prosthetics are generally not so beautiful. Black Rose suddenly withdrew her hand and said calmly, "Did you just quarrel?" "He wants to take my prosthetic transformation notes." Littlefinger was immediately furious. "If he wants to see it, just show it to him. Are you worried that he will steal your skills? If he can understand it, I will jump off the building. Since he can't understand it, why don't you show it to him?" Littlefinger was speechless for a while, and Engineer Gao left in a good mood. Black clothes, chains, whips. Engineer Gao's face changed, and the rich woman was beside me. Chapter 7 Job Change. More than 10 years ago, on the first day that Gao Gong arrived at the Iron Sand Desert, the Rose gasoline bar was just opened. The indigenous warlords at that time had not experienced the factory's siege, and were much more arrogant than they are now, and the mechanical hunters, as a professional group, were far less powerful than they are now. A beautiful woman of unknown origin, who opened a lucrative store, can be imagined what happened to her. However, everyone who made trouble in the bar, regardless of their identity, would have their heads hung in front of the gate of the car city the next day, without exception. Gradually, there were fewer people making trouble, and more people being reasonable. Black Rose gradually integrated into the ecology of this oasis, and became an important member. Littlefinger was also an important part of the Black Rose underground network. A cyborg doctor could indirectly control at least 100 cyborg modifiers. At that time, Littlefinger's main job was still a bartender, and his hair was not that thin. The reason why Littlefinger and Senior Engineer had a bad relationship was that the dog nature between the liquor and the wolf dog was mutually exclusive. Although they were all dogs, they were of different breeds, and naturally enjoyed different welfare benefits. Littlefinger was always a coward in front of Black Rose, and threw several books on prosthetic doctors at her while cursing. "Don't expect me to teach you." Engineer Gao raised his middle finger again. Summary of prosthetic surgery. A brief discussion on consciousness data and mechanical rejection. 18 key points of muscle implantation. Artificial protein infusion and interface technology. You are reading the professional knowledge book summary of prosthetic surgery. Learning progress 1%, 2%, 13%. The scene suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of Engineer Gao flipping through the book. 1 hour later. Your learning progress reaches 100%. You have completed reading summary of prosthetic surgery. You enter the job transfer state. Job transfer progress January 14th. With the system panel, the knowledge in the book will automatically be converted into experience and memory, and directly imprinted in the brain, which is more effective than any learning method. What are your plans next? When Gao Gong turned to the last page, Black Rose suddenly spoke. Gao Gong was stunned. The other party's tone. Why is it a bit abnormally gentle? He understood it immediately. With the intelligence network in Black Rose's hands, it is impossible for her not to know about the ambush of the factory convoy. And it is even more impossible for her not to know that her ticket to the city that never sleeps has been stolen. Maybe she has even found out the mastermind behind it. But it is useless. The mastermind behind it has probably entered the city that never sleeps to enjoy the good life after getting the ticket. And she, the unlucky one, does not even have the chance to take revenge. The reason why the mechanical hunter was able to gain a foothold in the Iron Sand Desert was that, in addition to the characteristics of the profession being suitable for survival here, it was because it caught up with the trend. A large number of factories moved here, and a group of mercenaries were needed to sweep the beasts in the radiation zone. But now, the factory has become a huge monster in the desert. The division between the non-human area and the living area has become more and more obvious. And the number of places in the city that never sleeps is getting smaller and smaller every year. It is almost impossible for Gao Gong to earn a large amount of mechanical coins through the radiation beast as in the past. I thought you were always greedy for my body, but I didn't expect you to care about me. Is it really as a certain literary young woman said, that the passage to the depths of a woman's soul is the mouth? Gao Gong muttered to himself, and smiled brightly. Take a break, recharge. Black Rose looked at Gao Gong deeply, nodded slightly, left without saying a word, and took the little finger away. In Cyberworld, a holographic game that claims to be 100% real, all attributes are natural feedback of the human body state. In addition to the 5 main attributes, there is no attribute such as charm. On the contrary, character, which is extended from the relationship between men and women and has some moral nature, can be summarized by the system. Similarly, character is the only attribute that can become negative among all the attributes. The original owner's character was 4 points, which made Gao Gong feel relieved. His character had not had a positive character for many years. There was also a note below the character: most scumbags are ruthless. But you are different. You are stingy. Gao Gong recalled the original owner's memory and found that it was true. His military-grade mechanical heart and titanium alloy endoskeleton were also obtained by a woman. The key is that he got them for free. Probably because of Black Rose's advice. Littlefinger, the middle-aged bald man, finally stopped staring at him every day for the 6,000 mechanical coins. After helping him debug the prosthesis and confirming that there was no problem, he snorted coldly and walked away. However, he left a bunch of professional knowledge books about prosthesis doctors, which should also be entrusted by a certain woman. Finally, after reading professional books for about a week, the familiar ding-dong sounded on the game panel. You get the new profession of prosthesis doctor, and learn the skill primary prosthesis modification. You change your job to prosthesis doctor, and get the first-level human technology blueprint pain editor. Pain editor, a neural coprocessor that inhibits pain receptors from sending signals to the parietal lobe of the brain, so that the user does not feel pain. You learn the professional skill. Human body modification surgery. Use medical equipment to perform excision, suturing, transplantation and other modifications on the human body. You light up the knowledge. Electronic neurology. LV1. Study the structure and function of the nervous system. Analyze nerve signals. You light up the knowledge. Human biology. LV1. Basic knowledge of the 8 major systems of the human body. Preliminary understanding of various complex life activities in the human body. You light up the knowledge. Human body application mechanics. LV1. Basic knowledge of statics, kinematics, dynamics, plus the industrial materials science and mechanical modification. Provided by the deputy position of factory worker, he already has 5 professional knowledge. Huh, I finally got it. Feeling the various knowledge that seemed to be imprinted in his head, Gao Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then he felt a huge pressure again. The most realistic, and also the most difficult part of this game, is that experience is needed in everything. Main occupation upgrades require experience. Secondary occupation upgrades require experience. Human body system transformation requires experience. Occupation knowledge upgrades require even more experience. And gambling blueprints require a sea of experience. Gao Gong thought about it, first raised electronic neurology to level 3, and then raised mechanical transformation to level 2, so that there was very little experience left from the previous tasks. Then he clicked on the synthesis panel in the game layout. In the game cyber world, players are encouraged to create their own equipment. The scientific and technological knowledge of different professions is integrated into blueprints of different levels, and then the blueprints are used to make equipment. Among them, the way to bet on blueprints is to pull various professional knowledge into the experience pool, and then allocate a certain proportion of experience under the knowledge of different professions. Except for the European Emperor, there are only 2 ways to ensure that blueprints will be produced. One is to inject full grids. For example, the experience limit of LV1 professional knowledge is 100 points, LV2 is 200 points. And so on, fill up the experience grids of all knowledge, then blueprints will definitely be produced. Although the quality of the blueprints produced is also hard to describe. There is another way, which is to accurately input experience points to the single digit. This type of blueprint is also called a special blueprint. It is either a reward for professional players to complete hidden tasks, or a recipe burned out by Krypton Gold bigwigs with experience. In future game forums, this type of blueprint research is a hot topic for players to discuss. There is even a separate section for this purpose. There are many classic recipes that high-level engineers still remember. Mystery cannot change non-being, and Krypton Gold cannot change fate. Use face to replenish liver. Get rid of Africa and enter Europe. I'm so handsome now, it's natural to succeed once. Right? Divide the experience slot into 2, hang the 2 upgraded professional knowledge respectively, and inject 151 and 92 experience points respectively. Electronic neurology. Plus. Mechanical transformation. Merge. Fusion successful. You have researched the first level mechanical blueprint. Machine ant. Fusion successful. You have researched the first level mechanical blueprint. Quadruped robot. It's a double yolk egg. Senior engineer slapped the table and said happily, "It's God who blesses the handsome guy." 2 days later, Littlefinger angrily broke into the gasoline bar, but before he could speak, Black Rose frowned and said, "You have to be careful during this period. The desert has not been peaceful recently. Littlefinger was stunned for a moment, and blurted out, "Could it be the terrorists called the Knights? Didn't the factory send people to hunt them down?" "Not this." Black Rose changed her sitting position, slid a stack of photos to the other corner of the table. Littlefinger took it, glanced, and found that they were all aerial photos taken tens of thousands of meters above the ground. His expression gradually changed from doubt to solemnity. "The metropolitan area is expanding?" Black Rose nodded, and said, "If this continues, the two oases on the edge will soon border the metropolitan area, and they may face a beast tide." "Beast tide? Impossible. There hasn't been one in nearly 10 years. As if recalling something, a trace of fear flashed in Littlefinger's eyes, and he said, "Where are their S-level beast kings now?" "Not all beast kings are born. As long as they devour enough genomes, new beast kings will naturally be born." Black Rose paused, and said, This Car City is located in the heart of the desert, not bordering any urban area. There will be no beast tide, but you should not run around during this period. I am worried that a small group of beasts will infiltrate. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" The Littlefinger remembered his purpose at this time, gritting his teeth, and said, "Take care of the little ghost you raised. If it weren't for your face, I would have asked someone to kill him long ago." "What has he done these days?" Black Rose said with interest. "These days, her little man has been elusive. That guy brought a bunch of gifts today, and came to my clinic politely, saying that he wanted to thank me for doing surgery for him. He also insisted on buying me a drink. I was careless and fell for it. As a result, I passed out after drinking a glass of wine. It turned out that the guy drugged me in the wine, and then dragged my operating table away in front of me. He even took away the gifts intact." Littlefinger thought of something again, and took out a tattered note from his pocket. The content on it was probably that he wanted to borrow the operating table for a while, and return it after use. "My operating table. He can't afford to sell it." Littlefinger jumped anxiously. Black Rose curled her red lips, and then said expressionlessly, "It seems that reading books is not in vain. You can mix anesthetics by yourself." Chapter 8 Red Unicorn. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows is a compulsory subject for every mechanical hunter. In addition to his own residence in Gasoline Town, Galgong also has his own secret base. It is a metal scrap recycling station on the outskirts of the city, and now few people know about this place. At the edge of the recycling station, in a shed built of steel bars, Galgong is fiddling with the operating table he borrowed. Compared to the operating table of ordinary surgery, the operating table of the cyborg doctor is more rugged, and the 4 mechanical surgical arms are full of saws, pliers, electric drills, angle grinders, and bloodstains on them. The surgery performed by the prosthetic doctor is mostly related to prosthetic modification, so it can also be used as a high-precision lathe. ZZZZZ amid the sparks. Senior engineer, wearing goggles, operated 4 mechanical arms with one hand, using the operating table to perform brainwashing surgery. He held a welding torch in one hand and welded something behind the artificial soldier's head. The memory bank data is being deleted. 56%, 79%, 100%. Brainwashing completed. The quadruped robot template is being injected. Please select the appropriate template from the following 3 quadruped creatures: Tibetan Mastiff, Teddy, Husky, Teddy, no, Husky, as the neck. The driving templates of the hands and feet were adjusted. Senior engineer attached the connection electrode to the temple, and a fingertip-sized control chip was embedded in the center of the electrode. Shake your head. The artificial soldier's head slowly turned, left, then right, and it turned faster and faster under the action of the servo motor, like it was on drugs. It is indeed a Husky template. Stop. 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 Adjust yourself first. The metal head seemed to understand this sentence, and began to adjust its angle, posture, and the 4-legged simulation became more and more realistic, looking just like a real dog. The first production of a 4-legged robot is completed. Experience plus 200. Name: human-headed dog. Category: 4-legged robot. Quality: blank plus weight, 18 kg. Speed: 23 km/h. Control system: low-level military chip soldier version. Energy: energy or digester. Black market version. Attack module: none attached module. Biological mode. Remarks: apart from the head, this thing has no technical content. Galgong didn't care, patted the dog head. The artificial dog head was indeed obedient, jumped off the operating table by itself, and ran around like a dog. Following the example, Soon, 4 huskies were staggering around in the recycling station, jumping up and down, looking like they were destroying the house. It's just that they have human heads and dog bodies. There is a natural uncanny valley effect. The electronic brain is the CPU, the operating table provides brainwashing and program implantation, the battery is a minor version bought at the flea market, and the remaining parts are all metal scraps from the recycling station. But even so, a robot that can understand human language, rather than a machine idiot, is rare. Only the factory's direct troops are qualified to be equipped with mechanical hounds. Soon, the mechanical ant was also built. Compared to the ant, it is more like the 4-wheel drive car he played with when he was a child. The first production of the mechanical ant is completed. Experience plus 50. Name, Mechanical Ant. Category, Sensor Robot Quality, blank. Weapon System, Low-Level Explosive Device. Note, driven by a set of servos, the multi-degree of freedom robot that imitates the appearance and movements of the ant is only a first-level mechanical blueprint after all. If it weren't for the fact that the heads of those artificial soldiers have increased a certain degree of intelligence, it would be at the level of artificial mental retardation. The electronic chips, photodiodes, and ultra-small motors used in the mechanical ants were all bought from the flea market. These materials were all urban garbage, and were picked up by some natives. They were very cheap. Galgong made 30 mechanical ants. It's almost ready, Galgong said to himself. There's only one thing left. The flea market is located in the north of the car city, which is on the periphery. In the easternmost corner of the flea market, there is an old friend gun store. Unlike ordinary gun stores, in addition to selling homemade guns, it also sells melee weapons, hammers, shovels, swords, and electromagnetic steel claws. Pushing aside the worn door curtain, a hoarse voice sounded. Handsome young man. This time it's not easy to get what you want. Behind the counter, a hunchbacked old lady turned around and smiled like a chrysanthemum. Fortunately, Aunt Xiang has some skills. Otherwise I really can't do it. Dao Gong sat on the chair unceremoniously. Aunt Xiang, where is the thing? No problem. No problem. Idiot! Bring the thing here. Soon. The back door opened, and a giant man at least 2 meters tall came out holding a box in his hand. Stupid. Be careful. Aunt Xiang kicked the man on the buttocks. The strong man just laughed innocently, scratched his head, and said, Auntie, is there anything to eat? Eat. 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 You only know how to eat every day. Our store is almost bankrupted by you. Senior engineer smiled and threw a nutrition paste over Fat Xiang. With your figure, it would be a pity if you don't become a mechanical hunter. Fat Xiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it, not even letting go of the skin, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, and said vaguely, Auntie won't let me. I listened to her. Fat Xiang is Auntie Xiang's son. The mother and son depend on each other for life. Fat Xiang was originally an abandoned baby of the desert natives. It is said that he was extremely fat when he was born and was almost cooked and eaten. Fortunately, Auntie Xiang who passed by bought him. In addition to his huge size and strange strength, this guy is also slightly mentally retarded. When the original owner came to buy things, he often tempted him to be his cannon fodder. Come on, customer. Try the knife you ordered. Aunt Xiang interrupted the conversation between the two and kicked Fat Xiang into the back door. Engineer Gao didn't care. He opened the knife box, and a long red knife appeared in the box. The knife looked particularly heavy. The handle was longer than the ordinary Japanese sword, more like a Miao Dao. The end of the handle was threaded, which was convenient for holding. The tip of the knife was also serrated, which looked like a deadly weapon. According to your request, the blade is made of tungsten iron that can cut alloy steel, and the blade and handle are also reinforced. The old woman also waxed it for you for free. How does it look? The senior engineer smiled and measured it with his hand. It was just over 10 pounds. Like a chainsaw, with a light swing. A small corner of the weapon platform was cut off, as easy as cutting a cucumber with a kitchen knife. Aunt Xiang narrowed her eyes. In her impression, only the oldest batch of mechanical hunters would choose cold weapons. Today's mechanical hunters have stronger firepower and more advanced equipment, but the harvest is getting less and less. She hasn't heard of beasts above level be being hunted for a long time. What a bunch of wimps. What's the name of this knife? Red Unicorn. Name, Red Unicorn. Category, metal knife. Quality, excellent customized template. Weight, 13.4 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS 70.5, attack power 47, attack speed 1.5, attack/second, attack range 1.8 meters. Additional attributes: armor cutting plus 10.9% armor breaking damage, breaking the front plus 8.7% critical damage. Plug-in bar, none. Remarks: this is indeed a deadly weapon, but are you sure you want to use it against mechanical biochemical beasts? Thank you for your patronage. A total of 831 mechanical coins, cash or credit card. Gao Gong was shocked. Andy Xiong, an assault rifle is less than 80. You want me to pay 800 for a cold weapon? You are cheating a regular customer. Andy Xiong rolled her eyes and said, there are cheaper ones, a spear made of steel bars, specially used for scavengers. Would you like 10 coins? You are too expensive. Nonsense, if it weren't for the 200 deposit, old mother won't even open the factory. Who still uses handmade cold weapons these days? How many of those fools back then have a good ending? How about 300? Nonsense. Let me ask you again. In the entire Auto City, who still has the skill to cast knives now? It's only Aunt Xiong whose hands are not yet developed. In a few years, even if you want me to do it, I won't be able to do it. But Aunt Xiong, think about it. If I use this knife to kill a highly dangerous radioactive beast, wouldn't it be a disguised publicity for you? It might even lead to a cold weapon hunting craze. Ha. 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 Wait until you survive. The two of them exchanged sharp words and swords, and fought fiercely. In the end, Engineer Gao bargained down to 600, and couldn't bargain any further. According to Aunt Xiong, the effort I put into this knife, if it's less than 600, it's better to use it to kill chickens. Swipe the card. Engineer Gao reluctantly took out a card. The card looked like a meal card from the cafeteria. It was indeed a meal card from the factory. In the Iron Sand Desert, the factory's economic system had already penetrated into every aspect. All of a sudden, even the original owner's savings were used up. If there was no more harvest, he would really have to eat dirt, unless he sold his body to a rich woman in exchange for cheap living expenses. Aunt Xiong grabbed it and skillfully took out an old PS machine. The chrysanthemum bloomed again on her smiling face. It's better to swipe the card. Those country bumpkins don't have this treasure. It must be your little lover who gave it to you. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Andy Xiong didn't care. She continued, those country bumpkins are very cunning. They make me be extra careful every time I count money. People are not the same as before. People's hearts have become bad. Gao Gong came to this Iron Sand Desert to pan for gold when he was 15 years old. He was also an old acquaintance of this man. He put the red unicorn into the knife box, thought for a while, and spoke again. Aunt Xiong, you are planning to let Xiangzi inherit your store, right? But with his brain, are you sure he can keep it after you die? Aunt Xiong narrowed her triangular eyes and suddenly cursed. Why should I care about you? A bastard? Get out. Hack your mother. You want my son to be cannon fodder again. Rot your dog heart and lungs. Get out. Get out. Engineer Gao shrugged, carried the knife box, walked to the door, turned his head, and said meaningfully, Aunt Xiong, the times will not stand still. Get out. Get out. Aunt Xiong grabbed something and threw it over. You rubbish. You are taking my rubbish with you. Why don't you get out now? Engineer Gao grabbed the black shadow, looked down, and saw that it was a bottle of knife oil. After Engineer Gao left, Aunt Xiong was panting, and I don't know what she was thinking. Mom, I think what Brother Gao said makes sense. After you leave, I will definitely be cheated. An aggrieved voice came from behind the door. Shut up. Andy Xiong shouted fiercely. Her appearance was very much like a tigress protecting her cubs. Chapter 9 Give You a Dog's Life. Wild metal rock music sounded from the off-road vehicle. If there is a map of the Iron Sand Desert, you can find that oases are scattered everywhere, and they are all outside the 5th ring road of the old city, commonly known as the suburbs. The name of the oasis is also closely related to the suburban industry. For example, the Auto City Oasis where Gao Gong is located, its predecessor, is an auto industry park. The city closest to the Auto City is called the Scavenger City. Boom! An off-road vehicle ran wildly on the cracked asphalt road, passing through abandoned gas stations. Radiated beasts riot? Gao Gong was distracted. One hand grasped the steering wheel, and the other hand scanned the Hunter's Daily. Hunter's Daily is one of the businesses of a former factory manager, now the desert tycoon Wang Tian. The headline of the day was Urban Riot, multiple oases attacked by beasts. Of course, news, naturally, has to be exaggerated, but since the switch of offense and defense between humans and radiated beasts, it has indeed been several years, and the oases have not been attacked. But the clear photos of beasts eating people, at least this beast attack is not fake news. There are two possibilities. Gao Gong tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. The first one is that a new Beast King is born in a certain city. Once the Beast King is born, it must expand its genetic territory to maintain its life system. As a senior mechanical hunter, Gao Gong certainly understands that the S-level Beast King is not only a radiation monster, but also a radiation ecology. If this ecological crisis is not resolved, the S-level Beast King cannot be killed. There is another possibility. This is a precursor to the Hydra War, according to the memory of the previous life. In the expansion pack, Outpost War, Hydra Destruction War, a total of more than a dozen Beast Kings appeared. These Beast Kings seemed to appear suddenly, and then destroyed the factory ecology with a devastating force, and fell into the city that never sleeps. Although in the final siege, they suffered heavy casualties from the bombing of the mother city's space-based weapons, and eventually disappeared into darkness. But this also became the trigger for a series of plot events that followed. In the Iron Sand Desert today, all wild Beast Kings are being targeted by the factory. Even if there are any, they will not show up. The latter possibility is more likely. The Iron Sand Desert without war is the best place for leveling up in Gao Gong's opinion. He will never give up here. The knights who frequently cause trouble are the enemies blocking his way. We can cooperate with the factory, but we need to find an opportunity to cooperate. After all, words are not enough. The main profession must be upgraded to at least level 20, reaching the level of a senior fighter of the knights, to have the power to protect ourselves. With the route I am taking, as long as I can successfully reach level 20, I will at least have the combat power of the first level. Even if I face the core knights of the knights, I will not be without the power to fight. Gao Gong's eyes moved slightly, and he turned the steering wheel to the right. He saw that on the road ahead, a pile of old wooden blocks blocked the toll station, and there were people behind them. Radiated corpses. Old acquaintances. 10 years ago, the Scrap City was not called the Scrap City, but the City of Hope. A large number of refugees lived in this city, and countless mechanical hunters protected the city. Then, the beast tide began, and the refugees were transformed into a kind of radiation creature called radiated corpses, which were distributed outside the city. These radiated corpses have a certain degree of intelligence, and they are small radiation sources. The more people there are, the greater the radiation power. When a certain number of people are reached, the radiation will be connected, and not only the power and speed of ordinary radiated corpses will be enhanced, but even special species such as flame-radiated corpses, weapon-radiated corpses, trackers, and wild dancers will be born. As expected, when the off-road vehicle just got off the road and entered the muddy area, a bunch of radioactive corpses blocked the way, except for their red faces and bloodshot eyes. These radioactive corpses were no different from living people. The power of radiation allowed them to retain special physical vitality. Instead of going into biochemical mode, Gao Gong stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and crashed into it without hesitation. The front bumper of the car with thick steel plates was like playing bowling, hitting 4 or 5 at a time, and hitting 4 or 5 at a time. After the LV3 mechanical transformation, the body of the car after the transformation has more wild performance and is more suitable for desert survival. Several radioactive zombies tried to grab the tires, but as soon as they grabbed them, they were crushed into mincemeat by the wheels with pure steel tracks. You have killed radioactive zombies. Experience +1. You have killed radioactive zombies. Experience +1. You have killed radioactive zombies. Experience +1. The system panel was filled with a series of +1s. Gao Gong had a calm expression. In the original owner's memory, this was just child's play. And in the memory of the previous life, it was not worth mentioning. As soon as he entered the 5th ring of the Waste Collection City, Gao Gong immediately looked for a place to hide the car. To charge in with such brazenness like the drone team is tantamount to seeking death. Gao Gong parked the car in a safe place outside the 5th ring road. It was not because he was afraid that the smell of blood would attract wild animals. What attracted the wild animals was the off-road vehicle itself. There are 2 types of radiation beasts: radiation beasts and mechanical biochemical beasts. The former feed on energy, and the latter eat metal and electronic components. After more than 10 years of hunting, the beasts that can now occupy a corner of the urban circle are undoubtedly tough. To deal with such tough people, the way the mechanical hunters now do is, first call the factory's bombers to bomb the area, then deploy artillery, tanks, heavy machine guns, and encircle them layer by layer, step by step. This is safe, but there is no hunting to speak of. The classical mechanical hunters more than 10 years ago only used cold weapons, and did not even have implants in their bodies. Without sending electronic signals, there is no need to worry about being discovered by these mechanical monsters. They lurk in the shadows and kill with one strike. This method is good in every way. But there is only one problem. The mortality rate is too high. So the classical mechanical hunters gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Gao Gong's current method is a variant of the classical hunting method. He put down the big bag on his back, and without his intervention, for human heads poked out from it, looked around, and then barked. Shut up. Gao Gong gave them a warning look, and the human-headed dogs immediately whooled with a look of grievance. Remember what I told you before? Woo woo woo. Gao Gong shook the bag again, and the robot ants also fell down. These ants were set to tracking mode in advance, and their sensor modules were connected to the human-headed dogs. Wherever the human-headed dogs ran, they followed. Then go ahead. Gao Gong gave an order, and the 4 human-headed dogs, like happy huskies, ran headfirst into the concrete forest. Gao Gong took out a tablet computer from the old civilization era, turned it on, and on the map, for yellow dots were moving erratically in 4 directions. Turn on the biological mode. The biological mode is on. A cold electronic sound rang out. At the tails of the 4 human-headed dogs, a cone-like thing slowly turned, and under its influence, the induction element, neural shunt element, and chemical catalyst hanging on the cone all entered the connection state. Opening the biological implant in the concrete jungle is like coming to a special place with bright lights and wine. And a group of special people say to you, "Brother, come and play." Or, "Sir, what number do you want?" Generally speaking, this will lead to quite exciting consequences. Gao Gong hit the enter key again, and the radiation detectors on the 4 human-headed dogs lit up. Around the yellow dots transformed by the human-headed dogs, a series of numbers changed rapidly. The radiation beast generally uses the radiation level to determine its danger level, which is divided into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and it is said that there are higher-level beast kings above S, but they have never appeared. Among them, the baseline of the F level is 10 points of radiation value. The E level is 100 points. The D level is 1,000 points. And so on. The radioactive corpse that he had smashed into a pile of meat paste before was the lowest F level, according to the player's classification. The F level is a soldier. The E level is an elite monster. The D level is a small boss. And the C level is a pioneering boss. The highest level monster killed by the original owner was a C-level harvester, which looked like a 2-person high heavy armored sword warrior. Its pair of sickles could easily cut through the shell of a heavy tank, and the speed of swinging the knife was close to Mach 1. After the original owner killed it, he lay in bed for a whole month. This was also the highest level mechanical biochemical beast that the original owner had killed after more than 10 years of being a mechanical hunter. Gao Gong only came here to upgrade, and had no intention of fighting against sea-level beasts. If he really encountered a boss of this level, what else could he do? Of course, he would give it a dog's life. Soon, one of the human-headed dogs began to turn around and rushed back frantically. The number behind it was fixed at 141 points. This was an E-level beast. The species was unknown, but the level was just right. It was just right to use it to sacrifice the knife. Gao Gong turned off the computer and slowly pulled out the red unicorn from the knife box. The red knife does not bleed, but it is really red when it bleeds. Chapter 10 Hunting. Gao Gong hid in a sea of flowers. The flowers were nearly 1 meter high, colorful, and reflected metallic light under the light. Rather than saying that this was a sea of flowers, it was better to say that it was a test site for electric speakers. It seemed silent, but the low-frequency noise was harassing you all the time. The blooming metal flowers emit low-frequency noise, while the unbloomed buds emit infrasound. The sound range that the human body can accept is 20 to 20,000 Hz. The sound below 20 Hz is infrasound. Infrasound can stimulate the human brain, making people nervous, uneasy, panic, and if it resonates with the internal organs of the human body, It can even cause the rupture of large and small blood vessels in the human body and cause death. Being in it, Gao Gong felt a strong sense of discomfort, but he endured it secretly. There is a big reason why the classical mechanical hunters do not install implants in their bodies, which is that the radiation beasts are very good at capturing sounds and signals. Once they are discovered by them, they cannot complete the hunt. This metal flower field can cover up the sound of the motor in Gao Gong's body. At this point, Gao Gong can only make judgments based on the original owner's hunting experience. The transformation between prey and hunter is sometimes only a moment. Soon, Senior Engineer heard footsteps, and the dog screams. The maximum speed of the human-headed dog was set at 23 kilometers per hour. It was not that he did not want to speed up, but if he speeded up, the garbage parts in the scrap recycling station would explode. So there were more than a dozen machine ants beside each human-headed dog. There was a blaster inside the machine ant. The principle of the blaster was also very simple. The two metal sheets on the top were connected, and the circuit was connected to the electric detonator. Below was a small bottle of energy mineral extract. These extracts are very unstable. Once stimulated, they will explode. Although the power is not great, the explosion intensity is only 1/10 of that of a grenade. But with this power, it is enough to buy time for the human-headed dog to escape. Sure enough, as the footsteps got closer, explosions sounded one after another. This should be a four-legged beast, because just now two machine ants exploded at the same time. A woo! A woo! A woo! A woo! Sure enough, in the grass like steel needles, a metal dog with a human head jumped up, and behind it followed a huge black shadow. From a distance, you can feel the temperature rise visibly. It's not a mechanical biochemical beast, it's a radiation beast. It's this. The black shadow behind him also jumped up, and made a huge vibration when he landed on the ground. Behind the human-headed dog was a proper dog head, two fist-sized eyes full of bloodshot, staring at the human-headed dog viciously. This was a giant dog as big as an adult bull. Its bones were vaguely visible, thumb-thick blood vessels on its skin and flesh were beating regularly. Its mouth was full of metal teeth. Its four legs were thicker than the average person's thighs. With each breath, there was a clear glow on its abdomen, and smoke was overflowing from its mouth. Name: Giant Radiation Dog. Radiation Level: E+ HP, 280/300 Stamina, 195/200 Bioenergy, 312 Bio-Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 10, Stamina 26, Intelligence 3, Perception 7, Skills: Crazy Bite, LV6, Steel Claw, LV7, High Temperature Smoke, LV4, Rage, LV7. Notes: this is a good dog. More normal than your dog. Although the metal head of the dog cannot change expression, but looking at its trembling four mechanical legs, you can know that it is very scared. Although the artificial soldier's memory bank was cleared after brainwashing on the operating table, it was still the basic combat unit of the Knights, and its combat IQ was not lacking. After jumping out of the jungle, it almost didn't hesitate at all, and went straight to the flower field. It didn't forget to turn back and say a few provocative words. The radiation dog was stunned for a moment. But after all, its intelligence was only 3, and the information processing speed of its nervous system was quite low. After being called by the other party, it immediately became furious, and rushed forward like a bull, and went straight to the flower field. The semi-metallic leaves and flowers fell, and the low-frequency noise environment made it even more irritable. The calm hunter watched coldly. At the 4 joints, the horsepower of the micro-motor had reached its limit. The next moment, the figure exploded, and the red unicorn flashed a dazzling light. The heavy blade was like a chainsaw, piercing the opponent's abdomen. Its target was the glowing part of the abdomen, which was the radiation organ of the radiation dog and the source of energy. Gao Gong had tested it with scrap metal before. The resistance brought by the red unicorn cutting metal was equivalent to cutting an apple with a fruit knife. However, when the tip of the knife pierced into the abdomen of the radiation dog, it was like cutting pork with a fruit knife. This shows that with the muscle hardness of the radiation dog, ordinary bullets can never penetrate it. But the red unicorn was prepared by Gao Gong for this moment. Now few people know that Andy Xiang's dead boyfriend was a classical mechanical hunter. All the weapons of that man were polished by Andy Xiang herself. Gao Gong tightened his jaws, and roared, and inserted the tip of the knife smoothly. He turned the end of the handle with his wrist, and stirred it hard above the glowing part. You caused 156 points of damage to the giant radiation dog. You use fighting, causing a vital blow to the target, causing the target to enter a state of serious injury. It can be clearly seen that, when the radiation organ fell, the irritability in the dog's eyes suddenly disappeared by 90%, and it fell into a state of confusion after the event. Gao Gong thrust his sword along his shoulder. While the blade was completely inserted, his shoulder hit the radiation dog's waist hard, smacking the opponent to the ground. He drew his sword, and the tip of the sword pierced the dog's throat again. You caused 97 damage to the giant radiation dog. You use fighting, causing the target to be killed with one strike, experience value plus 350. Gao Gong drew his sword again, and the blood splashed out like hot water, splashing on Gao Gong's coat, making a sizzling sound. No wonder the classical mechanical hunter is called a madman. This feeling of life and death is really exciting. The engineer wiped the sweat from his forehead and swung the knife. The blade was red and smoking. The body temperature of the radiation beast made the whole blade like a red-hot iron. To kill the radiation beast, it is even more important to cut off its radiation organ than to kill it. Because once the radiation beast dies, the life system stops functioning, and the radiation organ, as an energy source, will explode. Although the level of the E-level radiation beast is not high, no one in the Auto City has hunted a complete giant radiation dog for a long time. Skillfully skin the radiation dog, cut it, and dig out the valuable organs. You get an E-level biological energy source, radiation dog liver. You get a whole dog skin. You get a complete dog tail. You get 42 metal teeth. You get a dog whip. The meat of the radiation beast cannot be eaten, but the dog skin is tanned with special techniques, and can be made into leather clothes with stronger defense than ordinary bulletproof vests. The dog tail is also a good biochemical material. The metal teeth can be woven into decorations and sold to peers. The dog whip is a must-have for the bigwigs in the city that never sleeps. Senior engineer looked at the giant dog corpse, which had only been dealt with a small part, with some regret. In fact, the bones of the radiation dog are also a good weapon material. At least the hardness is stronger than steel bars. He only took away a few long bones, and there was nothing he could do with the rest. Let's go, and see how your other brothers are doing. The human-headed dog was trembling with fear before, and the machine fluid was about to shake out, but now he is trembling again, and he trotted over and kicked the corpse. This is the advantage of choosing the husky template. This human-headed husky always wanders on the edge of death, and has a very bad memory. Shortly after Gao Gong left, a small scavenger found the half-dead body of the giant dog, and was immediately shocked. It turned out that this hunting method was indeed quite effective. In just 3 hours, Gao Gong hunted 2 radioactive giant dogs and a mechanical biochemical butterfly again. I don't know if it was because he broke into the doghouse, or the human-headed dog had a plus 100 taunt aura for its kind. But among the 4 radioactive beasts, 3 were radioactive dogs. The remaining mechanical biochemical butterfly was pierced by Gao Gong in the vitals just before it tore the dog's head. However, Gao Gong was unlucky this time. The butterfly as big as a faceplate exploded directly, causing him 30 points of damage instead. But it is gratifying that, after killing this mechanical butterfly, fighting automatically upgraded to a higher level. Fighting LV9, you are a fighting expert. When using bare hands, blunt weapons and metal knives, your attack power is plus 16%, and your blocking damage reduction is increased by 10%. Such a beautiful dog skin. Almost no damage. It's impossible. An Xiang raised her head and looked at Gao Gong with the eyes she had when she first met him. After a long while, she said, "Did you really go hunting?" In her mind, the word hunting is very meaningful, and it is not something that ordinary people can use. Engineer Gao did not answer, but turned over his pockets behind him. Suddenly, various precious organs fell out. Radiation dog, mechanical butterfly, and, is this a grenade fruit? An Xiang held a dark fruit in her hand. This thing is called a grenade fruit. It looks like a pine cone on the outside, but its skin is covered with metal fragments. It secretes ammonia inside. Once stimulated, it will explode. However, after being soaked in special medicine, it can be used as a natural grenade. I picked it on the road. I didn't dare to pick too much, for fear that it would explode. This kind of grenade fruit is extremely unstable before being prepared with medicine. It will explode with the slightest collision. He only picked 6, took 2 in his own hands, and let the head dogs take 1 each for the remaining 4. An Xiang didn't mind the dirtiness. She rummaged through the odds and ends, but her tone was much better. I didn't expect that you A little brat? Still have some backbone. Or, you can't be a city dweller. So you just give up on yourself? Galgong smiled and said, how much can these things be sold at your place? Let's not talk about anything else. Just this complete E-level dog liver. It won't sell for less than 800. And the other bits and pieces. It can be about 4,000. I'll give you 20% off. You kid is crazy. Annie Xiong said without raising her head. Go find your big lover to sell it. This is a weapons store. Don't worry. One of the dog skins will be made into a coat for me. And 3 grenade fruits will be left for me. The rest of the materials will be your deposit. Annie Xiong took the note, glanced at it, and finally raised her head and said in surprise, you kid really want to play a big game. Chapter 11 Old Son. Idiot, this is a weapon implant chip, not electronic garbage. Idiot, the rifling of these gun barrels is not well polished. Do you want people to smash our store? Throw away the virtual sensor you hid. What? No. Do you think I'm deaf? Don't you know that the sound of this thing is external? In the east corner of the flea market, the familiar shouting and cursing sounded in the Liu gun store early in the morning. For most scavengers, the first day of the morning starts with Aunt Xiong shouting and cursing. Fat Xiong, your mother scolds you every day. How come you are not angry at all? The stall owner next to him joked. Fat Xiong said honestly, my mother scolded me. It must be because I did something wrong. It has nothing to do with my mother. Fatty, I asked you to move things. Why haven't you come back yet? Fat Xiong and the stall owner looked at each other. For some reason, Aunt Xiong was particularly angry today. When Fat Xiong moved a pile of metal tools back to the store, he saw Aunt Xiong sitting on a chair with her hands on her chest, her expression uncertain, and no one knew what she was thinking. Fat Xiong scratched his head, and his fat body moved carefully in the small store. Auntie, I'm going to sharpen the rifling. Wait, you look after the store for a while. I'll go out for a while. Auntie Xiong stood up, prepared to go out, and reminded, remember what I said, you can take the things, and I'll pay you when I come back. If someone comes to buy a gun, I won't sell it to them unless they are acquaintances. Auntie, I heard you clearly. Looking at Fat Xiong, whose expression was still blank, Auntie Xiong couldn't help but scratch his big head. Idiot! After Aunt Xiong left, Fat Xiong was still in a trance, wondering what he was thinking about. Perhaps he was thinking about why those women were naked last night. Aunt Xiong hurried through the flea market and came to the gathering place of scavengers outside the auto city. There was an indescribable stench in the air. Everyone here was unkempt and had no clothes to cover their bodies. Most people either had pustules on their faces or deformed hands and feet. Scavengers were descendants of refugees, and they made a living by picking up scraps outside the city. Aunt Xiong skillfully stepped over a pile of fresh feces, walked to a relatively clean wooden house in the slum, and knocked hard on the wooden door. Old man, open the door. Who is it? An old man with gray hair and a bottle of wine rubbed his eyes and opened the door. He was surprised to see Aunt Xiong. Why are you here? Why can't I come? Drink in the morning and drink in the evening. I'm not afraid of drinking you to death. That's a good way to die. The old man grinned, limped to the table, pushed the mess directly to the ground, and then opened the folding chair that had not been used for a long time and patted it. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. You're welcome. It's a great honor for you to come to my place. We haven't seen each other for several years. Auntie Xiong took a glance. The low-quality alcohol that had not been finished, the garbage, the dirty bedside, the only clean place, was a photo on the wall. The photo was full of young people, all with bright smiles, each of whom had an oversized cold weapon in his hand, and the weapon was stained with blood. Seeing this, Aunt Xiong's face looked better. But she still said bluntly, Old son, get yourself a prosthesis. And tidy up. With your skills, you won't have to live such a miserable life. Old son laughed at himself. With my skills? I don't have any skills now. Haven't you changed your career to selling guns? Aunt Xiong was silent for a moment, handed over a design drawing, and said, I recently received a big order, and the time is tight. I need your help. After the matter is completed, I will give you 2,000 mechanical coins as a reward. Big order. 2,000 mechanical coins. Old son was stunned at first. His eyes lit up, after a moment. It dimmed again, and said with a bitter smile, who needs this old-fashioned beast hunting device now? Those little devils would like to have a carpet bombing from 800 miles away, and this large beast hunting device can deal with at least sea-level radiation beasts. Wouldn't rockets be more useful? Just think of it as a daydream of some stupid boy, anyway. The money is in place. Whether you want to do it or not, give me a word. Yes, why not? 2,000 mechanical coins. I can build a house with wine. I think you are hopeless. Annie Xiang's dirty words fell on her lips, seeing the photo, finally turned into a deep sigh. In the Four Seasons cloud community. On a big tree in an apartment building. The human-headed dog walked proudly on the stairwell, as if no one was around, and was very arrogant. It came to the corridor on the 3rd floor, and on the thick dust, some shallow footprints could be vaguely seen. The human-headed dog immediately became timid, and carefully stuck to the wall, turning its head left and right, fearing that it would be attacked. There were several open doors in the corridor, and the rooms were empty. The human-headed dog immediately became arrogant again, barking a woo-woo, and occasionally saying SB, which was probably a legacy left by the artificial soldiers. Walking all the way to the elevator door was closed. The human-headed dog jumped lightly, landed on the fire cabinet, jumped again, and pressed its paw on the elevator button. The elevator did not respond. This is normal. Not every floor has radioactive creatures. The human-headed dog shook his head, facing the elevator door, standing up on his hind legs, with his 2 front paws stretched out, and his expressionless head, with his arrogance evident in his words. As if stimulated, there was a booming sound in the elevator, and the next moment, with a ding sound, the door opening light on the elevator door lit up, and more than a dozen radioactive zombies pounced on the human-headed dog. Name: Armed Radiation Corps. Radiation level: F+ HP, 105/120 stamina, 95 out of 100 bioenergy, 55 bioattributes, strength 9, agility 6, endurance 13, intelligence 6, perception 5, skills. Metal Strike LV5, Gang Up LV4, Bite LV3. Notes: this is a group of zombies that are good at using tools. The human-headed dog changed color, turned around and ran away. Its tail stood up high. The tail was longer than the whole body. This was originally the tail of a giant radiation dog. It is a good biochemical conduction material. Engineer Gao modified it, hollowed out the interior, added batteries, and installed enhanced sensors, which not only increased the maximum speed of the human-headed dog to 30 kilometers per hour, but also added an early warning mode. At present, it seems that this early warning mode is not very useful. Armed radiation corpses are an upgraded version of radiation zombies. The biggest difference between the two is that they start to use weapons. In the hands of these radiation corpses, there are household chainsaws, household pistols, or household samurai swords. It can be seen that the original residents of this building are quite cruel. The biggest advantage of the head and dog is that the body is short, and it turned down from the corridor in 3 or 2 times, and when the zombies rush down, before them, it is a strong white mist. These zombies were rushed by the mist, immediately lost the sense of direction. The general smoke bomb is the thick smoke produced by the burning of white phosphorus, and the smoke wrapped in these zombies, but it is more like boiling water vapor, sticky, rich, hot air. Under the action of this water vapor, the mild radiation on the zombies will be suppressed to a large extent. The consequences of this suppression: the speed of their induction drops. Then, a figure rushed in, and every time the knife flashed, a head fell. You have killed the chainsaw-armed zombie. Experience plus 20. You have killed the pistol-armed zombie. Experience plus 35. You have killed the stun gun-armed zombie. Experience plus 30. A series of plus signs appeared on the system, until the last zombie was killed by the red unicorn, and the upper body was separated from the lower body, and the prompt finally disappeared. Another wave. Although it was just a radiation zombie, but the accumulation of small things made a lot of experience. Close to 400. And Gao Gong was quite satisfied. After all, there are 4 artificial soldiers. Gao Gong now has his equipment updated as well. He is wearing a black leather jacket made from the skin of a giant radiation dog. Although this leather jacket has lost some of its performance after being made, it cannot be penetrated by small caliber bullets. The smoke bomb he threw just now is a specialty similar to the grenade fruit, called water pipe leaf. It is made with a special method and can absorb a large amount of water vapor after being ignited. At the same time, some special chemicals are incorporated into it. This chemical can effectively intercept radiation and cut off the perception of the radiation beast. The tactical boots on his feet are from a radiation beast called Flame Bull. The leather on its belly is in contact with radiation sources all year round. In addition to being fire resistant and high temperature resistant, it also has the attribute of endurance +1. As for the anti-magnetic goggles on his head, they can identify the body of the radiation beast in the concrete forest, where the electromagnetic field is disturbed. There are also some odds and ends. Although they are all blank level equipment in the system panel, they are comparable to the excellent level here. These are all tools that the classical mechanical hunter has tested with his life. He also customized a big guy, which is being made. During this period, the harvest of mechanical coins and experience points is also quite rich. On average, every day, Gao Gong can brush out 3,000 mechanical coins and 2,000 experience points. After brushing for a week, it is 21,000 mechanical coins and 14,000 experience points. This is a very scary number, based on Gao Gong's experience in his previous life. If he were a player, the harvest would be at most 1/10 of his. This is not because Gao Gong's combat power is bursting, but when the player can participate in the plot. The Iron Sand Desert is full of groups of radiation beasts. Each army is led by at least one A-level beast god, and every city has become a heavily guarded beast nest. Most of the time, the loss of a player's life even exceeds the gain from killing monsters. Gao Gong is still dissatisfied with the status quo. Although it is fun to kill small monsters, he is ready to hold back. "Come out!" Gao Gong suddenly shouted. No one responded. There was a slight movement on the lower floor of the stairs. Gao Gong suddenly jumped out of the building. While jumping in the air, he flicked his wrist hard, and the steel claws shot out and stuck directly on the wall. He pulled his arm hard, and the steel rope was tightened. Gao Gong drew a beautiful crescent in the air. He fell directly from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. The steel rope claw is a must-have weapon for classic mechanical hunters. Although the action is very cool, he dared to jump like this only on the 3rd floor. If it was the 10th floor, he would be afraid of death. However, the followers were obviously frightened by this sudden move, and they were stunned and motionless. Chapter 12 Little Woman. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with surprise. The stalker in front of him reminded him of an old saying. She looks so cute, she should cry for a long time if she gets punched. This stalker is a little animal skin lowly with swollen eyes. Of course, Gao Gong immediately realized that this was not swollen, but the natives were affected by the radiation environment, and were born with deformities. Her eyes just happened to have a pair of tumors. It looks like she was swollen by someone. It's also very cute. The animal skin lowly is not really soft and gentle. Facing Gao Gong, she immediately pulled out the steel bar on her waist, and pointed the sharp end directly at Gao Gong. "Little girl, you have been following me for several days, right?" As early as the first day, Gao Gong found that, besides himself, there should be other people in the concrete forest, but he was not sure whether they were scavengers or mechanical hunters. Based on the principle of killing monsters, Gao Gong didn't care much, but in the next few days, he found that there seemed to be someone following him. The stalker had no intention of robbing monsters, but was picking up some beast remains that Gao Gong didn't want. This made Gao Gong sure that the other party was most likely not a colleague, but a scavenger. However, ordinary scavengers would not go deep into the city circle. Gao Gong was also interested in how the other party followed him. The lowly on the opposite side heard the name Little Girl and became inexplicably furious. "Who is the little girl? Are you blind? I'm already 30 this year." Gao Gong blinked, looked at the other party seriously again, and then a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. I, an old pervert, can also make mistakes. It turns out that the other party's distortion is not only swollen eyes, but also has the effect of dwarfism. Let's get straight to the point. How did you follow me? Who followed you? This city is so big you... The swollen-eyed little woman was about to quibble, but the next moment, her eyes shrank, a strand of hair slid down her forehead, and she didn't even see how the other party drew the knife. If this knife slid to her throat, she wouldn't even know how she died. Gao Gong said softly, "I said, let's get straight to the point. Then it's better to get straight to the point. This is not for my good, but for yours." Looking at the other party's horrified expression, and the beads of sweat sliding down his forehead, Gao Gong nodded secretly. Actually, he was planning to cut the steel bars just now. But he hesitated for a moment, and thought that he should not be able to cut them. In order to avoid being a fool instead of showing off, he changed to cutting the hair. The reason why he was able to fool the other party was because he had upgraded to a higher level before, which increased his perception. 11 points of perception is more than twice that of an adult. So it is not a problem to fool a little girl. No. A little woman. So far. It seems that the effect is good. Who would have thought that the effect was so good? Huang Yuanli simply threw the steel bar away, with a heroic look on her face. Kill me if you want, I won't say anything anyway. Gao Gong was somewhat amused. Why should I kill you? You don't have anything valuable on you. I mean, if you are really a local scavenger, we might be able to cooperate. You have followed me for so many days, you should know that, except for some precious materials, most of the things on the radiation beast are garbage to me. Really? Huang Yuanli couldn't believe it. There was no other reason. Gao Gong's current outfit looked very much like the Marvel superhero Blade, except that his appearance was the version of Daniel Wu's in short. He looked quite intimidating at first glance. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Engineer Gao stuck the red unicorn into the ground, then sat down, took out a tube of nutrition paste and held it in his mouth, and handed over another tube. Want one? Now that he has money. The nutrition paste he buys is the flavored version of 5 mechanical coins. This one has a barbecue flavor and tastes like pork skin jelly. Huang Yuanli swallowed her saliva subconsciously. In her memory, the last time she ate meat was when she was very young. It was canned meat provided by the factory. That feeling was unforgettable. It seemed that the food had an effect, or that her life was controlled by someone. This person simply gave up on himself and sat down on the ground, grabbing the nutrition paste and squeezing it into his mouth. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have plenty of this stuff. Engineer Gao directly grabbed a dozen of them and scattered them on the ground. These nutritional pastes have vegetable flavors, fruit flavors, and even roast duck flavors, which made Huang Yuanli stare. After eating and drinking, Huang Yuanli touched her stomach. Her vigilance was greatly reduced, and she said lazily, compared to other mechanical hunters, you are not bad. Those hunters look at us as if we are primitive people. Haha. Those people may not know as much as we do. Engineer Gao said with interest, you are indeed different from the scavengers I have seen. Of course. According to the old civilization era, I am an intellectual. According to Huang Yuanli, there are 2 types of scavengers. One type lost their parents and relatives in the mechanical war since childhood, grew up in a daze, and at most had some superficial survival experience, living like a rat in the sewer in this marginal land. The other type is, they are brought up by refugees, receive relatively complete education from the old civilization era, and can survive in the city with the knowledge they have mastered. She is the second type. Aren't you curious about why I can track you? Huang Yuanli waved her hand with some pride, and a small black dot flew over from the stairs and landed on her finger. It was an electronic bee. This is my Agent B. Name, Electronic B type, Mechanical Biochemical Beast Metallic Wing Subclass Electronic Species Radiation Level, F Health Value, 5/5 Physical Value, 8/8 Bioenergy, 11 Biological Attributes, Strength 1 Agility 2 Endurance 2 Intelligence 2 Perception 2 Skills, Flight LV5 Signal Perception LV6 Note. This is a moving electronic signal. You can actually train mechanical biochemical beasts. Seeing Gao Gong's surprised face, Huang Yuanli was even more proud. With a thought, the electronic bee fell into Gao Gong's palm. It was not the first time that Gao Gong had seen a mechanical biochemical beast, but it was the first time that he had seen such a small mechanical biochemical beast. It was obvious that the wings of the bee were made of metal, and the tail needle was 1 size thicker, like a 2.5 millimeters headphone plug. The other parts were no different from normal bees. It can emit radio waves and confirm whether the surrounding area is dangerous by the strength of the recovered electronic signal. It can locate and track by adjusting the frequency. Gao Gong sounded more and more familiar. Isn't this a pocket-sized radar? How did you train it? Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes. How can I tell you that? It's our bread and butter. The little woman with swollen eyes stood up, patted her butt, and said, if you don't kill me, I'll go back. As for whether to cooperate with you, I have to go back and ask the elders. Don't try to fool me. A strange color flashed in Gao Gong's eyes, and he smiled. Of course, I never force people to do things. Today, he went back early. Generally speaking, Gao Gong would get off work on time at 4 or 5 o'clock. It's not that he has no desire for liver, but at night, the beasts in the city circle are not as calm as during the day, but enter a state of chaos and fighting. Some high-level monsters will even leave their territory. Moreover, at night, The radiation in the city will reach a very high level. Even if you take a radiation injection beforehand, if you stay in this environment for a long time, it will cause irreversible damage to the human body. As for why this phenomenon occurs, the principle is very simple. The power consumption at night is definitely stronger than that during the day, and the same is true for radioactive organisms. However, today, Gao Gong left early and finished work before 3 o'clock. It seems that I have caught a big fish. Gao Gong opened the car window, and the hot wind blew on his face, keeping him conscious. Being able to train mobile radars. This is definitely not an ordinary tribe, and it is even less likely to be a simple way of taming animals. The senior engineer paused. The scientific research knowledge they possess is definitely top-notch even in the old civilization era. If they train not only electronic bees, but also other mechanical biochemical beasts, then it is not just professional knowledge. The senior engineer's eyes lit up. It may even be a professional knowledge chain. In the game cyber world, there are 2 ways to obtain professional knowledge. The first is to unlock secondary occupations. As the secondary occupations are upgraded, new professional knowledge will naturally be lit up. Another way is to complete the scientific research tasks of special camps. The professional knowledge obtained from such tasks is mostly related to the creation of exclusive equipment. But above the professional knowledge, there is actually a professional knowledge chain, which is also called the professional pit by players. The reason why it is called the pit is that the experience filled in here is huge and almost impossible to be completed by people. Generally speaking, when the secondary profession reaches the maximum level of 20, there are about 10 kinds of professional knowledge that are lit up. In order to obtain a complete professional knowledge chain, you must upgrade your secondary profession to the maximum level, and then upgrade all 10 professional knowledge to level 9, and complete the professional integration task. After the integration task is completed, a professional knowledge chain can be born. The tribe where Huang Yuanli is located is likely to have such a professional knowledge chain. The professional knowledge chain has 2 functions. One is to create high-level equipment above rare strategic weapons, and build civilization-level megastructures. And another more important role is to carry out civilization ascension. Only by gathering enough professional knowledge chains, unlocking the civilization knowledge system, and completing the ascension mission, can civilization ascension be carried out. Generally speaking, planet-level civilizations can only master the first-level professional knowledge chain at most, and civilization ascension must be at least the 3rd-level civilization. But this is a cyber experiment field. Gao Gong suspected that the other party mastered the 2nd-level professional knowledge chain related to neuroscience. Chapter 13 Purebred Robot. Gao Gong drove all the way at full speed, passed by a gas station, and filled up with energy extract. Gas stations not only provide refueling, but also provide prosthetic modification, advanced batteries, weapon purchases, vehicle repairs, and primary processing of energy ore. There are 2 types of gas stations. One is factory directly operated, the second is self-franchised, and the conditions for franchising are to have a mine in the Iron Sand Desert, and sign a sales contract with the factory. In short, the family has a mine. Your car is full. Welcome to come next time, a robot said to Engineer Gao in a warm and brilliant voice. Through the rearview mirror, Engineer Gao stared at the convoy of Titan III entering the gas station from behind. The Titan III is a giant armored vehicle. There are 3 rows of 280mm multiple rocket launchers on the back seat, for single-barrel beast hunting cannons in the southeast, northwest, and 2 rows of vehicle-mounted machine guns in the front and back. With such a huge firepower, it is simply a super weapon. Are you buying energy plates? Engineer Gao handed over the meal card and asked casually. An armored combat vehicle of this tonnage cannot be towed by an ordinary engine. It should be equipped with an energy plate. An energy plate as big as a keyboard can be equivalent to a tank of energy extract. And the energy consumption is only 1/10 of that of ordinary extract. Yes, sir. This just came from the front line. The robot swiped the meal card on the arm groove, and the amount was automatically deducted. The front line. The battle started so soon. It seems that the situation is not good. Senior engineer narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that there were a lot of bite marks on the armor surface of these 6 Titan Type 3, and some steel plates were even torn open directly. As if noticing the senior engineer's gaze, the prosthetic modifier in the car gave the senior engineer a middle finger. Heh. You can't deal with the radioactive beasts, but you are quite energetic in looking down on your peers. The people in the security corps are getting more and more successful. The Security Corps is a direct subordinate unit of the factory. In the past, it was responsible for escorting the convoy, transporting mineral resources in the desert, and providing mission rewards and prosthetic modifications for bounty hunters. However, as the factory gained a foothold in the local area, it gradually transformed into an armed group. Several large-scale anti-beast operations in recent years were led by the Security Corps, and the mechanical hunters were responsible for transporting prey and protecting the convoy. It's a matter of time. But this is not a bad thing for me. Once the security group fails, the factory will certainly recruit a large number of mechanical hunters for hunting operations again. Just like in the past, the various prosthetic equipment needed for his transformation will be settled. Gao Gong gave a middle finger back and stepped on the accelerator and drove away, driving the car back to the secret base. Gao Gong went out first and threw today's harvest to Lao Yu gun store, but he didn't see Aunt Xiang, only Fat Xiang was guarding the store. Throwing a nutrient paste to Fatty Xiang, he hurried back to the base. After working hard to save up experience points for a whole week, he was just about to spend them. You invest 2,000 experience points, Cyborg Doctor upgraded to LV2, Intelligence +1, Surgery Success Rate +3%. You invest 4,000 experience points, Cyborg Doctor upgraded to LV3, Surgery Success Rate +3%. You invest 6,000 experience points, Cyborg Doctor upgraded to LV4, Surgery Success Rate +2%, Additional Status, Calm. Calm. When you perform cyborg modification surgery, you can complete difficult surgical skills with a stable mentality, and there is a certain probability of improving the performance of the cyborg. You upgrade Electronic Neurology to LV3. You upgrade Human Biology to LV2. You upgrade Human Applied Mechanics to LV2. You upgrade Industrial Materials Science to LV2. Gao Gong exhaled and felt his back was wet with sweat. Since becoming an NPC, upgrading is not just upgrading, but converting experience into knowledge, images, theories, and directly pouring them into the brain. The brain has a limited amount of information processing capacity. So much information poured in at once, and he almost choked to death. It seems that I can't sleep tonight. Rubbing his temples that were swollen due to brain congestion, Gao Gong opened the synthesis panel again. The requirements of the classical mechanical hunter for close combat are extremely high. And by chance, he remembered several close combat human body modification drawings called Little God Outfits by players. LV3. Electronic Neurology. Plus LV2. Human Biology. Fusion Success, you have developed the secondary neural blueprint. Hand Touch Neural Stimulator. LV2. Human Mechanics. Plus LV2. Industrial Materials Science. Fusion Success, you have developed the secondary mechanical blueprint. Electromagnetic Exciter. LV2. Human Mechanics. Plus LV2. Industrial Materials Science. Plus LV3. Mechanical Transformation. Fusion Success, you have developed the secondary mechanical blueprint. Microcomputer Brass Knuckles. LV3. Electronic Neurology. Plus LV2. Human Biology. Plus LV2. Human Mechanics. Plus LV3. Mechanical Transformation. Fusion Success, you have developed the third-level skin blueprint. Desert Skin. Looking at the empty experience slot, Senior Engineer smiled bitterly. Sure enough, no matter how much experience points you earn, it is not enough to spend. I didn't have this feeling in my previous life. Oh, in my previous life, there were a bunch of rich ladies and big guys who gave me Krypton gold. For things that can be solved with money, he didn't spend much experience. This made Gao Gong start to miss those stupid players. When they came online, his NPC identity would be useful. The biggest difference between the player template and the NPC template is that NPCs can open camps. But even if they are stupid players, not just any passerby can lick them. Before that, you still have to brush up your reputation. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Gao Gong simply found a high ground to lie down and look at the stars. The atmosphere of this planet was full of nuclear dust. Not to mention the stars. The moon was invisible. Gao Gong could only rely on his memory, recalling one by one. That's Arcturus, a desert planet. This is Little Wolf, a late star. But it will still take billions of years to collapse. This is a diffuse nebula. If a spacecraft of a civilization below level 5 flies into it, there will be a risk of disappearance. Above level 5? Civilizations above level 5 don't fly spacecraft. By the way, There seems to be a meteorite belt on the periphery of the extraterrestrial colony. I have the impression that there are rich mineral deposits. Unfortunately, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to collect them. It's a pity. Gao Gong counted the stars in his memory one by one, and stayed up until the second half of the night. His swollen nerves finally eased a little, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The Iron Sand Desert is faint and hot all the year round. Some electronics will have an inexplicable failure after a long time. The resident here, naturally. I have mastered the ability to determine the biological clock. A bucket of pure water was taken out of the metal shed. Simply washing the water in the desert is mild corrosive. The __ does not work. If the front line really starts, it shows that the factory is likely to be reopened for a warehouse. Then the 4 drawings you open, at least 3 drawings can be made. The spirit of the high work is shocked. Jump on the off-road vehicle immediately. Step on the throttle to a military warehouse in the northwest corner of the car city. Rose Gasoline Bar. In a private room, Black Rose is holding up a pair of long legs and black silk stockings, and holding a special synthetic cigarette of the brand Night fragrance between her slender fingers. This cigarette can directly regulate the secretion of dopamine, creating the most suitable taste for customers. Selling for 100 mechanical coins. 1 cigarette. Thick smoke is exhaled from her big red lips, smiling indescribably lazy. Sitting opposite her is an old-fashioned purebred robot in a clown costume. There are 2 types of purebred robots. The first type is Gao Gong, whose body is human, but through step-by-step human body transformation, ultimately increases the human body transformation rate to 100%, transforming humans into mechanical life. The second type is that its main body is a humanoid machine. After being modified in the laboratory, an AI is debugged on the machine body. This type is an old-fashioned robot. In fact, even in the city that never sleeps, there are not many old-fashioned robots of this type. There are more bionic people in the city who are directly injected with AI templates. Only in some old places with strong confidentiality, such as factories and military corps, there are still such old-fashioned robots. This batch of goods will still be shipped to the old place. You send someone to pick it up. But this time, I want to raise 10 points. Littlefinger frowned and said, there are so many links to manage. Where is there any room for increase? The old men are checking strictly. What can I do? Black Rose pressed her beautiful palm, signaling Littlefinger to be quiet, then said, okay, but for the next batch of goods, give me another 30% increase. The old robot was silent for a moment, as if it was using big data to calculate the success rate of smuggling. After a moment said, okay. The negotiation ended, the atmosphere immediately relaxed. Littlefinger smiled, and brought 4 glasses of wine. Come! Come! I specially mixed this for you. Gasoline-flavored beer and beer-flavored gasoline. Try it, and see the difference. The old robot didn't say anything, and drank the 2 glasses of gasoline beer. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don't you need me to find a girl to accompany you? A Littlefinger's face froze, thinking that Sister Rose, this is a bit outrageous. You're a pimp for a robot. You've come up with it. Who knows that when the old robot heard this, he slowly turned his head and said, you mean that humans stimulate the nervous system through the operation of their reproductive organs, secrete hormones, and produce a physiological state called pleasure? Although I'm very busy, I can spare an hour. You take someone with you. Remember to ask for the best bionic girl. Black Rose had no change of expression. Littlefinger stood up with a tangled expression, hesitated, and couldn't help asking, 1 hour. Can you do that? Yes. I have installed the latest model of reproductive organs. Do you have any special needs? Special needs. Wait a moment. I'll search in the database. After a while, Littlefinger came back and complained, next time, don't do such dangerous smuggling. We can get some military supplies and sell them to poor people in the desert. Why should we get involved in the business of those crazy people? Because they give enough. Black Rose stood up and walked out. Littlefinger followed closely behind, chattering non-stop. But who would have thought that robots would also embezzle? I always thought that Lao Hong was a normal person. Yeah. Where are we going now? Back to the garage. Garage. Are you going to take me racing? Are we going on a date? Can I hug your waist? Littlefinger was in high spirits and asked 3 questions in a row. Black Rose glanced at him. Did you forget something? One thing. What is it? Littlefinger couldn't touch his hair. You haven't got the operating table back yet. Chapter 14 High-Speed Microcomputer Brass Knuckles. Ugh, 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 ugh. Beside the Kusanagi Hunter Blade 430, Black Rose frowned as she looked at Littlefinger, who had completely lost his image and was lying on the ground vomiting. It turns out that it is not so easy to be a bootlicker. When this latest model of heavy motorcycle in the city that never sleeps reached 350 kilometers per hour in 2.3 seconds, he had completely forgotten what the touch of that little waist was like. And when the Kusanagi Hunter Blade 430 soared to a speed of half Mach 30 seconds later, Littlefinger was in heaven in a trance. Seeing the suspicious yellow stains on the back seat, Black Rose's eyes twitched fiercely. "If you dare to ride in my car next time, I will kill you." After saying that, Black Rose went straight to the old metal recycling station. Just as Gao Gong knew where Black Rose's garage was, Black Rose also knew Gao Gong's secret base. After all, in both places, they had had trysts. However, Gao Gong's recent series of behaviors made Black Rose feel a little strange. Self-abandonment? Striving for progress? It seems that none of them are like that. This strange feeling of being out of control made her a little uncomfortable. The only thing she knew was that this little man had recently gotten a large amount of mechanical coins from somewhere, and spent a lot of money in the military warehouse. Wait for me. Littlefinger rushed over with a wet body, and heard the familiar buzzing sound, and immediately got angry. Good boy, he is messing with my operating table. Does he know how expensive this thing is? There is no second one in the whole car city. Black Rose walked to the metal shed familiarly, and saw the topless senior engineer holding a scalpel in his left hand, and the object of his operation was his right hand. Half of his palm was cut open, revealing the titanium hand bones. The nerves in the palm were entangled on the finger bones like wires. The engineer seemed to be doing a nerve fine-tuning operation. In addition to his left hand, there were 3 mechanical arms on the operating table. One held the knife, one held the needle, and one sutured the muscles. The 3 mechanical arms were dazzling. Black Rose opened her mouth, but was suddenly pressed on the shoulder by the little finger that became serious. He said seriously, "Don't make loud noises in front of the operating table." Then his face fell. His face was full of disbelief. And he muttered, unable to figure it out, "This is impossible. It's impossible. There are more than 50 modules on the operating table. In less than a week. You figured it all out? And it's 3 operations. I've been doing reconstruction surgery for more than 10 years. And I can operate 3 operating arms at the same time. How can this kid do that? What is embedded in the center of the metacarpal bone? A neuromodulator?" Black Rose didn't speak, but turned around. Mobile sterile room. Sensory stripping equipment. Nerve inhibitor. These are all military medical equipment. Electromagnetic cutting machine. Small forging machine. High temperature stamping machine. Magnetic resistant stone. Chromium iron. Military fireproof cloth. Something attracted Black Rose's attention. It was a black glove. The surface of the glove should be some kind of radioactive animal skin. And the inside of the glove was the soft fur of another radioactive animal. Putting it on was like putting it in a ball of cold cotton. But the palm was a little hard. On each of the 4 fingers of the glove, there is a circular connection device, which means that the glove is only half of a certain equipment. Black Rose quickly found the other half, which is a chainsaw-shaped brass knuckles. Or a chainsaw-shaped brass knuckles? The 4 interfaces of the brass knuckles can be stuck on the back of the glove. And she also knows what the hard thing on the palm is. It is a miniature energy plate. A woman who likes heavy motorcycles is keen on violence in her bones. Black Rose looked around, and she wanted to find something to practice. Zizi. With the successful implantation of the neural accelerator, Gao Gong heaved a sigh of relief, clicked a few times on the operating table. 3 surgical robotic arms retreated. 2 small suturing arms took over, like an old tailor, sewed up the operation in his palms. With his mind extremely focused, Gao Gong did not pay attention to the outside world. Usually no one came to his place. As a result, just as he relaxed, a bald head came over. Before Gao Gong realized it, his right hand, which had just undergone surgery, reacted, stretched out like lightning, and his 5 fingers clamped the other person's neck like a pair of pliers, lifting him up. "You? Ahem. Let go!" Littlefinger's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then blue. "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, hiss." Blood burst out from the sutured part of his finger again. Gao Gong took a breath of cold air, and quickly grabbed a piece of sterile cloth to cover his palm. "How come you are so elusive? Don't you call out first?" Looking at Gao Gong, Who was the first to complain? Littlefinger couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he didn't have time to care, grabbed the other's shoulder, and said anxiously, "Successful? How did you do it? How is it possible? What surgical plan did you use?" The surgical plan of the prosthetic doctor is not only a set of surgical procedures, but also includes the design, debugging, and the running in of the prosthetic system, and even the development and implantation of the program. Simply put, to design a surgical plan, you need a team including mechanics, rehabilitation therapists, and neural modifiers. An ordinary prosthetic doctor, even if he installs 100 sets of the same type of prosthetics, would not dare to come up with a plan. He has been a prosthetic doctor for nearly 20 years, and he can only come up with 3 surgical plans. The others either have design flaws or have unknown problems. Engineer Gao wiped his palms while checking the results of the operation on the system panel. Complete a neural system transformation rate plus 1%. Among the 8 systems, every 1% increase in transformation rate increased 20 health points, 10 physical strength. Hand-feel neural accelerator. By adjusting the palm neural network, accelerate neuron transmission, make it more suitable for holding weapons. Perception plus 1, attack speed with melee weapons plus 10%, critical hit rate plus 5%. Want to learn? I'll teach you, Sir Gao suddenly said. Littlefinger was stunned. You teach me? Doesn't this stupid boy know how precious this plan is? Oh, by the way, I still owe you 6,000 mechanical coins. Do you pay by card or cash? Littlefinger was horrified again. This kid actually wants to pay back. I said how this operation could be successful. The personality has been modified. The sequelae of this operation are so serious. Just when Gao was about to say something, boom exploded. This movement was like a shell falling near a recycling station. In the dull eyes of the two, they saw a spherical convex surface, as big as a water tank, on a wall at the edge of the recycling station. Then, with the entire convex surface as the core, countless cracks grew. And the cracks became larger and larger, covering the entire wall. The next moment, the wall collapsed, revealing Black Rose wearing gloves. Oh my god! This power! It must be over 30. Gao Dong looked at this scene in astonishment, and remained silent for a long time. No wonder she was able to support the original owner's double-flowered red stick. This Rose sister is quite cool. Black Rose rubbed her slender wrist, as if the original strange power did not exist. Walked in front of the two, and threw the gloves over. Adjust it, use better materials, and make it more powerful. And then send it to me. No problem. Engineer Gao wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to die. Fortunately, he prepared 2 sets of materials in advance, and it wouldn't be a big deal to make another one. However, looking at the twisted teeth on the microcomputer brass knuckles, he thought to himself how good the material must be to be able to withstand your violence. Name, high-speed microcomputer brass knuckles. Category, mechanical gloves. Quality, excellent. Weight, 4.4 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS, 120 attack power, 24, attack speed, 5 attack/second attack range, 0.7 meters. Additional mode, high power mode. Plug-in column, none. Remarks, you kid didn't learn well when you were young, so you can research this kind of thing. High power mode, also known as chainsaw mode. In this mode, attack power plus 15, armor penetration rate plus 40%, critical rate plus 25%. There is a 60% chance of bleeding effect. Remark 2. What's the chainsaw horror? You are the real flesh cutter. It can be seen that the system likes this thing very much, otherwise it would not have noted it twice. I don't know which bad player came up with this thing. It's like putting a chainsaw on your hand, and the effect is pretty 18. Red Unicorn is okay against large radioactive beasts, but once it encounters a small or medium-sized one with a high attack speed, this heavy sword will be useless. A pair of gloves that can both break armor and protect the body is the most suitable self-defense tool. What are you talking about? Littlefinger came back to his senses and said quickly, this kid's operation failed. His brain nerves were seriously damaged. Not only do you have to pay me back, but you also have to teach me the surgery plan for free. Engineer Gao's face turned black, and he almost couldn't help but beat him up. Black Rose saw it clearly, and said directly, tell me what you need. Senior Engineer shrugged, and took out a glass box from the drawer below. Inside the box was a bionic eye that looked very much like a real eye. It's an enhanced version of my previous artificial eye. It not only has the aiming function, but also has a night mode and infrared perspective. It's a bit difficult to replace your own eye. I'm not Xiao Dun. Unfortunately, no one understood this joke. Black Rose looked at Littlefinger. Deal? Littlefinger was still a little unwilling. You sort out the plan first. I'll see if there are any problems. Drawings? No. The surgical plan is in the drawer. Go and see for yourself. How did you do it? Such a secret. Do you think he will tell you? Black Rose turned the key in her hand and suddenly laughed. Come on. I'll take you for a ride. Okay, Engineer Gao shrugged, and his left hand went around Black Rose's waist, and his 5 fingers pressed down, sinking, and then bounced back. Quite elastic. Don't look at me like that, facing Littlefinger's fiery eyes. Engineer Gao glanced at the other's crotch, and the marks were quite obvious. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Chapter 15 Desert Worm. Your smile is so vulgar. When I saw Huang Yuanli again, the little woman looked disgusted. Really? Gao touched his face, looking serious. How can a vulgar expression appear on my face? Ugh. Yesterday, Sister Rose was in a good mood, and took him racing until dark. Gao was not a coward like Littlefinger. The speed close to half-Mach made him feel very excited. Hormones were secreted vigorously, and endorphins were fully stored in the muscles. In short, the state of the car was just right. Then Sister Rose took him racing again. In terms of performance, the Kusanagi Hunter Blade 430 is completely incomparable to her. So Gao Gong was in a particularly good mood today. He felt that the sun was so warm. Oh, there is no sun in the desert, only warm nuclear radiation. Hey, I told the people in the tribe about your situation. Some of them agreed, some opposed. Fortunately, the clan elders later overruled the opposition, and said that they could make contact first. Clan elders? This organizational structure is a bit old-fashioned. But Professor Han was very angry. And he scolded me when he came back. Professor Han? How did the title become modern again? Then Huang Yuanli looked at Gao Gong with hatred, and said, as a result, you didn't show up for several days. And I was scolded again. Many people in the tribe secretly said that I was a liar. Gao Gong smiled and didn't explain. Fishing is about tightening and loosening. If you are too enthusiastic, the other party may suspect that you have bad intentions. Even if you finally reach a cooperation, you will be ripped off. He changed the subject and said, then, leader of your tribe, how do you plan to cooperate with me? Huang Yuanli looked around, cautious as if there were people around. Well, the elders mean, can you get a group of weapons? Like the gun on your body? The one on my body? Engineer Gao glanced at the high-precision sniper rifle hanging on his body. That's more difficult. In Huang Yuanli's disappointed eyes, Engineer Gao smiled again, but if it's just ordinary munitions, there's no problem. Sister Rose's moral integrity is very high. Not only did she not get it for free, she sent enough materials to make 3 high-speed microcomputer brass knuckles the next day. Some of the rare metals were banned items that were not sold in military warehouses. In order to reward Gao Gong for his performance last night, Sister Rose also sent a high-quality sniper rifle. I don't know if she is hinting at something. Name, Nikomata category, sniper rifle quality, excellent custom template. Weight, 7.6 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS, 39. Attack power, 78. Attack speed, 0.5 attack/second. Attack range, 3,120 meters. Additional attributes, sniper rifle plus 32% kinetic damage. Violence plus 11.2% critical hit rate. Plug-in bar, arrow weapon reload time minus 5%. Note, a weapon obtained by selling one's body, but used to deal with other people's bodies. Bah! Scumbag, I just give you arms. What can you give me? You don't have many mechanical coins in your hands. Gao Gong touched his chin. Your electronic bee seems to be pretty good. Huang Yuanli said embarrassedly, that can't be given to you. Each person in the tribe has one. But as long as you are here, City of Hope, whatever you want, I can take you there. We know many areas you don't know. City of Hope? Gao Gong thought for a moment, and continued, so what you mean is, I will provide you with arms for free, and in exchange, you will take me to pick up trash? This. Seeing that the other party had been holding back for a long time, his face turned red, and he didn't say anything. Gao Gong didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, but gave up easily, and said, okay, but let's make a deal in advance. Whatever I get, according to its value, I will give you firearms of equal value. Is that okay? Of course, of course. Huang Yuanli breathed a sigh of relief. In the next week, Huang Yuanli, a 30-year-old young woman, took Gao Gong deep into the urban area. Although the city was densely populated with high-rise buildings and mostly a concrete forest, there were still some other areas. For example, the heavy metal wetlands transformed from the construction site. The radiation paradise transformed from the zoo. The small mechanical biological settlements in the slums. And the sewer system transformed into a snake nest. It must be said that with such a guide leading the way, Gao Gong's hunting efficiency was greatly improved. As long as he made a specific request, such as what level of radiation beast, or how thick the armor of the mechanical biochemical beast was, what was the weakness, and where it was active on a daily basis, Huang Yuanli could always give an accurate answer. It may be a bit offensive to say this, but she is much more useful than a dog. Soon, Gao Gong's experience and mechanical coins returned to 5 digits again. He was not polite either, and upgraded all 5 professional knowledge to level 4 in one go. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. He planned to save the remaining mechanical coins to buy an intelligent armored vehicle. Huang Yuanli and him gradually became closer. Although there is no attribute of charm in the game, between opposite sexes, good looks are definitely an advantage. At least it is comfortable to look at. And Gao Gong also had a deep understanding of Huang Yuanli. This guy's personality was completely different from her appearance. He was careless and rash. If he wasn't rash, he wouldn't have followed so closely when they first met. The only thing this guy had in common with the serious lowly was that they were both greedy. Their cable tribes seemed to have mastered a technology to process radioactive meat, but the processed meat was extremely unpalatable. According to her, it was like plant roots with feces added. She even brought a piece for Engineer Gao to try. But Engineer Gao looked at the pale piece of meat in his hand that looked like it had expired 3 years ago, and he just didn't dare to eat it. This period of time was also one of the few good days for Huang Yuanli. Not only did she not have to risk her life to hunt, but she also had delicious energy paste every day. Her daily work was to walk around and watch Engineer Gao show off his power. She weighed herself yesterday and found that she had gained 3 pounds in just 1 week. It was a sin. Shoo! Engineer Gao held down Huang Yuanli's head, signaling her to shut up, and then pulled open the gun rack, and his right eyelid moved twice quickly, switching to aiming mode. On the artificial eye, a series of numbers flashed out. Distance, 2,114 meters. Wind speed, 3.4 meters/second. Tilt angle, 26 degrees. Brightness, 46%. Target length, 1.3 meters, width, 0.3 meters. Moving speed, 1.4 meters/second. Finally I caught you, Gao Gong said to himself. In his field of vision, a group of snake-like creatures were swimming in the heavy metal quagmire. Huang Yuanli also opened her eyes wide, holding her breath and inhaling. Gao Gong gently pulled the trigger. The next moment, a subtle explosion sounded from the silencer. Gao Gong's right shoulder shook violently. You caused 101 points of damage to the desert worm. The thing didn't seem to be killed by the first shot, and it was still struggling to dive into the swamp. But the second shot that followed completely killed it. You caused 62 points of damage to the desert worm. You have killed the desert worm. Experience plus 50. Let's go and take a look. Gao Gong got off the gun rack and rushed over excitedly. He had been looking for this thing for almost a week. What do you want this big worm for? Huang Yuanli looked at the big worm that Gao Gong dragged out of the heavy metal swamp with disgust. This is a good thing. This thing looks like an earthworm as thick as a thigh. The only difference is that the surface of this earthworm is covered with flowing metal liquid. If you look closely, the metal liquid is secreted from the pores of the other party. Name, desert worm. Type, mechanical biochemical beast. Olidikita metallicates. Radiation level, E-health value, 120/120. Stamina value, 50/50. Bioenergy, 36. Biological attributes, strength 3, agility 4, endurance 10, intelligence 2, perception 6. Skills, metal devouring LV5, metal secretion LV6. Note, mechanical beasts that feed on metal are not uncommon, but blood vessels and sweat glands that can secrete metal are extremely rare. The scavenging city is not only large, but also dangerous. Even with Huang Yuanli as a guide, it is very difficult to find a specific type of mechanical biochemical beast. The key is that the desert worm itself is a species similar to earthworms. It lives in various swamps, and often does not move for 3 or 4 days. Unless you have a perspective eye, you can't find it at all. But the good thing is that this thing is a social species. As long as you find one, It means that there are at least a dozen in this heavy metal swamp. The reason why Gao Gong must find it is related to the third-level skin blueprint. Desert skin, he issued. The sweat glands of this desert worm are the most critical material for this desert skin. With this skin, Gao Gong no longer has to walk his dog and kill monsters every day. It can help him intercept the electronic signals in his body, allowing him to attack proactively like an authentic classical mechanical hunter. More importantly, this desert skin is his first step in the carbon-based flow. Before the 10th level job change, the transformation rate of a certain system in the human body system must be increased to 9%. Not mechanical transformation, but biological transformation. Mechanical flow plus carbon-based flow is the route that Gao Gong wants to take. This route is called fusion ascension. Among the 6 9-level civilizations, the most powerful eternal machine dynasty takes the route of fusion and ascension. Among all mechanical civilizations, it is the strongest. Among all carbon-based civilizations, it is still the strongest. During the invasion of natural disasters, it was one of the few top civilizations that could fight against natural disasters. Since Nizi could not save the player in the last life, and even he himself was transported through time, then in this life, he must take the strongest route, and can only take the strongest route. Looking at Engineer Gao, whose eyes were shining with delight at the desert worms, Huang Yuanli could not help but shudder. You can't tell from the outside that this guy is a pervert inside. Is he? Engineer Gao said excitedly. Let's catch a few more before it gets dark. This guy is indeed a pervert. Engineer Gao didn't know what the other party was thinking. He only knew that with this thing, at least during the first biological transformation, he wouldn't have to worry about mechanical rejection. By the end of the day's hunting, Engineer Gao had harvested a total of 5 desert worms. Chapter 16 Gasoline Town Storm. Gasoline Town is undoubtedly the core of the Auto City. But today's Gasoline Town has some minor changes. The originally empty gate now has a few more security inspectors. The things they inspect are the prey of the mechanical hunters. The factory's military warehouse has been reopened, and some precious military supplies are also available for sale. And as a price, each mechanical hunter must bring back an E-level radiation beast corpse every day. What if there is no harvest? Sorry, we cannot enter Gasoline Town. In this radiation zone, the only outcome of not having supplies is death. Look again. Look carefully. This is the tail stinger of the suicide scorpion. A standard E-level beast corpse. What about its other parts? The inspector said indifferently. Both of his arms were replaced with mechanical hands, and he was repeatedly checking the prey. The blood of the suicide scorpion is all flammable chemical liquid. I am lucky to save its tail stinger before it explodes. A mechanical hunter with a metal head said with wide eyes. The inspector pondered. Let me see. A figure came over. Okay, team leader. The inspector stepped aside and gave his seat to a young man in military uniform. This young man was highly mechanized, and his exposed neck had been transformed into a mechanical body. Zhao Xie just glanced at it and sneered, saying, the tail needle of the self-destructing scorpion is equivalent to a detonator. Tell me, the self-destructing scorpion you killed exploded. Why is there no trace of explosion on the tail needle? Just as Metalhead was about to quibble, the 2 heavy robots guarding the door, one on the left and one on the right, directly carried him out of the door, and then threw him out. Metalhead was furious and cursed. You are the ones who begged me to hunt the radiation beasts. Without us, how can you live in peace? Bang! Zhao Xie didn't say a word, and directly pulled out his pistol and shot the other person in the head. Metalhead's head suddenly tilted back, and he fell to the ground, and there was no more life. The faces of the mechanical hunters around changed, and their palms subconsciously pressed on their weapons. Zhao Xie said calmly, it is the duty of mechanical hunters to sweep the beasts. In the military warehouse, the bodies of the hunted beasts can even be directly exchanged for supplies. With such generous treatment, if you don't fight hard, you are not qualified to live in this oasis. Zhao Xie swept his cold eyes around, and no one dared to look him in the face. Remember, mechanical hunters are a group of shameless scum. In the future, if you encounter such prey that has not been inspected, they will not be allowed to pass. Yes, team leader. Soon after Zhao Xie left, a tattered off-road vehicle drove to the entrance of Gasoline Town. Looking at the colleagues who were queuing up honestly, it was stunned for a moment, and said, so obedient, it's strange. Soon, the inspectors found Gao Gong. The prey is behind, go and see it yourself. Just as an inspector was about to check, he was stopped by another colleague, who said, "No need for this, let it go." Gao Gong grinned, put his index finger and middle finger together, raised the other party, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Why? Didn't team leader Zhao just say, "This person is different. He is a senior hunter." So what? The person said, unconvinced. The other person shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. This week alone, this person hunted 30 E-level beasts. Do you think he won't get anything today? 30. So many. Just by him." The prosecutor was very surprised. You know, an armed team of a security group may not get so many prey in a week. He is a lone wolf, without a partner, always alone. This kind of expert is different from those rookies, and is the target of our entrapment. The man paused and said, "Soon, a small group of animals will flow here, and he is very useful." The prosecutor nodded thoughtfully. Gao drove his already somewhat worn-out off-road vehicle around Gasoline Town. Gasoline Town was visibly depressed. After all, most of the consumer population was still floating outside. Driving all the way to the Rose Gasoline Bar, he found the door closed. He honked at Littlefinger, who was squatting on the front tee smoking. Littlefinger glanced at him, and sat in the passenger seat without any hesitation. During the war, bars are not allowed to operate. Littlefinger sighed and flicked the cigarette butt out of the window. Normal. But the military warehouse provides alcohol service. It seems that you have connections. Senior engineer took out a cigarette box and gave the other party one. They can't close it for long. Littlefinger said disdainfully, "Our local business can't be defeated by 1 or 2 dragons crossing the river. What about you? The war has begun. Isn't it a good opportunity for a cyborg doctor like you to make a fortune? Hey, don't mention it." Littlefinger took out a medal with a gloomy face, on which was engraved an electrified metal head. The medal of the Security Corps. "So you have been recruited? Congratulations." Engineer Gao gloated. "It seems that you will be on the front lines soon. It's okay if you don't have money, but you are risking your life." Littlefinger looked angry and said, "If I had known that I would end up like this, I should not have left Free Shore." Free Shore? Argue from the city that never sleeps? Littlefinger's face froze when he knew he had let the cat out of the bag. He quickly changed the subject and said, "What are you doing in the bar?" Engineer Gao smiled and didn't pursue him. He said, "This car is not working well. I'll ask Sister Rose to see if there's any way to get a military armored vehicle. Sister Rose is not here, and military armored vehicles are very expensive. Don't even think about it without 6-digit mechanical coins. Do you have the money? I don't want an original one. A second-hand one will do. I'm talking about the second-hand price." TSK. Seeing that Engineer Gao was looking at him strangely, Littlefinger's face changed. "Don't look at me. I don't have a car, and I won't lend you money. I'm not borrowing money from you. I want to discuss a business deal with you." Finally, Engineer Gao's new surgical plan moved Littlefinger, although he didn't think the other party would come up with a second surgical plan in such a short time. Littlefinger took him to his black shop with the idea of seeing what the other party would do since he was free. "Dr. Finger, get out of here." Littlefinger pushed the soldier at the door open with a dark face and walked into the door with a gloomy face. The 2 security soldiers looked at each other and shrugged. After all, the prosthetic doctor is a high-tech talent, and the treatment is not the same as that of the mechanical hunter. "Excuse me. Please make way." Engineer Gao followed closely behind, and from the sack in his hand, an indescribable stench emanated. The soldier was about to speak, but Engineer Gao had already pushed the door open and locked it. "What should we do? Just turn a blind eye." Engineer Gao looked around and found that, in addition to the operating table he had returned, there were at least a dozen high-tech surgical equipment. He nodded with satisfaction. "I need a protein extractor and a plasma light separator. The former is responsible for extracting special proteins from the worm's glands, and the latter is responsible for transferring metal antibodies from proteins. The operation is not complicated if you know the formula." "What are you doing? Come over and give me a hand." "You want me to help you?" The Littlefinger pointed at himself, with a look of disbelief. "Well, by the way, bring me a stool. If you can't make anything, I'll find someone to kill you." The Littlefinger gritted his teeth. Half an hour later. "Impossible, impossible. How did you do it?" "It actually intercepted it." The Littlefinger observed the changes in the cells with a microscope. When the radio waves swept through the cells, Antibodies were obviously produced. But it was much simpler for Gao Gong. The system panel explained everything. A biological injection, which has a similar effect to electromagnetic shielding coating. Do you know what this means? Littlefinger turned his head sharply, staring at him intently. It means that mechanical hunters no longer have to worry about being caught at close range. It means that classical mechanical hunting will rise again. It means that to some extent, we will change the direction of desert war. It also means that I will get rich. Gao Gong shrugged. At least I have money to buy a car. Littlefinger's face was red. He kept walking around. His mouth kept moving, but it was hard to hear what he said. Engineer Gao couldn't help interrupting him. I advise you not to think too much. What do you mean? Do you want to keep it all for yourself? Littlefinger said angrily. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Not really. Not really. Engineer Gao touched his nose and said. The biggest problem is that the raw materials are hard to find. A desert worm has only one gland. And one gland can only extract one potion at most. That is to say, this thing cannot be mass-produced in a short period of time. Desert worms? Desert worms? We must immediately notify the people below to catch the worms. All. Go catch some bugs? If you are late, they will be gone. Although it cannot be mass-produced, the experts among mechanical hunters are absolutely aware of its value. And they don't mind spending a lot of money to buy one to save their lives. Yes, although these experts are willing to please me, it is extremely difficult to get them to work for us wholeheartedly. The Littlefinger slapped the table and said excitedly, with this thing, we can control these people. As long as these experts shine in the next hunting mission, it will naturally lead to the revival of the classical mechanical hunter. Gao Gong once said that he wanted to lead the craze of cold weapon hunting, but it was not just talk. Chapter 17 A-Level Monsters. Soon, Littlefinger and Gao Gong took action separately. Littlefinger mobilized his network of contacts to search for traces of desert worms in the waste city, and even in the urban area farther away. And Gao Gong decided to deal with the desert worms in the heavy metal swamp first. Both of them were a little anxious. According to Littlefinger, forcing the mechanical hunters to hunt the radioactive beasts was only the first step. Soon, the security corps would organize the mechanical hunters into armed teams to go out and hunt wandering beasts. Once they are incorporated into the team, they will be quite restricted in their movements. Puff with a slight gunshot. A mud pit suddenly exploded next to a metal worm, which frightened the big worm and made it quickly dive into the swamp. Fuck. Senior engineer gritted his teeth. At first, he didn't feel anything. But when the desert worms knew that they were being hunted, hunting became very difficult. Once these worms were frightened, they would burrow into the mud pit. The deeper these mud pits were dug, the more metal they would contain. Some places were even as hard as metal. Even the excavator was useless. Except for the 5 caught on the first day, Gao Gong's harvest was decreasing every day. On the 3rd day, he spent a whole day and only caught 1. Except for a few big bugs, the harvest in these days was almost 0. And according to his understanding, Littlefinger's harvest was not as good as his. Although I don't know why you have to catch such big bugs, your current mentality is not suitable for work. Wang Yuanli, who has always been carefree, rarely became serious. She sat up and said seriously, take a rest first. I will ask the tribe for you later to see if there is a better way to get these bugs. Gao Gong took a deep breath. Let the cold air with rust smell enter his lungs, and then exhaled, and then looked at the other party with a surprised face. You actually care about others? Nonsense, I'm older than you. Right? Wang Yuanli rolled her eyes. You should call me sister. By the way, this is a new flavor of lollipop, would you like to try it? New flavor, give it to me. Wang Yuanli's eyes lit up, and she snatched the lollipop from Gao Gong's hand. Is that what your sister does? Gao Gong laughed strangely, and began to rub the other's head hard with his palm. I have to say, with his height, it was quite easy to rub. Hey! I'm warning you. If you dare to touch my head again, I'll let bees bite your ass. Wang Yuanli was furious, and her face was red. She bared her teeth at the other party fiercely. Let's go back. It seems that this is all we have gained today. Gao Gong stretched and said, I will leave work early today. That's right, work and rest should be combined. Life can't be opportunistic. If you get addicted to tightrope walking, you will fall sooner or later. This is what our professor told me. Along the way, in order to prove her elder sister's style, Wang Yuanli licked a lollipop while instructing the other party in a condescending manner. Listen to me. I'll take care of you. Gao Gong's face suddenly changed. He bent down, picked up Huang Yuanli, and ran at full speed. In a few seconds, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rolled into an abandoned house. Huang Yuanli's mouth was tightly covered. She thought that the other party was beastly and wanted to drag her to the woods to do something. However, the next moment, she didn't think so. It was the first time he saw Gao Gong so nervous. Then, her pupils suddenly widened and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Thick dust and smoke covered the sky, and the high-intensity light pollution produced by the diffusion of radiation flickered like breathing. It was as if the intense heat was facing the crater. Wherever it passed, rhenium and gold flowed. Whether it was a large metal tree or a concrete floor, everything melted. The strong energy fluctuations made it impossible to see the body of the monster. Looking directly at it was like looking directly at the sun. And it itself was a small moving nuclear explosion. The two clenched their teeth. The short few seconds seemed like an hour, or even a day. After the nuclear explosion left, Huang Yuanli's eyes had rolled up. Her hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably, and white foam was gushing out of her mouth. Gao Gong's face changed, and he quickly put down his backpack, took out a radiation needle from the bag, and directly inserted it into the other person's neck. Huang Yuanli finally came to her senses, covered her mouth fiercely, crawled out of Gao Gong's arms, and found a sewer and started to retch. Ugh! 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 Gao Gong also felt uncomfortable. How should I put it? It felt like a bunch of cockroaches were stuffed into his clothes. He opened the attribute page. Heavy radiation state, all attributes minus 50%. Duration 10 days. A certain probability of causing cell deformation. Serious organ damage. Anemia. Pathological changes. Premature aging. Etc. The engineer shook his head and took out a radiation needle to stab himself. Soon, this state changed. Light radiation state, all attributes minus 10%. Duration 3 days. Causing mild nausea, dizziness, arrhythmia. Huang Yuanli finally vomited everything she could, wiped her sweat, and stabbed. What was that just now? At least B+. Most likely A level. Whether it is B+ or A level, there is a name in the player group, called Boss Leader, which means that this kind of monster often has a large enough genetic territory, and commands a group of genetic bosses with the same attributes in the territory. The biggest difference between them and S level is that they did not take that last step. Taking that step, it means breaking through the limit of the second level and reaching the third level. Generally speaking, monsters above level 60 are also called planet monsters. Huang Yuanli's calves were shaking, and she couldn't even stand up. But this is clearly a low-risk area. According to the scavengers, the general urban area is divided into low-risk areas, medium-risk areas, and high-risk areas. There must be an A-level monster in the high-risk area. In the scavenger city, there are 2 recognized A-level monsters. One is the Scarlet Queen in the Red Lantern District, and the other is the Mechanical Fortress in the Metal District. The Red Lantern District, where the former is located, is a recognized restricted area. A plane flying over it will be shot up by the Queen, and the latter is the source of 1/3 of the mechanical biochemical beasts in the Waste Collection City. If nothing unexpected happens, soon, the Waste Collection City will have another high-risk area. Even if the opponent is not A-level, it must be on the verge of degeneration. You should be thankful that it was an A-level monster just now. In its eyes, we are ants. If it is a B-level or C-level radiation beast, I am afraid it will attack us on the spot. Gao Gong exhaled and said with a heavy heart, "Let's go." In the future, the Waste Collection City, no matter which area, will be very dangerous. The two were very careful on the way back to the city, walking and stopping. Gao Gong released the human-headed dog, Huang Yuanli released the electronic bee, until they were completely sure that it was safe. Then they continued to move forward. Huang Yuanli didn't relax until she reached the edge of the city. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but her expression changed again soon, because the electronic bee she had released came back and brought back another electronic bee. The 2 electronic bees flew around each other, as if they were passing something. Huang Yuanli's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously grabbed Gao Gong's arm. "It's bad. Our tribe is surrounded by monsters. The scavenger city is not completely surrounded by the steel jungle. Before the mechanical war, it was a famous tourist city, preserving the oldest forest area on the planet. After the war, the ancient forest became a restricted area with few people. The off-road vehicle increased its horsepower and rushed towards the forest along the broken asphalt road. The road to the forest was not easy to walk on, full of potholes. Fortunately, the distortion here was not high. At least it did not completely block the road. Is it this direction? Yes. The electronic bee said it was here. The senior engineer glanced at the electronic bee on the other's palm and wondered how the two communicated. Neural sensing? Alien domestication? Or biological conduction? The trees on both sides were getting taller and taller, and the branches between the trees were entangled, like two rows of high walls between heaven and earth. Engineer Gao inexplicably thought of the word giant phobia. Soon, Engineer Gao saw a corpse on the road. The corpse's eyes were white, it was cut in half, and its intestines were all over the ground. The further he went, the more corpses there were. All of them were chopped into pieces. Some of the corpses' nerves were not completely dead, causing their hands and feet to move. Huang Yuanli covered her mouth fiercely. We can't go forward. At a bend in the road, Engineer Gao slammed on the brakes, picked up the sniper rifle, and some equipment Huang Yuanli had never seen before. In order to recover from the injury on his palm, Engineer Gao had been holding back. Now, 2 weeks later, his previous injury had almost healed. Watching Engineer Gao pull out the big knife he used when they first met, and with a few swipes, he opened a large hole in the tree wall. Huang Yuanli suddenly felt a strong sense of security. The two of them took a detour and climbed up the hill. After climbing about 100 meters, screams and shouts were heard. I'll go up and take a look. Engineer Gao swung the steel rope claw, hooked it onto a branch as thick as a thigh, and climbed up in a few steps. Using the same trick, he quickly climbed to the top of the tree. His right eyelid blinked twice quickly, and the aiming mode was turned on. The field of view continued to expand, passing through the leaves and bushes, and positioned on the road. I saw more than 20 people wearing animal skins hiding behind a makeshift shelter, holding rifles and shooting at a distance. The people in the front were particularly tall, at least 2 meters tall, holding steel bars and hammers. Whenever the mechanical biochemical beasts on the opposite side rushed up, they would rush up and force them back. In the back, several girls who were about the same height as Huang Yuanli had their eyes closed, and above them, more than a dozen metal sparrows were circling. Whenever the situation in front was unstable, these sparrows would charge like small fighters and beat them back. Gao Gong opened his vision to the limit and finally saw the monster on the opposite side clearly. Old acquaintance. Chapter 18 Harvester Family. The original owner of Gao Gong's body, the highest level monster he hunted, was a sea-level harvester. This record once caused quite a stir in the circle. And what the Cable tribe faced was a small harvester family. This harvester family has a total of 13 harvesters, among which the leaders of the family are 2 adult harvesters, 1 male and 1 female. The male has a beard on his head, but the female does not. These 2 adult harvesters are undoubtedly C-class. And the miners, whose armor has obvious insect shell characteristics, are mostly D-class. The remaining 3, whose height is the same as that of a lowly, and whose iconic harvesting sickles have not even grown, are E-class, 2 C-class, 8 D-class, and 3 E-class. No wonder the Cable tribe suffered heavy losses. The engineer's face became serious. The original owner was lying in bed for a month after killing a C-class harvester, and there was a lot of luck involved. Now he had to deal with a whole bunch of these things, and he was not in his best condition. Retreat. It was impossible. Perhaps it was influenced by the original owner's mentality of double flower red stick. He enjoyed the feeling of chopping monsters to death with his own hands. But he couldn't go up right away. He had no relatives or friends with this group of people. He could only help as much as he could. In this situation, it was obvious that he had to risk his life. Unless the Cable tribe could hold back the 2 adult harvesters and provide a certain degree of support after he dealt with the other harvesters, he could only shoot with a shotgun and do some work hiding in the bushes. It's not that I don't want to save you, but we are all NPCs. You can't be resurrected if you die, and I can't be resurrected if I die. A metal sparrow seemed to sense something, and suddenly flew away from the main group, and landed on the tree where Gao Gong was, and spoke in human language. Hunter friend on the tree, if you can help us, you will be our Cable tribe's eternal friend. Gao Gong replied. I don't need so many friends, I need partners with interests more. You can ask me to help, but the key is, what can you give me? Even at this critical juncture, the voice of the person controlling the sparrow was still very calm, and even had a hint of soothing like a clear spring. Our tribe can help you tame 3 small mechanical biochemical beasts. It seems that 3 wild beasts can be exchanged for dozens of lives in your tribe. Your people are really worthless, Galgong said sarcastically. 5. Galgong remained silent. After a moment, the battle situation suddenly changed unexpectedly. The big man in animal skin at the front suddenly ran out of strength. He staggered. The next moment, he was stabbed by 3 sickles. Blood spurted out. He fell on his back. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It can be seen that this big man is an important member of the Cable tribe. When he fell to the ground, the morale of the other people dropped sharply, and the battle line immediately became precarious. What do you need? The man's voice finally had a hint of urgency. 3 conditions. First, I need your technology to control the mechanical bio beast. Second, I need your means to control 2 adult reapers. Third, when I take action, I need you to guarantee that the 2 adult reapers will not interfere with me. I can personally promise you the first condition, but the second condition is beyond my ability. As for the third, I can only say, try my best. Okay. Galgong agreed straightforwardly. Nothing else. The mission was triggered. Mission: Cable Tribe's request for help. Difficulty: Difficult plus mission brief. A scientific expedition team from the Cable Tribe was attacked by the Reaper family. Rescue them from the blade. Mission objective: Ensure that the number of survivors of the Cable Tribe is more than 10. For each additional survivor, experience plus 100, mission evaluation improvement. Mission reward: Experience plus 6,500, Cable Tribe favorability plus 500, expertise points plus 1 additional reward. Incomplete mechanical jigsaw. January 5th. *1 Senior engineer glanced at the mission reward and said casually, "By the way, I wonder what your name is." "My last name is Han. Others call me Professor Han." The steel rope was taut, and in Huang Yuanli's nervous eyes, the figure hung down from the tree. No need to say anything else. Go back to the car and wait for my news. If you can save him, take some medical supplies from the car. Engineer Gao paused. If you can't save him, make sure you and I can escape. Huang Yuanli took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. In the woods, Engineer Gao ran at a high speed, choosing a suitable sniping location while trying to set up some traps. He put all his remaining experience into precision shooting. You upgrade your precision shooting to LV6. You upgrade your precision shooting to LV7. You upgrade your precision shooting to LV8. Precision shooting LV8 advanced. As an excellent gun user, years of fighting have given you an excellent gun sense. Gun damage plus 15%, recoil dash 9%, critical hit rate plus 8%. Crawling on a high ground, Galgong can clearly feel that. He has a vague connection with this sniper rifle. He doesn't know if this is the legendary gun sense, and when he pulls the trigger, he has a very strong premonition. The next shot will hit. An E-class Reaper that was about to pounce suddenly froze. At the same time, its head disappeared, leaving only a bloody neck. You have killed a young Reaper, experience plus 80. Next time I go back, I have to exchange some special bullets at the military supply warehouse. Now ordinary sniper bullets can no longer kill D-class beasts in one shot. Galgong pulled the bolt, and a series of data flashed on his right eye again. The next moment, another young Reaper had its upper body blown up. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. The harvesters reacted immediately. Some harvesters in the development stage, that is, the tentacles of D-level monsters, emitted a hissing sound like frequency modulation. The next moment, 4 harvesters pounced on Galgong at the same time. After returning, you must change your skin immediately, otherwise you will not be able to survive. The harvesters actually mastered wireless communication, which is more difficult than I thought. If it was just normal electronic signal sensing, these 4 monsters would not cooperate so well. Without any hesitation, Engineer Gao immediately abandoned his sniper rifle, and at the same time reached for his waist, and lit it with fire. The next moment, the water pipe leaves burned and produced a large amount of white smoke. In just 3 seconds, a gust of wind blew up, and a fierce slash cut through the smoke. The slashing speed of an adult Reaper can reach Mach 1. Although a D-level Reaper has not reached the peak, it can also reach the level of cutting iron. Footsteps sounded, and the Reaper's reaction was extremely fast. The iron saw slammed the ground, and the cross-shaped knife light shattered the mist, accurately cutting a human-headed dog into 4 parts. However, the next moment, a bright red light and shadow also slashed out from the mist, and the speed was so fast that it even thought of its father before it died. The head of the scythe version of the Iron Blood warrior in front of it was directly chopped off. Almost at the same time, the mist exploded in all directions, and the white gas was like a long arrow shot. More like a sonic boom caused by an aircraft breaking through the sound barrier. You caused 1243 points of damage to the growth stage harvester. You have killed the growth stage harvester. Experience plus 480. Gao Gong stood in the center of the sonic boom. His face flushed. And in addition to the nearly 2-meter-long red broadsword in his hand, he was holding a fairly mechanized scabbard in his other hand. Unlike the motionless long sword, the scabbard was buzzing, and the micro-motors in Gao Gong's 4 bionic joints were vibrating at a high frequency. After drawing the sword and slashing, Gao Gong stared at the 3 monsters, leaned forward, and put the back of the sword with his left thumb, and put the blade into the strange scabbard bit by bit. The other 3 harvesters were obviously stunned, as if they did not expect the other party to stay where they were and not run away. What's more, the weak human in front of him did not retreat but advanced, rushing towards him. The harvester also became excited. It was covered in heavy armor, without any flaws, and was the least afraid of close combat. On its lower back, 7 or 8 leaves opened, revealing a thumb-thick nozzle, like the exhaust of a sports car, spewing out a strong flame. This made its killing speed even more amazing. Gao Gong only had time to turn his neck, and the biological sickle hit his shoulder blade heavily. The collision between the biological sickle and the titanium alloy bone resulted in the knife penetrating half a centimeter. You lose 17 life points. Gao Gong's front foot was chopped into the mud. The micro-motor of the joint made a buzzing sound. The next moment, Gao Gong raised his head, revealing his bloodshot left eye and his red right eye, and his right hand holding the knife with veins exposed. The bright red knife light cut through the sky. This time, including the biological sickle, the opponent's entire body was cut in half by the red unicorn. The sonic boom sounded again. Gao Gong dropped the scabbard, held the handle with both hands, and chopped the opponent with his backhand, beheading him. Facing the remaining 2 D-class harvesters, Senior Engineer grinned, without any hesitation, and attacked with a knife. Name: Electromagnetic Activator Category, Mechanical Scabbard Quality, Excellent Weight, 2.1 kilograms. Operation Mode, Manual Switch Auxiliary Module, Electromagnetic Rush. Note: it is a high-tech scabbard that can make weapons very dangerous. Electromagnetic Rush, a super-stimulated scabbard created by the combination of magnetic resistance stone and electromagnetic converter. Sword drawing speed plus 500%. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Like energy ore, magnetic resistance stone is a byproduct of energy radiation, and even rarer than energy ore. Only a few materials are available in military warehouses, and they are swept away by Gao Gong as soon as they are released. Its greatest feature is that it can convert between gravity and repulsion. For kinetic weapons such as firearms, this thing is not very useful. There is no difference between a faster or slower bullet. But if it is used on melee weapons, especially when the electromagnetic converter repeatedly compresses the repulsion, once the red unicorn is unsheathed, the damage it causes will be a very terrifying number. Facing 4 D-level mechanical biochemical beasts, especially the Reapers with super melee ability, Gao Gong is no match for 4 hands. But with only 2 left, it will be much easier to deal with. Chapter 19 Hunter Head. Having lived 2 lives as a human, oh no, he was not much of a human in his last life. After reincarnation as a human, it was the first time that Gao Gong had engaged in such a brutal hand-to-hand combat. Gao Gong's right eye had completely turned red. That was the infrared mode. In this mode, 2 groups of human-shaped heat sources were moving at high speed. The knife swung, and fiercely rested on the opponent's sickle, stepped forward with his left foot, and turned his wrist flexibly. The red unicorn fiercely slashed on the chest armor of another Reaper in the sparks produced by friction, and the opponent was forced to retreat 3 steps. You caused 76 points of damage to the D-class harvester. He was alert, and a light flashed in his eyes. A black shadow pierced from his ribs. Gao Gong twisted his body sharply, and narrowly avoided the vital point. A blood mark appeared on his waist, and blood spurted out. You received 19 points of damage, and entered the bleeding state. And the high-speed microcomputer brass knuckles worn on Gao Gong's left hand directly turned on the electric saw mode. The 4 high-speed rotating circular electric saws viciously imprinted on the opponent's face armor. The opponent's cheek visibly sunken, and the blood and the thick paste from the burst eyeballs were stirred out together. Ouch! The opponent let out a shrill scream, and the mouth behind the armor opened, revealing 4 sharp teeth. You caused 123 damage to the D-level harvester, and caused blindness. A fishy wind blew in his face from behind, and Gao Gong had no time to dodge. With a flexible turn of his right hand, he blocked his back with a heavy sword of nearly 2 meters in length. However, the opponent's downward slash also changed. Before the thick biological sickle was about to chop, it suddenly split into 9 sections, turning from a knife to a whip, and fiercely whipped Gao Gong's back. Gao Gong could even feel the metallic collision sound of his titanium alloy skeleton colliding with the opponent's biological whip. You received 39 points of damage and entered the bleeding state. If it were a normal person, this whip would have left him half dead. But Gao Gong was half a robot, and the severe pain even made him particularly conscious. He was even thinking about whether he should get a set of biochemical muscles after returning. Steel bones. With steel, iron bones can exert a more powerful power. Gao Gong did not retreat but advanced, enduring the pain. The electron beam spread from the palm to the 5 fingertips, and his right wrist turned again, and the huge blade turned flexibly again. He held the knife with one hand, and grabbed the neck of the harvester in front of him fiercely with the other hand. With a friction sound of sizzle, the serrated tip of the knife pierced from the abdomen, and pierced out from the opponent's back, and seemed to hit something in the process, which was the opponent's spine. He inserted the knife with one hand, and pulled it out with both hands, and cut open the opponent's belly while pulling out the knife. Suddenly, green pus, strange organs, and undigested human flesh gushed out. You caused 235 damage to the D-level Reaper. You have killed the Reaper in the developmental stage. Experience plus 480. The Reaper behind him saw the fierce opponent and his compatriot, who was almost broken in half. The sickle subconsciously paused, and for the first time, an emotion called fear emerged in his mind. Gao Gong rushed forward again. The knife light and the sickle collided with each other, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. If there is one most useful one among the several drawings that Gao Gong had drawn before, it is not the fierce microcomputer brass knuckles, nor the explosive mechanical scabbard, but the most inconspicuous hand-feel nerve accelerator. This small palm nerve modification brings more changes to Gao Gong's close combat ability, and the hand and the knife are integrated to a certain extent. This is where the prosthesis is stronger than the weapon. It is not a tool, but a part of the person. After fighting for dozens of times, the infrared vision finally locked the opponent's energy source. But Gao Gong's arm was stabbed, and he rushed directly into the opponent's arms with the knife, and the serrated tip of the knife pierced the opponent's throat below, a part in the middle of the shoulder blade. That is the energy source of the Reaper. You caused a one-hit kill on the target. You have killed a Reaper in the development stage. Experience plus 480. Although it was 1 against 4, it was quite dangerous, but the fight was not long, only a dozen seconds from beginning to end. The consequence was 1 wounded and 4 dead. Gao Gong lost 1/3 of his health, and the bodies of the 4 D-level Reapers were torn apart. This kind of record, even among the strongest group of mechanical hunters, is an amazing achievement. However, the battle was not over yet. Gao Gong sheathed his sword, picked up his sniper rifle, and hid in the bushes. A moment later, clouds of white mist rose from all directions. The remaining harvesters did not dare to act separately. 2 people in a group began to carefully explore the mist. Soon, they got what they wanted, which was a booby trap connected by steel wire. 3 grenades were connected together. Boom! Gao Gong killed 6 of the 13 harvesters at once, and injured 2. The remaining harvesters could no longer spare the manpower to chase him. This made the leader of the Reapers even more furious. Compared to the developing Reapers, who were still in human form, it had completely surpassed the human form. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with a thick back that arched high, and it had not 1 pair of sickles in its hands, but 2 pairs, and on its back, 3 pairs of oversized cicada wings vibrated the air, which meant they could fly, at least glide in the sky for a short period of time. And its attributes are more than twice those of the growing Reapers. Name: Harvester Leader. Radiation level: C health, 3240/3500 stamina, 1000/1100 bioenergy, 11580 biological attributes, strength 55, agility 46, endurance 38, intelligence 8, perception 27, skills, steel/LV9 cross/LV9 advanced, electromagnetic whip LV8 elite. Leader template: taming aura. Effect 1, has the ability to drive similar mechanical biochemical beasts. Power of manipulation. Effect 2, has a deterrent effect on aliens. Perception -5, additional fear status. This harvester leader is stronger than the one the original owner dealt with. This one has a boss template. And there are 2 harvesters with the leader template. Let alone, as long as a harvester leader dies, the people of the Cable tribe will definitely not be alive today. The reason why they are still alive, and even their defense line has become more stable after the senior engineer attracted some firepower, is because of the mysterious Professor Han. Whenever the male and female couple want to kill, they always change direction inexplicably. The leader of the harvesters also feels very strange. The prey is clearly in front of them. Why do they always disappear suddenly when it kills? There is something wrong with the old prey's eyes. The intelligence of sea-level monsters is not much worse than that of ordinary people. And when the pheromones of its offspring disappear one after another, it finally becomes furious. As it exploded, countless light spots scattered from its 3 pairs of wings. When each light spot fell, it would turn into a scorching wave. A strong radiation storm began to brew with it as the center. Professor. Blood suddenly flowed from Professor Han's ears, mouth, and nose. The old man's already pale face became even paler, and his body was shaky. The face of the animal skin girl changed drastically. If the professor was gone, they would all die here. Calm down. Calm down. Professor Han's voice still carried a reassuring aura. This may be an opportunity. What opportunity? This is to control the opponent to use his ultimate skill. Well done. On another high ground, Gao Gong grinned, blinked his right eyelid twice quickly, and switched to sniper mode. Gunshots rang out one after another. The Reaper leader, who used his ultimate skill, was a target for him. You caused 23 damage to the Reaper leader. You caused 15 damage to the Reaper leader. You caused 35 damage to the Reaper leader. You caused 27 damage to the Reaper leader. The attack power of the sniper rifle Nakomata is as high as 78 points, and it also has kinetic damage, but when the sniper rifle bullets landed on the opponent, they were weakened to only 1/2, But even so, in less than half a minute, Gao Gong had fired more than 60 bullets, knocking off nearly half of the opponent's health. The harvester leader's ultimate move also produced a strong effect. For example, many people from the Cable tribe, like Huang Yuanli before, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. The metal sparrows and several other small mechanical biochemical beasts that had lost their control also began to flee in all directions under the pressure of the leader. It would be great if someone ruthless could come at this time. Gao Gong also began to get anxious. If he had his own custom-made beast hunting device at this time, he could have shot it directly into the soul. If it doesn't work, RPG will work. Gao Gong's eyes fell on another female beast. Although this female beast was still flying around like a headless fly, it was flying faster and faster, and it was getting closer and closer to the direction of the Cable tribe. This showed that the other party had begun to break free from Professor Han's control. Professor Han couldn't control the other party, so he could only run away. 2 sea-level harvesters with the template of the leader. It's not that they can't fight, but they really can't beat them. Gao Gong is not a person who lacks decisiveness. Either retreat, or kill one now. Almost immediately, he made up his mind. The micro-motors in the 2 knee joints roared again. Gao Gong rushed into the radiation storm at full speed. You are blown by the radiation wind, all attributes -20%, duration, 3 days. You enter the skin damage state. You enter the minor lesion state. You enter the gastric cramp state. Gao Gong swung the steel rope claw violently, and caught a branch of a big tree, and climbed up in a few steps. There are advantages to deformity, that is. The thick branches almost form a platform. Engineer Gao gripped the hilt tightly. Veins on his fingers were exposed, and there were even traces of electricity on his palm, as well as a faint smell of protein paste. The hand-feeling neural current stimulator also entered the load state, not to mention the electromagnetic exciter. The entire mechanical scabbard was shaking wildly. If it weren't for Engineer Gao's 16 points of strength, which was equivalent to the grip strength of 3 adult men, the scabbard would have been ejected before the knife was pulled out. Finally, with the help of jumping between trees, Engineer Gao finally came to the back of the harvester leader, which was nearly 3 stories high. His left eye was already closed by the wind, and his right eye was fixed on the source of radiation in the air. Gao Gong's thigh muscles were tense to the extreme. As he jumped, he suddenly let go of the scabbard. A strong momentum burst out along the blade, carrying his body across 3 meters. The bright red blade light once again broke through the sound barrier and slashed on the opponent's thick neck. The red line connected with the blade light, The next moment, a waterfall of blood gushed out. You caused 1549 damage to the Reaper leader. Chapter 20 Invasive Neural Modification. Gao Gong's body slammed into a tree, losing 11 health points, gritting his teeth, slamming the tree with his backhand, activating the chainsaw mode of the microcomputer brass knuckles, slicing vertically all the way, saw chips flying everywhere, finally reducing his speed, making him stagger to the ground. However, Gao Gong did not show any complacency, but looked at the harvester leader in the air with a serious look. The radiation storm did show signs of weakening, but it did not disappear, which meant that the harvester leader was not completely dead. Among the opponents several question marks. One of them is definitely the characteristic of headless. Headless, in addition to the radiation energy source. This mechanical biochemical beast has no vital organs. What are you doing? Shoot! The roar of the senior engineer woke up the remaining members of the Cable tribe, and sporadic gunshots suddenly rang out. Even if the opponent is not dead, the remaining blood volume will not exceed 200 points. As long as the last dying counterattack is blocked, it can definitely be killed. However, something unexpected happened. The female Reaper, relying on the pheromone induction between husband and wife, suddenly appeared behind the seriously injured person, and 4 biological sickles pierced out like lightning and inserted into its body. On the back part of the biological sickle, small round holes opened one by one, madly absorbing the essence of its husband. The female leader's body surface turned red visibly. It is said that after mating, the female mantis will eat her mate as food. It looks very environmentally friendly. It seems to be like this in front of us. The male harvester's body gradually shrank, the radiation storm disappeared visibly, and then the female leader suddenly opened her mouth. An unpleasant low-frequency noise came out of her mouth, and then she left without looking back, and the remaining 3 harvesters also disappeared into the deep forest after a moment's hesitation. Only a shrunken body was left, falling heavily from the air. Mission completed. Mission reward calculation in progress. Mission reward issued. Gao Gong sat on the ground, grimacing, staring at the series of rewards displayed on the system panel. Experience, 9440 basic reward 6500 plus 700. 17 Cable tribe members survived. Plus 160. 2 young harvesters. Plus 480. 4 adult harvesters. Cable tribe favorability friendly. 500/1800. Note, you are a friend of the tribe. Your suggestions will be seriously considered by the tribe. Open regional reputation, 200. Desert Rogue. Desert Rogue. As a veteran hunter, the experience of surviving a near-death experience did not frustrate your lofty ambitions. Mechanical casting of the body, distortion burning fighting spirit. Specialization points plus 1 mechanical puzzle incomplete. January 5th. It's not easy finally. The specialization points are available. If you don't change your job, upgrading skills is probably the only way to quickly strengthen. Specialization points are skill points that can break through the skill limit. Gao Gong did not hesitate, first upgraded Brawling to the maximum, and then invested this specialization point in Brawling. You upgrade Brawling to LV10. Brawling upgraded to LV10 max. Enter the skill advancement state. Please choose your advancement skill Fighter, low-level gun fighting, Night Warrior. Fighter is the physical enhancement version of Brawling, taking the tank route, while low-level gun fighting is the skill of man and gun as one, which is a melee output flow, and the Night Warrior is undoubtedly an assassin flow. Gao Gong hesitated between the low-level gun fighting technique and the Dark Night Warrior. Gun fighting is actually very suitable for mechanical transformation, let alone the trick of hiding a gun under the crotch. Even with ordinary transformation, Gao Gong's body can be equipped with at least 7 or 8 gun mechanisms, and even the spine can be transformed into a folding machine gun. However, the output of this thing is okay, but the burst is not good. Moreover, if you want to carry out the humanization transformation of guns, the mechanical transformation rate will inevitably increase. You can't let an advanced skill affect the big things. You choose the advanced skill, Night Warrior. You upgrade Night Warrior to LV2. You upgrade Night Warrior to LV3. You upgrade Night Warrior to LV4. Night Warrior LV4 Advanced. When using a sword, attack power plus 20%, attack speed when using a sword increases by 18%, there is a 15% chance of applying bleeding effect when using a sword combo. Additional status, Drinking Stealth. Drinking. Use a sword to apply bleeding effect to an enemy, increase attack power by 5% up to 10 layers. Stealth. Reduce the chance of being discovered when hiding by 10%, increase the one-hit kill rate against unprepared targets. In an instant, countless combat experiences jumped out of Gao Gong's mind. In a trance, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient killer, holding a sharp blade, walking in the dark, killing again and again. The blood was dancing wildly, the soul was trembling. Under the pale moonlight, the dancer on the tip of the knife was intoxicated with the art of killing. You won. Gao Gong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as a lake, and countless corpses were soaked in the lake. Ah! The girl from the Cable tribe screamed. Her mind was blank, and she didn't know why. Just by looking at each other, she felt death, like cold water pouring down on her head. Ah! What? Didn't I just ask you to bring some water? Did you bully her? Wang Yuanli looked down at Gao Gong, who was sitting under the tree, with her hands on her hips. This was one of the few opportunities for her to look down on him. The light in the engineer's eyes faded, revealing a sunny and handsome smile. I'm sorry. I have too much blood in my body. I scared you. The girl blushed slightly and shook her head. She was also a native, and her height was about the same as Huang Yuanli. But the tumor was not on her eyelids, but on her forehead. Like Erlangshan, who had not opened his eyes. Not as cute as a little woman. The engineer took the water and asked, I only have 5 or 6 radiation needles, which are not enough. It's okay. You think that the people in our Cable tribe are just eating dry food. We can prepare herbs to reduce radiation. Here. You have it in your hand. The engineer lowered his head, and the cup was filled with green herbal water, which smelled like rotten leaves. Forget it, I know you don't want to drink. Come with me. Professor Han is looking for you. Huang Yuanli led the way, and Gao Gong followed behind. All the members of the Cable tribe they met on the way, both men and women, showed gratitude to Gao Gong. Without Gao Gong's help, they would have been wiped out in this wave. Hey, didn't you say anything? Everyone is thanking you, Huang Yuanli said dissatisfiedly. Oh! Gao Gong looked calm. Humph. Huang Yuanli thought for a while, and whispered, Professor Han is the elder of our tribe. He has a lot of good things in his hands. You can ask him if you have any questions. But you have to hurry, preferably before we go back. Our great elder is very stingy, and he might not keep his word. Gao Gong remembered that it was the great elder who asked Huang Yuanli to keep in touch with him, and Professor Han was against it. Engineer Gao thought for a moment, and said, I do have a question. What's the question? Is the rite of first night still popular in your tribe? Huang Yuanli's eyes slowly widened, and the blush on her face spread from her head to her neck. She suddenly bit him angrily. It has never been popular. Okay. Just a joke. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Engineer Gao shook Huang Yuanli on the back of his hand like a towel, and said with a smile, You must be Professor Han. Hello, young man. The light in the cave was very dim, but Professor Han's eyes were unforgettable, as if this look was not on the face, but imprinted in the heart. This perception can control a sea-level leader boss, is about 40. Engineer Gao narrowed his eyes. There are really many monsters in the desert. Sister Rose is also, and the one in front of him is also. But apart from perception, Professor Han is just an ordinary old man, with obvious age spots on his face, poor energy, looking like he will faint at any time, and the animal skin wrapped around his body is not much better than others. Yuanli, you go out first. Huang Yuanli showed his tiger teeth to Engineer Gao, and then left angrily, and after he left, Professor Han asked a surprising question. Young man, the knife in your hand was made by Xiaomei Xiang, right? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. Then he pulled out the red unicorn and handed it over. After more than half a month of use, the blade had become a little bumpy, and part of the blade was curled. Every time this knife cut, it was metal skin. Some beast's skin was even thicker than steel plates. No matter how good the knife oil was, it couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. Professor Han took the knife nostalgically, and said softly, Your fighting style is somewhat similar to some people I know. Classical mechanical hunters? Are you friends with them? No. Professor Han suddenly calmed down, handed the knife back, and said calmly, Young man, I can pass on my knowledge to you, but I will give you 2 choices. First, I will take you back to the tribe, where there are the most abundant scientific research materials and experimental instruments. If you want to learn more about this knowledge, I can teach you slowly. Second, I will pass on this knowledge to you now. How much you can understand is up to you. Engineer Gao said without hesitation, I choose the second one. A hint of surprise flashed in Professor Han's eyes, but he still nodded and said, Okay. Then listen. I was a researcher in a large scientific research project in the old civilization era. The content of this project is bionic technology. And the direction of mechanical transformation I studied is invasive neural transformation. You are taught the professional knowledge invasive neural modification technology, learning progress 1%, 2%. It took 2 days for Professor Han to complete the teaching of this professional knowledge. Invasive neural modification technology. LV1. Implantation and connection of dynamic neural network. Gao Gong now finally understood why the other party could control the metal sparrow, and even make the sparrow speak human language. It was not because the sparrow's IQ was improved, but because the dynamic nerves were modified, making them scream in the way of human language. This professional knowledge is undoubtedly very useful. At least with it, Gao Gong no longer needs the artificial soldier's head as the brain. He can directly modify the neural system of the mechanical biochemical beast. And that bionic technology is most likely the professional knowledge chain of the superior of this professional knowledge. Mechanical transformation, human body application, has a bit of the feeling of mechanical transformation to carbon-based. As we all know, carbon-based civilization and mechanical civilization have always been a pair of enemies who love and hate each other. Carbon-based transformation to machinery is to turn people into robots, which is not uncommon. But on the other hand, transforming machine life into human-like civilization is not surprising. Aren't bionic people the best example? Chapter 21 Planetary History. Bionics and robots are still different. The former were not human at the beginning, but after the transformation, they are no different from real people. And the latter were human at the beginning, but after the transformation, they are really not human. The former replaces all mechanical units with bionic organs, and realizes a completely bionic human body system. For example, at the beginning, if the senior engineer installed a bionic heart instead of a mechanical heart, and it was stabbed with a knife, it would definitely explode on the spot. Bionics have their weaknesses, but robots are becoming less and less. According to the memory of the senior engineer, in the machine crack star, there are 3 secondary civilization systems: a mechanical civilization, a carbon-based civilization, and an information civilization. And invasive neural modification technology should be the professional knowledge of the secondary carbon-based civilization, and the bionics are a special bloodline in that civilization. According to the data discovered by the players later, before the Second Mechanical War, there were 3 major power camps in the entire machine crack star, and these 3 camps were dominated by carbon-based humans. Then, some advanced mechanical civilization suddenly descended, turning the entire planet into a cyber test site. This was the Second Mechanical War. However, since there was a second war, what about the first war? Who was fighting whom? Did a certain big country on this planet discover something, and then develop the knowledge chain of bionic technology, intending to turn all machine life into bionic people, or even to transform all people into bionic people? Most mechanical civilizations do not necessarily want to exterminate the intelligent species of humans, nor do they not allow humans to survive. What they prohibit is only purebred humans. In the mind of AI, pure humans are heretics, who may come out one day to revive the glory of the human race. Bionics look like robots, but they are actually transformed humans, and they can be accepted by mechanical civilization, making them very suitable to be guides. Could it be that a certain big country before the war was preparing to save the country in a roundabout way and engage in mechanical rebellion? This is similar to Gao Gong's preparation to lead the way for natural disasters. For a time, Gao Gong developed a strong interest in the history of this planet. In the cyber test field, civilization archaeology is also a main line, which may inspire some large-scale plot tasks such as restoring the remnants of the country and revitalizing the species on the planet. It seems that in the previous life, no one has yet lit up this achievement. Gao Gong stared at Professor Han, who was directing the tribesmen to pack their bags. This person should know something. The previous task hints the scientific expedition team to save the Cable tribe. Scientific expedition team? Professor Han seemed to have eyes behind him. He turned his head and said gently, "What do you want to ask, Mr. Gao? I want to know how the war happened, and why the world has become like this." Professor Han was silent for a moment, and there was a rare fear in his tone. "I don't know when it started. I only know that on an ordinary day, a mechanical octopus that covered the sky suddenly appeared in the sky, and then began to destroy cities and all military facilities. Our weapons were completely unable to resist. Those continental-level black warships were even more powerful than we could understand. The power of a single blow was even greater than that of nuclear weapons. Why? Extraterrestrial forces will not attack a civilized planet for no reason. Why not? Do you need to get the consent of an ant if you step on it to death? Ordinary ants are of course fine. But if a civilized system of ants is born, then it is not allowed. This violates the regulations on the protection of observable universe civilization units of the Civilization Council. No one can go against the cosmic will of the 6 level 9 civilizations. In the final analysis, the cyber test site is only in the gray area of the Civilization Council, not the black area. Generally speaking, advanced civilizations will not simply and crudely interfere with the progress of planetary civilization, which is against the regulations. They have many ways to bypass the regulations. Gao Gong glanced at Professor Han and decided to change the subject, saying, "By the way, Professor, what did you do on this adventure?" "It was just a simple hunt, but unfortunately the mission failed, and many people died." Professor Han's face flashed a trace of sadness. The favorability is still not enough. Just being friendly may not be enough. At least you need to get respect. And then the other party will tell you the truth. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Huang Yuanli, who was taking care of the wounded. It can be seen that this little woman is quite popular in the tribe. She orders this and calls that. Those 2-meter-tall wounded were found because they were secretly removing bandages. She put her hands on her waist and scolded them. But they actually bowed their heads and admitted their defeat. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. A sturdy man about 2.3 meters tall limped over, stretched out his right hand from his crutch, and said seriously, "My name is Meng Duo. Thank you for saving our people. You will be my friend forever." The two held hands tightly together, and their joints made a sound. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. This guy's strength is actually on par with his own. You have to know that he has been mechanically modified. But why is this guy demonstrating to him? He only has one hand and one leg left. Hey! See, this is the first warrior of our tribe. Meng Duo. Look at his body. If you bully me in the future, I will let Meng Duo beat you. Looking at Meng Duo, who was red when he was shot by Huang Yuanli. He was a strong man. Lolita is a bit punished. An improper thought flashed through his mind. And Engineer Gao said seriously, "You lost so many people in this operation. And I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the future." Meng Duo's face suddenly darkened. 13 brothers. I don't know how to explain to their parents when I go back. I can sponsor you with a batch of nutritional paste. At least to get through this winter. Really? Huang Yuanli's eyes lit up. Do you keep your word? Of course. We are friends. Thank you very much. Mr. Gao. Even Professor Han took the initiative to thank him seriously. Engineer Gao smiled. Then said solemnly, "I think you have discovered something. In the desert nowadays, radioactive beasts are rioting frequently. Even the oasis where I live has to start forming armed forces to maintain law and order. What is certain is that a bigger wave is still to come. The urban area will only become more and more dangerous. You must be prepared." The faces of the 3 people all darkened. Especially Professor Han. If they had not sensed the danger coming, they would not have gone to look for the underground research institute in the old civilization era. Unfortunately, they failed. I say the same thing. If there is any danger, don't be embarrassed. Come to the Auto City to find me. We are friends. Yes, we are friends. After saying this, even Meng Duo completely let go of his hostility and showed a grateful look to Gao Gong. The people of the Cable tribe finally left. Professor Han hesitated to speak, but finally said nothing. This professor is a little dishonest. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Gao Gong said to himself. Gao Gong hadn't figured it out before, but after 2 days of contact and communication, he saw one thing clearly. That is, this scientific research exploration, even in the Cable tribe, there is a great controversy. After all, this kind of highly dangerous exploration is sure to kill people. Professor Han used his prestige in the tribe to forcefully suppress the controversy. If it was successful, it would be fine. But the exploration failed after all. If they want to bring me back to the tribe, I am afraid they may also think of pulling me in as an external aid. It's good to have conflicts. If it's really a solid block, how can I find a way to find a gap? In Gao Gong's plan, this tribe related to the professional knowledge chain must not be let go, it must be conquered. And he had no moral barriers. In the Hydra battle, all the people in the Iron Sand Desert died. If he could reverse the plot, then the lives saved would definitely be the Buddha of 10,000 families. Driving back to the oasis, unexpectedly, there were no security inspectors at the gate, and the gasoline town was bustling with people coming and going, as if it had returned to the past. But everyone had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Gao Gong thought about it, and did not go in, but turned around and headed to the north district of the auto city. At the door of Lao Yu gun shop, Fat Xiang was carrying a wooden barrel and pouring something. When he saw Engineer Gao, his eyes lit up. Brother Gao, you are here. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time. I went to Gasoline Town to look for you, but couldn't find you. I have been going out early, and coming back late these days. I haven't been home much. What does your mother want to talk to me about? Mom said, she has made the things you want for you. Made? Engineer Gao's eyes lit up. Is the thing in the store now? The thing is too big and can't be put in. It's in the warehouse. Come on. I'll take you there. Why are you walking? Get in the car. Oh, Fat Xiang scratched his head and sat down on the passenger seat. Engineer Gao could clearly feel the front of the car suddenly press down. But the tire didn't burst. Fat Xiang, how much do you weigh now? Engineer Gao couldn't help asking. Well, more than 300, or more than 400? Fat Xiang counted his carrot-thick fingers blankly, then turned around and asked curiously, Brother Gao, what do you think? Engineer Gao was choked, and gave him a slap on the head. How old are you, 16 or 17, when you become an adult, will your store be able to support you? My mother said so, what do you think? Engineer Gao? I think. You asked me this question? My mother said, I am a fool, so I should ask more advice from smart people. I think you are a smart person. Brother Gao. Really? You are exaggerating. Engineer Gao twitched his mouth. So you're not a smart person? If you're not smart, then you're a fool like me. Pang Xiang scratched his head, looking at Gao Gong with pity. Pang Xiang successfully brought Gao Gong's IQ to the same level as his, and defeated him with his rich experience. Chapter 22 Serial Tasks. The warehouse is in the public warehouse of the Car City, located in the middle of the oasis. The people who live here are called cargo people, and many of them are smuggled from various places. The other end of the warehouse is the dock. The dock is next to the sulfuric acid river. Ordinary cargo ships cannot move in sulfuric acid. Only the factory's unique conveyor belt across the river can transport goods here. When Gao Gong drove the car to the dock, the sky was already dark. The off-road vehicle slowed down on its own initiative. However, a high and piercing horn sounded suddenly. Not far away, a large forklift was rampaging in the warehouse. Wherever it passed, people hated it. And many people who were already asleep were awakened, and they climbed out of the container and cursed. Damn Iron Toad! Your family is going to a funeral today. Fuck you. Can't you let me sleep? I think that Zhao should be shot. Although the forklift's behavior was criticized, but in this public warehouse with different sizes and maze-like structures, it didn't hit any cargo boxes. This driving skill is really amazing. Fat Xiang stared blankly at the metal head on the hood, and suddenly said, Isn't this person dead? Why? Gong asked. I saw it with my own eyes. That day, my mother asked me to go to the outskirts of the gasoline town to get water. At the door, this person had a conflict with the guard and was shot in the head. Gong blinked his right eyelid 3 times quickly, switched to the night vision. And the dim scene was immediately replaced by a slightly white vision. A metal head was hung on the hood, with an obvious dent on the forehead. And below his neck, there were connecting wires of varying thickness, plugged into the various interfaces of the forklift. Truly realizing the integration of man and vehicle, the human body was modified by the head first, which is rare. This shows that the transformation rate of the nervous system is at least 10 points. There is no such level of transformation technology in the desert. When the forklift and the off-road vehicle intersected, the senior engineer's eyes swept across a broken mechanical body. But the rest is very lame. This quality is not as good as the cloned bodies of artificial soldiers. The security group is here, and life will be difficult. The security group is here, and the oasis will be finished. If you don't let us sleep, you will have a hard time now. I don't know who fired a burst of bullets into the sky, and the head on the forklift shrank suddenly and smiled awkwardly. Just a joke, I can't get into the town, and I'm in a hurry to sell the goods on hand. Come on, 1 nutritional paste per person, all fresh fruit flavor, only expires in 3 months. There was a hole on the back of the forklift, and the nutritional paste crackled all over the ground, and no one shouted and cursed, and countless figures emerged from all over, and frantically snatched supplies. As soon as Engineer Gao parked the car, Fat Xiang came over and took out the nutrition paste he had snatched, like offering a treasure. Brother Gao, here's one for you. Don't eat anything carelessly, Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? No. I've never had diarrhea. That Xiang puffed out his belly, looking proud. Then aren't you afraid of being beaten by your mother? That Xiang thought about it, and still hid the expired nutrition paste. Muttering, I'm still afraid of being beaten. Engineer Gao glanced at the metalhead, who was giving up on himself, and still racing around. Are you a speeding gang from the city that never sleeps? Interesting. Entering the warehouse of the gun shop, the senior engineer turned on the switch. And suddenly, a retro, yet fierce thing appeared in front of him. This thing looks like a combination of the ancient bed crossbow and Zhuge Liannu, and also like a handmade DIY version of a multiple rocket launcher. The ammunition of this continuous fire weapon is a long weapon similar to a whale's spear, and the arm-thick spear body exudes a cold luster. From beginning to end, this ancient continuous fire equipment does not use any electronic parts, and the internal structure is extremely complex, with hundreds of parts and mechanisms constantly changing as the weapon is loaded. Name: Hunter Iron Rain. Category: Multiple Shot Launcher. Quality: Excellent plus customized template. Weight: 23.5 kilograms. Basic attributes: DPS 717.5, attack power 287, attack speed 2.5, attack/second, initial velocity 85 m/second, range 800 to 1200 m. Additional attributes: Beast Split plus 54.9% armor break damage, Iron Rain plus 23.7% critical damage, Hunting Mechanism minus 16% recoil. Plug-in bar: Ninetail clip reduces target's movement speed by 17%. Burst mode: Single shot, 3 bursts, 5 bursts, 20 bursts, can be adjusted in manual mode. Remarks: A large-scale hunter weapon made of mutated materials and extraordinary craftsmanship. Engineer Gao picked up a black spear on the table. The spear was about 1.6 meters long. The tip of the spear looked like 2 sharp blades stuck together. There were 2 blood grooves. There was a copper ring at the end of the spear. 9 large rope hooks were hung on the copper ring. These hooks would be tightened by the mechanism of the nine-tailed clamp. When they were ejected, they would rotate at high speed. When they hit the target, the claws would spread out like a rotating iron umbrella and grab the ground, tree trunks and other obstacles. Name: Black Spear. Category: Projectile weapon. Quality: White plate. Weight: 2.1 kilograms. Attack power 18. Note: Although it looks like a tempered weapon, it is actually a special blackwood spear. The back door of the warehouse was wide open. An anciang and an unkempt old man walked in. Hey, here you are. This is the large-scale animal hunting device you want. How is it? Very good. Engineer Gao nodded with satisfaction. If he had this thing, he would have killed the harvester commander long ago, and the female harvester would not have taken the head. It was worth investing tens of thousands of mechanical coins in it. Are you the kid who customized the animal hunting device? The old man walked over with an arrogant look on his face, looking at Engineer Gao up and down. It doesn't look very good. And Xiang sighed helplessly. Let me introduce you. Old son. Son Bingtian. My helper. You used to be an old hunter? Engineer Gao said with interest. Don't change the subject. Let me ask you. I made this thing for you. What do you plan to do with it? Of course, I use it to hunt animals. This thing can only deal with sea-level beasts. Can you do it? And Xiang couldn't help but say. Why do you care if others can do it? What? If others can't do it, do you plan to return the money? Nonsense. Of course you act like a big shot after you get the money. If you don't get the money, you can only be a grandson. Old son raised his chin, with a look of coolness that an old man shouldn't have. Just like a big shot in the group looking at a newbie, or an old pervert looking at a weak chicken begging for seeds everywhere. Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the provocation of this old man actually triggered a chain of tasks. The first stage of the task: Old son is not a grandson. Difficulty: easy. Task briefing: a provocation from a retired old man. As the founder of the new classical mechanical hunter, you must fight back with ironclad facts. Task goal: get the recognition of old son. Task reward: 100 experience points. A chain of tasks. This is the first time it has been triggered in this life. But what the hell is this founder? Is he the founder of the Xianxia style? I don't have eyebrows. Although the rewards of the chain of tasks are very mysterious, it is possible that you can only get the favor of some special NPCs at the end, but the triggering of the task itself is still quite fun. Engineer Gao did not refute, but said softly, "That Xiang, help me get the things in the back seat of the car." Okay. That Xiang carried the things out with a grunt and a grunt. It was a big thing wrapped in burlap. And it hit the table with a loud bang. After the burlap was removed, that Xiang was stunned and said, "Wow. What a big head." This thing, which was as big as a water tank and covered with a metal shell, was the head of the harvester leader. Gao Gong originally intended to give this head to the military warehouse in exchange for contribution. But it didn't stop him from using it to show off. Lao Sun was dumbfounded. Of course he knew this thing. In fact, even among all the sea-level mechanical biochemical beasts, the harvester was the most difficult to deal with. It was wrapped in heavy armor, and had abnormal close combat ability. More importantly, it could fly and even be controlled. Even for those old friends back then. Being able to hunt, it was something worth bragging about. And now, the Reaper's head was simply placed in front of him. And he could even smell a rusty stench. "Is this the one you killed?" Old Sun was stunned. And for a long while, he said in disbelief, "Is there anyone selling Reaper heads on the black market now?" Engineer Gao asked back. "By the way, Brother Gao, you still have 4 small ones in your car. Can I move them over as well?" Xiangzi asked stupidly. Even Aunt Xiang was startled. And she didn't waste any words, and directly pulled out the red unicorn. The blade made of tungsten iron has some pits and holes. Especially the blade from the tip to the middle, which is full of gaps. This is the result of repeated killing. In fact, the reason why Gao Gong found Aunt Xiang was to let her finish him off. The marks on the blade are more convincing than the heads of the harvesters. The 2 old guys know very well that these are the scars that can only be caused by killing more than 24 radioactive beasts. The 2 old men looked at each other, and were speechless for a moment. Mission completed. 100 experience points reward. Although Old Sun had already acknowledged the achievement of Engineer Gao in his heart, he still insisted, and shouted, "It's obvious that you didn't kill it alone. The Reaper is so fast, how could it give you a chance to chop its neck?" "Old Sun, are you crazy?" Annie Xiang was shocked. "You're already living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Why are you still so stubborn? Are you really not afraid of running out of wine?" "Someone did help me," Engineer Gao said calmly. "Okay, since you admit defeat, then I'll give you another chance. This big guy is for you. You are alone. Remember? You are hunting a Class C radiation beast alone. Do you dare?" Looking at Old Sun, whose face was red and his neck was thick, Andy Xiang suddenly thought of something and fell silent. And Gao Gong also received the second ring mission. Mission second ring. Sekiro Shadow Hunter. Difficulty, difficult. Mission brief. The burnout fire still emits sporadic heat. Old Sun seems to want to do something, but before doing it, he wants to see if you are worthy of him doing this. Mission target. The corpse of a sea-level radiation beast. Mission reward. The inheritance of the classical mechanical hunter. Chapter 23 Desert Skin. "Look, this is what I have achieved these days." The next day, in the black shop, Littlefinger showed off the finished product. There are 3 types of finished products. The first is a pale implantable bionic skin, the second is a glass bottle, which contains a plaster similar to skin cream, and the third is a syringe filled with transparent liquid medicine. These 3 types are 3 different qualities of desert skin, and the methods of use are also different. The first type requires implantation of bionic skin, the second type requires application, forming a cell immune coating, and the third type is a direct injection. The 3 types have different effects. Gao Gong first picked up the rough bionic skin, and the system automatically refreshed the attributes. Desert Skin Blank, a one-piece artificial skin, which has the function of protecting human moisture and blocking the transmission of electronic signals. Endurance +2, agility +2 applied state. Sufficient moisture, endurance recovery increased by 5% per minute. This thing is a bit ugly. Gao Gong touched it with his hand. Like touching the skin of a chameleon, the surface is all granular. It's good enough if they can use it. Littlefinger curled his lips. Those people want to replace all their organs with implanted weapons. Why care about beauty? Anyway, there is a virtual experience machine, and you can play however you want in it. Virtual experience machine. An antique that has not been played for many years, Gao Gong said nostalgically. Although players in the game cannot do things that are not suitable for children. But snakes have their own ways. Mice have their own ways. And the virtual experience machine is a special channel. Thinking back to the past, I transformed myself into Mr. G and developed a super virtual machine with a sense of reality of 99.99%. That feeling. Ahem. A hero does not mention his past achievements. Engineer Gao picked up the hand cream again. This thing is much better than artificial leather. At least you don't have to peel the skin before using it. Desert skin excellent. Apply the ointment to form a cellular immune coating. Need to maintain 8 hours of uninterrupted absorption for a long time. Endurance +3, agility +2. Application status. Sufficient moisture, endurance recovery increases by 7% per minute, can slightly resist radiation. This one is definitely the best-selling one. This ointment can be used for a long time, or temporarily. It can only block electronic signals, and it does not need to be applied all over the body, just apply it to some key parts. As long as you don't hide a gun under your crotch or a mine in your buttocks. This thing is enough to block the perception of most radioactive beasts. Of course. Littlefinger was also very satisfied with it, and said, I have adjusted the formula to reduce the cost. 1 gland of a desert worm can be used to prepare 2 bottles of ointment. Add some water to dilute it, and you can make 4 bottles. When it enters the black market, 1 bottle can be directly exchanged for 10 bottles. Engineer Gao took a breath, gave a thumbs up, and said, Hi. Really high. You are worthy of being the #1 black market doctor in the Car City. You have no red heart at all. Of course. Speaking of black heart, Littlefinger was proud, and then said, the last one is aimed at the high-end market, attracting high-level talents. No side effects, no adverse symptoms, and will not cause mechanical rejection. Engineer Gao picked up the last syringe. There were at least 2 syringes of this type. Desert skin excellent, needle implanted in the subcutaneous layer. Excellent biochemical agent, completely shield electronic signals, make the skin change with the environment like a tropical lizard. Endurance +5, agility +3, armor +10. Additional state 1, skin breathing blood activity reduced, endurance recovery increased by 15% per second. Additional state 2, immune to bleeding state. Additional state 3, cold blood, reduces own infrared radiation, reduces the probability of being discovered by the enemy. Gao Gong was really surprised this time. As the saying goes, the master leads the way. Practice is up to the individual, although players can open the same blueprint, but the quality of the equipment they make is good and bad. The highest level that a level 3 blueprint can achieve is excellent. This guy's prosthetic doctor level must be above level 10. Seeing the surprised expression on the face of the senior engineer, Littlefinger's vanity was immediately satisfied, but after thinking about it, I still told the truth. This thing is just an exhibit, nearly 30 desert worms. I only made 2 subcutaneous implant needles in total. To be honest, I was in good shape at the time. Actually, I don't know how I made it. When this thing is officially released, don't let it slip. Since it's a sample, 1 is enough. Gao Gong took one without hesitation, and before Littlefinger could react, inserted it into his shoulder. As the needle was injected, Gao Gong could clearly feel a kind of mutation on the skin surface. Just like applying a layer of chili oil on the skin first, and then adding a layer of sunscreen. Suddenly, the heat and the cold all came up at once. Gao Gong frowned and endured it. The skin surface first turned red, then returned to its original state, then turned pale, and returned to its original state again, repeating several times. Then the skin began to mutate. Some parts were exposed to the light of the electronic screen, turning into a blue snow screen, and some were reflected by the light on the metal workbench, turning into a metallic silver white. If you don't pay attention, you won't even realize there's someone in front of you. As Gao Gong thought about it, all the colors on his skin disappeared immediately, and with them, some calluses and scars disappeared, and it seemed that his skin color became better than before. In this state now, he would get angry if anyone said that Gao Gong was not a pretty boy. Gao Gong's eyes sparkled, and he praised, very good results. I am very satisfied. You kid. Seeing Gao Gong become handsome again, Xiaoji regretted it, and then stared at the last implant needle. He also wanted to give himself an injection, but this was the last one left in the exhibit. If he used it, it was hard to say whether he would become handsome or not. Sister Rose would definitely kill him first. Okay, let's talk about the profit-sharing issue next. The friendly atmosphere changed, and the two of them immediately became hostile. Bullshit. 30-70 split. Do you know who developed this skin? Without me, would you be able to make this money? Nonsense. All business is dominated by channel dealers. Without our network of relationships, believe it or not, this skin would be. It will be confiscated by the security group, and then swallowed up by various forces without a penny left. Is money important to you? What is important is influence, connections, and the right to speak in the desert in the future. What is this little money? Don't be so stingy. Bullshit. Is this a small amount of money? As long as this skin is promoted. The income from 10 surgeries I do cannot match its daily sales. Aren't you Sister Rose's lover? How dare you rob a woman's money? What lover? She is obviously a little Gigi who is kept by someone. Isn't it natural for a rich woman to spend money to support her lover? Do you think I didn't work hard at night? This is all hard-earned money. You are shameless. You are cheap. In terms of lack of moral integrity, the two are evenly matched. And the generals meet good talents. Fortunately, neither of them had the intention to break up. Gao Gong knew that the other party could leave him alone at any time. And Littlefinger was also worried that the other party would use his ways to persuade him. In the end, the two reached an agreement. After deducting the cost, the net profit was 6:4 between the two. Littlefinger represented the channel dealer and took the majority, while Gao Gong took 40%. According to the agreement, Gao Gong would also be responsible for hunting desert worms in the future. After all, the raw materials also needed to be kept confidential. Littlefinger did not have any mechanical hunters that he could fully trust. Of the 40% profit, 20% of the income cannot be directly withdrawn from mechanical coins, but can only be exchanged for various materials. According to Littlefinger, withdrawing too much cash will affect their money laundering business. After signing the agreement, Senior Engineer realized how profitable this business was. The net profit of the lowest level implanted skin alone was 2,000 mechanical coins, and the hand cream was 4,000 mechanical coins. Even though it was so expensive, this batch of skins had been sold out, and the reservations had even reached the third batch. Those who seek wealth in the desert know best how much their lives are worth. With this thing, as long as you don't actively hunt, or are unlucky enough to run into a beast hide, you basically don't have to worry about the threat of wild beasts. It is difficult to achieve this effect with high-level blueprints. This is a necessity in the desert. Gao Gong calculated that he could make a net profit of 30,000 mechanical coins just from this batch of skins. This is much faster than robbery. After the verbal battle, both of them were a little tired. Littlefinger collapsed on the sofa and suddenly said, "Do you know? Sister Rose will be back soon." "Oh! When?" "In the next few days." Since the Rose gasoline bar was closed, Gao Gong knew that someone was targeting Black Rose. The target is not a bar, but the underground network controlled by Black Rose, which is spread across more than a dozen oases. Black Rose left during this period to deal with this matter. From Littlefinger's tone now, it seems that the matter has been resolved. Senior Engineer asked curiously, "Who attacked you?" If it was the former Senior Engineer, a mere wolf dog, Littlefinger would not discuss such a matter with him. But now, the other party has successively taken out 2 surgical plans, one of which is a hard product that can dominate the market. Littlefinger decided to change his attitude a little. In the entire Iron Sand Desert, there are only a few who can be called tycoons. On one hand, and those who are interested in our underground intelligence network are naturally some of our colleagues. Colleagues, intelligence, tycoons. Gao Gong had a flash of inspiration. The news tycoon Wang Tian? The newspaper seller. It turned out to be him. Gao Gong muttered to himself. In addition to being the general manager of the factory, this tycoon Wang's Radiation Daily is also the best-selling reading material in the desert. This newspaper has a lot of valuable information. It is a must-read for mechanical hunters. But at this juncture, why would this guy suddenly be interested in the underground network? If it is just normal business expansion, it would be fine. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Sister Rose is not lacking in skills. But Gao Gong suddenly thought of another possibility. What if this is not just a business war, but serving the real war? He thought of an old saying. Intelligence is the life of war. Chapter 24 Military Contractor. The senior engineer of Rose Gasoline Bar sat at the corner of the bar, with a classic cocktail in front of him, which was also Black Rose's favorite, called Flame Chariot, and the blue flames burning on the cup looked like the flames of a motorcycle. It tasted very bitter, and it felt like gasoline mixed with cola. Although Black Rose didn't come back, the bar had returned to its former bustle. People were looking for information, doing business, chatting, spending money to get drunk, and all kinds of people. There was everything. "Sir, someone is offering you a drink." A bionic waitress came over, holding a glass of wine on a plate. It can be seen that this bionic person is not of high level. There are obvious splicing marks on his hands and feet. And the smile on his face is not natural. Which means that he has only downloaded the most basic AI service and does not even have a personality template. Gao Gong did not speak, but waved his hand. There was a sigh in the dark. A bearded man's face turned black. He drank the gasoline beer in his hand, stood up, and walked out without looking back. He did not have a left hand, but a large shotgun instead. Elephant hunters are not good enough. His standards are too high. He is also a veteran. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He shot an E-class radiation elephant in the head with a large double-barreled shotgun. That is a large radiation beast. No way. He just has the capital. He is just an old man. What's so great about him? A newcomer suddenly said indignantly. Young man, don't be confused. In the desert, experience is the least valuable. A mechanical hunter sneered and shook his head. Yes, if you can bring back a head of a Reaper leader alive, and 4 D-level Reaper corpses, you are also qualified to choose. The newcomer was stunned, and asked subconsciously, Reaper, the melee monster that can't be cut by a chainsaw? Yes, 5 heads in total. Auto City hasn't had such a harvest in many years. Great. Gao Gong finished drinking the flame chariot, and asked the waiter to mix a glass of beauty. Sure enough, this brandy-flavored mellow cocktail is more suitable for him. Today, more than a dozen people invited him to drink. But Gao Gong didn't accept a single glass. It's not because the other party is a man. It's not because he is afraid that the other party will pick up the corpse. Well, I am still a little afraid. There are women too. But their purpose is not pure. Women who are just trying to hook up with men will probably not hook up with him. People who often come to this bar to drink more or less know his relationship with the female owner of the bar. The women of male bosses, and the men of female bosses. These two types of creatures should not be messed with. Although it will be very exciting. The fundamental reason is that drinking the other party's wine is equivalent to accepting the other party's invitation to form a team. According to the aerial photos of the factory satellite, at least dozens of beasts appeared around the Auto City. The Security Corps has issued a death order that within 5 days, no matter how they operate, they must at least gather a 3-person armed team. This kind of free team formation will naturally be welcomed by powerful mechanical hunters. As a central oasis, the Auto City is home to many famous mechanical hunters. But there are very few lone wolves without a fixed team. Even among the special masters, like lone wolves. Gao Gong's record is unique. Yesterday, when Gao Gong brought back 5 Reaper corpses, the entire military warehouse was shocked. Even the logistics director, who always looked down on hunters, took the initiative to come out and exchanged a few polite words with him. Everyone knew that Gao Gong had hunted a sea-level Reaper for the 2nd time. After another glass of wine, Gao Gong looked at the mechanical clock on the wine cabinet. It was almost time. He had to go to the military warehouse to pick up the goods. Wait! Gao Gong had just walked to the door when a bald man suddenly stood up, walked up to him aggressively, and shouted, My name is Black Ape. I think I am qualified to be your teammate. Amid the deep jazz music, Gao Gong lowered his head and tapped the bottom of the cigarette box, took a cigarette from the box, and looked at the other person in the dim vision. This guy is very tall, just over 2 meters, but he doesn't have the body deformation of the natives, but he has undergone bone strengthening surgery. A kind of enhanced bone hyperplasia. The muscles on his body are well developed and bloated. They should be some kind of inferior biochemical muscles. I don't know if there is a problem with the implant or the muscle model. It looks like he bought a large size of clothes. The most eye-catching thing is his pair of oversized metal arms. They are at least 3 times larger than normal arms. The protruding part of the forearm should be a flamethrower. The carrot-thick fingers have 9 metal joints. It must be very painful to hit people with this thing. Gorilla arms imported from the city of Never Sleeps? Good eyesight. The black gorilla's eyes lit up. And he grabbed a wine bottle at random. And put his palms together. Crack. Crack. And soon, he made a pile of glass shards. I have investigated you. I know you are good at using a knife. And you also have a sniper rifle. The black gorilla made a bodybuilder pose. His biochemical muscles bulged like they were inflated. Without blue veins. Only some pale artificial fibers. I am also good at close combat. Medium and long range. Both attacking and sniping. We will be the most tacit partners. Gao Gong blew out a puff of smoke with his eyes half drunk. And said, I have no problem. But you can't. Why can't I? The black gorilla widened his eyes. and put a pair of gorilla arms under Gao Gong's eyes. Look! This is the latest version of the Impact Type 3. To be honest, this equipment is good. In the system panel, it can at least get an excellent evaluation. But the person is not good. Gao Gong took a few more puffs, threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray, without explanation, prepared to leave directly. Wait, you can't leave unless you explain clearly. Black Death Chimpanzee was furious. The mechanical palm grabbed Gao Gong's shoulder fiercely. The mechanical grip hit the titanium alloy bone, making a squeezing sound. The equipment is okay. But your legs are not good. What do you mean? In the high-pitched metal music, Gao Gong suddenly turned around, rushed into the middle door, hooked his foot and stretched his leg, and gently stepped on the inside of the ankle. The opponent's slender ankle could not bear the weight of the body at all. It cracked with a crack, and the black dead gorilla fell to the ground with a bang, holding his leg and screaming, "Legs! Legs! My legs!" The modification rate of the movement system is less than 4%. And you actually equipped yourself with such a big thing. Gao Gong shook his head, waved his hand, and asked the bartenders, who had already touched the gun handles, to retreat. It's a bit hard to think about it, friend. Human body modification is a delicate project that requires consideration of all aspects. It is not the case that the stronger the prosthesis, the better. In fact, the stronger the prosthesis, the harder it is to install it, and even harder to remove it. It can be said that every high-level prosthesis modification is equivalent to going through the gates of hell. And once the prosthesis is not suitable enough, this account is useless. If the player is useless, he can start over, but if the NPC is useless, there is really no hope. In Gao Gong's opinion, the mechanical hunters in the Car City, more or less, have the problem of over-modification. Maybe they have no problem at this stage. But when they want to go further, such as crossing the main occupation level 10 threshold, the level 20 level, they will find that their body transformation has been overdrawn, and there is nothing left to be changed. This may be an opportunity. Mechanical transformation has come to an end, and turning to biological transformation is also a way. But mechanical rejection is a big problem. Even a mechanical transformer with relatively balanced attributes, like Gao Gong, is cautious when facing mechanical rejection. For these guys who have extreme human body modification, it is almost inevitable that they will encounter mechanical rejection. He cannot force them to undergo biological modification. That will only create a lot of cyber psychopaths. Gao Gong drove south and arrived in front of a modern military building. The building in front of him had a brand new feeling that was rare in the desert. The main building, the airport, the shooting range, and various off-road obstacles were all made of real materials. But they gave people a strange feeling of foam. This should have been printed by a military contractor of a large company using 3D technology. This is the military warehouse of the Security Corps. You can see that many members of the Security Corps are undergoing actual combat training, and their opponents are the radiation beasts projected by virtual projection technology. Their melee weapons will cause different levels of damage when they hit different parts of the beast. The VR glasses, they were deep in the sense of immersion. You have practiced well. No wonder the Security Corps is getting better and better at fighting. Engineer Gao smiled and looked to the other side. In a simulated concrete forest, an armed team of the Security Corps was clearing obstacles in the forest at a fixed point. These experiences often require mechanical hunters to learn with their lives. However, is this training method really advanced? At least the defeat on the front line did not prove this. "Mr. Gao, welcome you." A robot came over, saying in a flat electronic voice, "How is it? Have you confirmed the value of my trophies?" "It has been confirmed. A total of 2,124 contribution points. You need to see the details, or go shopping first. We have just imported a batch of new models of intelligent weapons. Do you need me to take you to visit? Let's go and have a look first." Engineer Gao blinked, seemingly casually said, "By the way, can I ask, which military contractors did your batch of weapons come from?" "Tiber Defense Systems, Marubeni Global Security, Moss Edge." They are all familiar names. Moss Edge? Engineer Gao repeated the name. This crazy company that later became famous for radical human body modification, has it already entered the weapons and equipment market at this time. Chapter 25, Fireweed and Cats. "Sir, what do you want to see first, intelligent guns, melee weapons, or bullets?" "Bullets." The robot took Gao Gong to a display case, swiped his palm on the magnetic strip, and the bulletproof glass slowly opened. T1 incendiary bullet. Using a new structure that integrates steel core and explosives, the explosion will not only produce flames, but also cause steel flakes to splash. T5 armor-piercing bullet, using hardened high-carbon steel as the warhead, can penetrate the skin of radioactive beasts below D level. W6 sniper bullet, compared to ordinary sniper bullets, increases penetration by 11%. The specially designed blood groove will accelerate bleeding. Black tracer bullet, can release poisonous smoke to disperse wild beasts. This is a specialty of our security group. Virus bullet. Gao Gong was pondering. In terms of purchasing power, 1 contribution point is equivalent to 10 mechanical coins. Ordinary bullets are not valuable, so there is no need to buy them at the military warehouse. Just go to the ordinary weapon store and place an order. Some special ammunition is more expensive, and 1 contribution point can only be exchanged for 1 bullet. The ones that the robot just introduced are all intermediate bullets, which are used by the peacekeeping forces of the city that never sleeps. Even if these bullets hit the harvester, they can cause additional damage. This type of bullet costs 2 contribution points. Gao Gong did not hesitate, and bought 100 bullets of each type, a total of 7 types of ammunition, which cost him 1,400 contribution points in one go. No more bullets. Show me the latest prosthesis in the never-sleeping city. Okay. The 3 major military contractors, each with a different style. Among them, Tiber Defense Systems focuses on firepower construction, and is good at installing large-caliber guns and weapons on prosthesis, such as implanted rocket launchers, shoulder-mounted small cannons, and palm flamethrowers. Even the close combat prostheses are quite violent. Battery ram mechanical legs, retractable chainsaw blades, flaming whips, gorilla arms are their main products. Its main service targets are not individuals, but the mechanical core of major mechanical cities. Marubeni Global Security dominates the land, sea and air, pursues mobility, focuses on battlefield adaptability, and tends to increase survivability. Bionic lungs that enhance lung vitality. Adrenaline boosters for temporary bursts. Metabolic editors that can digest toxins, etc. It also has the most products. Gao Gong stood at its booth for a long time. With his contribution points, he could buy 1 or 2 small implants, or DIY one yourself. Give me a roll of load-bearing monomolecular wire, a handheld catapult, and a combat battery. Sir, we have implantable energy wires, high-temperature wires, and venomous snake wires. No, I want this. The robot did not persuade him again, and quickly gathered all the equipment, another 600 contribution points. Gao, you want to make your own equipment? Gao turned his head, and found a rather charming red-haired woman, wearing a denim jacket, but when she turned around, it was a bit scary. Only half of her charming face was exposed, the other half was an implanted metal face, so only half of her hair was shaved into a mohawk hairstyle. Three-handed Daisy, are you here to buy weapons too? Daisy extended her 2 hands in a friendly manner. Her right hand, like her right face, had been mechanically modified. The 2 arms on the right were mechanical arms, and the left arm was a normal arm. Gao Gong hesitated for a moment. Daisy smiled apologetically, and took back the upper one. It's an old problem, my neural coordinator. Gao Gong laughed and held it. Three-handed Daisy, the captain of the fireweed hunting team, is also a well-known mechanical hunter in the Auto City. You are not here to win me over, are you? I have drunk enough wine today. Of course not. Although you are very strong. Our team has fixed members, and it is not appropriate to force cooperation, Daisy said seriously, but we can share intelligence. Sharing battlefield intelligence? Gao Gong pondered for a moment. As an old hand in the Auto City, he knew the style of each hunting team very well. Some are domineering. Some are insidious. Some like to snatch spoils. And some will stab their teammates in the back. Fireweed has a good reputation in the local area. Okay. Gao Gong agreed readily, and glanced at the magnetic levitation platform behind her, which was loaded with several large-caliber weapons. It seems that your team is planning to take this opportunity to do something big. Of course, we can't be mercenaries for life, right? Gao Gong nodded. The 2 exchanged communication codes. Desala wanted to say something else, but a sweet voice sounded. Desala, are you ready? We are leaving. A short girl inserted herself between the 2, first bowed deeply to Gao Gong, and then said, You must be the famous Gao Jun. My name is Matsushima Keiko. I am 15 years old this year, and I like women. Matsushima Keiko looked up, and in her big round eyes, she actually bloomed with a murderous aura that only swordsmen have. Mr. Gao, Keiko likes Desira, so you have to keep your distance from Desira, or else Keiko will have to slice you up. Keiko, don't be rude. Oh! Keiko pursed her lips in grievance, and then stretched out her finger. But he doesn't look like a good person, Desira. Handsome men are not good people, my mother told me. Mr. Gao looked at Keiko Matsushima's waist, only to see that she had 2 samurai swords hanging on her waist, and the scabbards were also equipped with equipment similar to electromagnetic exciters. The other person's arm was slender and pale, which did not match her rosy face. Highly realistic arm prosthesis, the type of knife-gripping device from Asia. Matsushima Keiko's face changed. She didn't expect that a country bumpkin could recognize the origin of her prosthesis at a glance. Asia is a district of the city that never sleeps, separated from other districts of the city that never sleeps by a river. Most of them are natives of the continent, and they have a lot of martial virtue. It turned out that they were city dwellers who came to the desert to pan for gold. No wonder they were so ambitious. We'll contact each other later. Gao Gong smiled at Daisy, then lowered his head and said to Keiko Matsushima, "Did your mother tell you that a loli with small breasts is not a good loli?" Matsushima Keiko was furious, and she jumped up and was about to kick Gao Gong's knee. But Daisy grabbed his collar with 3 hands and dragged him away like a piece of luggage. Her screams could be heard from a long distance away. "Daisy, let go. This man is too rude. I'm going to kill him. Can't you just be quiet for a while?" Daisy's helpless voice came over. "Oh, by the way, I also ordered some parts. Please help me place the order." Gao Gong smiled, not taking this episode seriously, and handed a piece of paper to the robot. The paper was full of mechanical parts. This was not prepared for him, but for his future teammates. Okay. The robot went to replace the parts for Gao Gong, and Gao Gong didn't plan to watch anymore. Although more than 2,000 contribution points are not a small amount, compared with the hunting results of those famous hunting teams for a long time. It is nothing. Although the prostheses here are all good, he feels more assured with the drawings he made himself. Who knows if these military contractors have left backdoors in the prostheses? Hello. A cat suddenly jumped onto the counter and looked him up and down. "Your body is very good." "What's good about it?" The cat's eyes scanned around and nodded seriously. "The system is very balanced and stable." "Which is very good." "Oh. Are you interested in buying our weapons?" "Your family." "Whose family are you from?" "Mosfingmong." "You visited 2 stores. But you didn't visit our exhibition area. That's because you don't have money." The senior engineer laughed. "Who would dare to use your prostheses? After all, they are just experimental weapons, while you are directly experimenting on human bodies. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. I'll lend it to you. You just need to return it after you use it." Kat said. "So good? Of course, our main purpose is to collect weapon performance data. Then how to use it is up to me." Gao Gong's heart moved, and said, "Of course." Kat looked at Gao Gong with a look of a fool. "Besides, how else can the weapon be used?" "Of course. Use it directly." "Okay, then pick 2 for me, and I'll return them after I use them, but we have to make it clear in advance. If it breaks, don't ask me to pay for it." "Don't worry, our company has always been sincere in serving customers, guaranteeing refunds, replacements and repairs, and the praise rate in the city that never sleeps is infinitely close to 100%. As long as we get rid of customers who don't give good reviews, won't they all be good reviews? Considering the future style of the company Masfinmeng, this good review is definitely manipulated." A moment later, Engineer Gao drove his broken off-road vehicle, a large bag of bullets, a pile of mechanical components, and 2 beautifully packaged boxes out of the military warehouse. He first transported these things to his secret base, and then drove to Littlefinger's black shop, but found that he was not there. So he had to go to the Rose gasoline bar, but he was still not there. Fortunately, Littlefinger had someone leave a message for him. "Brother Jito said that the things you ordered, Brother Gao, have been obtained. They are in the warehouse. There is also a big one, but it will take a few days." Engineer Gao asked people to move the things out. It was 10 boxes of nutrient paste, which could barely fit into the off-road vehicle. As for the big one that Engineer Gao ordered, it was naturally the armored vehicle he had been thinking about. It is naturally impossible to get this military-controlled item through normal channels. But there is a black market. The income from his own hunting, as well as the income from the first batch of skins, were all added together. And he finally ordered this early retired military vehicle. "Okay, I'll go first then. Have a nice day, Brother Gao." Engineer Gao drove the car all the way to the outskirts of the urban area, and according to Huang Yuanli's instructions, he lit a special oil tree leaf not far away. The fire was not big, nor was the smoke, but the signal could be transmitted to the special organs of the electronic bee. Not long after, a pockmarked face cautiously poked out from behind the tree. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Gao? Who are you?" "I'm a member of the Cable Tribe, and Sisterly asked me to come here." "I asked you to come here? Where is she?" The pockmarked face's eyes flickered. She is very busy now, and can't get away." Chapter 26 Iron Toad. Huang Yuanli is in trouble. The possibility of being killed is not high, but the possibility of being grounded is not small. Gao Gong, who returned to the old metal recycling station, quickly put these things behind him and concentrated on his work. Mechanical hunters are relatively capable among basic professions. The main reason is that it is a professional skill. Mechanical hunting transformation LD5 professional can transform its own combat body to a certain extent, increasing the chance of killing prey. This prey is not only a radioactive beast, it can also be a human. Although the mechanical hunter cannot create prosthesis, it can perform a second transformation on the prosthesis according to its own situation, making it more dangerous. When Gao Gong was still a newbie in his previous life, there was a high-level player who took the mechanical hunter route and shared many ways of hunting transformation in the forum. Because of the powerful combat power of hunting transformation, this high-level player once made it into the top 10 in the early player rankings of the game. I thought it was the beginning, but it turned out to be the peak. That high-level player was the unlucky guy who finally got into the upper echelons of the knights, but was eventually disabled by the artificial intelligence. He also had a name that people still remember, a knife but no umbrella on a rainy night. Soon, the welding sound in the recycling station was heard again. The handheld catapult was embedded in the metal material. The combat battery was built in. The circuit was adjusted. And there was a single molecule wire. The single molecule wire is a specialty of the city that never sleeps. A high-level material that is particularly sharp and strong, very concealed, and can cut metal. Generally speaking, this is the weapon that killers prefer to use. However, the basic load-bearing model chosen by Gao Gong is a building material. A single molecular line as thin as a hair can bear a ton of weight. Although this load-bearing model is not sharp, it is only relatively speaking. How to ensure its effectiveness while preventing it from damaging the modified equipment is a difficult point. Fortunately, after Sister Rose took Gao Gong for a speeding, she sent a lot of precious materials. It took about 3 hours to create a new hunting equipment. It is shaped like a metal arm guard, consisting of a metal shell and an animal skin lining, extending from the forearm to the palm. The switch is a hand-feeling neural activator, and Engineer Gao has adjusted a special frequency for it. On the surface of the arm guard, there is a small metal claw, which is about the size of a chicken claw, and its material is titanium steel alloy, which is harder than the material of the red unicorn, and is the leftover material that Sister Rose uses to make gloves. And what is its function? Young man, have you played Sekiro? Engineer Gao swung his hand back, and the catapult was passively activated, and the alloy claw was ejected, spanning more than 20 meters, and nailed to a thick iron plate. The next moment, a strong dragging force directly pulled him to the ground. Oh! Oh my god! Gao Gong was caught off guard and fell on his face. He was dragged for more than 10 meters, like a corpse. Finally, with a clang, his head hit the steel plate heavily. If his head had not been modified, he would have suffered a second-degree concussion. The key point is, it was really embarrassing. Pooh! 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 Gao Gong rubbed his head and spat out the dirt in his mouth. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise his reputation as wilderness lone wolf, reaper killer, and rich woman's little wolf dog would be ruined. The force of the catapult should be reduced. If it is too fast, the enemy will not be able to react. The key is that I can't react either. Then there was a series of trial and error, adjustment, trial and error again, and adjustment again. 2 hours later, Gao Gong held an ordinary steel bar in his left hand. The red unicorn was still under repair, and with a lightning-fast swing of his right hand, the alloy claw was once again nailed to the wall. Gao Gong fell directly to the ground and slid, after crossing more than 10 meters. He exerted force with his palm and calf at the same time, and jumped high with the momentum of the alloy claw, and with another swing of his arm, the alloy claw entered the retractable mode, and at the same time, the steel bar was pulled out, and it was hit hard on the top of the wall. For bricks were smashed by him. Although he staggered when he landed, he succeeded at least. Not bad, the sliding shovel to feed the tiger was successful. Let's try the carrying hook to hit the wall. Although the Rainy Night boss called this fighting style the Rainy Night carrying knife to kill mode, it was a high-end style, and he showed off his skills in the forum. It was soon imitated by the stupid players, forming two ecosystems, high-end game and passerby game. Then, in the passerby game, various ways of committing suicide such as spider stuck in egg, heroes need broken, sliding to feed dog, hanging on hook, and flying suicide were used to successfully prove that, except for the mechanical hunter profession, other professions cannot play this trick. A good technical post turned into a funny post. At that time, Galb Gong was still developing Loki on the road to face pinching, and could not play tricks, so he could only be a jealous spectator. But after starting to practice skills in this life, Galb Gong found that it was indeed difficult. Let's not talk about anything else. With the same pulling force, sliding is possible. But hooking a tree is not possible. As a result, Galb Gong started practicing the jumping off a building to commit suicide style again. Fortunately, the attributes of this body are good. Falling from a 3-story building would only cause blood loss at most, and it would not lead to real suicide. After practicing until midnight, Galb Gong slapped his forehead and suddenly realized that he did not need to practice sliding and hooking trees with the same pulling force. He could adjust the frequency of the tactile neural accelerator to form 2 pulling force modes. Thinking further, the grip of the alloy claw can also be adjusted, grabbing walls, grabbing trees, grabbing weapons, and even grabbing radioactive beasts, all can be adjusted to the most suitable grip. However, for this kind of transformation, adjusting the feel alone is definitely not enough. It is better to install a combat chip, input various combat modes into it, and continuously update it. Galb Gong now finally understood why only mechanical hunters can play the high-end game. Because only mechanical hunting transformation can continuously adjust the hook and cooperate with the attribute parameters of other prostheses on the body to form the most suitable force system for oneself. Unfortunately, mechanical hunting transformation is a professional skill, and its skill level cannot be upgraded, nor can it exceed the professional level. Otherwise, it would be too buggy. Before the big man Rainy Night showed off his skills, he must have had a hard time training. After practicing single molecule claw for a day, Galb Gong even felt more tired than a day of hunting. There are still 2 days left. Tomorrow, my teammate should be here. By the way, what's his name? In a warehouse in the public cargo hold, Tiepi stood in front of the mirror with a serious look on his face and squeezed out a flattering smile. Hey, brother Gao, I'm here. No, this is not good. This kind of master certainly doesn't like those who only flatter. I should be a little cool. Xiao Gao, I will be your teammate from now on. I will protect you from now on. Isn't this too pretentious? It's not good to be too arrogant. You will get into trouble. The roommate in the same warehouse yawned. They are the strongest group of mechanical hunters in the Car City. How could they like you? I advise you to go to bed. Bullshit, brother Gao specially sent someone to invite me. What do you mean by appearance? This is appearance. What do they want from you? Because you don't take a shower, because you like to take advantage of others, because you don't change your prosthesis? Iron Skin was furious and kicked his roommate under the bed. There must be a reason. I must have advantages that I haven't discovered myself. The next day, Iron Skin got up early and even oiled the mechanical body and then looked around the street with an expectant look. Many people heard that Ironhide was invited to form a team by the famous mechanical hunter, and they all came to join in the fun. Toad, don't be upset. I heard that prosthetic hallucinations are a sign of cyberpsychosis. He doesn't have prosthetic hallucinations. It's clearly hallucinations in the brain. Hallucinations in the brain. What kind of disease is that? I said that human body modification cannot modify the brain. Look, the modified thoughts are all problematic. Just like those AIs infected with viruses. This is called brain crash. Ironhide gnashed his teeth and waited under a series of ridicules. It seemed that because of the ridicule, time passed particularly slowly. After waiting for a long time, it finally arrived at the agreed time. At the end of the street, 2 black spots appeared. Soon, 2 cars appeared in everyone's sight. One was a large displacement off-road vehicle that was very common in the desert, and the other was twice as large as the off-road vehicle. From a distance, it looked like a steel fortress. Oh my god! A military armored vehicle. The armored vehicles of the Security Corps and the military armored vehicles of the old civilization era are completely different species. in order to prevent the impact of advanced beasts. The armor of the car body cannot even be penetrated by some rockets. The power source of the car body is a special type of energy plate, with 8 tires, and the full sprint speed can reach 230 kilometers per hour. With everyone stunned, the door of the armored vehicle opened. Littlefinger yawned, looked around, and said casually, "Who is Ironhide?" "I am." "Come up." Seeing that Ironhide was still in a daze, Littlefinger glanced at him. "Why? Do you want me to treat you?" Ironhide was immediately startled, and hurriedly got in, and even gave the onlookers a middle finger. The car drove away, leaving only the stunned onlookers. Littlefinger was not the one driving. Littlefinger was sitting in the passenger seat and yawning. And I don't know what he was busy with last night. Iron Skin introduced himself very attentively. "Hello, Brother Finger, my name is Iron Skin, nickname is Iron Skin Toad, you can call me Little Iron." Do you know me?" "Yes, of course I know you. These days." "You are a smuggler." "No, I am a small business owner, who wouldn't know you?" Littlefinger took off his glasses, rubbed them, looked at the other person in the rearview mirror, and exclaimed softly, "Toad, your transformation is quite interesting. The transformation of the bionic brain is only available in this city, and your mechanical body, oh my god, what kind of rubbish is this? Is this thing still usable?" Iron Skin looked down at his exposed wires and broken organs, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Finger, I was deceived." Chapter 27. Teammates gathered. Ironhide complained for most of the time. "You mean, because you heard that bionic people have a high status in the Mother City, you thought about transforming yourself into a bionic person, and then sneaking into the Mother City to be a superior person. But the transformation was not completed. The smuggling group was wiped out by the sheriff of the city that never sleeps, and you, the bionic person, only had half of your brain bionic, and you didn't even have a body? What kind of plan can only be thought of by a weirdo?" I don't know what he thought of. The expression of Littlefinger became extremely weird. "Yeah, Brother Finger. I spent all my savings to buy the transformation, but I only transformed half of it." Ironhide looked back at the past with a look of dismay. "After the transformation failed, my former gang no longer wanted me, and I couldn't pay back the loan sharks. So I gritted my teeth, changed my appearance, and came to the desert to hang out. Aren't bionic people dedicated to serving humans?" The driver couldn't help but interrupt. "There are many bionic people in the bar, which are basically equivalent to artificial idiots. How can they be so popular in the city?" Ironhide sighed. "This big brother doesn't know. Since the passage of the Bionic Man Act, the status of androids has been getting higher and higher, especially as AI templates become more and more advanced. They can solve many problems that humans can't handle, and they are cheap. Nowadays, even gangs have begun to hire androids to kill people. I have to say, they are quite useful after all. They don't care about their lives. As far as I know, the current ranking of the status of residents in the city that never sleeps is AI first, android second, and native people third. Native people are normal humans like us. Do you think you are still a normal human now? How does your memory system work?" Littlefinger asked curiously. "Of course, I only did half of the surgery, and no one wants me to be a bionic man. I have installed a memory chip, and the bionic system will regularly delete some unimportant memories to ensure the normal operation of the system." "What does it feel like to be a bionic man?" The driver couldn't help asking. "It's no different from a normal person, but it's hard to remember things you forget." Iron Skin thought for a while, and gave a clear definition. "It's like wearing a thick cotton jacket regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter. That's because your touch system is too poor." Littlefinger rolled his eyes. There are also ruins of high-rise buildings in the oasis. The two cars crossed one ruin after another, and came to a relatively hidden old metal recycling station. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the guy, I have to go on duty later. Damn, since I joined the security team, I've been working more than off work, fuck." As soon as the two crossed a ruin, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, stagnated in the anti-gravity at high altitude, then turned several circles in succession, and landed safely. You comprehend the passive skill. Molecular Wire Claw. Molecular Wire Claw passive. A skill to turn and move in the sky, assisting attack or escape. Passive skills. Cannot be improved by experience points, can only be improved by proficiency. Proficiency. 1 out of 3,000. Galgon glanced at the system page. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Finally this skill was brushed out. Although it is passive, cannot improve the power in a short time, but passive also has its advantages, that is, As long as you keep training, the skill level will be brushed up sooner or later. Gao Gong looked up, just happened to see the two people who were stunned. Why are you here? Gao Gong looked at Littlefinger in surprise, and then he was attracted by the armored vehicle behind him, and said happily, "It's finally delivered. I thought it wouldn't be here before the war." Littlefinger came back to his senses, and said unhappily, "That's because Sister Rose specially arranged it. Do you know how many joints we opened up, and how much effort we spent to transport this big guy?" Gao Gong ignored him, and got into the armored vehicle directly, and checked the performance of the vehicle. "Don't forget to pay back the money. You only paid a deposit. Just deduct it from my share." "What? You don't think I don't have money, do you?" Littlefinger snorted. This guy is indeed not short of money, and he will soon be richer than himself. He is really lucky. Tippy looked at the armored vehicle with envy. He finally found an opportunity. When Engineer Gao got off the car, he immediately approached him and patted his chest and said, "Brother Gao, I will be the one driving from now on. I promise that you will have a smooth journey." Engineer Gao blinked. "Excuse me. Who are you?" "Oh, it's you." In the increasingly strange eyes of Littlefinger and Tippy, Engineer Gao did not feel embarrassed at all. In fact, he had only met this Tippy once, and it was at night. Isn't it normal that he could not recognize him? "I've sent the person in the car. I'm leaving now." Littlefinger paused, and said, "Let's go to the bar when we have time. Sister Rose asked you to come over when you are free." "No problem." Engineer Gao looked at the dark circles under the other person's eyes, and said in surprise, "You have been using the virtual experience machine a lot recently." "What the hell?" Littlefinger looked angry. "I have to perform more than a dozen surgeries a day these days, and I only charge the cost price. What a shitty military control." According to Engineer Gao's understanding, the cost price mentioned by Littlefinger is 1 times the profit, and the normal profit of prosthetic surgery is 10 times, and his goal is 100 times. Otherwise, why are prosthetic doctors called black market doctors? The prices are really high. "Let's go, we'll go back and prepare, we'll start working tomorrow." Engineer Gao patted Tippy's shoulder, and said casually. Tippy was refreshed, and hurriedly followed him, flattering him, while looking around curiously. Engineer Gao had no special reason to choose him as his teammate. He drove well, and he looked okay, although he was a little cunning, but please, this is a radiation zone, let alone good people, how many normal people are there? He only needs a regular obedient henchman. Not even loyalty. Iron Skin. You are doing smuggling in the black market now. What did you do before? I used to deliver goods. Delivery? Isn't that quite formal? Yes. Quite formal. My former gangs all had licenses, and they would buy insurance for me. Iron Skin looked proud. I transported prisoners and guns for the gang, and sometimes some psychotropic drugs. Well, no wonder you look so energetic. Gao Gong still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't pay much attention to him, and Iron Skin didn't treat himself as an outsider. After walking around the old metal recycling station, he moved a box of gasoline-smelling beer out of the shed, and drank beer while being exposed to radiation, which was quite comfortable. It's just that the scene of liquid spraying out from the gaps of organs is not very elegant. Gao Gong frowned. The two equipment placed in front of him, both have very good attributes, both are at the level of excellent plus. You should know that among Gao Gong's equipment, only the beast hunting device Iron Rain jointly created by Lao Sun and Ant Xiang was evaluated by the system in this way. But the sequelae of these two weapons are too great, so great that he dare not use them. The first box turned out to be a biological weapon, called a radiation energy gun, which looks like a large revolver wrapped in a layer of wriggling granulation, which can actively absorb nuclear radiation in the radiation zone, and then release radiation energy beams. You should know that energy weapons are far from mature in the technology of Level 2 civilization. Level 3 civilization will use them on a large scale, and only the scientific research system of Level 4 civilization and above can support the development of large energy weapons such as Star Destroyer Cannon, Dark Matter Cannon, and Particle Annihilation Cannon. And the main reason why this radiation energy gun is only excellent, instead of war weapon and black technology, is that this thing can only be used in the radiation zone, and the interval between each shot is at least 5 minutes. This also indirectly shows that the 6th level scientific research blueprint mass edge of micro-nuclear fission reactor has not been pointed out. That's fine. After all, no matter how rubbish the energy weapon is, the damage is above 4 digits. The bad thing is its note. Note, This biological weapon is not mature. There is a great chance of being injected with biological virus when using this weapon. Damn, I don't want to become a zombie. As for the other weapon, it is equally dangerous and bad. It is an implanted machine gun with an intelligent module. On the 2 gun racks of the machine gun, for biological drills automatically provide AI implantation. No prosthetic surgery is required. It can be directly installed into the human body. The machine gun provides at least 5 intelligent modules for free, including automatic aiming, ballistic analysis, and charging mode. It can be said that in the development of the combat system, this machine gun has reached a fairly mature level, and it can even spontaneously adjust the combat mode according to the host's nervous system. However, the shortcomings of this machine gun are also pitfalls. Note, as the frequency of use of this machine gun increases, the incidence rate of cyberpsychosis will increase from time to time. This is a gun that can make people sick without illness. The system complains like this. Gao Gong had never used the weapon Moss Edge in his previous life, but he had heard of its reputation, which was cheap, powerful, super unstable, and extremely popular among players. But from the perspective of the NPC, this thing was really a rip-off. But with such great power, it would be a waste if it was not used. Gao Gong touched his chin and soon had an idea. Since this thing is not for people to use, why not just not use it for people? He came up with an idea. But this idea required gambling on blueprints, and he had to save up experience for a while. On the 3rd day, this was the time he and Aunt Xiang agreed on: red unicorn coat, boots, some small miscellaneous items. These equipment were broken, worn, and needed to be repaired during the hunting for nearly a month. Aunt Xiang also knew Gao Gong's secret base. But to Gao Gong's surprise, the person who appeared in front of him was not the short and hunchbacked Aunt Xiang, but a tall and fat man. Xiangzi, are you here to deliver the goods? Xiangzi smiled foolishly and shook his head, handed over a basket of weapons and equipment, and said, my mother asked me to follow you. Old friend gun shop. Aunt Xiang crossed her arms. Her expression was uncertain, and her eyes moved from time to time. Old son sat at the door, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, his eyes half drunk, looking at her expression, and sneered, if you don't want to let him go, don't let him go. What's the point of worrying if he goes? It's been like this before. You can't change your temper in this life. You have to go. Aunt Xiang let out a long sigh. I can't protect him forever. Have you prepared his weapons for him? With his body size, he can't use ordinary equipment. Aunt Xiang nodded. I changed the size of Lao Gong's equipment and gave it to him. Lao Gong. How can ordinary people use his equipment? Old son was shocked. The Lao Gong mentioned by Aunt Xiang was a classic mechanical hunter, who was ranked in the top 3 in combat power, and was also a recognized monster hunter. Old son seemed to have thought of something, and was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Xiangzi also has that ability? Chapter 28 Development Rights. Behind Gasoline Town, Intercontinental Auto Exhibition Center. Auto Exhibition Center was the name in the past. Now it has a new name, War Center. Early in the morning, one after another chariot drove into the hall, and one after another mechanical hunters walked out of the car, with tiger eyes rolling around, with ferocious faces. Wherever they passed, people hated them, and dogs hated them. In the end, the captain had to come forward to receive their tasks in Hall Number 1. The remaining mechanical hunters waited in the hall, smoking, and sweeping their colleagues with dangerous eyes of unknown meaning. The weapons in their hands were larger in caliber, and some of them were turning with a creaking sound as their neural sensors changed. This former auto show center seemed to have become a weapons exhibition center. When the armored vehicles that looked like a steel fortress drove into the hall, they immediately attracted countless eyes. Although the Auto City is famous for its modified vehicles, which is considered a local specialty industry, this is not a modified vehicle at first glance, but a real armored vehicle. Needless to say, this kind of military vehicle must have been smuggled. It is so arrogant to drive it in front of the security group officials so openly. The heavy car door opened with a strong jet sound, which was the sound of the air pump pushing the car door. Experienced hunters can almost calculate the horsepower of this armored vehicle based on this detail. Comparing it with his own, damn, this is too exaggerated. Gao Gong was the first to step out of the co-pilot. It's him. Who is he? Oh, no wonder. The leader of that big sister. It turned out to be a little wolf dog. No, this one is at least a giant mastiff. The reputation of a mechanical hunter is often proportional to the number of radioactive beasts he hunts. And Galgong has hunted a lot of wild beasts in the past month, which is not comparable to the average armed hunting team. Engineer Gao looked around and saw many familiar faces. Keiko Matsushima, who was squatting on the roof of the car, smiled sweetly at him. But she put her hands on the handle of her samurai sword, which did not mean anything. Guard the car. I'll go register. If Engineer Gao was the owner of the car, no one would be suspicious. But the next two people who came out made others full of questions. A cyborg with a terrible transformation level. A fat man who only knew how to smile and eat. Just the two of them? Some hunters who failed in the job application felt very unhappy. I can do it too. Galgong naturally didn't care what others thought, and walked directly into Hall 1. The security officer in charge of reception looked at the armored vehicle with complicated eyes, and pointed to the meeting room. What do you mean? Ordinary teams are outside to receive tasks, and some elites have special people to receive them. Galgong smiled, and said nothing, and walked in directly. Soon, a series of incomprehensible looks swept over. So there are so many acquaintances. Galgong laughed. Wilson the fire thief. Wang Wen the mechanic. Daisy the assassin. Miyamoto Sanzang. The third hand. Creeper. Adrian the Grey Eye. The 6 most powerful hunting team leaders in the Auto City. Standing or sitting. With different postures. Except for Daisy, who smiled at Galgong. The expressions of the others were not so friendly. Lone wolf hunters are elusive, free from worries, and are often feared by others. However, for mechanical hunters of the same level, the captain has a special sense of superiority over the lone wolf. Xiao Gao, you're here. The middle-aged man behind the conference table stood up and patted Engineer Gao on the shoulder with a smile. Manager Zhou. This Manager Zhou was the logistics manager of the security team. When Engineer Gao sent the harvester head, he was the one who was responsible for receiving him. Manager Zhou's attitude towards Engineer Gao was obviously different from that of others, which made the captains look a little strange. When they came in, this manager's attitude was not so good. Sit down. Everyone sit down. After everyone sat down, Manager Zhou pressed the remote control, and the virtual projection came down from the camera. This is the topographic map near the Auto City. To the east is the Scavenger City, to the west is the Blood Mine Hills, to the south is another oasis, to the north is the Sulfuric Acid River. Manager Zhou pressed the remote control again, and suddenly, the original green area was covered by hundreds of red arrows. So many! This is close to the strength of the beast tide. Where are the troops on the front line? Even these experienced captains changed their faces. This strength, doesn't it mean that the beast tide has been blocked in the east? From this point of view, it seems that the eastern front has been completely lost. Supervisor Zhou said with a heavy face. Everyone, the soldiers of the security corps are fighting on the front line, but there are still many remnants of wild beasts coming through the loopholes in the front line. Our goal is to eliminate them. Wang Wen narrowed his eyes, and said, how can there be so many loopholes in the mechanical defense line of the security corps? According to my calculations, with the troops and weapons you have invested, the defense value can reach 3 million points. Even if it is a regular mechanical corps attack, it is impossible to achieve this in a short time. I don't know either, but I assure you that the frontline corps has not been defeated. It's just that some very special problems are troubling the generals on the front line. As long as the problems are solved, the defense line will be repaired immediately. Is there a Beast King? Bearded Wilson said seriously. No. Definitely not. Manager Zhou said firmly. With only our hunters. Even if we spread them all out, it is impossible to stop so many radioactive beasts. Dysela crossed her arms and said, you don't have to worry about defense. Our diplomats have won the support of some local forces. They will share our pressure from the side. Local forces are warlords. The expressions of several hunter captains present all turned ugly. The relationship between local warlords and mechanical hunters is not to say that they are like fire and water, but that they are disgusted with each other. The former regard the latter as the source of chaos, and the latter regard the former as humanoid beasts. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Manager Zhou thought for a moment and decided to throw out a carrot first, in order to make everyone worry-free in the front line. Our security group decided to pay out 100,000 contribution points as a reward for this hunt. 100,000 points. Senior engineer could clearly feel that the breathing around him suddenly became heavier. Manager Zhou added fuel to the fire and said, also, in order to commend everyone's contribution, our security group decided to open up the governance of the central oasis and the development rights of the new oasis. As long as you can rank in the top 10 in this hunting war, you can serve as an official in the Central Oasis, such as the mayor of this gasoline town. And if you can get the first place, you can get the development rights of the new oasis. Not only have the machinery construction of the factory, but also can contact large enterprises independently. As long as you can successfully develop, you will be the absolute ruler of the new territory. At that time, I may have to beg for food under you, Manager Joe said humorously. The breathing became heavier again. As a monopoly-level armed group, the Security Corps has earned a lot of mechanical coins in the desert over the years. And now, they have the opportunity to become a member of the interest group. And if they can successfully open up the oasis, they can even set up their own business outside the Security Corps. Everyone knows that this is a big pie, but this pie is so fragrant. It is so fragrant that even if you just smell it, you will be intoxicated by the delicious taste of power. The only one whose expression did not change was Gao Gong. It's not that Gao Gong is aloof, but in normal history, all the people in the Iron Sand Desert died. If all the people are gone, what's the use of the delicious cake? More importantly, the system task has not been triggered, and Gao Gong's face is dull. This expression fell into the eyes of Director Zhou, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He thought to himself that this person has a strong mentality, and he remains calm even when the mountain collapses in front of him. Everyone, due to the energy interference of the radiation zone, our monitoring system often fails, and there must be more and more beasts appearing around the Car City. I have distributed the information of all the beasts that have appeared to your battlefield communicators, including their numbers and weaknesses. But I believe that with your efforts, we will definitely win this war. Director Zhou was cheering for the other mechanical hunters in the hall, although I don't know what was said in detail. When the 100,000 contribution points, the right to govern the Central Oasis, and the right to develop the new oasis came out, everyone was excited. Kill the radiation beast. When I become the leader of the oasis, the first set of laws I will issue will be to restart the right of first night. The opportunity has finally come. Kill! 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 That Xiang stared at the scene blankly for a long time before turning his head and asking the calm Kippy, "What are they talking about?" Kippy snorted coldly, holding an e-cigarette in his mouth, and looked down on them. "Is this important?" "Not important." That Xiang scratched his head. "Of course it's important." Iron Plate sighed and said, "The problem is that my hearing aid just failed, and I didn't hear what they were saying." "Oh!" The engine sounded one after another, and various modified cars rushed out of the auto show center crazily, and the crazy laughter and the flames from the modified gas tanks perfectly matched the desert temperament. It seemed that as long as they took action, the radiation beast would be easily captured. "Let's get in the car. Brother Gao should be coming out soon." "Wait!" Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked the two of them. Zhao Xia looked at Tiapi coldly. His eyes were quite unfriendly. "You are not dead? How come you are here?" "None of your business." When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Tiapi was furious and rushed straight to the CPU. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that I did not complete the complete bionics, otherwise, at the door, you would have shot me dead with one shot. Zhao Xia turned his eyes from the man to the armored vehicle, and his brows furrowed again. "How dare you steal the tank of the Security Corps?" "Bullshit, that's our captain's car." Zhao Xia's eyes moved, and two robots came over from the left and right, to drag Fat Xiang standing at the door of the car away, and then confiscate the car. However, contrary to Zhao Xia's expectation, the two robots joined forces, and they could not move the fat man in front of them. "What are you doing?" Fat Xiang said stupidly, and under his clothes, thick snake-like tendons bulged. Chapter 29 Nobles in the Clouds. Fat Xiang, an indigenous baby, was almost boiled alive by his biological parents because of his obesity. Like the few lucky ones in the desert, radiation deprived him of his intelligence, but gave him something unique. That is strength. The combined strength of the two robots is 2 tons, but in the wrestling with Fat Xiang, they gradually fell behind. Crack crack, this is the sound of parts twisting in the mechanical body. Fat Xiang's face gradually turned red, and an indescribable animality overflowed from his eyes. "You! Go away!" Fat Xiang's arm was like a red-hot iron pillar, and he pounded it hard. With a loud bang, the two robots were pushed back 3 steps. After a burning sound of hiss, a shallow 5-finger mark was left on the chest. Radioactive creatures appear. Biological energy rises. Combat mode starts. The robot's eyes immediately turned red, and it switched to infrared mode, and at the same time, its palm retracted into its arm, and with a swoosh, 4 high-strength carbon alloy knives were ejected. "Don't come over here, or we'll attack you." Type I panicked, gritting his teeth, pulling the bolt of his submachine gun, looking at Zhao Xia with hatred, but a robot beside Zhao Xia had already turned on the guard mode, blocking him. "Excuse me, what are you going to do to my dear subordinate?" Zhao Xia's right shoulder sank, and, at some point, an arm was on his shoulder. His alarm system didn't respond at all, and the other party gave him the feeling of a man-eating beast. The carbon alloy blade of the robot at the front was suspended in the air, unable to move. Upon closer inspection, a small claw was stuck on the blade. Seeing this, the other captains watched the excitement. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Director Zhou's priority was obviously higher than Zhao Xia's. As soon as he spoke, the 2 robots immediately canceled the combat mode and entered the patrol state again. At the same time, the gravity on his shoulders disappeared. Zhao Xia looked back and found that the director and several captains of the elite team were just going out. And one of them was grabbing the fat man's head with a smile, saying something. Zhao Xia's pupil shrank. This person turned out to be him. "What's going on?" Supervisor Zhou frowned. "It's okay to look down on the mechanical hunters, but at this juncture, this newcomer has no overall view. Supervisor, they are smuggling military supplies and selling military equipment. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Senior engineer lazily put his arm around Fatty Xiang's shoulder and said, "Type I. Show the file bag in the back seat of the car to the supervisor." The supervisor frowned and took it, opened it, and found that it was a thick stack of authorization documents, which contained some contracts for the retirement, rectification, and sale of armored vehicles. Whether there is a problem with the document, if you look carefully, there must be. But if he really looks carefully, he will be the one to have the problem. It's okay, it's a legal transaction, there is a formal retirement process. Looking at the armored vehicle that was at least 80% new, Zhao Xia opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say a word. If he dared to refute, it would be his turn to have the problem. "It's okay? Then let's go. Pang Xiang did a good job this time. I'll treat you to a big meal when I go back." "A big meal, good? Good." Pang Xiang nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice, and his saliva was about to flow out. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, the other captains left one after another. Only a gloomy old man took the initiative to stop Gao Gong. His eyes were dim and bloodshot, like an old hawk, and his modified right hand was a knife gripper that was more advanced than Matsushima Keiko's. There was a knife gripper but no knife. Or in other words, a hidden knife. "Miyamoto, is there something wrong?" Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. After being promoted to Night Warrior, he could clearly feel the murderous aura on the other side, which was similar to his own, but more intense. This is a mechanical hunter who is good at assassination, and he is one of the best. I just heard that Gao Sang assassinated the Reaper leader today. I saw it, and it is true, Miyamoto Sanzang said hoarsely. In terms of combat power, the Reaper leader is 2 to 3 times that of the average sea-level Reaper. No one knows how Gao Gong killed it, so there is a rumor that the Reaper leader was actually assassinated by him. As a top assassin, Miyamoto Sanzang naturally wants to meet this new generation assassin master. Is that so? It's just borrowing external objects, which is not the right way after all. Gao Sang must have used Mr. Finger's medicine to succeed in the assassination. Gao Gong immediately understood that this kind of rumor about assassinating a commander-level monster was most likely spread by Little Finger. Advertising has actually hit me. I have to let him pay the advertising fee next time we divide the money. So, what are you going to do? Prove yourself with your strength? Gao Gong said with interest. Miyamoto Sanzang shook his head and took out a bottle of protective cream from his bosom. What I mean is, now I also have something unorthodox, and with my methods, the prey I assassinate in the future will definitely be higher in rank than you. It was not until Miyamoto Sanzang left that Gao Gong came back to his senses and smacked his lips. This old man is quite interesting. Brother Gao, are we going to hunt now? No hurry, let's go back to the bar first. There are some things I haven't figured out yet. The Rose Gasoline bar was rarely empty today. The high-pitched metal percussion music turned into low jazz music, and the dim lights and hoarse female voices formed an ambiguous atmosphere. As soon as Gao Gong entered, before he could react, he was pushed down on the sofa by Sister Rose. He struggled to get up after a long while, gasping for air. with a fishy smell around his lips and a bitten mouth. Wow. Ordinary rich women don't have this kind of fighting power. Is this the power of a domineering female CEO? I am very satisfied with your recent performance. Behind the bar, Sister Rose personally mixed a glass of wine for Gao Gong. Her emerald eyes behind her red hair narrowed slightly, and she held a lady's cigarette in her hand, with a very charming smile. She should be talking about desert skin. Engineer Gao wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said with a smile, "Have you solved everything?" "Solved? Or rather, compromised." "How did you solve it?" Engineer Gao asked curiously. "I personally broke into his territory, put a gun to his head and asked him to sign a contract, and took his illegitimate children out to play." "Wow. He's a real boss. You can't afford to offend him." Senior engineer stuffed the cherry on the wine glass into his mouth, and asked in confusion, why would the security corps make such a big concession? Autonomy? Development rights? Are they really willing to give it up? Why not? Black Rose sneered. The security corps itself is just a branded product, but it is only a temporary authorization of the mechanical mastermind. It pretends to be a real tiger with a tiger skin. It doesn't do well, so it's taken away. Temporary authority? You mean? The security corps is not included in the list of the mechanical army. But who can modify the underlying logic of the mastermind? Even the top cyber cowboys can't do it. I heard that the mastermind of the city that never sleeps has the strongest computing power among the nearby mechanical cities. Have you heard of the Cloud Nobles? Of course I have heard of them. The planet nobles who live in the ring-shaped space station known as the Cloud City. The last main task of the cyber test site in the previous life is to get the art ticket from these nobles and escape from this exploded planet. According to Sister Rose's explanation, the security corps itself is actually a semi-black and non-official organization. The reason why it can thrive in the Iron Sand Desert is that one or several cloud nobles use their privileges to obtain temporary authority to control the desert from the command library of the never-sleeping city's intelligent main brain. Although this authority is temporary, with some tricks, the temporary period can be temporary all the time. The only thing is that the content of this authority is to ensure the safety of the desert. Once the desert is not safe, this authority will be immediately revoked, and the real mechanical army will replace the security group, control the desert, and fight against the radiation beasts. Once the mechanical army moves in, this huge gray interest chain that has lasted for decades will be directly cut off. Very few people know about this matter, and only a few desert tycoons are in the know. Oh, and Sister Rose in front of us. So, as long as they can keep this interest, they would rather let others sit on the table than let AI overturn the table. The mechanical mastermind and the cloud nobles maintain a state of balance. The cloud nobles and local powerful groups also maintain another balance. The desert tycoons also divide their territories among each other to maintain balance. Once this balance is broken, it is like a problem in the food chain, and everyone wants to become a higher-level hunter. Wang Tian thought so. So he was eager to annex Black Rose's underground intelligence network to expand his power, so that he could use this as a basis to fight for better conditions from the Cloud Nobles. Then, he was beaten up by Sister Rose, who had a deeper background. So, the Cloud Nobles would rather share the benefits with the mechanical hunters without foundation, rather than give them to this group of local snakes. That's right. Sister Rose's red lips looked particularly attractive under the dim light, but her words were particularly strong and overbearing. She nodded at Engineer Gao. So, you must be the first person in this hunt. No problem, Engineer Gao grinned, indescribably confident. Black Rose narrowed her eyes. Don't you need my help? At least this time. No, Engineer Gao grinned. I never lie. Especially not to you. Black Rose felt strange again. The man in front of her was always very confident, but her previous confidence came from a kind of cruelty that did not recognize any relatives. Now, her confidence has something that she can't see clearly. This inexplicably made her feel a little excited. You have to think clearly. If you don't do this well, you will end up in a miserable situation. Sister Rose always keeps her word. Even if the other party is her little wolf dog, if she fails to fulfill her ambition, she will be severely punished, or even killed on the spot. I won't say the same thing a second time. Gao Dong leaned forward and gently wiped the edge of Sister Rose's lips with a tissue. The bright red lipstick looks good, but not easy to use. It's a little smudged. It's not that Gao Dong has high moral integrity, but based on his experience in his previous life, some rich women and big men like this tune, wanting to refuse, but also to welcome, wanting to welcome, but also to refuse. If you really have no moral integrity to cling to someone, then they will kick you out with one kick. And this kind of melodramatic tone of you get my body, but not my heart. Or I like your body, not your money, can really tickle the other person's itch. As expected, Sister Rose's jade eyes overflowed with light, and her red lips said softly, "Then you really have to do it well, or I will punish you severely." This tone did not have any murderous intent, it was completely a flirting tone. "Then how are you going to punish me?" "Kneel down." "In this posture? Do you think I'm the kind of person who only cares about talking?" Galb Gong was furious. "Then will you kneel or not?" "Okay." Chapter 30 Radiation Circle. With the decision of the war center, the hunting war started almost on the same day. "Die! Die! I'll kill you!" On more than a dozen modified off-road vehicles, the machine guns and munition belts almost never stopped turning, and the barrels were even hotter. Across from them, a small wave of radiation beasts fell to the ground like wheat being cut, and then more violent explosions burst out from the corpses, causing secondary damage to their companions. "Kill!" Another wave of mechanical hunters jumped off the trucks one after another. These people all took the melee route. Their arms were either transformed into broadswords and chainsaws, or their chests were inlaid with thick steel plates. These melee hunters had undergone 1 or 2 prosthetic transformations, and the most were 3 or 4 times, or even 5 or 6 times. The degree of mechanization of these people makes them look more like humanoid machines. The chainsaw chopped on the metal skin of the mechanical biochemical beast, and the steel fist hit the beast's forehead fiercely. Once, twice, and 3 times, until the opponent's brain was beaten out. And then the palm of the hand peeled off the bionic skin, and the fingertip electric drill was inserted into the vital part of the radiation beast, and the radiation source was forcibly pulled out with a spray of machine fluid and blood. "Hunter is the strongest," the man roared fiercely, and tore off half of the heart in one bite. "Brothers, look at the plane I sent you." A captain standing on the front of a truck held a walkie-talkie and laughed. The next moment, 2 factory bombers appeared from the clouds, dived into the battlefield, opened their bellies, and dozens of missiles tracked the target, followed by dozens of tons of explosives. The 3-story-high explosion flame stirred up strong winds and waves. Wherever they passed, the beasts were blown out of large areas of blank space. Radiation beasts are just like this. "Captain, are we going up?" The members of the Fire Thief hurriedly looked at their captain. In terms of firepower, they were 10 times that of others. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Those who are on board now are all seeking their own death." Unexpectedly, Wilson, who was always irritable, rejected the proposal. Behind him, there were nearly 100 team members wearing exoskeletons. They were tall and had sinister eyes. There were also 3 heavy tanks in the middle. The barrels of the tanks were covered by light, casting thick shadows. "But Captain, these ordinary beasts are good materials for earning points. It would be a pity to miss them." Wilson was furious and kicked the team member who was talking off the car. "Are you the captain, or am I the captain? You know nothing." The mechanic team of the Southern Defense Line is debugging the machinery in an orderly manner. Automatic weapons are being dropped by drones to the designated firing points. Their weapons are all specific combination weapons, which are being adjusted, installed, and hidden on the spot by hundreds of small robots. In the mechanic team, all battles are completed by automated machinery, and the team members are just operators of the machinery. At a communication station, Mechanic Huang Wen is constantly typing on the keyboard. His spider hand is so fast that it is hard to see with the naked eye. On the spider hand, the buttons of each joint are nerve-strengthening nodes, which is the strengthening technology before the war, and is also a necessary transformation for military logistics personnel. On the virtual screen, bar graphs flashed one after another. Each red column represents the radiation value of a herd. At this moment, the red column is rising wildly. The green column representing defense power maintains an unstable trend. Let the team members check the data table again. There are several key data that are wrong. Huang Wen is very calm as if he is playing a strategic game. Blood Mine Hill on the western front. On a hill, a dozen gray eyes said nothing. In their eyes, the battlefield was a different scene. Radiation of different levels turned into tidal rivers of different colors, which were now merging into an ocean with the battle flooding over. Original Sin is coming, God Turing bless you. Gray-eyed Adrian, in addition to being a mechanical hunter, was also a metal missionary of Turing. His eyes were the eyes of fire and charcoal, which could see the truth from the electric grid network, and the twisted demons in the radiation ecology. The short legs of Keiko Matsushima on the east line were constantly jumping, and the knife grip repeatedly rubbed the mechanical knife handle, making a squeak sound. Daisala. I think. No. I'll just cut one. Secretly. And make sure I won't be discovered. No. Daisala seeing Keiko Matsushima grabbing the corner of her clothes and crying out in grievance. Daisala sighed. Keiko, do you know what the most frightening thing about radiation beasts is? It's the environment. The radiation environment where the beasts are located. In this environment, all electronic equipment will fail. But the beasts are like fish in water. They can even monitor us through a fallen leaf or a tree stem. Keiko's eyes lit up, and she opened her mouth. Without waiting for Wheezy to speak, Daisala continued to add, I know what you want to say. Now that the beasts have left their nests, they are at their weakest. But you have to understand one thing. The radiation circle is not natural. It is born from the radiation beasts living in groups. Daisala. You mean? They are nurturing new radiation fields? Matsushima Keiko said in a daze. Yes. Fighting will only accelerate the formation of radiation fields. Matsushima Keiko figured it out. Then what should we do now? Wait, Daisala said calmly. The energy of beasts is not infinite. When the radiation ecology is formed, it will be the moment when their own energy is weakest. Then we will act. The war lasted for a day and a night. There were mechanical hunters who were constantly injured and returned to repair, while some hunters just quickly changed into a prosthetic body and set off again. As a mechanical modifier, although his endurance was not as good as that of a machine, it was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. And since when? A giant electronic screen appeared at the gate of Gasoline Town. The battlefield recorder would automatically record and play the wonderful hunting scenes, which made the people who watched it excited. In the center of the screen, there was a ranking list. Among them, the hunting team ranked first killed 200 E-class beasts on the first day, which was really fierce. Is it the Predator team? They are in the limelight recently. Of course, their team is full of mechanical modifiers. What about those old teams? Fireweed? Grey-Eye? Creeper? What are they doing? They were eliminated. Today's Predators are the same as they were a few years ago. Do you remember their old teams? It's open. It's open. Will the old teams come from behind? Or will the Predators continue to sit firmly in the first place as a dark horse? In addition to the gamblers, who know that they have no hope of competing and are keen on opening the market, people with intentions are more concerned about the direction of those old teams. Fire Thief, Mechanic, Crawler, Grey-Eye, Edelweiss. What are these veteran teams doing now? When I was hunting before, I think I saw the Creeper. Oh! What are they doing? Another person was excited. When I left, the Creeper was surrounded by beasts, and the situation was not good. The man hesitated for a moment and said, Impossible, they must have other arrangements, and are holding back a big one. Indeed, they were holding back a big move. In the middle of the night, a message came. All the Creepers were trapped in the herd and were wiped out. The Creepers are dead. Really? Are the herds so scary? Do you have a feeling that the more beasts you kill, the harder it is to fight? Fuck. Do you have this feeling too? The skin that could be penetrated by a bullet before can't be penetrated now. The first day, the second day, and the third day, the Predator team is still in the lead. The number of prey killed by them is close to 500. And some strong newcomers have also come to the fore. Chainsaw Killer, Octopus Monster, Biodemon, Dog Hunter, Bomber. The veteran team still did not move. In the data center of the military warehouse, a group of battlefield analysts were analyzing the battle situation, and the scene was very lively. The Predator team has someone behind them. They use D-73 micro-missiles, fully covered exoskeleton armor, and EMP bombs, all of which are weapons against the rebels. The speed at which the herd breathes the radiation field is faster than we estimated. As of 12 o'clock today, F-level and E-level radiation fields have been bred. The battlefield will soon rise in intensity, and we need to increase logistical support. How about consuming another wave of mechanical hunters? Not considering it for the time being, the veteran team is still not leaving the field, and this consumption is meaningless. Manager Joe knocked on the table. The situation was a little beyond his expectations. I have made such a big promise. But these old-timers didn't take the bait? It turns out that after dealing with robots for so long, my eloquence has deteriorated. Where's the Predator squad? Has it arrived at the supply point? A new batch of weapons is waiting for them to receive. It has arrived. An operator's face changed. And he said excitedly, "They reported to us that there is a hunting plan. The plan is to hunt the D-level radiation beast tribe." Chapter 31 Factory Danger. In the Iron Sand Desert, E-level beast groups do not necessarily have D-level leaders, but D-level beast groups must be led by C-level radiation beasts. The higher the level of radiation beasts, the more likely they are to form genetic territories. They need their own kind to share the backlash of high-temperature radiation. The Predator team wants to hunt D-level beast groups, which can be said to be ambitious. While Manager Joe was happy, he was soon entangled in another trouble. Someone died in the gasoline town. The dead person was a mechanical hunter, his chest was torn open, and some mechanical parts in his body were eaten clean. It's not murder, it's a wild beast that sneaked in to eat people. And it's not an ordinary wild beast. According to the surveillance, there are no signs of the murderer on all the roads that may pass by the deceased's residence. This shows that the murderer is an invisible beast. It's just that I don't know whether it's biological invisibility or electromagnetic interference. The former can be detected by infrared vision. Similar to chameleons, the latter is more troublesome. Not only can it be invisible, it can also destroy electronic equipment. Gasoline Town is the rear area. If you can get here, you can naturally get to the security group's base. Manager Joe gritted his teeth. Double the defense force. Important locations should not only have robots, but also living people guarding them. Also, notify those old-timers, tell them to act quickly, or else call them back to guard the base camp. The communicator quickly passed the news to the front line. Oh, it's time for him to be anxious. Wilson threw the intercom directly, and twisted his thick neck. Guys, get ready, we're going out tonight. At the communication station, Wang Wen looked at the screen calmly. A line of words flashed repeatedly on the screen. The radiation value has reached its peak. The radiation value has reached its peak. Don't worry. We will start soon. Desira turned off the communicator, stood up, took off the electromagnetic explosion-proof shield with her left hand, raised two magnetic storm impact guns with her right hand, and yelled at her men. The day of glory returns, the time for the knights to go to war. Behind her, dozens of melee hunters looked more ferocious than beasts, holding swords and roaring wildly. In the deserted area on the southern front, an armored vehicle stopped in front of an empty pile of rubble. The senior engineer, wearing sunglasses and carrying a long sword, knocked on the door and woke up the dozing Iron Sheet. "Let's go, we're going to do it." 2. "Are we finally going to do it?" Type I said in a daze. That Xiang in the back seat was still snoring. "Yes, let's go." Gao Gong scouted the area for 3 days. In the end, he decided to make the south the main battlefield, instead of the familiar western front. This place is close to another oasis, also the suburb of another metropolitan area. It's just that the industry here is not the automobile park, but a large number of abandoned factories. The oasis here, New Steel City, is built in an industrial park. The large factory area must store a lot of discarded metal materials. This is a natural supply point. The complex factory environment is a suitable battlefield for assassination. Gao Gong glanced at the battlefield recorder, and the ranking list was automatically refreshed on the screen. Looking at the emerging newcomers, he smiled disapprovingly. Fighting against the radiation beast before the radiation circle is formed. What a suicidal behavior. Gao Gong's predecessor saw many powerful mechanical transformers die tragically in this radiation zone for various reasons. Are they not strong enough? Or are they not alert enough? Neither. It's arrogance. The sky is dark, but in the abandoned steel plant, it is still brightly lit. After the radiation circle is formed, the factory's circuit system begins to operate spontaneously. Some deformed seeds take root and sprout along the cables, growing all the way to the electrical box. Many metallic vines also begin to cover the surface of the factory. Some unripe fruits light up like light bulbs. If this situation continues for another 10 years, who knows if another urban circle will be formed here. The armored vehicle stopped 100 meters away from an abandoned factory. Tiepy was excited, rubbing the steering wheel repeatedly with his hands. After many years, he felt the pleasure of delivering goods to the gang again. "Brother Gao, don't you need my help?" Fat Xiang said blankly. "No, let's try it out today." If he had to say what he had gained in the past few days, it was that he had measured Fat Xiang's attributes. Name, Fat Xiang. Race, carbon-based mutant HP, 530/530 stamina, 400/400 bioenergy, 195 personal attributes, Strength 27, Agility 8, Endurance 31, Intelligence 3, Perception 6, Character 17, Skills, Heavy Object Throwing LV5, Firearm Repair LV8, Stick Type LV3 Advanced, Deformation LV2 Elite. If the original owner had the template of the double flower red stick, then Fat Xiang is in meat shield mode. No wonder Aunt Xiang let him out without hesitation. With this HP and stamina, some people would believe that he is a D-level monster with an elite template. That's the IQ. It still needs training. Engineer Gao thought for a moment, and took out a basket of grenade fruit purchased from his old friend's gun shop. Pang Xiang. When Tiepi opens the roof of the car, you will be responsible for throwing the fruit. Throw it wherever there are more monsters. Pang Xiang nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Gao, I throw it accurately. When my mother was starving, I would secretly go outside to pick fruit to eat. I hit one accurately. Engineer Gao patted the other's head. Get used to the atmosphere first. After you get used to it, I will use you to fight the boss. Boss, can we leave now? I feel like the police have started to target us. Tiepi was excited. An excited jargon burst out. Let's go! Remember, the louder the noise, the better. But if things get bad, run away immediately. Don't worry, boss. I've been delivering goods for so many years, and I've never been caught once. This guy's driving skills must be at least level 8. Let's go! The armored vehicle made a boom sound, and directly smashed the factory gate into pieces. The several small mechanical beasts blocking the front were sucked under the armor before they could react, and were crushed to pieces by the 20-ton pressure, without even a scream. Although due to lack of time and money, Engineer Gao did not install ferocious weapons on this armored vehicle. The armored vehicle itself was already a ferocious beast. Engineer Gao opened the door a little, and 3 human-headed dogs sneakily jumped out of the door gap. In Engineer Gao's right eye, 3 small red dots were moving rapidly in 3 directions. The lowest level of desert skin was implanted on the surface of these human-headed dogs. They were no different from those mechanical biochemical beasts. The function of the skin is not to cut off electronic signals, but to digest electronic signals in another way by adjusting the biomagnetic field. So even in this environment, Engineer Gao does not have to worry about being discovered when using electronic equipment. On the other side, Fat Xiang was like a humanoid grenade launcher, smiling foolishly, and his palms never stopped. The explosions were almost continuous. Wherever there were many radiation beasts, there would inevitably be grenade fruits. Within 500 meters, he would hit whatever he pointed at, and his accuracy was comparable to that of a sniper. I found a treasure. It's a good material for MT. Gao Gong muttered, and shook his wrist lightly. The next moment, he disappeared in the car. There were not just one abandoned factory, but several. When the armored vehicle rushed in the most ferocious way, it naturally attracted the siege of the beasts. Fat Xiang, pull your head back. Type I turned the steering wheel frantically, and shouted, "Oh!" Almost at the same time when Fat Xiang put his head back, a series of bullets fell on the bulletproof glass. This was not an enemy attack, but a gun beast among the mechanical biochemical beasts. As the name suggests, this type of mechanical beast can integrate human weapons and feed on bullets. Some high-level gun beasts have a caliber firepower that is no less than that of mechanical hunters. Just at a turn, the armored vehicle shook violently and was almost knocked to the ground. Fortunately, Tiepi has not been driving a black car for so many years in vain. At the critical moment, his superb driving skills were fully demonstrated. Fat Xiang did not seem to feel that he was in danger at all. He opened his mouth wide with a wow, and his fat face pressed against the glass. A huge black shadow almost wrapped around the entire armored vehicle. What a big snake! Almost just after escaping the snake's bite, there was another violent shock above the driver's seat, and a clear dent appeared above Tiepi's head. Tiepi shivered with fear, and subconsciously turned on the roof camera. On the screen, a giant metal scorpion climbed onto the armored vehicle. Its pincers were equipped with a jet power device. Boom! 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 One metal dent after another appeared. Fuck. This is much more exciting than delivering goods. Iron Skin sweated profusely, and stepped on the accelerator, rushing through various factory passages. Finally, he suddenly broke a lifting plate, and a large amount of steel fell down, which smashed the scorpion back. Before Iron Skin could breathe a sigh of relief, a group of mechanical wolves pounced on him again. On the waist of each wolf, there was a machine gun that was half metal and half bone. Metal raindrops came all over the place. This is a nest of gun beasts. Chapter 32 Two Assassination Masters. A 7-story administrative building. A thin line that is barely visible to the naked eye is sliding down little by little. When it slides over a piece of glass, through the glass, a nearly transparent human figure can be vaguely seen. It's really lively, Gao Gong said to himself. Is it dangerous to attract monsters? Of course it is dangerous, but if you don't face the danger directly, what you will face in the future is death. He doesn't know if powerful characters, like Black Rose and Professor Han, can survive in normal history. But in the Beast disaster, Aunt Xiang and her son would definitely not survive, since Fat Xiang has the qualifications to survive. Engineer Gao will try his best to train him, so that he can protect himself in the future natural disasters. Of course, this is also for himself. One person can't stop the trend. Only a group of people can have this possibility. Huh? Did a dog find prey? Engineer Gao touched his chin, and with a flick of his wrist, the single-molecule hook swung back. The next moment, he pushed his legs hard against the windowsill, and the micro-motor increased its horsepower. The next moment, the whole person jumped 3 meters into the air. With another flick of his wrist, the single-molecule claws extended out, grabbed a lift, and swung his whole body forward. Several mechanical biochemical beasts on the ground looked up, but did not sense any living creatures. They soon lowered their heads and began to chew on the steel bars. However, this Spider-Man mode can only be maintained within a range of 10 meters, and it cannot move around in high-rise buildings like the little spider. If Gao Gong did this, his muscles would be torn first, then the motor would explode, and finally even his titanium alloy bones would be torn apart. According to the comic book setting, Spider-Man's strength can reach up to 20T. If Gao Gong wants to be like him, he must be at least level 2, which means level 60 or above, and he must undergo special biological transformation. Coincidentally, no matter which planet, once the carbon-based civilization rises to level 3, a heroic culture will be born, and superspeciesism will also be generated. If this kind of ideology spreads, it will set off a mutant revolution. But now, you can play the mechanical version of Sekiro. Soon, Gao Gong appeared at the place marked by a human-headed dog. It was a huge metal tree, with a trunk as thick as a man's embrace. Its trunk was like an electric drill, cutting scrap iron and devouring metal. On the surface of the tree, a thick layer of metal protein was secreted. Metal modeling, layer by layer, which felt like 3D printing. Sea-level metal nest. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. If this thing grows up successfully, it will become a living residential building. By providing a house, it will continuously attract mechanical biochemical beasts to transform into guard beasts, settle down, and reproduce. This is also one of the most difficult species to eradicate in the urban area. Even with heavy weapons, air-to-ground missiles, and thermonuclear bombs, it is difficult to completely destroy the other party. In its mature stage, it is a standard B-level radiation ecology. But now, Gao Gong did not hesitate at all. He held the red unicorn with one hand, and the electromagnetic exciter was fully powered. The knife flashed, and the blade cut out a sonic boom. The metal nest seemed to have sensed something. The metal thorn-like roots began to roll upwards, and the crown cover above also closed down like a coat of armor. But it was too late. You caused 1315 damage to the metal nest. You have killed a sea-level metal nest, experience plus 720. When the senior engineer put his knife back into the sheath, there was a crack sound behind him. Half of the tree trunk fell to the ground, and a strong smell of metal rust came. And after the senior engineer left, a group of small mechanical biochemical beasts were attracted by the noise. The growth time was too short. The metal nest did not even raise a group of guard beasts. Half an hour later, the senior engineer appeared on an unfinished construction site, and aimed his sniper rifle at the leader of the radiation corps not far away. The leader of the radiation corpses was nearly 3 meters tall, with muscular muscles. What was even more bizarre was that on its chest and shoulders, there were radiation organs similar to the liver. With the help of the radiation organs, its radiation power could control all the radiation corpses around it. There were at least 1,000 radiation corpses wandering around on this construction site. The next moment, a subtle gunshot rang out. The upper body of the large radiation corpse shook violently, and it slowly lowered its head, only to see a bullet as long as an index finger stuck in its chest. And the surface of the bullet was hot and smoking. You used the T5 armor-piercing bullet to cause 131 points of damage to the leader of the radiated corpses. Another subtle gunshot, this time it was in the abdomen. However, its abdomen did not have steel-like muscles, The bullet passed through the abdomen and hit the tower crane behind. You used the T5 armor-piercing bullet to cause 231 points of damage to the leader of the radiated corpses. This time, the leader of the radiated corpses let out an angry scream. The next moment, the radiation organs glowed yellow. At the same time, all the radiated corpses also had yellow eyes and rioted. The invisible radiation force stirred the entire construction site. You enter a light radiation state, all attributes -8%, lasting 1 day. You undergo certain physical changes. Your physical changes are offset. You are marked by the radiation force. Because of the subcutaneous radiation protection layer, you cannot be marked. Gao Gong slowly pulled the trigger, fired the third shot, and before the radiation corpse came over, his figure retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Compared to the mechanical biochemical beast, the power of the radiation beast is more diversified. Superpowers, physical deformation, biochemical pollution, everything is available. But their health is not high, less than half of the Harvester Commander of the same level, and it does not have the heavy steel shell of the Harvester. After only 5 shots, the 3 radiation organs on the Radiation Corps Commander were like short-circuited light bulbs, flickering, as if they were about to explode at any time. The next moment, a figure suddenly came down from the sky. The knife shadow was like the cold moon in the sky, the blood-red knife light flashed, and the radiation organ on the shoulder was cut off at the root. The Radiation Commander screamed, but a trace of treacherousness flashed in his eyes. One palm suddenly opened, turned into a sawtooth mouth, and on the other palm, a white bone straight knife shot out. The two attacked Gao Gong from the left and the right. This radiated corpse knew that the mechanical hunter coveted its radiated organs. When it saw that it was not capable, it would be affected by greed and harvest in close combat. Therefore, it had already prepared a biological energy storage mode in its body. On the system panel, the health of the radiator leader suddenly increased by 500. Gao Gong had no expression on his face, lowered his head slightly, dodged the opponent's right hand that swelled 3 meters, turned his wrist, and the blood-red knife light just passed through the opponent's abdomen, bringing out a series of dirty things. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, increase attack power by 5% first level. At the same time, Gao Gong turned around. Darkness was like a windbreaker, only a flash of red light. The leader of the Radiation Corps screamed again, and his right eyeball was directly exploded. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, increase attack power by 5% second level. The continuous superposition of the drinking effect made the eyes in the darkness more fanatical, and the swordsmanship was like a chaotic blood dance. The blade of the rebuilt red unicorn was shortened, from nearly 2 meters long to 1 meter and 3. This is specially designed to match the new fighting style. The attack speed and attack power of the Night Warrior also make up for the problem of the medium-sized knife's lack of lethality. The leader of the Radiation Corpses never expected that. A sniper had a melee ability that was even better than his own. It howled loudly, letting the surrounding Radiation Corpses surround it. However, Gao Gong's knife momentum was not at all chaotic. The knife light cut off the last radiation organ, like a LSP caressing the skin of a beauty. You caused 135 points of damage to the leader of the Radiation Corpses. You have killed a sea-level Radiation Corpse. Experience value plus 610. Gao Gong glanced at the corpse, with no expression. He was not interested in this kind of low-level radiation organ. Once the leader died, the Radiation Corpses around him went into a completely violent mode. Just before the Radiation Corpses rushed over, Gao Gong sheathed his knife, shook his wrist, and disappeared into the darkness again. I don't know if I can find a suitable radiation organ tonight. There is another important reason why Gao Gong was so active in hunting bosses, which was to find a suitable radiation organ. Many mechanical hunters are only keen on mechanical modification and prosthetic installation. But they overlook that. Right under their noses was a paradise for biological transformation. There was no place with more radioactive beasts than the Iron Sand Desert. The night killings happened in more than one place. On the second day, when the electronic sign at the entrance of Gasoline Town was refreshed, everyone's eyes dropped. Even the craziest gamblers would not have expected this. Except for the first-ranked Predator Squad. The 2nd to 9th places were all replaced. The new rankings are Mechanic Squad, Fire Thief Squad, Fireweed Squad, Gasoline Worshippers, Symbiosis Squad, Grey-Eyed Cultist, Miyamoto Sanzang, Senior Engineer, Black God. This. It's impossible. Is it a problem with the electronic sign? Or is there a bug in the battlefield communicator? Several old hunting teams were fine. and their peers vaguely felt that they were holding back big moves. But who were these three people? The Symbiosis Squad? The Gasoline Worshippers? And the Black God? Soon someone dug out the origin of the Gasoline Worshippers. You mean, they are the Warlord's men? Why should the Warlords participate in our war? They are worse than those bastards. Oh, without the native rubbish you mentioned, the defense line would have collapsed long ago. The shouting and arguing were continuous. The Gasoline Worshippers were the subordinates of a certain native warlord. The results must be as vast as the ocean. But since they can be put on the electronic board, it at least shows that this kind of organized score-brushing behavior is also in line with the rules. After the quarrel and complaint came to nothing, soon, the mechanical hunters set their sights on another level. Solo hunting of the highest level monsters. Gao Gong, Miyamoto Sanzing. In a sense, these two are both tough guys who made it to the list by solo hunting monster bosses. Chapter 33 Manipulated Gambling. Miyamoto Sanzo, the master hunter of assassination, is also one of the oldest and strongest mechanical hunters in Auto City. According to rumors, he was once the ace killer of a mysterious assassination organization. Because the assassination mission failed, in order to escape the organization's pursuit, he came to this radiation zone. Compared to assassinating prey, what his peers are more worried about is that he will return to his old business. As for Gao Gong, he is also a veteran mechanical hunter in Auto City, and a lone wolf player with rich experience and strong skills. Especially the hunting performance in the previous period. It was like a rebirth. A new life. The rumors of the heavy damage to the Great Rift Valley were simply refuted under this performance. In the top 10 rankings, these two are the only ones who made the list by assassinating sea-level beast leaders. The number of hunts by the two is Miyamoto Sanzing, 13 sea-level beasts, and Gao Gong, 9 sea-level beasts. Monsters. His. I really want to see the action of these two. Don't hide it. Yes. I strongly request the security team to disclose the assassination techniques of these two. What methods did these two use to kill those metal-wrapped monsters? Outside the gasoline town, Lao Sun and Ant Xiang were staring at the rankings. To be precise, Lao Sun was staring at the rankings, and Ant Xiang was looking at Lao Sun. How is it, did he pass the test? TSK, young people nowadays are so amazing. Look at that mechanic, he actually airdropped weapons, used algorithms to handle the intensity of firepower. What a sophisticated method. And that bearded exoskeleton propulsion, this is the authentic mechanical core style. Oh, and that three-handed woman, they are actually a melee hunter team, rare, too rare, high-tech melee weapons. Why didn't we think of it back then? Andy Xiang snorted coldly, said, don't change the subject, I ask you. Does that kid meet your requirements? Old Sun's eyes flickered. How can I say this? It's hard to say. No, it's too far away. What kind of monsters did he assassinate? It just formed a radiation circle, and the beast consumed most of its own power. Is this sea level? I think the combat power is at most E+. How can this be considered as completing the mission? No, it's too far away. I still need to observe it. Andy Xiang sighed, and suddenly scolded. You said I was indecisive. I think you are the indecisive person. You have retired for 10 years. How long do you want to retire? Retreat until old age. Retreat until death. Old Sun's shoulders shook, and he left here as if escaping, while walking, muttering, I still have to think about it again. After the veteran hunting team was eliminated, the ranking list changed almost every day. Once these old hands made their move, the number of radioactive beasts they hunted was almost twice that of the previous few days. And this multiple was still increasing exponentially. The mind control flow of the Grey-Eye cultists. The melee output flow of the fireweed. Wilson's small mechanical core. And even the powerful weapons of the symbiote team. The super mechanized mode of the super rookie Black God. All feasted their eyes. It turned out that mechanical hunters could be so powerful. The Predator team, which had the most momentum at the beginning, was steadily declining in the ranking. From first, to second, to fourth, to fifth, and finally stabilized around 5th place. In this situation of public battle reports, the controversy between Miyamoto Sanzang and Gao Gong is getting bigger and bigger. It's nothing. On this electronic list, those on the list have the right to choose whether to share the battle screen. Everyone else agreed. Because fame is second only to force in the desert, which is equivalent to better salary, better tasks, and better team members. Only these two people, like strippers who refuse to take off their clothes, tickle people's hearts. In addition, these two people are tit for tat. You kill a radioactive beast. I kill a stronger radioactive beast. Since they were on the list, the prey they assassinated were almost never lower than sea level. Although the strength of the radiated beasts will decline to a certain extent after leaving the old radiation circle. C plus becomes C. C becomes C dash. And C becomes D plus. But only mechanical hunters who have really been on the battlefield understand how difficult these high-level beasts are. Since they were listed, these two have been constantly breaking their own records. Miyamoto Sanzo. 15. Galwong. 11. Miyamoto Sanzo. 12. Galwong. 7. Miyamoto Sanzo. 8. Galwong. 7. Miyamoto Sanzo. 8. Galwong. 8. Just don't let people see it. Just don't let people see it. These two assassination masters make people feel itchy. But also make people wonder. That is, who is the strongest between these two people? Indeed, Miyamoto Sanzang's hunting efficiency is still higher than Gao Gong's so far. But as the strength of the radiation beast gradually recovers, his efficiency is also steadily declining. On the contrary, Gao Gong is showing a strange stability. As stable as an old dog. It must be Gao Gong, the lone wolf, who is the strongest. The old man lacks stamina. It is only a matter of time before he is surpassed. In the black market gambling den, a gambler who was so high on the bet that he bet all his money was shouting with a red face and thick neck. Look at the number, it's obvious that Master Miyamoto is better. A guy who won the money was very proud. Bullshit, bullshit, he will definitely surpass him, I think in the next few days. Not necessarily. A mechanical hunter who just came back from the battlefield shook his head. Don't look at me like that. Seeing the gambler who lost his money staring at him, he smiled and waved his hands. I don't think that in terms of strength alone, the difference between the two is that much. But in terms of teamwork, Gao Gong is not as good as Miyamoto. Team? Aren't assassins all lone wolves? One person said blankly. No. You forgot. Sometimes, when Miyamoto took a mission in the town, he would be followed by 3 strange people in black. They seemed to be Miyamoto's apprentices. I've heard him introduce them. An acquaintance interrupted. How strong can an apprentice be? Yes. Aren't all capable apprentices successful? I heard that in the business of assassins, the most powerful apprentices all take the head of their master as a gift. No. That's not the case. The mechanical hunter smiled and said, these 3 apprentices are very special. They are not human, but combat AI injected into the mechanical body. AI? Is there such a strange thing as taking AI as an apprentice? I just heard that Miyamoto Sanzang implanted 3 AI templates into the body of the robot. Into the mechanical bodies, let them record their combat modes every day. AI with loyalty attribute written in the underlying logic will not betray. Miyamoto Sanzang will naturally not hold back when teaching. 3 killer AIs with all the experience of the old killer, TSK. It's really scary to think about it. The mechanical hunter stood up, put the scattered chips in his pocket, smiled. Everyone continued to play. I've rested. It's time to make money. After he left, some gamblers looked at each other, and their expressions changed at the same time. After the mechanical hunter left, he did not go to the battlefield as he said. He circled several times outside the gasoline town. And after making sure that no one was following him, he went into a small house. The small house was full of surveillance screens. And in front of the screens, Littlefinger's eyes were burning. And he kept adjusting the market like an old gambler. Brother Finger, the news has been released. Littlefinger threw a wallet over without looking back. Go out for a few days. Don't come back. You can't act anymore if you are exposed. What's there to expose? I didn't lie. The mechanical hunter didn't take it seriously. Old man Miyamoto does have 3 AI apprentices. Aren't they all implanted by you? Littlefinger waved his hand and ignored him. By the way, Brother Finger, although we are secretly manipulating the situation, how can you be sure that Lone Wolf Senior Engineer will lose? The weak are always stronger. But now the odds are adjusted again. Betting on Miyamoto to lose. Why is that? The mechanical hunter chattered. Do you really want to know? Littlefinger turned around and said coldly. No. I don't want to. Not at all. The mechanical hunter smiled and turned around and ran away. Littlefinger snorted coldly, snapped his fingers, and the gun hole that had originally protruded from the wall was silently retracted. The black market tycoon thought for a moment and dialed another number. His face changed and he smiled awkwardly. Brother Gao, how are you doing? Don't worry, how could I forget your share of money? By the way, let's take a break for the next 2 days. Let that old man Miyamoto gain the upper hand first. When I prepare enough mechanical coins to smash the market, then harvest those gamblers in one fell swoop. How about the number of your hunting today? I think we should set it at 3, okay? Okay, don't worry. I'll throw your share of money to the bar later. In a ruin in the factory, Gao Gong turned off the communicator, looked up and said, after this one, we'll go back. No more brushing, okay? The smug voice of Tiepi came from the armored vehicle, and the next moment, the hoods on both sides of the armored vehicle opened. 2 automatic machine guns poked out, and the powerful firepower immediately tore apart the small biochemical beasts that surrounded them. Engineer Gao picked up the iron rein again, aimed this DIY rocket launcher forward, and gently pulled the trigger. The next moment, 13 heavy spears tore through the air, and their tails were like high-speed propellers, making them accelerate further in midair, and even producing sonic booms. The propellers completely bloomed when they landed, turning into scattered hooks that stuck into the ground and the walls, causing secondary tearing damage. The mechanical leopard that was shot screamed. Fat Xiang, go up and pull the monster. At Engineer Gao's command, Fat Xiang rushed up, and he was wearing a strange exoskeleton, which was not exoskeleton armor, but classical armor made entirely of mechanical beast bones. As Fat Xiang ran, he took a deep breath, and a hint of rage flashed across his stupid green bean eyes. His skin suddenly turned red, and at the same time, a burst of white air gushed out of his mouth and nose. Ah! The next moment, strong radiation waves were transmitted. Fat Xiang's hide grew steadily. Strange blue veins emerged from his skin, pile up layer after layer on his body's surface, completely supporting this classical exoskeleton. In the end, this fat fool turned into a 2-story-high monster, one size larger than the large biochemical beast. The original armor just covered the vital parts. Deformation. A few mutants can expand the deformed cells in a short time, produce a deformed reaction, strength plus 50%, agility dash 15%, additional status muscle wall. Muscle wall. High-density muscles can block the shooting of ordinary bullets. Pang Xiang held a huge mace, step by step, directly blocked the remaining mechanical leopards. The mace in his hand swept across, like a huge wall with thorns. With just a simple sweep, 3 or 4 mechanical leopards were smashed away. No mechanical beast could break through his iron wall. Gao Gong shot slowly, changed ammunition, and shot again. The metal nest hunted this time was obviously stronger than the last time, with at least 3 groups of guard beasts, and a large number of small mechanical biochemical beasts that migrated here. However, it was useless. It was not the only one that became stronger. With the last bullet, the tree trunk was ignited. You have killed a sea-level metal nest. Experience value plus 780. Chapter 34 Health is a blessing. On the abandoned road, the armored vehicles were running wildly. Taipafo was excited. Pang Xiang, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, so good at fighting, and that transformation. Wow, I always thought you were just a fool. Hee hee. Pang Xiang touched his head, with a silly smile on his face. The battlefield is the best training ground. Taipafo is fine, at most he made his driving skills more fierce, but Pang Xiang was completely reborn. It's only like this when he transforms. When he doesn't transform, he's still that idiot. Gao Gong glanced at him, thinking that this guy's skill level is really high. I don't know how Aunt Xiang trained him. Is he born like this? In Cyberworld, skill levels are divided into normal, advanced, elite, expert, master, with civilization as a prerequisite. Gao Gong's 2 highest skills are both advanced, but this idiot's transformation is elite. This made Gao Gong wonder if this kid had been passively practicing since his mother's womb. After all, he was not a mechanical biochemical beast, and he could not rely on hunting to gain experience. However, this was undoubtedly a good thing. As long as he could fully adapt to the battlefield, he would be a complete monster. Boss, why did we go back so early today? Since he had been on the battlefield and experienced Gao Gong's methods, Tiepi was convinced, and had already acknowledged from the bottom of his heart that the other party was his second boss. He just didn't know when he could become a regular employee, get a salary increase, and pay insurance. A healthy organization will provide the most generous benefits to every member. This was the speech made by his previous boss, an excellent gang leader. When he opened the gang, although after the speech, he fired himself. Gao Gong naturally didn't know what Tiepi was thinking. He was just thinking about how to spend the 80,000 experience points he had earned in the past 10 days. Thanks to the high intensity of the hunting war, His gains in less than 10 days were equivalent to the previous month. Well, there is no doubt that he should upgrade first. You upgrade the mechanical transformer to LV10 Max, Strength +1, Agility +1, Perception +1. You have already upgraded your profession to the maximum level, cannot upgrade. You have met the requirements for job change. Do you want to change your profession? Of course the answer is no. The biological transformation has only implanted a skin. The task chain of the classic mechanical hunter has not been completed. If you change your profession now, I am afraid your brain is broken. You can try the secondary profession. You upgrade Electronic Neurology to LV5. You upgrade Human Biology to LV5. You upgrade Human Mechanics to LV5. Electronic Neurology. LV5. Conduct in-depth research on the brain, remodel nerve fibers, use electronic circuits to simulate nerve signals. Human Biology. LV5. Organs, structures, functions, and the interaction between their biology and the surrounding environment at all levels of the human body. Human Mechanics. LV5. Design principles of artificial implants. You upgrade the prosthetic doctor to LV5 Max, Perception +1. Total level increased to LV19. You trigger the job transfer task, Senior Prosthetic Doctor. Job transfer task. The dark medical skills of the old doctor. Task content. 1. Successfully complete 3 prosthetic modification operations. 2. Complete 2 modification components that are unique to your own ideas. 3. Conduct a prosthetic experiment TISC. The small transfer is more difficult than the previous life. In Senior Engineer's impression, a normal prosthetic doctor's level 5 and small promotion. Only needs to complete 1 prosthetic surgery, 1 component modification, and 1 prosthetic experiment. This is probably the additional difficulty of upgrading the 3 professional knowledge to level 5. But this is not a problem. If there is additional difficulty, there must be additional rewards. After thinking about it, Senior Engineer upgraded Invasive Neural Transformation Technology to level 5 in one go. Invasive Neural Transformation Technology. Level 5. Principle of Enhanced Neural Signal Transmission. The 3 professional knowledge provided by the prosthetic doctor are all related to prosthetic implantation and prosthetic creation. However, the role of Invasive Neural Transformation Technology is to connect and transform mechanical species. Next is the much-loved gambling on blueprints. As a local tyrant with nearly 60,000 experience points, Senior Engineer naturally chose to inject full points. What technical flow, what hidden tasks, how can it be as refreshing as Krypton Gold? As long as Krypton Gold is fierce enough, I am the wish itself. LV5. Invasive Neural Modification Technology. Plus LV5. Electronic Neurology. Fusion successful. You have researched a first-level neural blueprint. Advanced Neural Massage Chair. Oh my, it's a black start. Level 5 knowledge opened a level 1 blueprint. What a ghost operation. The elderly massage chair has been made. LV5. Invasive Neural Modification Technology. Plus LV5. Electronic Neurology. Fusion success. You have developed the secondary neural blueprint. Happy Shake Stick. This Happy Shake Stick. Is its happiness serious? LV5. Invasive Neural Modification Technology. Plus LV5. Electronic Neurology. Fusion success. You have developed the primary mechanical blueprint. Electronic Egg Beater. Fusion success. You have developed 5 rubbish blueprints were issued in a row. The veins on the black Senior Engineer's forehead were throbbing. The corners of his eyes were twitching. The corners of his mouth were shaking. The iron sheet next to him shrank in his heart. It's bad. Did his desire for a salary increase be discovered by his leader? Fortunately, the 6th blueprint finally turned from black to red. LV5. Invasive Neural Modification Technology. Plus LV5. Electronic Neurology. Fusion successful. You have developed the 3rd level neural blueprint. Central Nerve Direct Control Circle. Senior Engineer glanced at the notes of this blueprint. Note: it can perform confinement type modification on the nervous system of small and medium-sized mechanical species. Applicable scope: radiation value is less than 10,000. That is, mechanical biochemical beasts below level C. As for confinement type modification, this thing is a tight hoop. Senior Engineer's eyes lit up. After Desert Skin, he opened another hot item. Compared with Desert Skin, this blueprint is more civilian. And you don't even need to switch to a mechanical hunter. You only need to have a perception of more than 5 to use it. The higher the perception, The more mechanical biochemical beasts you can control. This can be a camp specialty. Senior engineer immediately made up his mind that he couldn't cooperate with Littlefinger on this blueprint. Although it's great to be supported by a rich woman, it's even better to have the wealth to support a rich woman. Change your professional knowledge and change your luck. LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Invasive neural modification technology. Fusion successful. You have developed a second-level mechanical blueprint. Human pleasure operator. This pleasure. Is it serious? LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Invasive neural modification technology. Fusion successful. You have developed a second-level VR blueprint. Open Edition virtual projection. According to the notes, this virtual projection is no longer a fixed device, a VR with a fixed plot, but can be controlled to a certain extent according to the creator's ideas. In short, this thing is a special effects generator. If you add the 18+ hand-painted book, TSK. It's a pity that my brother has already retired from the martial arts world. Gao Gong shook his head, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. This thing can be modified, and it seems to be used as an auxiliary combat equipment. Just imagine, if your own assassination swordsmanship is combined with it. Wouldn't it be like you want sword energy to generate sword energy? You want your clone to become a clone, and you want speakers to generate speakers. Xiaofeng, Dad doesn't have to worry about my speakers being smashed anymore. It's quite interesting. LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Invasive neural modification technology. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level neural blueprint. Neural frequency amplifier. This small item is also good. It can strengthen the connection of neural devices. Then, there are 3 more junk blueprints. LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Invasive neural modification technology. Fusion successful. You have researched the third-level neural blueprint. Manual neural disruptor. Gao Gong was delighted. It really came out. In the previous life, this thing was also called a monster-killing artifact. Its function was to form a super noise field with a range of 300 by 300 meters. Within this range, its effect was equivalent to 10 times the noise of a construction site for monsters. They would do their best to smash this thing. And for Gao Gong, this picture is also a fish-killing artifact. In the future, when hunting desert worms, there is no need to wait for it to go out like a licking dog. I will make noise to disturb monsters. Central nerve direct control circle. Open version virtual projection. Manual nerve disruptor. With these 3 drawings, Gao Gong no longer needs other neural connection devices in the short term. So he changed direction. LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Human mechanics. Plus LV4. Mechanical transformation. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level mechanical blueprint. Giant grip magnetic gloves. These gloves can increase the grip by 9%. The heavy attack damage of blunt weapons is increased by 12%, and it has the skill of magnetic calling. This skill is equivalent to a weakened version of the electromagnetic exciter. When wearing these gloves, as long as the suction is adjusted, the weapon can be sucked over. The greater the gravity of the weapon, the stronger the suction. It is quite suitable for heavy weapon players. However, the picture of this magnetic glove gave Gao Gong a strong sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the Thanos glove without the gemstone? If Thanos had one more glove, why would he be snapped by others? LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Human mechanics. Plus LV4. Mechanical transformation. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level mechanical blueprint. High-temperature metal boots. This is a wearable auxiliary device, weighs 5.7 kg, can adjust the size. Its attributes are strength +2, plus 15% grip, reduce the triggering probability of the stun effect. Gao Gong looked at Pang Xiang with a strange expression. Could it be that the European emperor is in front of me? These 2 pieces of equipment are obviously suitable for big players, specially prepared for MT. Gao Gong didn't believe it, and opened 2 more in a row. Fusion successful. You have researched the first-level mechanical blueprint. Torsion belt. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level mechanical blueprint. Violent forehead guard. One is a fine whiteboard with endurance +4, and the other comes with the auxiliary skill hot blood. In the hot blood state, adds 15% critical hit rate. Brother Gao, why are you touching me? That Xiang asked stupidly. Nothing, I just want to feel your fullness, and get some good fortune. LV5. Human biology. Plus LV5. Human mechanics. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level technology blueprint. Blood coagulator. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level technology blueprint. Polymer scalpel. Fusion successful. You have researched the second-level pharmaceutical blueprint. Metal tranquilizer. Fusion successful. You have researched the first-level prosthetic blueprint. Immune appendices. After opening more than 20 drawings, only 7 of them are serious blueprints, and they are all related to surgery. How to say, health is a blessing. Chapter 35 Acceleration. Gao Gong first asked Tiepi to take him to the military warehouse, and then let him repair the car himself. However, in the 10-day hunting war, the most abandoned and damaged things were not the mechanical hunters, but the vehicles. Gao Gong once again walked into the military warehouse. However, this time, his arrival did not attract the attention of others. People here came and went in a hurry. During the war, everyone was in a hurry. This place was obviously not a place where gamblers would come. Gao Gong also felt relieved. He called a service robot and handed over the list of materials he had prepared on the way. The number was so large that the robot even triggered the double confirmation. "Excuse me, do you want a copy of all these materials?" "Yes." The robot directly recognized his face and swiped away nearly 30,000 contribution points. This number was almost 2/3 of the contribution points Gao Gong earned by assassinating various sea-level radiation beasts. For the rest, Gao Gong bought all kinds of ammunition directly, including more than a dozen enhanced radiation needles. The radiation needles of the Security Corps are much better than those on the black market. At least there are no side effects. And a considerable part of the radiation needles on the black market are watered-down products of Littlefinger. Just when he was bored, an angry big orange suddenly jumped up and scratched Gao Gong with its claws. This jumping power is obviously enhanced. Gao Gong raised his head slightly, and at the same time pinched the back of the opponent's neck. "Did you change your skin? Don't get excited. Isn't your Mos Fing Mong known for its praise rate close to 100%? Why are you attacking customers?" Gao Gong laughed. "Only those who use our weapons are qualified to be our customers." "You liar," Deju said angrily. "Don't get excited. Your weapons have so many problems, including biochemical viruses and cyberpsychosis. How can they be used without proper debugging?" "Nonsense. Our weapons don't have such problems." Deju's eyes flickered. At this time, Mos Fing Mong has not yet won the bid for the outsourced scientific research project at the Mother City level, and naturally does not have the arrogant style of doing things in the future. Selling defective weapons during the war, and being discovered, if this is reported, this big orange will probably be in trouble for the sake of the overall situation. "Don't worry, it's just a small problem," said Gao Gong lazily. "I'll fix it later, and it will definitely be useful." Having his fate pinched by the neck, the big orange was a little timid in his words. "You should know that. Your weapons are rented to you for free, quality and quantity guaranteed. There is no problem at all. You should learn to be grateful." Yes, thank you." Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. In the future, Mos Fing Mong hired a large number of players to do human experiments, so that he could get enough experimental data, which laid the foundation for its future rise. Since I know this fact, then can I get involved? Players need weapons in large quantities, and Mos Fing Mong needs enough human experimental data. There is no middleman to make a profit. But if I come, isn't there a middleman? By the way, do you accept large-scale weapon reservations? Large-scale weapon reservations, you? A trace of contempt flashed in Deju's eyes. No matter what. Mos Fing Mong is a new large enterprise, with business in several mechanical cities, so it is natural that it will look down on a mud leg in the radiation zone. Of course I'm not the only one. In fact, I have many partners. They all need weapons. I can provide a large order. A large order, you cough. The big orange looked up, just about to laugh at the other party for overestimating his capabilities, but met the other party's half-smile, and immediately realized that the other party had something on him. He coughed dryly, and changed his words. "It's not impossible, but you have to bring the experimental data first, otherwise. It's not easy for me to apply to my superiors." "Okay." The senior engineer agreed lightly, and then slowly stroked the cat, gently rubbing and picking, making the big orange look comfortable, and meowing continuously, thinking that although this human doesn't look good, his massage technique is really good. It was not until the senior engineer took the materials, and left that Deju came back to her senses from the comfortable feeling. She meowed nostalgically, stared at the door with her slender cat eyes for a long time, and then sighed softly. In fact, She was originally a human being, and an internal employee of Masfinming. Because she did not complete the sales task, she was internally punished and transformed into a cat, and was exiled to the edge of the Iron Sand Desert. If she fails to complete the task this time, the next punishment transformation will probably come soon. This time it's a cat. What will it be next time? It can't be a mouse. Or cockroaches. When he thought of this, Deja shuddered. He didn't want to be like those colleagues who were at the bottom of the KPI, transformed into electronic cockroaches, and discharged into the sewer. He must work hard. He must struggle. He must devote his life to the company. On the second day, the top rankings on the electronic list changed again. The Symbiosis team squeezed out the Gasoline Worshippers, the Fireweed team, and reached the top 3. The Predator team took another step back, and fell to the 8th position. The Grey Eye Cultist rose 1 place, and entered the 6th place. Miyamoto Sanzang relied on stable boss hunting to enter the 7th place. But Gao Gong was missing from the last 2 places. Countless gamblers were stunned. They thought that the old man Miyamoto would be the first to fail. After all, the young are better than the strong. But who would have thought that Gao Gong, who was so young, would collapse so quickly? In a private room of the Rose Gasoline Bar, Black Rose was staring at Littlefinger with cold eyes, which made his neck shrink. At this juncture, you persuaded him to play a fake match? Littlefinger said with a wry smile. Sister Rose, well, any money you can make is a good one. Besides, he agreed to it. He was sure of a comeback. So we did it. Even if he can't stand it in the end, we still have us. We will help him cheat in the end. Black Rose took a deep breath and said coldly, do you know that among the top 10 teams, 5 have sponsors behind them, and 3 have already started to secretly cheat? Can you guarantee that our cheating methods are definitely better than theirs? Littlefinger was stunned. It's impossible. There are battlefield recorders, there are drones, and there are specialists to check the bodies afterwards. They can cheat. Does he think it's us? As if thinking of something, Littlefinger's face changed, and said, you mean, the Cloud Nobles also sent their men here? Don't those termites always live a life of drunkenness and dreaming in the sky, and enjoy themselves to the extreme? The new type of enterprise formed by the Skeleton Society will become more and more radical. The rebels are getting stronger and stronger. The 3 intelligences of the Mother City are ruthless. Even those idiots know to leave a way out for themselves, and this network of interests in the Iron Sand Desert is the way out for someone. When Littlefinger heard Sister Rose say rebels, his heart was inexplicably relieved, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes bulged. I saw Sister Rose's high heels suddenly pulled up, and then inserted them fiercely into the sofa in front of Littlefinger's crotch. The sharp heels pierced into the cowhide, and were only a hair's breadth away from a vital part of Littlefinger. The cold wind blew, and she was almost about to change into Mr. Big Tree Type 3. Don't make trouble when I'm doing something, Black Rose said in a cold tone. Littlefinger knew that Black Rose was really angry this time, and her expression was no longer so wretched. She said seriously, Rose, do you think that boy is the same as us? What do you mean? I used to think he was just a little wolf dog you raised, but now I have changed my attitude. Do you know? Once, this boy sent me a bug, and I accidentally glanced at his eyes. Do you know who I thought of? Littlefinger said word by word, it's you. You who haven't been transformed by bionics. Black Rose was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say for a while. Same ambition, same passion, and most importantly, same refusal to admit defeat. When you were being hunted, would you bow down to a man? Black Rose sat down again, recalling the heavy rain on the other side of freedom. The sky seemed to be pouring down, and the raindrops were like knives stabbing into the bleeding skin. After a long while, Black Rose finally said, what is that kid doing now? I don't know, but I know he must be causing trouble. Littlefinger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, shrugged. This kid borrowed my operating table again. The next day, the dilapidated SUV was back on duty again, and Engineer Gao sat on the body of the car, and his eyes swept across the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, one after another cactus emerged from the asphalt ground. The appearance of this cactus looked like a rock with strange patterns, and its unfolded body was more like a combination of a large piranha plant and a cactus. The thick petrified outer leaves perfectly wrapped its radiation energy. Once it bloomed and prayed, it could create a 10 by 10 range of radiation energy field, and at the same time spray poisonous mist, causing dizziness, weakness, poisoning and other effects. The area around the originally empty highway was now like a desert that had been afrosed, with all kinds of strange radioactive plants sprouting up from the ground. Engineer Gao felt heavy-hearted. It had only been less than 10 days, and the desert had already started to green. More importantly, this place was not far from the Auto City, only about 20 to 30 miles away. The reproductive capacity of the radiation circle was too terrifying. Even if all the mechanical hunters were out these days, hunting frantically, it seemed that the number of radioactive beasts had not decreased much. It's not that the radiation beasts can't be killed, but once the radiation circle is formed, it will be a large delivery room. If the Knights are really behind this riot, then is this the purpose of the Knights? To cultivate a suitable battlefield for the future decisive battle. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we attack the city. A trace of determination flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. This time when he went to the scavenger city, he must deal with the Cable tribe. The enemy was speeding up, and he had to speed up too. Chapter 36 Boiler Elephant. The Scrap City is still the Scrap City, but probably because of the increased perception, Gao Gong can clearly feel that this urban area has become more dangerous. It's like it was originally just a beast's nest, but now it is a giant beast with a bloody mouth. Not very good. Usually only A-level beast gods are born, will have such a strong biological will. This strength is already close to the future armed beast nest. But if it is really an armed beast nest, how did the security corps win this battle? According to normal history, before the Hydra battle, the Iron Sand Desert was within the influence of the Mechanical City. It was not until the end of that battle that the Iron Sand Desert truly became a paradise for monsters. Thinking of this, a famous saying suddenly popped up in Gao Gong's mind. Annihilate 100 million enemies, and advance thousands of miles. Sit in the southeast, and look down on the central plains. Gao Gong's mouth twitched. No way. I'm playing a fake game. But you guys are playing too? You are regular soldiers. With licenses. A rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes in the distance. Gao Gong turned around suddenly and shouted, "Who?" "It's me. It's me. Mr. Gao. Do you still recognize me?" The pockmarked face crawled out of the bushes embarrassedly. And with him, there were two fierce-looking natives holding steel bars. "Oh, you are here." Engineer Gao's expression eased a little, and he glanced at the fire not far away. "Yes, Mr. Gao. You called us here this time. Is there something going on?" "Well, hee. I wonder if you brought any supplies this time." Engineer Gao frowned and said, "Of course I did. But why is it you again? Where is my good friend Huang Yuanli? She really has something to do. Oh, by the way, she also asked me to bring you a token of love." The pockmarked man took out a small butterfly hairpin from his pocket. This was indeed Huang Yuanli's treasure. Engineer Gao looked calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, which meant that the little woman's life was more difficult than imagined. He said coldly, "I am helping you voluntarily because of my friend. If Huang Yuanli was not here, or if she encountered any trouble, then I would not be able to give you my supplies." The pockmarked man said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Gao. We are all friends. Sister Yuanli has no problem in the tribe. She just can't get away. Otherwise, why would she let me bring this little clip here? She was afraid that you would misunderstand." Engineer Gao looked hesitant and did not speak for a long time. The pockmarked man kept winking at the other two, indicating that they should not be impulsive. However, one person could not bear it any longer. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed the black muzzle at Engineer Gao. He said viciously, "The tribe has been out of food for almost 3 days. No matter what, we should grab the food first." The pockmarked face finally changed his expression and said excitedly, "We can't do this. Mr. Gao is a friend of our tribe. Have you forgotten who rescued our expedition team? Whoever wants to rescue can do it. I think it would be better if these lunatics die completely. Without them, we would have lived a good life. It must be those scientific lunatics who brought God's punishment. And our tribe would end up like this. We should sell them as slaves, so that we can protect the tribe." Under the instigation of this person, another person also made up his mind, holding the steel bars with both hands, and surrounded them with a fierce look. Seeing this, Gao Gong said calmly, "The things are in the trunk, but don't expect to deliver them this time. Next time. Humph. Our tribe will have left by next time." The man with the gun sneered, pointing the gun at Gao Gong, and walked to the back of the SUV, opening the trunk with his other hand. There was no food inside, only some high-tech stuff. A bit like what Professor Han's laboratory had? Just as the man was stunned, the human-headed dog that had been slumped in the back seat suddenly jumped up, and the steel needles popped out of its front legs, piercing the opponent's shoulder blades on both sides. At the same time, the metal head slammed into the opponent fiercely, knocking the opponent to the ground, and the head continued to slam. It looked like a human and a dog were having a high-intensity kissing scene. The other two dogs with human heads also jumped off the car immediately, and rushed to the other person from the left and right. The man smashed one dog with a steel bar, and then was bitten by the other dog in the crotch, screaming in pain. The scene looked even more inappropriate for children. Cold sweat ran down his pockmarked face. He watched Engineer Gao pick up the pistol on the ground and walked over slowly, thinking of what happened to Professor Han and the others in the tribe. He felt like a pill. "Can you give me an explanation?" Engineer Gao said slowly. Not far from him, two people were already out of breath. One with blood all over his face, and the other with blood all over his crotch. The latter looked much more serious than the former. All kinds of thoughts were flying around in the pockmarked face. But the moment Engineer Gao pulled the bolt, he immediately became honest. Professor Han and Sister Yuan Li were locked up. Professor Han was arrested as soon as he returned to the tribe, and Sister Yuan Li was restricted in her freedom. Just after you delivered food last time, Sister Yuan Li started a riot and was suppressed by the elders. She was locked up like Professor Han. Started a riot? This little woman. What did you do to make her angry? Engineer Gao said in astonishment. Ma Zi said with some shame, according to the elder, half of the tribe members are to be sold to outsiders, and the other half are to join the Flame Apostles in exchange. What are Flame Apostles? For some reason, Gao Gong felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. The Flame Apostles are believers of the god of radiation and gunpowder, and are also his most loyal subordinates. The elder told us that as long as we join the Flame Apostles, our Cable tribe will be saved. The god of radiation and gunpowder. This name is very familiar. To the west of the Auto City, there is a great indigenous warlord across 2 continents. Engineer Gao sneered. You are so vague. I thought you were going to do something. But it turns out you are doing slave trade. In the Iron Sand Desert, scavengers belong to the bottom layer of the power pyramid. But there are even worse people than them. The slaves of the indigenous warlords. Most of these slaves are scavengers captured by the warlords. This kind of slaves is also called meat people. As the name suggests, meat livestock. Mr. Gao, I advise you not to go in. You are alone, and our tribe has at least hundreds of neurotic beasts. You are no match. Half an hour later, Engineer Gao and pockmarked face squatted in a bush. Engineer Gao closed his left eye, and his artificial eye was just like a scope, sweeping forward. 2 sentries. 2 hidden sentries. There are also more than a dozen mechanical biochemical beasts scattered everywhere. Gao Gong did not expect that the Cable tribe would choose such a bold location, which is right between 2 mechanical beast groups. And these beast groups are all D-level beast groups. You should know that in the expedition team, if Gao Gong had not shown his power, the group would have been wiped out in all likelihood. And that was just a small beast group. Gao Gong gave up the idea of a strong attack and turned to look at the pockmarked face. Do you have a way to get me in? The pockmarked face shook his head bitterly and said, Don't even mention bringing people. It's not possible for me to go in alone. The 2 people you killed are the confidants of the Great Elder. If 3 people go out and 1 person comes back, the Great Elder will skin me alive. Gao Gong thought about it, and with a casual move, a dog with a human head poked its head out of the bushes. Then he took out a thing similar to a square dance speaker from the bag behind him. What is this? The pockmarked man asked blankly. Gao Gong ignored him, but turned the FM button on the speaker, which was to adjust the noise frequency of the neural disruptor, to ensure that the monsters would not be pulled too hard. Finally, Gao Gong pressed the switch button. With a thought, the human-headed dog ran away like an arrow, biting the speaker. The next moment, Gao Gong also fled madly. Pockmarked face blinked. What's going on? The man is gone, the dog is gone, and he is the only captive left. So confused. But the next moment, he was no longer confused. The 2 mechanical dogs at the entrance of the tribe suddenly roared in the air, as if there was some invisible intruder. After a while, the 2 dogs were furious, and they broke free from the chains and rushed towards Pockmarked Face. Pockmarked Face was shocked, and almost without thinking, he rushed towards the direction where Gao Gong fled. Next moment, forestry bird flying, A group of metal sparrows flew out from the tribe, fly in the direction of the mechanical dog. Then, flying in the sky, upstream of the ground, climbing on the tree, a lot of mechanical beasts rushed through where the two just stayed. As long as Masako's face is slow, the upper half step, it is about to end up by the beast hide. What did you do? Matsu's face rolled and ran to the senior industry farled. However, senior work is also embarrassed. What else I want to say? What else? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of high-temperature forging iron, like a large forged machine, suddenly sounded. The volume is extremely large. Communication to the Sifong. I saw a giant leg thicker than a tree that could be hugged by two people, and taller than the tree falling from the sky, smashing into the metal vines and flattening them. This giant leg did not look like a mechanical leg, but more like a prosthetic leg. Except for the shutdown part. The surface was smooth. Boiler elephant. How could it come out? This prosthetic elephant was a C+ level mechanical biochemical beast, which settled next to the cable tribe, fed on metal bark and metal leaves, and had a mild temper. Woo, as the elephant's trunk made a sound similar to a train whistle. High-temperature steam rose within a few miles, submerging large tracts of forest. Fortunately, Galgong's desert skin can withstand high temperatures. But pockmarked face was miserable. It was as if he had just entered the bathhouse, and was stripped naked and thrown into the small pool with high water temperature. His skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his pockmarked face was as red as a pomegranate. Pockmarked face clenched his teeth, and only then did he hold back his screams. Galgong's face suddenly changed. He suddenly felt a strong threat coming from the sky. Looking up, a giant bird shadow, as big as a bomber, flashed across the sky above the fog. He vaguely heard the sound of the airborne missile ejected. About 10 seconds later, a strong column of fire rushed into the sky from the direction where the human-headed dog fled. Galgong was silent for a moment, and gave the human-headed dog the last order: go as far as you can and don't come back. Chapter 37: Cerebrospinal Fluid. Galgong was really confused. After he opened the manual neural disruptor, he realized that this thing was not particularly safe, because in the past life, more than one player used it to lure monsters, and it turned into a snack for the monsters. So he also added a frequency modulation mode, for fear of attracting too much monster hatred and turning himself into Tang Tsung. AC+ level boiler elephant, AC+ level bombing eagle, either of the two can easily kill him. Did I fail to build my equipment? It's impossible. Isn't it already successful on the system panel? The effect of attracting monsters is too strong. But fortunately, the road ahead is clear. Hey, are you going in or not? If you don't go in, I'll go in. You. The pockmarked face wanted to say something, but smoke came out of his mouth, his eyelids fluttered, and he fainted directly. If you don't go in, I'll go in. Galgong shrugged, pressed a button on his collar, and the next moment, his figure began to disappear gradually. Desert skin has the ability to mimic, and combined with the special effects of the open version virtual projection, it can basically achieve the effect of invisibility, especially when the mechanical biochemical beasts were led away. Galgong thought it was unlikely that he would be discovered. However, it was a bit unexpected that after the two dogs were led away, the two people at the door just stood there blankly, one repeating what's going on, and the other saying I must report to the elder. But he only turned halfway, and then turned back, and repeated the previous action. Seeing the strange movements of the two, Engineer Gao felt depressed. Something must have happened to this cable tribe. In the dungeon of the cable tribe, more than 200 people were crammed together. All of them were covered in dirt, and had injuries. However, there were not many seriously injured people. It was not because the elder was kind-hearted, but according to the slave traders, the injured human flesh could not be sold at a high price. Meng Duo moved to Huang Yuanli's side with difficulty. He originally had only one hand and one leg left, and now he had lost half a leg. It was the eldest elder son Xiao Yi who cut it off. As the instigator of the riot, Huang Yuanli had many whip marks on her body, and since the day before yesterday, she had been unconscious and could not eat anything. Use this. Seeing Meng Duo was about to wipe Huang Yuanli's sweat, an old woman took out a relatively clean towel and handed it to her. Thank you. Meng Duo thanked him in a low voice, then dipped the towel in some water on the ground and wiped it carefully. For some reason, Huang Yuanli's forehead was hot since yesterday, and the high fever did not subside. Meng Duo asked the guard for medicine, but was sprayed with saliva in the face. Grandma, are we really going to be eaten? A blind girl suddenly said. What nonsense are you talking about? They won't eat people. They won't eat people. The grandma didn't know how to comfort her granddaughter, so she could only hug her tightly and repeat one sentence after another. The dungeon was dead silent. Meng Duo persisted for a while, but couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a half-dizzy and half-asleep state. But before he fell asleep, he vaguely heard Huang Yuanli, who had her eyes closed tightly, talking in her sleep. Professor, you can't do this. Professor, don't. Something's wrong. The engineer's face became more and more serious. The cable tribe in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of horror. The area of the tribe was not large. Only about a quarter of the old metal recycling station. The style was like a gathering place for scavengers outside the oasis, except that the wooden houses were turned into metal tents, or the tree holes were hollowed out and turned into rooms. The environment was much cleaner, and the people in the tribe seemed to cherish this place. But there was nothing in front of him. No sound at all. And it didn't look like a tribe at all. Engineer Gao frowned, and quietly appeared in front of a guard. The guard had a silly smile on his face, and seemed to be chewing something in his mouth, which seemed to be raw meat. Upon closer inspection, it was his tongue. Engineer Gao took a deep breath, took out a black headset, and hung it on his ear. Name, Neural Frequency Amplifier Category, Auxiliary Equipment Quality, Excellent Weight, 100 grams. Operation Mode, Neural Manipulation Auxiliary Module, Neural Enhancement. Note, this is a hearing aid at the neural level. Neural enhancement strengthens the generation and transmission of ear nerve signals, activates ion channels. As soon as Engineer Gao put on the headphones, a harsh noise came from his ears, which went straight into his brain. Hiss. How can there be such a strong neural signal? Gao Gong seemed to be standing in the corporate zone of the city that never sleeps. Countless virtual sense signals interweave into a cyber network. Nerve bundles are like lightning passing through him. 5 senses intertwine together. Finally, these 5 tributaries merge into a surging virtual sense torrent, rushing towards him. Fuck. Before the torrent hit him, Gao Gong suddenly took off the amplifier, covered his mouth with his other hand, and the sound of running water came from his left ear. This is not water, but blood. Now, Gao Gong finally understood why those mechanical biochemical beasts were chasing the head-killing dogs like crazy. The manual nerve disruptor was just a trigger, on a level invisible to the naked eye. There must be something that made them very uneasy. Planetary civilizations do not have red medicines such as nanoplasty agents and cell regeneration needles. If you lose blood, you can only bear it slowly, or directly undergo repair surgery. Blood volume, 190 of 202. Gao Gong endured for a moment, and after confirming that the ear was no longer bleeding, he adjusted the neural frequency amplifier to the minimum and hung it on the other ear. This time it was much better. There was still noise at the neural level, but this noise was not loud. And if you listen carefully, this noise was not noisy, like raindrops, but it was just tens of millions of raindrops overlapping and released at the same time. Through searching, Gao soon found 2 secret passages. One was a tunnel, and the other was a mountain road. The neural noise in the direction of the mountain road was obviously much stronger. Adhering to the principle of starting with the easy and then the difficult, Gao turned over and went down the tunnel. It was called a tunnel, but it was actually a manhole cover of the sewer, but the manhole cover disappeared, and instead a big stone blocked the sewer outlet. As soon as the stone was moved, a large group of colorful butterflies flew out. Raising butterflies in the sewer? Climbing down the rusty stairs. An unpleasant smell immediately hit my nose. It felt like the smell of vegetables that had been rotting for who knows how many years. And Gao Gong discovered an embarrassing situation. Affected by the neural noise, his skin also began to change naturally, sometimes turning into mosaics, sometimes turning into TV snow. This kind of AV-level picture quality, even the special effects generator can't cover it. Engineer Gao shook his head, pinched the button on his collar, turned off the open version virtual projection, pulled out the red unicorn, and carefully reached over. It is worth mentioning that planetary civilizations have not developed the subspace storage technology either, so equipment can only be carried by hand. Or at most, they can find a way to use drones for airdrops. Don't even think about pulling out a weapon from the equipment column. Therefore, Engineer Gao only brought the red unicorn this time. And the sniper rifle and the hunting device were all left in Gasoline Town. Engineer Gao slowly moved forward. And in the empty sewer, only his footsteps remained. Engineer Gall's perception was now 14 points, which was almost 3 times that of an ordinary person. With his perception, he soon sensed sporadic breathing sounds. Similarly, following the direction of the sewer, he also heard footsteps. You found it so quickly. Is there a camera? Engineer Gall switched his right eye to infrared mode, and soon found several hidden heat sources. The knife flashed, and after a series of explosions, the opponent's footsteps soon became chaotic. Of course, there is more than one underground tunnel, which means that the enemy is beginning to disperse. Galgong swung his right hand, and the single-molecule wire claw grabbed a steel bar in the air. He stepped left and right, and disappeared into the tunnel before the enemy came. Where are the people? It seems to be here. The voices of the people gradually became noisy. Galgong, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly had a blurred vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found a very horrifying scene. He saw 4 or 5 living people with their heads removed and their brains jumping out of the darkness. They held crude handmade guns, with strange and ferocious expressions, with their mouths open, and something like mucus stuck between their upper and lower lips. Galgong inexplicably felt a surge of anger, so strong was this anger that his mind was almost drowned by hatred. In the darkness, the tip of a knife fell from the sky, piercing through the brain, and all the way to the lower body. Then Galgong drew his knife, and with his backhand chopped open the handmade gun of the man next to him, and with his other hand blocked the gun. As the bullet exploded in the barrel, the red unicorn chopped horizontally and vertically, cutting the opponent into pieces of meat. Brains were spraying. Blood was splattering. And red and white things were blooming everywhere. Just as Galgong killed the last brain monster, a strong itching sensation came from the top of his head. He scratched with his hand, and a ball of tofu brain was grabbed off. Galgong stared at this scene blankly, and subconsciously grabbed his left ear. But he didn't grab the neural frequency amplifier, but an ear instead. He picked it off lightly, and it fell off. This is his own ear. Hallucination? Yes. It must be an illusion. However, when Galgong turned his head and looked at the reflection on the wall, he found that the other brain people had disappeared. The real brain man, he is the only one. In the reflection, he smiled at his own face with blood. Galgong's eyes twitched fiercely, looking at the red unicorn in his hand. The blade was shiny and clean. There was no feeling of having cut anyone before. Galgong looked up again, but found that the walls on all 4 sides began to squeeze out pink large intestines. Water dripped down from the sky. The water was clean and transparent. Galgong knew what this was. Cerebral spinal fluid. Chapter 38 Butterfly. Has a hacker hacked into my nervous system? Galgong forced himself to calm down. He was sure that, before he put on the neural frequency amplifier, he was not affected. Without the neural signal access of the neural frequency amplifier, he would not have such severe hallucinations. At most, it was a strong sense of uneasiness. Just like those mechanical biochemical beasts. Galgong pressed his thumb on his right temple while running. There is a direct connection switch here, which can force the combat prosthetic eye to shut down. In short, unplug the network cable. Snap! The right eye went black. The illusion around me paused. And the next moment, just like an old-fashioned TV with a bad signal, snowflakes appeared on the pink brain groove. The illusion weakened. It was as expected. The only electronic device on my body was this combat prosthetic eye. If you want to hack, you must start with the prosthetic eye. And the method of disconnecting the internet is useful for most hackers. This is a concrete jungle. Electronic signals are severely interfered. That is to say, the possibility of remote hacking is ruled out. The hacker must be nearby. However, in just 3 seconds, the large intestine-like brain grooves began to wriggle again. Even a soft blanket of flesh appeared on the ground. Has he been hacked again? Galgong took a deep breath. The 2 states on the skin breathing and cold blood are activated at the same time. Skin breathing, blood activity is reduced, endurance recovery increases by 15% per second. Cold blood reduces its own infrared radiation, reducing the probability of being discovered by the enemy. The former reduces the power of the brain, the latter increases the difficulty of nerve signal access. The sound of water drops disappeared again. His vision also disappeared. Galgong was completely blind. But his left eye was fine. The thalamus was hacked, and the visual system in the brain was disturbed. But other systems have returned to normal. Galgong touched his head, and it was hard. Then he reached for his ear and he really touched the earphones. Although he had no hacking skills, he could not reversely hack into the other party. But in this concrete forest where information was severely interfered, the other party could not hack in from a distance. The enemy is nearby. The underground system is interconnected, and it is almost impossible to find the enemy in a short time. Gao Gong gritted his teeth and adjusted the neural frequency amplifier to the maximum again. The next moment, the crazy noise that made people want to peel off their skin and tear their flesh drowned him again. Gao Gong could clearly hear the sound of blood flowing from his ears. Tick tick tick. The traces of the other party's invasion, under the effect of the amplifier, are like a rainy path, extending out in the darkness. In the rain, there seemed to be a small black shadow. It looked like a butterfly. Kill the hacker, and the hacking problem can be solved. The micromotor on his knee was turned to the maximum, and the senior engineer ran wildly with a knife, and the killing intent was boiling in his heart. In just 10 seconds, after turning a corner, the rain road was close to the end. He seemed to have hit something, and was blocked back. The red unicorn chopped horizontally and vertically, and the things blocking the road were chopped off one by one. This texture, some kind of metal? Something grabbed his calf, and he kicked it away. The hacker is right in front of him. Before he chopped him off, Gao Gong had a series of images flashing through his mind. A strange watcher. An unmanned cable tribe. His perception was affected, and his 5 senses were hacked. A strange cyber hacker. The image of Professor Han controlling the leader of the harvesters. Professor Han? The enemy is Professor Han, so he has to die. If he doesn't have this kind of ruthlessness, Gao Gong wouldn't be Gao Gong. Butterfly? Butterfly. Not a cyber hacker. Not Professor Han either. It's... At the critical moment, Gao Gong's knife tip stopped in front of the opponent's throat. Only the heavy breathing sound remained, in and out, in and out. The noise of the amplifier gradually disappeared. At the same time, the tinnitus also disappeared, and Gao Gong's vision began to recover. Under the tip of the knife, Huang Yuanli also slowly opened her eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment. Huang Yuanli weakly cursed, "You scared me to death." Gao Gong looked around. Not far away, there was a metal prison door that was chopped into pieces. And all around were terrified eyes. Not far away, Meng Duo had a painful face, and there was a black footprint on his chest. Fortunately, Meng Duo has a strong body. Otherwise, this kick would not just break a few ribs. "Did you lead me here?" asked Engineer Gao. "Yes. It feels like you. Fortunately you came," Huang Yuanli said palely. "Can you explain it?" "It's too late. Take us out first. I'll tell you on the way." "Everyone, hurry up. This is someone who came to save us." Engineer Gao held Huang Yuanli in his arms, and walked out of the cell. Seeing this, the other members of the cable tribe also hurriedly followed behind. Meng Duo was supported by several other guys. When he saw Engineer Gao looking at him, he showed a rather ugly smile. "That kick was too heavy. Sorry, I'll be careful next time." Gao Gong returned along the same route, and soon saw several bodies that had been chopped into pieces. Many people saw this scene, and showed a look of satisfaction. If Huang Yuanli had not been seriously injured, she would have kicked them a few times. They are all subordinates of the Great Elder. That old man has no humanity at all. He actually wants to sell us as slaves. "So you rioted? You are quite brave." "Of course it's not just me. I originally wanted to rescue Professor Han, and let him lead us." Huang Yuanli paused, glanced behind him, and hesitated to speak. Engineer Gao nodded knowingly, and turned to ask, "Do you have a temporary hiding place? I know there is an underground air raid shelter that is not occupied by wild animals." "Not far away," a young man from the tribe said bravely. "Then split up into 2 groups. You go to the air raid shelter first, and we will come back to find you." Seeing the tribal members looking at each other with hesitation on their faces, Huang Yuanli suddenly scolded, "Are you all fools? If you don't run away now, you want to be slaves? We can help you." A young man gritted his teeth. "Just you? I'll believe it if you can walk 2 steps without falling down." Meng Duo took a deep breath. "Everyone listen to Sisterly, let's go first." Then he looked at Engineer Gao seriously. "Please protect Sisterly." Engineer Gao rolled his eyes. "If I can't handle it, I will definitely throw her out first." "Wow, you scumbag, my sister treats you so well." "Bullshit, you almost broke my ears." "You heartless person, have you forgotten who took the trouble to help you find the big bug? You also eat a lot of lollipops." After the two separated from the main group, Engineer Gao said calmly, "Everyone has left. Explain, how did Professor Han go crazy?" "How do you know he's crazy?" Huang Yuanli widened her eyes. If he wasn't crazy, could your great elder defeat him? For a scavenger tribe, it was already lucky to have a monster with a perception of more than 40 points. How could there be another one? Professor Han was indeed crazy. In fact, the little woman was not really stubborn. Before she decided to do something, she first found Professor Han. In her opinion, the professor was the smartest person in the world, and there was no problem he couldn't solve. However, the professor rejected her. The professor still didn't give up on exploration. Huang Yuanli murmured. The professor said that only by opening that place can everyone be saved. Didn't you fail? Yes. So the professor changed his mind. Huang Yuanli's eyes flashed with fear. He wants to draw out the things in that place. Chapter 39 Brain in a Jar. The thing in that place? Gao Gong thought of the failed scientific research exploration and frowned. What is it? Huang Yuanli shook her head painfully. I can sense its existence. It is huge and painful. It is like a heartless person. A ghost without a body. You just contacted me through it. Right? Gao Gong's heart moved and said. Yes. I found the professor. The professor did not reject me at first. Instead, he let me drink a cup of coffee. After that, I kept having hallucinations. However, the hallucinations were only intermittent before, and I did not take it seriously. When we failed to resist and I was whipped, the hallucinations became more and more serious. After I was completely unconscious, I found that I seemed to have become a part of it. I can see many things that I couldn't see before, such as the thoughts of the electronic bee, the mood of the mechanical dog, and even the thoughts of this forest. It is also angry and painful. Gao Gong did not speak, but glanced at the system panel. You are controlled by telepathy, your vision is cut off, and you are blind. Telepathy mechanical. Primary, a superpower that can sense people's hearts, and it can sense not just people's hearts. It seems that what the professor gave you to drink should be some kind of supersensory drug, and fortunately you have awakened. In the radiation zone, telepathy on the mechanical side is a very useful ability. Huang Yuanli was stunned. Supersensory drug, what is that? Wait, you mean, I have telepathy? Yes, but not everyone can awaken after taking supersensory drug. This drug can enhance your experience beyond the 5 senses. In this process, your genes may produce some antibodies because of this experience. And the nature of this antibody is the nature of your superpower. Of course, most of the supersensory drugs are not safe. The possibility of sudden death from taking drugs is much greater than awakening superpowers. You should thank that thing. According to my guess, it helped you share some of the pressure. Huang Yuanli was stunned for a long time, and suddenly became furious. The professor actually wants to kill me. I know that people wearing glasses are not good people. Gao Gong ignored him, returned to the original path, found the original entrance, and climbed up the straight ladder again. The pupils of the two people became larger at almost the same time. The empty cable tribe was covered with a strange white brain, which slowly crawled along the roof, walls, and tree holes. Thick nerve fibers emerged from the brain and took root. Even though the senior engineer had taken off the amplifier, he still felt a strong noise coming from all directions. Ah! Huang Yuanli covered her ears fiercely. Her eyes were red, and she was in great pain. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Learn to control your ability. Try to accept it. Operate it. Don't resist it. Remember, this is a part of you. Under the guidance of the senior engineer, Huang Yuanli's face gradually calmed down, and between the blinks of her eyelids, a deep luster flashed. Gao Gong breathed a sigh of relief. The Superman civilization is a relatively large branch of carbon-based civilization, but it is very small on the machine Rift Star. If Huang Yuanli cannot control her ability, it will become very troublesome. Looking at the brain covering the soles of his feet, Gao Gong suddenly pulled out the red unicorn and cut off the pink nerve bundles in it. The other party's information was also refreshed on the panel. You caused 1 point of damage to the brain in the vat. You entered the range of the brain in the vat, and your brain function entered a confused state. Brain in the vat. Gao Gong didn't expect it to be this thing. He thought it was at most some kind of pre-war bionic machine. This thing is at least level 40. And it is a half biological, half information monster, which is extremely difficult to kill. Especially its mental attack is real damage, ignoring all defenses. Once it is hit by AoE, Gao Gong estimates that he can't resist it for 2 times. Gao Gong looked around and saw that not only the cable tribe, but all the mutant trees in sight began to secrete artificial proteins, which are the raw materials of brain matter. Damn. Professor Han is not going to put the entire Cable tribe into the brain in the tank. Is he? I've seen too much EVA. But it is obvious that this brain in the tank is still in a developmental state. The previous series of hallucinations were just the result of Huang Yuanli's dream operation. I saw it. Huang Yuanli gritted her teeth and said, the professor is in contact with this thing. He wants to absorb it. But it is resisting. The professor is also in pain. Gao Gong took a deep breath, turned his head, and saw a large amount of brain matter going into the sewer. The reproduction speed of this thing is amazing. Let's go. Stop it. And you lead the way. Gao Gong grabbed Huang Yuanli, and Huang Yuanli pointed in the direction of the mountain road. At the temple of the Great Elder. The professor's laboratory is also in that direction. Gao Gong ran along the mountain road. And at the same time, a ding sound came from the system panel. Mission, Bionic Brain. Difficulty, difficult. Mission brief. Professor Han anticipated the coming of the beast tide, but he had no means to restrain the beast tide. In desperation, he chose the most extreme method, release the sealed scientific research product. He wanted to absorb it, and become the master of consciousness. Mission target. Kill Professor Han / kill the brain in the tank / rescue Professor Han. Mission reward. Experience plus 4,500, Cable Tribe favorability plus 500, clues to bionic technology. Gao Gong was excited. It was really bionic technology, you know. A professional knowledge chain contains at least 8 to 10 full-level professional knowledge. And more importantly, in the future biological transformation, if Gao Gong still wants to maintain his human form, he will also need the help of bionic technology. However, they did not run far. And there was a tremor. In their eyes, the ground cracked. High-rise buildings rose from the ground. And the dim radiation atmosphere was replaced by a clear sky. In the sky, magnetic levitation cars flew in the track. And on the ground, living animals jumped around. And ordinary people were taking a walk, chatting, and sitting on benches to bask in the sun. What is this? Huang Yuanli murmured. This is a city from the old civilization era. And it is also the memory in Professor Han's mind. We have been pulled into Professor Han's mind. Engineer Gao shook his head and said, I guess what Professor Han wants to do is to let you live here. We, living people, live in his mind? Huang Yuanli said in a daze. Yes. Engineer Gao shrugged. This is much better than the cruel reality. It's a great idea. Isn't it? Huang Yuanli glanced around the beautiful environment, and then took a deep breath. The fragrance of flowers and plants penetrated into her mouth and nose, making her feel refreshed. She suddenly raised her head and cursed. What the hell? I don't want to be a part of this old man. Use your ability to sense. You should have some connection with this brain in the tank. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and said, if my guess is correct, in Professor Han's plan, you are the second option. If he fails, you will be the next container. That old lunatic. Huang Yuanli gritted her teeth, stretched out a hand, to sense the feeling of sleep. That hazy, yet transparent and clean feeling was born again. Engineer Gao looked around, and saw countless flesh and blood coming out of the tall buildings, covering them, and then sinking. Everyone was frozen. And the next moment, everyone melted like a burning candle. Huang Yuanli closed her eyes tightly, and walked in one direction. Engineer Gao gripped the hilt of the knife, and followed closely. However, as they walked, Huang Yuanli disappeared, and Engineer Gao came to a simulated battlefield for training. Sorry, I'm not a professional. And there is only one VR room for relaxation in the experimental base. I don't know if the simulation is similar. Engineer Gao had a young man in a white coat next to him, and the young man smiled embarrassedly. It's already very similar, exactly the same as the training base of the security corps. Stepping on the plastic track with his toes, Gao Gong turned his head and looked at the younger version of Professor Han. You deliberately separated me and Huang Yuanli. I'm afraid your condition is not very good, Professor. Professor Han nodded. The base has been closed for nearly 50 years. I thought that thing had been dead, and it shouldn't be difficult to merge, but I didn't expect it to be still alive, and its appetite is so strong. Gao Gong said with interest. So, you and it are now in a state of mutual devouring. Professor Han said, yes, I made some arrangements, but this first-hand advantage is constantly being consumed. Fortunately, Lily awakens successfully. Now the only chance is that I and it will perish together, and then let Lily become the new brain carrier. Galgong looked up at the closed ceiling. Do you think she will agree? Above the sky, Huang Yuanli stepped on the clouds, excitedly said, Look, we are in the sky. Huang Yuanli turned her head, but found that Galgong had disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an old man who was about to die. Her expression suddenly became complicated. Lily. Professor Han smiled, and lowered his head and said, Look, how beautiful the city is under our feet. No matter how beautiful it is, it's fake. Huang Yuanli said coldly, I don't want to be someone else's brain, nor do I want others to be my brain. That's right, actually I don't want to either. Professor Han nodded, indicating his agreement. What should we do now? Professor Han lowered his head, and the two of them returned to the scavenging city in an instant. In the city in front of the two, a war of tens of thousands of mechanical beasts was being fought. Countless red lanterns were floating in the air, and blood-red flesh blankets were spreading wildly, flooding buildings, elevated roads, and high-speed passages, and drilling into various mechanical biochemical beasts. In front, the explosions, radiation energy, and high-temperature smoke were like a small nuclear bomb that was constantly exploding, exuding terrifying power. Under its power, mature metal nests were destroyed and razed to the ground. Huang Yuanli stared at this scene in amazement. She knew this monster. Chapter 40 Brain Tank. Not long ago, Huang Yuanli took Galgong to catch big bugs, and on the way back, they encountered a super monster of the nuclear explosion type. She only took a look at it, and almost died from excessive radiation. She still remembers it clearly. Professor Han watched this scene calmly, moving forward slowly, while the surrounding scene retreated sharply. Radiation, explosion, fire were in front of them. Some attacks even went through their bodies directly, but there was no harm at all. This was the first time that Huang Yuanli saw the true form of this nuclear explosion monster. It was a huge creature that was 10 meters tall, like a skin giant with 4 hands, and its surface was full of cracks, and in the cracks, high-intensity radiation energy surged like a tide. Whenever this giant attacked, all the cracks on its body would light up, and then, a small nuclear reaction would burst out of it, turning into a huge explosion. It's amazing, isn't it? The artificial nuclear reaction is not uranium-235, but a new radioactive isotope. And this spontaneous movement and change should be the fourth sequence besides uranium, thorium and actinium. Professor Han raised his glasses. Although I'm not an expert in this area, but I know that if this happened in the civilized era, this Fission Duke would win the highest award in the scientific research community. It's called the Fission Duke, they are. Huang Yuanli stared at the war with wide eyes. Hundreds of large mechanical beasts crawled out of the metal nest, madly attacking the Fission Duke. None of these large mechanical beasts is lower than sea level. On the periphery of the Fission Duke, the blood and flesh carpet suddenly created waves. Each huge wave of blood and flesh could swallow a large mechanical beast. More importantly, these huge waves blocked most of the damage for the Duke, allowing it to advance steadily. As you can see, this newly promoted A-level monster has joined forces with the old Scarlet Queen and is attacking another A-level monster leader, the Mechanical Fortress. The aftermath of the battle has spread from the high-risk area to the low-risk area. What does the struggle of those monsters have to do with us? Huang Yuanli said stubbornly with a flickering look in her eyes. Really? Professor Han looked at her deeply. Then I'll take you to other places. Next, under the control of Professor Han, Huang Yuanli appeared in every corner of the scavenger city. In every place, the radioactive beasts fell into an inexplicable frenzy. They began to leave their living environment and actively launched attacks. As long as it was a living thing, it was within their attack range. I can feel that the urban circle has changed, and it has become more dangerous. I don't know if someone is behind the scenes, but the cycle of the food chain is accelerating. All species that cannot survive in a high-elimination food chain will become someone else's food. Professor Han looked at Huang Yuanli seriously. So Lily, what should we do? Galgong wiped the blade of the red unicorn, confirmed that there was no crack, and got straight to the point. Forget about the verbal attacks. Let's just start fighting. The young Professor Han opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Senior Engineer. Although I personally don't hate the brain in a vat form of survival, there are many messy civilizations in the universe, and there are many more bizarre ones than this one. But if you expect an immature scientific research product to solve everyone's survival problems, I don't think it's the brain in the vat that has a problem. It's your brain that has a problem. Professor Han's face darkened. He stopped talking and retreated to the outside of the plastic track. The next moment, figures came from all directions, each holding a steel bar, shotgun, and fierce expressions. Needless to say, these were the henchmen of the Great Elder. Or, in other words, the living people who had been devoured by the brain in the jar. Gao Gong looked around calmly, sheathed his knife, and bowed. The next moment, the motor roared, and 6 heads flew into the sky. Huang Yuanli looked at Professor Han steadily, and Professor Han also looked at him calmly. Around the two of them, the scene of the scavenging market gradually disappeared, and the bright red brain grooves squeezed out from the surroundings. On top of the head is the cerebral cortex. On both sides of the ceiling are the parietal lobe and the frontal lobe. Cerebrospinal fluid drips like rain. Countless nerve bundles squeeze out of the brain. Needle-like nerves pierce the bodies of the two. We can leave here, Professor. Huang Yuanli was making her last struggle. Leave here, where to go? In this cannibalistic world, can there be new hope? Professor Han laughed strangely. Countless nerves had already filled his eyeballs, nostrils, temples. Do you know? I once believed in a group of people. They told me that they could recover this city, but they failed. All their lofty words and ambitions could not stop the terrifying and dark beast tide. So, this time, I'm going to do it myself. Gao Gong cut off the head of the Great Elder with a knife, spit a mouthful of blood foam, looked at Professor Han provocatively. There were corpses all around. Apart from not fearing death, these scavengers were all weak fighters. Only 3 of them could cause a little harm to him. There was a Great Elder who had the ability of metal manipulation, a deformed warrior similar to Mondo, and another one, a slave owner under the indigenous warlord. He used gasoline bombs and flamethrowers, and his lungs and respiratory system should have been transformed by prosthetics. Professor Han did not speak, but just looked at him calmly. The next moment, the corpses around him slowly disappeared, and the living people surrounded Gao Gong again. The elder's chicken claw-like palm trembled violently, and the next moment, Gao Gong clearly felt the titanium alloy bones creaking. The deformed warrior, his son Zhao Yi, stomped his feet on the ground, and his body swelled 2 meters, and his muscular body rushed towards him. On the other side, the tattooed slave owner clenched his teeth, and a huge fireball spurted out of his mouth. Facing this encirclement attack, Gao Gong's fingers trembled slightly, and the next moment, the single-molecule wire claw ejected and nailed directly on Zhao Yi's thigh. The high-intensity pulling force of the catapult made the two of them approach quickly, and at the same time, the fireball was ejected into the air. At the moment of approaching, Gao Gong suddenly inserted the scabbard into the ground. The strong repulsive force brought by the electromagnetic exciter made him fly into the air. The knife flashed, and the head fell to the ground. At the same time, Gao Gong swung his hand back, and the single-molecule line directly wrapped around the slave owner's neck. The two sides approached each other again at a rapid speed. Gao Gong only raised the tip of the knife slightly, and pierced a bloody hole in the opponent's chest. Primary metal control is useless. If it is molecular-level metal control, it will have the power to crush a warship. As Gao Gong chopped off the head of the Elder again, the system prompt sounded again. You have killed the Great Elder, experience plus 130. You have killed the Flame Slave Master, experience plus 80. You have killed the deformed warrior Zhao Yi, experience plus 150. After the initial formation of the Rainy Night killing mode, Gao Gong has become a real big brush. He scanned the area reluctantly. If I hadn't completed the mission, this would be a great place to spawn monsters. The next moment, the monsters refreshed again. The Great Elders, Zhao Yi, and the Slave Masters came out one by one, and there were hundreds of them. Engineer Gao looked at Professor Han and said calmly, "Is this what you want? To turn everyone into your puppet toys? This is the only way to survive." Professor Han gritted his teeth. "You should not have been to the military supply base," Engineer Gao suddenly said. He took out a high-tech metal ring from his back pocket and put it on his head. "It looks like Monkey King. So you don't know? This is not your imagination, but my memory projection. It has been dragged on for so long. At this time, you must have used the little woman as a container." "What a perverted old man." "What do you mean?" Professor Han said coldly. "You pulled me into the brain in the vat. So I am part of this brain. And so is the little woman, including the many people you devoured before, all of whom have become the life game you run. Then do you know that if you play the game too hard, your graphics card will burn out, especially when you are still at the stage of reinstalling the system?" Gao Gong grinned and turned on the central nervous system direct control circle. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't burn out now. Let me, Professor Yang." The King of Thunder and Lightning. Help you. The next moment, a strong electric shock effect exploded from Gao Gong's forehead. Not only Gao Gong felt the pain, but even Professor Han and those summoned humans all showed strong expressions of pain. Name: Central Nerve Direct Control Circle. Category: Auxiliary Equipment. Quality: Excellent. Weight: 90 g. Operation Mode: Remote Control. Auxiliary Module: Taming Mode. Remarks: It can perform confinement transformation on the nervous system of small and medium-sized mechanical species. Scope of application: Radiation value is less than 10,000. The principle of this thing is, actually, it is the Professor Yang mode, and it is mixed with strong mental suggestion, and finally achieves the purpose of taming the beast. Of course, if you want to be electrocuted to death, you can also wear it yourself for fun. When the brain receives strong, unbearable pain signals, it will self-shield. The button of this pain switches in the amygdala. In his sight, Professor Han became twisted and old. Countless nerve bundles replaced everyone, and biological currents ran wild. Before sinking, Engineer Gao gave Professor Han a middle finger. In my last life, I opened up the virtual world. I don't know how much thought I put in, how many technology trees I worked on, and I hacked at least 800 interstellar civilizations, if not 1,000. Do you really think it's easy to be otaku? Just a brain in a jar. Face shaping that can only copy and paste is soulless. It is said that when a person is born, the first feeling is sinking. And in the spiritual level, or when you enter and exit the cybernetic network, sinking is a very important signal, just like the signal light when you turn on the computer. Gao Gong's vision went dark, and his body seemed to sink into the ocean transformed by the simulated signal, and after falling to the bottom of the sea, he returned to reality. Now I finally understand why Sun Wukong is so honest. Gao Gong rubbed his head hard. Sometimes it is not a good thing that the equipment effect is too real. There seemed to be something sticky under his feet. He looked down, and found that half of his body had been swallowed by artificial protein. He pulled out his calf with all his strength, and pulled off the nerve connection wire hanging on his calf. He looked around and found that Huang Yuanli had been completely submerged in brain matter, and there were nerve wires all around. He sighed. Hold on for a while. I'll pull you up later. Look at the bright side. At least you are a brain, not a toilet for other excrement. Chapter 41. Win-win-win. Gao Gong arrived at the last location of the Cable tribe. The first thing that caught his eye was a laboratory that looked quite advanced. Behind the laboratory was a 3-story staff dormitory. But now it had been converted into the villa of the Great Elder. On the left side of the villa was a temple, where some wild god was worshipped. And on the right side were a lot of pack supplies. It was obvious that the Great Elder was ready to run away. Gao Gong set his eyes on the temple, where he felt a strong sense of danger. He narrowed his eyes, and walked in directly. The upper body of a man was hanging at the door. His fingers were tightly clasped on the threshold. Because of excessive force, his nails were broken. His lower body was replaced by dense nerve lines. On the nerve lines, dendrite structures bulged, like small tumors. When Gao Gong set his eyes on the tumor, it shook a few times visibly, and then exploded, exploding a ball of gelatinous liquid. So sensitive. Sensitive skin? Gao Gong complained. He knew this man. Zhao Yi, the son of the eldest elder, the first warrior of the tribe except Ming Duo, with all 5 attributes reaching 10 points. In the case of distortion, his strength can be increased by half. In terms of attributes alone, this guy is only slightly inferior to his predecessor's double flower red stick. Even among the mechanical hunter group, he is an elite template. However, for today's Gao Gong, it is not good enough. After stepping over this guy, Gao Gong saw more and more nerves, spreading out from the altar like cables. The dendrites are getting bigger and bigger, and some can even clearly see the human figure inside. Gao Gong walked to the front of the altar, kicked the inner door open, and what appeared in front of him was a nutrient solution tank as big as a pool. Professor Han was lying naked, and in the nutritional slot, there is also a creature. The brain in the tank. The brain in the cylinder is not an oversized brain flower. Its shape is closer to a transparent octopus. Hundreds of tentacles slowly turn. There are more than a dozen meters. It's just 2 or 3 centimeters. Professor Han was slowly turning. An octopus's suction part, it is replaced by the blue light dots, form a large blue light vortex. It looks full of mystery and dream. At this moment, as the tentacles wriggled, these blue light spots were shining on Professor Han's body, making his skin color and Bone transparent, only the nerve plexus in his body was constantly lit up. The whole person looked like a human-shaped neural network. Professor Han's hair was shaved clean, replaced by nerve bundles as thick as little fingers, densely distributed in the frontal lobe, posterior frontal lobe, parietal lobe, that is, the front and back of the head. The overall look was like a mohawk hairstyle with dreadlocks. It's pretty cool. Is this old man going crazy for a girl? Professor, you almost killed me this time. In the water, Professor Han slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were dull. At this moment, all his brain power was concentrated in the frontal lobe, which was responsible for mental functions. As for other brain systems, they were all in shutdown state. The reason why his eyelids were open was just the conditioned reflex of the eye nerves. The mission gave him 3 options: kill Professor Han, kill the brain in the tank, and rescue Professor Han. All 3 tasks are actually not easy, because killing Professor Han means fighting against a spiritual boss with a perception of more than 40, and mastering some of the power of the brain in the vat. And killing the brain in the vat means helping Professor Han become the new super brain. Let's not talk about whether the other party appreciates it or not. Just the few AoEs of the brain in the vat before death are enough to kill Gao Gong several times. If Gao Gong was not a master of phase shaping in his previous life, the master of the virtual world, the task would not be so easy. First, he was deliberately sucked into the brain. Then he asked Huang Yuanli to restart the system. Then he used the tightening ring to get out. Professor Han, who was found through the internet, was like a bionic prostitute who came out to receive customers. He could do whatever he wanted. How should I deal with you, Professor? Or the brain in the tank? Engineer Gao looked at the transparent octopus and grinned. Let's talk about the terms. If I can help you get rid of this old man, what benefits can you give me? The tentacles of the brain in the tank were still spinning unconsciously. Don't pretend. Even if I kill Professor Han now, a part of his personality will only enter your body irreversibly. Do you want to keep this old man stuff for the rest of your life? After a moment of silence, the nutrient tank suddenly rippled, and then a transparent tentacle poked out of the water and touched the back of Gao Gong's hand, and a nerve node on the back of his palm lit up. The voice of Huang Yuanli sounded in Gao Gong's mind. Should I trust you, human? Of course not. Sitting by the pool, Gao Gong smiled and settled the score with the other party. I can help you deduce that the best ending is that you kill Professor Han, get rid of Huang Yuanli, and become the final winner. Of course, you also know that Professor Han has made so many preparations. It is unrealistic to leave nothing behind. The second option is that you devour Huang Yuanli and become the host of this girl's body. After all, a girl's brain is more fragrant than an old man's brain, although it is not as good as a pig's brain. But are you really willing? It's not easy to wake up from sleep. There are so many powerful bodies in this world. And you? I can only choose such a weak carbon-based low-level ape. And its breasts are so small. The third possibility is that your main consciousness is destroyed by Professor Han, and Huang Yuanli becomes the new brain in the jar. There is an even worse outcome. Professor Han will devour you, leaving no residue behind. Of course, there is one last possibility, which is that you are deceived by me, and one of the 4 random endings above. But what if I didn't deceive you? After all, you still have to have dreams. What if I can help you solve this dilemma? Tell me, what is your choice? The brain in the jar fell silent again. After a moment, a 3-meter-long tentacle stretched out from the nutrient solution, like a book that a senior engineer had drawn before, and it wrapped around him little by little. The spiritual nodes attached to the skin lit up one by one. An indescribable refreshing feeling surged from the spiritual level of Gao Gong. Your trunk nerves are stimulated, perception +1. Your visceral nerves are stimulated, perception +1. Your gray matter is stimulated, perception +1. Your white matter is stimulated, perception +1. Gao Gong was feeling comfortable. The tip of the tentacle passed around his head and gently stroked the posterior frontal lobe. A special mental wave came from the back of his head. The next moment, Professor Yang's version of electrotherapy once again burst out from Gao Gong's brain. The pain of the electrotherapy of the brain in the vat entangled at the neural level was 10 times that of the senior engineer. Phew, I feel refreshed. The senior engineer grinned. Did you just try to steal my idea? The transparent tentacles trembled and actually conveyed a feeling of embarrassment. Sure enough, the main brain AI that did not breathe the machine crisis, the panconscious subject that did not undergo ethical reshaping, and the indigenous leader who had never left the planet. Nicknamed the 3 idiots of the universe. Forget it this time. Don't do this next time, keep tying up. The tentacles of the brain in the vat stretched out again. Your thalamus is stimulated, perception +1. Your pineal gland is stimulated, perception +2. Your character -1. Character, 3 note, using the body of an ignorant girl to satisfy the ambitions of a perverted old man, using human cunning to deceive pure conscious life, your character still has room to decline. Gao Gong rolled his eyes, and ignored the system. After the pineal gland was strengthened, the brain in the vat also fell into a state of fatigue. The mental nodes on the tentacles flickered, like a light bulb without electricity. Gao Gong did not deceive the other party. It was not that he was honest enough. In fact, if he was level 30 now, he would immediately take action and kidnap the other party to use as an auxiliary brain. Who said that only humans can make biological batteries? Conscious creatures can do it too. Don't look down on them. However, in the current situation, helping the brain in the vat is the only win-win option. Huang Yuanli kept the brain flower, and Gao Gong won twice. The world in which only Professor Han was injured was achieved. Engineer Gao took out another tightening ring and threw it into the pool. Put it on Professor Han, and then wake up the little woman in your body and let her use telepathy to connect me and this old man. Remember, it is a one-way connection, don't make a mistake. Huang Yuanli seemed to have a long dream. In this dream, she seemed to be connected to the entire scavenger city and scan the entire city from a very strange perspective. Her telepathy, which was just beginning to get a glimpse of the way, was amplified by the brain in the jar and was incredibly powerful. At the same time, her feelings gradually turned cold, perhaps with some curiosity, but more of a sense of confusion. She was afraid of herself because she had no feelings. However, soon, she floated up from the bottom of the sea, like a resurrected corpse. As she floated to the surface, the feeling of being a human also emerged. Don't just stand there. Listen to me. I'll tell you to do this. The voice of the engineer Gao suddenly sounded from the sky. After a long while, Huang Yuanli came back to her senses and spoke in surprise. She found that she could speak directly without using her throat. You mean? Let me transfer your pain to the professor. Yes. The central nervous system direct control circle can produce the effect of electrotherapy. 2 circles means twice the pain. And the brain in the tank can reach 10 times with the catalysis of brain power. 10 times the electrotherapy is enough to make this old man faint directly. Once he faints, the connection with the brain in the tank will be cut off, and this big octopus can successfully expel him from the body. The second step is to follow suit. You use telepathy to sense my pain. The brain in the tank will intensify your pain and make you faint. And once you faint, it can completely get rid of you. Wait, what if I faint and this thing eats me? Gao Gong shrugged. Then this day next year will be your death anniversary. I will burn incense for you. You? Huang Yuanli felt the long-lost anger. Don't worry. The big octopus won't be interested in your little arms and legs. Gao Gong paused and said meaningfully, if it really eats you, it means that it completely occupies your body. Then I will easily kill you and avenge you. Huang Yuanli hesitated, gritted her teeth and said, okay. I will cooperate with you. The whole plan is not complicated. The key is trust. It is difficult for the brain in the jar to trust humans. And Huang Yuanli only trusts Gao Gong. Not to mention Professor Han, who is paranoid and only believes in himself. This is a prisoner's dilemma. What Gao Gong did was to take the prisoner's gun into his own hands, and then force them to win 3 times. That's right. Gao Gong won twice. Chapter 42 Bionic Return. Mission completed. Experience plus 4,500. Cable Tribe favorability plus 500. Brain in the tank favorability plus 400. When Huang Yuanli, the little woman, fainted, substantial mental fluctuations suddenly emanated from the tentacles of the brain in the tank. The blue light circled around, as deep as the sea. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and his palm rested lightly on the hilt of the knife. The strong mental fluctuations made him feel this kind of joy at the same time. There are 2 types of brains in the jar, one is wild, and the other is domesticated. The wild ones are more ferocious, and most of them have developed a hobby of eating human brains, and complete the ethical construction by absorbing human emotions and memories, and are extremely treacherous, and belong to the type of villains behind the scenes. On the contrary, this artificially cultivated one is relatively simple and relatively harmless. But no matter what, this thing is also a boss above level 30, and its mental attack is invincible. It's okay to take advantage of others, but don't really treat people as idiots. In fact, when his perception reached 21 points, he immediately felt that there were dozens of invisible tentacles slowly caressing him, especially his head. The other party did not agree to the deal because of his mouth cannon, but accepted his arrangement after confirming that the engineer did not lie. In a sense, this guy is equivalent to half a prophet. Human. Thank you. You are different from others. Of course, I don't do slice research. I only like to study the special fetishes of different races. Well, what are your plans next? The brain in the tank stretched its tentacles happily, and the liquid in the nutrient tank quickly bottomed out. Researcher Han fed me a lot of things I don't like. I'm going to get rid of them, and then find a suitable body. Researcher Han? You mean Professor Han? Don't you hate him? 40 years ago, with the help of Researcher Han, I got my first life. 40 years later, with his help, I woke up from chaos. According to your human principle of equivalence, I have settled my grievances with him. But if one day, my mind has new content, or in other words, it becomes more human, I will come back to perform equal actions. Oh, revenge as you humans say. Engineer Gao shrugged. No opinion. In the laboratory, Researcher Han hid some research materials from the past. These materials may be useful to you. I can feel that. Some dangerous flames are burning in you. Sorry, I used the word danger, but in the human vocabulary, I can't find a more appropriate phrase than this. Carbon-based flow plus mechanical flow, not to mention on this planet, is a synonym for danger in the entire universe. Well, goodbye, my human friend. I have already found a very good body. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future, and I hope that by that time, you will have got what you want. The blue light became brighter and brighter, and with a storm-like mental shock, the brain in the jar disappeared in the nutrient tank. Another corner of the city, a high-risk area, a metal area. In the center of this high-risk area, there are mechanical corpses everywhere, and in the center of the corpses, there is the remains of a giant mechanical castle, with smoke billowing all over it. And in the chest of it, there is a hole as big as a water tank, which was originally the location of its radiation organ. A level radiation beast leader, a mechanical fortress. In front of its lifeless eyes, the bright red meat blanket is slowly withdrawing from this former mechanical biochemical beast's nest. And the Duke of Fission who killed it, has a blood-red cloak on his back. Similarly, in the sky full of red lanterns, balls of nuclear energy lit up in the lanterns. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and one is female. The Scarlet Queen and the Fission Duke seem to have undergone some degree of fusion. In the near future, the waste scavenging city may have an S-class beast king, or the beast god generals controlled by two knights. However, a small accident was born. In the chest of the mechanical fortress, a group of light blue octopuses suddenly appeared, countless nerve lines pierced out, injected energy, and made the circuits of the major mechanical modules light up again. The next moment, the eyeballs of the mechanical fortress moved. Gao Gong naturally didn't know that he had changed the course of history to some extent. At this moment, in the laboratory of the pre-civilization era, he was looking through the materials left by Professor Han. Principles and experiments of bionics of arthropods. Human bionics and amphibian simulation. Is there a possibility of the existence of ocean people? Laboratory log. Gao Gong's heart moved, and he opened the log. 3rd Xia calendar, year 231, June 4th. According to the rules of the lottery, my colleagues and I were sent to this Mesozoic site to collect and restore cells from ancient fossils. I think this is a complete academic waste. The idea of giant strong breeding soldiers has long been rejected. By combining dinosaur cells with strong breeding technology, you can create a humanoid battleship. Which idiot came up with this idea? When will those idiots in the Imperial Research Department stop being so whimsical? June 5th dig rocks. Dig your mother. June 6th dig rocks. Dig your mother. June 7th dig rocks. Keep digging your mother. June 8th. Oh my god, there is not a single girl in the deep mountains and old forests. Next time I have a holiday, I must download hundreds of GB of welfare girls in advance, otherwise, I won't be able to live. Next was nearly 2 months of ancient fossil excavation, during which a researcher uttered all kinds of foul language. The young researcher's surname is Han Yuan. There are many self-portraits in his notes, from all angles, and some of them are naked. It is confirmed that this coquettish young man is Professor Han. I don't know how ruthless the butcher knife is, to turn the coquettish guy in the diary into an autistic old man in reality. July 15 today. A group of people came to the ruins. They are college students majoring in ancient biology. The girls are really pretty. July 16 today. The drone took a picture of a human figure on the mountain. Could it be a wild man? I bet 500 mechanical coins. It's a female. July 17, the criminals were caught red-handed. Okay, I can't use the term caught red-handed, but it's really ridiculous. It's the 26th century, and extraterrestrial colonies have been established, and there are still ancient weapon enthusiasts, and they are still playing cosplay in the mountains and forests. Can't you simulate the environment at home with VR? By the way, how do these people deal with poop? July 19, I don't know if my report has been approved. I really want to leave here. I'm a doctor of neurobiology. You asked me to dig stones. It's ridiculous. July 20 fuck, I actually dug it out. It's so big. Is this thing alive? Can ancient biological cells really be integrated into colonization technology? If this is true, I will have a solution for my professional thesis, and I will be on the peak of my life. October 13, the experiment failed. It's over. It's boring. It was all in vain. With the current biotechnology, there are at least 7 or 8 difficulties to overcome in order to integrate super ancient organisms into the breeding technology. October 21, my application actually got a response, a miracle. The Institute of Human Application Technology. I've never heard of this unit, but why is the confidentiality level so high? Senior engineer flipped through the diary and found a lot of torn pages at the back. It seems that for the sake of confidentiality, many contents were torn off. 3rd Sia calendar, year 234, February 4th. 2 years have passed directly. It is hard to imagine. It turns out that the top leaders have already had contact with alien civilizations. What human body application technology? It is all a cover. It is clearly bionic technology. On this planet, our country already has the most powerful prosthetic technology and strong colonization technology. Human bionics. Does the top want to transform us all into robots? March 8th. The AI Life Act and the Human Bionics Act were passed. It seems that the species on our planet have the power of free choice, although this freedom was given to us by aliens. May 9th. The core of bionic technology is brain science. Gao Gong turned to the last page and raised his eyebrows. That's it? At the same time, the task prompt on the system panel sounded. You get bionic return task fragment *1 not lit. Task fragment. A puzzle of fragments of a large task network. You need to collect enough clues to uncover the truth of the task. Task prompt. Bionics seem to be related to aliens? This may be a clue, but it is definitely not enough. Look for more task fragments to piece together the truth of the entire bionic transformation. Fragment reward. Incomplete mechanical puzzle *1. Chapter 43 Alien Base. The A-level civil war in Scavenger City was so loud that the Security Corps could not have been unaware of it. In fact, the Security Corps knew about the existence of the Fission Duke a long time ago, and anticipated the conflict between the new and old A-level monsters. They even made a plan to kill them after the fight between the Snipe and the Clam. But they did not expect that the Fission Duke would join forces with the Scarlet Queen to kill the Mechanical Fortress first. This is definitely bad news. The pressure on the Eastern Front suddenly increased tenfold. The expansion of the metropolitan area is inevitable. And so is a large-scale conflict. The reason is that the Duke and the Queen are both A-level radiation beast leaders. Their strength improvement will inevitably lead to the expansion of genetic territory. Moreover, radiation beasts are different from mechanical biochemical beasts. The reproduction of mechanical biochemical beasts, or mechanical creations, requires a certain amount of time. For powerful radiation beast leaders, as long as they have enough power, the entire Iron Sand Desert can be their territory. Almost at the same time as the A-level Civil War ended, a whole bomber formation flew out of the sky battleship of the Security Corps headquarters. While these two monsters are injured, we'll kill them. The bomber is the latest model of the Mechanical Corps Fire Crow flying vehicle. In addition to ordinary kinetic weapons, it is also equipped with electromagnetic rocket launchers, anti-radiation microwave emitters, and an energy main gun. In addition to the bomber formation, there are 3 troop transport airships, each of which is loaded with 200 mechanical warriors. Although these mechanical warriors do not use the colonization technology of the mother city, they are equipped in the factory, and use a 2-in-1 mechanical body, with a titanium alloy internal skeleton and external armor. The physical strength is comparable to that of Class B mechanical biochemical beasts. It is worth mentioning that the titanium alloy skeleton on Gao Gong's body is the basic model of the mechanical warrior. Although the materials are the same, there is no energy socket, combat chip, and no intelligent weapon implantation. Using the standard words of the mobile phone industry, the youth version of the endoskeleton The biggest impact of this war on Gao Gong and his party is that they cannot return by the original route and have to take a long detour to avoid the bloody front battlefield. Gao Gong himself does not care, as long as he does not run into a B-level boss. No matter what he encounters, he is sure that he can escape successfully. But behind him, there are nearly 200 unarmed members of the Cable tribe. As the saying goes, save people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Well, Gao Gong is not that kind. The reason why he did this is because this small scavenger tribe has great potential. There are more than 20 girls in the tribe, led by the little woman, with double-digit perception. In addition, they have experience and methods in training small mechanical biochemical beasts. It can be said that as long as the tight hoop is enough, Gao Gong can instantly pull up a company of small mechanical beast troops. In addition to the girl, the Cable tribe has 8 tribal warriors. If you count the disabled Ming duo, there are 9. In the concrete forest, Gao Gong is like a wolf, sneaking in everywhere with the help of the single-molecule wire claw. If he encounters a radioactive beast, he will either deal with it directly, or if he can't deal with it, he will quickly notify the rear troops to take a detour. With desert skin, cold blood, and stealth, most radioactive beasts can get close easily. Ding. Single-molecule wire claw proficiency reaches 3000/3000. Skill level increased. Single-molecule wire claw passive. Advanced. A high-altitude twisting and turning skill that can enhance attack or escape skills and increase the chance of assassination. Proficiency. 1 out of 5,000. The skill notes are not much different from before, except that it has been changed from assist attack to enhanced attack. However, in Gao Gong's mind, there are suddenly hundreds of advanced techniques for the hook, and without exception, these techniques are melee techniques, such as how to use the hook to destroy the enemy's balance, or how to use the hook to stabilize the center and achieve a combo of killing. In my impression, the hook level of the big man in the rainy night is expert. With my own monster killing speed, it is not difficult to reach elite or even expert. Is it really destined that the school of carrying a knife, but not an umbrella on a rainy night, will be carried forward in my hands? Gao Gong was inexplicably excited, and always felt that this meaningful name was very suitable for him. Since the hook has been upgraded, the Night must also be upgraded. Otherwise the melee burst will not be enough. You upgrade the Night to LV5. You upgrade the Night to LV6. You upgrade the Night to LV7. Night LV7 Advanced. When using a sword, attack power plus 25%. Attack speed when using a sword increased by 20%. There is an 18% chance of applying a bleeding effect when using a sword combo. Additional status, Drinking Stealth. Drinking. Use a sword to apply a bleeding effect to an enemy, increase attack power by 5% up to 12 layers. Stealth. Reduce the chance of being discovered when hiding by 15%, increase the chance of a critical hit on the target. Gao Gong set his eyes on stealth. In his impression, the previous note increases the chance of a critical hit on an unprepared target. Now that we have defenses, it's okay. Gao Gong decided to find a mechanical biochemical beast to practice with. Soon, he identified the target, which was a horned antelope. The horns of this mutant antelope were like an oversized electric drill. When it saw Gao Gong, its eyes immediately turned blood red, and the front end of the horn rotated at high speed. Sparks flew, and at the same time, the 4 metal hooves kicked hard, heading straight for Gao Gong's chest. Gao Gong didn't move, but when the opponent hit him, his wrist shook slightly. The hook nailed directly on the right front paw of the antelope. As the two crossed, the pulling force made the two sides approach faster. The antelope was slightly unbalanced due to the pulling force, and Gao Gong took advantage of the pulling force to take a step forward. At the same time, he drew his sword. The two figures crossed each other. Gao Gong swung the tip of the sword and put it back into the sheath. The antelope blinked confusedly. The next moment, the abdomen cracked, and a large number of organs fell like rain. You caused 79 damage to the antelope. You triggered the one-hit kill effect, experience plus 20. You have killed the antelope, experience plus 70. Feeling the light and cloudless slash just now, without a trace of fireworks, Gao Gong seemed to have realized something. It turns out that high perception can fully realize the fighting style of the Dark Knight warrior. When perception became the first attribute, Gao Gong realized that he had been overdoing it before. Killing people? Why do you do it so cruelly? The artistic killer style is the route taken by the Dark Knight warrior. In the game, there is a prerequisite of fit for high-level prosthetic plugins. If the fit is not high, even if it is forcibly installed, the power will be greatly weakened. And the probability of failure is frighteningly high. Although there is no such thing as compatibility for skills. From the perspective of an NPC, Gao Gong felt that every skill seemed to be alive. Is it the unity of man and sword? Or the unity of man and skill? As soon as Gao Gong returned to the main force, Huang Yuanli came over nervously. I could sense your killing intent from a long distance. How is it? Are you okay? It was a blessing in disguise. After awakening the superpower of psychic perception, the perception attribute of this little woman doubled directly, reaching an astonishing 20 points. If it weren't for the brain in the jar to bind her with a set of mental tentacles, her perception would have skyrocketed, and she would have almost been unable to suppress the opponent. It's okay. Remember to practice your abilities. The more you practice, the deeper your understanding will be. This is good for you. Why are you talking nonsense? Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes and suddenly chuckled. You said it. The little woman's eyes suddenly became empty, and she stared at Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao suddenly felt that all his clothes were stripped off, and he was seen naked. Huh? Why is your mentality so strange? Didn't you kill that antelope? How come you are not angry at all? You are so stupid. Huang Yuanli blushed for no reason, looked around furtively, and said, You kid. You are not taking advantage of us to rest here. Find a place to do something? What? It's the operation before the sage time, you know, the kind of flying. Huang Yuanli looked at him with pity. If you need anything, tell me. How can I know if you don't tell me? Although I can't help you, but I can introduce you to a girl. This thing is addictive and harmful to the body. Gao Gong's mouth twitched, and he pressed her head with his backhand. Don't use your ability for no reason. Damn, didn't you ask me to use it? Let go, let go. If you don't let go, I'll bite your balls. The two of them were fighting and playing, and the tribe members next to them were watching this scene with a smile. After a moment of relaxation, Gao Gong suddenly said, What about that old man? Is he still autistic? Huang Yuanli sighed. He doesn't eat, and doesn't drink, he's just waiting to die. Did you use telepathy on him? How dare I use it? What if he eats my brain again? Speaking of this, Huang Yuanli was still frightened. Engineer Gao stood up and walked to the end of the team. Professor Han's eyes were sunken, and he looked like a dried corpse. I'll talk to him. Meng Duo nodded and asked his two companions to carry him away. Although Engineer Gao didn't say anything, nor did Huang Yuanli. The others were not stupid. They vaguely understood that Professor Han was one of the murderers who caused the Cable tribe to fall apart. I've read your diary. I want to know the specific location of the research institute. Can you tell me? Professor Han said nothing. It's okay if you don't tell me. You've led people to explore before, and the approximate location can be determined. I can just find it myself. Your plan failed. But you're not willing to tell us the location of the shelter? Your sacrifice is only within the scope of your own plan? Then are you doing it for others? Or for yourself? Gao Gong deliberately mocked. And it sounded like he was committing moral kidnapping. I can't go. Professor Han suddenly spoke. His voice was quite hoarse. What? There are many dangerous things in the institute. Compared to them, the brain in a jar is considered safe. Gao Gong frowned. Then why do you want to go? The purpose of your last exploration was not to migrate, but just for that big head? Professor Han's eyes were dim, and his voice was hoarse. During the war, this land was hit hard, but near the institute, there was no attack from any alien spacecraft. Why do you think this is? Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and motioned for him to continue. Because the base at that time was already occupied by alien life, they certainly wouldn't attack their own people. Chapter 44 An Unexpected Old Friend. Professor Han's eye sockets are sunken, his face is dotted with age spots. The nerve bundles on his head are withering because the power of the brain in a vat has disappeared, and he looks like he will die at any time. The fusion of the brain in a vat failed, and Professor Han will not live for many years. In fact, even if he succeeds in the fusion, with his brain power, he cannot support the calculation of the world in his brain for a long time. This is why Gao Gong sneered. Being a otaku is fun, but the problem is that you have to find a sustainable development path. It's nothing to escape from reality for a while. If you have the ability, you can keep escaping until they can't find you, or even can't deal with you. This is the true meaning of virtual reality. Alien base engineer Gao thought for a while and said, If I guess correctly, the knowledge chain of bionic technology should also be given to you by alien forces. Yes. So, is this a conspiracy? Professor Han frowned painfully and said, I don't know. It's just that when we fully realized the other party's theory and scientific research results, the group of aliens suddenly broke in, captured us, and forced us to conduct bionic experiments. And their goal is to achieve complete bionics of us, and completely transform those alien monsters into carbon-based humans on this planet. Engineer Gout touched his chin. Generally speaking, the most common way for advanced civilizations to interfere with low-level civilizations is to trade a technology tree with low potential and pitfalls to the low-level civilization in the name of communication. From the perspective of low-level civilizations, it is completely impossible to tell whether these advanced alien technologies have any problems. In fact, even if they know there are pitfalls, there will still be forces on the planet who will take the initiative to be deceived. There is no other reason. Most planetary civilizations are not a whole, but a decentralized alliance composed of many sovereign states. If you stand still, others will make rapid progress with the help of external forces and turn you into a member state or a satellite state. Or, interest groups and corporate forces in the country may privately contact alien knowledge and package it as their own technology. In a more violent way, the opposition party may realize the technological revolution through a coup. In short, although the trick of changing civilization with knowledge is cliché, it is extremely useful. As long as it is used, it will most likely be effective. And the reason why advanced civilizations do this is nothing more than a few reasons. Either they want to use the nascent planetary civilization to verify the feasibility of a certain technological route and the resulting social ecology, or they want to cultivate this planetary civilization into a sub-civilization. For example, an advanced mechanical civilization cultivates a low-level carbon-based civilization to achieve technological counterinduction of the hostile carbon-based civilization. Or, through the calculation of the planetary main brain, it is found that a certain race has great potential, and it will be the nemesis of a certain advanced civilization when it develops. So it conducts malicious intervention. Under the regulations of the Supreme Civilization Council, advanced civilizations will not, nor are they allowed to achieve dimensionality reduction attacks on low-level civilizations. Interstellar colonization is rare in today's universe. But rules are rules, and they can't suppress their desire to show off their operations. For a low-level civilization to move from a planet to the interstellar, it either has great potential and has gone all the way to the top, or has experienced various crises, such as mechanical disasters, alien parasitism, technological crisis, and racial mutations, and has been forged into a veteran, until the civilization ascends. By then, other advanced civilizations will think that you are quite cruel, ruthless, shameless, a good material for the universe, and will start to bully the natives of other planets for fear of being retaliated later. At that time, the external crisis will be reduced by one level. It's just that, the alien species passed down bionic technology, and then bionic humans on this planet. This operation is a bit confusing. Playing lurking? Is it really that serious? There are too few known conditions, and it is really hard to guess. Senior engineer changed the subject. You just said that there are many dangerous things in the Institute. Does this thing refer to aliens? Or something else? Professor Han said hoarsely. In the previous exploration, I secretly opened the outer defense mechanism of the Institute, and was not attacked. Even the password is still the number of that year. So I can preliminarily conclude that the alien should have left. And the danger I am talking about is the failed products born from a series of biological experiments. The bodies of those alien monsters are so powerful that it is unimaginable. The failed products of bionics are some existences that cannot be destroyed even by energy weapons. Is that so? This is a bit troublesome. I originally planned to explore it after the hunting war ended. Now it seems that this is a high-level book. Since it is so dangerous, please tell me the location. Otherwise your people may be involved if you are not careful. Gao Gong said sincerely. The fragment of the mission return to the origin of bionics is lit. Reward, incomplete mechanical puzzle. January 5th. *1. Including the piece he got before. Gao Gong has completed 2/5 of the puzzle. Mechanical puzzle is a high-level blueprint. At least rare or above. If you are lucky, you can even bet on a blueprint of a cross-civilization level. And this kind of puzzle is generally not a single-player weapon, but some large equipment. This research institute may have new fragments of clues. The task network is different from the task chain. As long as the task chain is not stuck at a certain level, it can be continued. But the task network is different. It requires different task fragments to be pieced together. The more task fragments are put together, the more likely it is to piece together a task network. But this is only a possibility. Sometimes, you light up a piece of task fragment, but find that there is no way to go. This situation is quite common. So many players would rather die on the task chain than do the task network, because the task chain at least has periodic rewards. The task network is basically powered by love. And it was not until the late stage of the game that players realized that the task network is one of the few ways to bypass the professional knowledge chain to create large equipment, and even ascended equipment. Gao Gong naturally would not let go of this task network. Not to mention that he knows a lot of background information about the machine cracking star. More importantly, he has players to command. It's just a basic reward. He will give it. Okay. Wait until you get to my territory before you rest. It's not safe here. Gao Gong clapped his hands, gave Huang Yuanli a look, and the little woman immediately put her hands on her waist and called out to the tribe members like she was herding sheep. At this time, the little woman already looked a bit like a great elder. Suddenly, Gao Gong's face changed slightly. And then, the little woman's face froze. She suddenly felt a strong malice. This malice was so strong, it seemed that she would be swallowed at any time. They were being targeted. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. He had clearly driven away all the radiation beasts around. Logically speaking, in the short term, no radiation beasts would mistakenly enter here, unless the other party had been thinking about them for a long time. There was a vague sense of familiarity. The next moment, he understood why. A huge metal head rushed out from behind the tree, using its hands and feet, as fast as lightning, its mouth wide open, and its sharp metal teeth were like daggers. A member of the tribe was caught off guard, and was bitten off by it. The harvester's neck was swung upwards, and in the midst of blood and flesh, it held the upper body in its mouth and rushed into the forest again. Reapers. In the forest, these steel monsters appeared again. Gao Gong's eyes twitched. It was not that he didn't want to take action, but a strong sense of threat surged from the bottom of his heart. Once he took action, he would be ambushed. Elegant footsteps sounded, and a bright red harvester slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. Its neck was twice as long as that of an ordinary harvester, and its 6 wings were not tucked under its ribs like cockroaches, but spread out like blades. Its 4 forelimbs were thinner than those of other harvesters, and even had 5 hooks like palms, which slowly turned as it walked. Long red whiskers, red shell, relatively slimmer than the male reaper. Although the changes were significant, Gao Gong still recognized the other party at a glance. It was the female reaper. And now the female reaper reorganized the family, and is even more powerful than her dead husband. Name, Reaper Queen. Radiation level, C+ health, 3660/3660 physical, 900/900 bioenergy, 13,530 biological attributes, strength 51, agility 48, endurance 35, intelligence 15, perception 27, skills, steel/LV9, whirlwind/LV6 advanced, 6 round/LV4 elite, electromagnetic whip LV8 elite, psychic shock LV5 elite, leader template, mother beast grip. Effect 1, mentally control the same kind of reaper. Effect 2, emit female hormones, let the reaper cubs explode in a short time. Effect 3, absorb the essence of different types of mechanical biochemical beasts, give birth to reapers with more biological characteristics. Gunshots suddenly rang out. Not far from Huang Yuanli, a tribe member was shocked. There was a blood hole on his forehead. Not far away, a young harvester slowly retracted its smoking forelimbs. Its forelimbs were no longer biological sickles, but biological gun barrels. Its father was most likely a gun beast. "I don't have the energy to take care of you," said senior engineer without even turning his head. "I know." The young woman gritted her teeth, showing her decisiveness as a leader at this moment. And her eyes instantly became empty. Old people, children, the seriously injured should retreat first, and the others should follow. The next moment, a young harvester rushed over, and its pair of biological sickles turned into biological spears, stabbing straight at the young woman. However, the next moment, another young reaper suddenly appeared, and crashed into the other party from the side. With a loud bang, it knocked the other party out of the attack route, forcing it to break a big tree next to it. At the same time, 2 young reapers suddenly appeared, walked out of the forest, one on the left and one on the right, and stood in front of Huang Yuanli like a guard. The telepathy of the mechanical department has a very special effect, called mechanical possession. which is to command the machine in a short period of time. Gao Gong looked at the Reaper Queen, who was getting closer and closer. Took a deep breath. Slowly pulled out the red unicorn. And then released the scabbard. Chapter 45 Flying Knife. This was an unexpected battle. There was no cat in leather, no brass knuckles, and even the killer weapon for dealing with the boss. The beast hunting device was left on the chariot. The weapon in the hands of the senior engineer was only a medium-sized knife of excellent grade. But he did understand one thing, that is, how the other party found them. Pheromone tracking. In the last battle, the other party must have marked the pheromones of some people. Then the new harvester family found them. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and once again immersed himself in the mental state of the night warrior. At the same time, he gently pinched his collar. That was the button for the open virtual projection. Carrying a knife on a rainy night. How can there be no rain? The next moment, the surrounding scene produced a large number of mosaics. And with each mosaic, the surrounding scene would change subtly. It seemed real and fake. And it seemed fake and real. Just like watching an immersive 3D movie. The difference was that they played the protagonists of the movie. Heavy rain fell from the sky. And the rain curtains blocked the man and the beast layer by layer. The Queen of the Harvesters shook her body subconsciously, trying to bounce off the rain. But what puzzled her was that there was no touch of rain. The IQ of C-class radiation beasts is no less than that of adults. But there are indeed many middle-aged and elderly people who can't operate mobile phones. It's not that their IQ is not enough, but that it conflicts with its behavior pattern. Gao Gong held a red knife, and the micro-motor exploded in his knees. The Queen of the Harvesters ran away instantly, and her figure was like a tracking missile. Almost in an instant, she swooped in front of Gao Gong. Thunder. The sky roared suddenly, lightning made the sky and the earth as bright as day. Pure white lightning fell from the sky, and struck the Reaper Queen. Although its instinct told it that the oncoming lightning was fake, it still turned subconsciously, revealing the abdomen of Blade Wing. After Gao Gong attacked the lightning, the red unicorn's knife light, and the falling white lightning formed an X shape. You caused 35 damage to the Reaper Queen. You applied bleeding effect to the enemy, increasing the attack power by 5% one layer. There was a bloody wound on the abdomen. A blade wing on the queen's back suddenly popped out nearly half of the blade, like an ancient general wielding a blue dragon crescent blade, slashing down obliquely and fiercely. Fire! In the rain, Gao Gong's whole body was like a fuel tank that was ignited, and orange flames burst out from his body. Steel Slash subconsciously stagnated. The Harvester Queen fell into a stiff time when the skill failed to be used. As if being pulled violently, Gao Gong slid down, the blade was raised vertically, and passed between the enemy's legs. This is the reproductive organ of the female beast, which can be said to be a vital point. You deal 46 damage to the Reaper Queen. You deal a critical blow to the enemy, damage *2. You apply a bleeding effect to the enemy, add 10% attack power second layer. The knife light retracted, Gao Gong's wrist shook, the single molecule wire claw nailed in front bounced back. Amid the violent rain, Gao Gong did a cart jump. The upper body twisted nearly 180% in midair. The knife light took advantage of the situation and slashed the back of the enemy's neck. There is no armor here either. You deal 54 damage to the Reaper Queen. You apply a bleeding effect to the enemy, add 15% attack power third layer. The Reaper Queen screamed. Gao Gong had no intention of using the knife. He swung his right hand and used the drag of the hook to move 3 meters horizontally against the rules of physics. Almost at the same time, a strong wind came from behind, and all 6 blade wings on the back of the Harvester Queen popped out. Her body turned violently in midair, forming a 3-meter blade storm. Wherever it passed, nothing was broken. Countless iron-bark trees that were as thick as a man's embrace were cut in half, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. The aftermath of the storm tore and broke the leaves and branches within a radius of dozens of meters, and knife marks appeared everywhere. 6 rounds of killing LV4. The 6 blades of the Reaper Queen turned into a blade storm, causing 300 by 6 damage within 3 by 3 meters, causing 10 by 6 splash damage within 10 by 10 meters. Just now, Gao Gong had been greedy for swords, and now he would have been dead. Let's have some BGM. The next moment, in the storm, a cyberpunk music that Gao Gong had heard in his previous life sounded. In the wind and rain, the sword was like a shadow, and 2 figures, one big and one small, fought each other in midair. With the help of the single molecule wire claw, Gao Gong is like a nimble flea, running away as soon as he touches, hiding as soon as he cuts. In the rainy night sword-carrying mode, his body can often perform various actions that go against the rules of physics. After the conversion of the special effect generator, Gao Gong sometimes turns into a snake swimming on the tree, sometimes splits into 3 or 4 figures, and the sword light is also unpredictable. Every time he cuts, it either grows to more than 10 meters, or explodes and turns into electronic mist. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 20% attack power 4th layer. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 25% attack power 5th layer. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 30% attack power 6th layer. The Reaper Queen screamed in annoyance. The opponent was like a fly that could not be killed no matter what. And it was obvious that it could be killed with just one blow. And it clearly felt that the threat from the opponent was increasing. She looked around, and finally found the figure that made her extremely irritated. The claw was thrown out directly, and it turned into more than 10 sections. Each section drove a large amount of electromagnetic light, spanning more than 10 meters, and directly grabbed the figure hidden behind the tree. Between the claws, a magnetic storm exploded. However, the special touch made it feel wrong. It saw that in the palm of its hand, a small speaker exploded directly. Manual Neural Disruptor, nicknamed by people, is a magical weapon for exorcising monsters. The next moment, Gao Gong appeared from behind him, and the knife light slashed at the previous wound without hesitation. You deal 76 damage to the Reaper Queen. Your attack causes a tearing effect. Your attack reduces the opponent's movement speed. Gao Gong is like a skilled chef, never fighting head-on, but butchering the cow, dividing the meat along the grain. A light tune was humming in the psychedelic electronic music. Who is the living feed in the world's feeding machine? Who is using his own bone marrow to lubricate the joints of the machine? Gao Gong entered a strange realm, and the battle seemed to enter a rhythm that belonged to him. No matter how the opponent attacked, no matter how deadly the skill was, no matter how large the range was, he could always avoid danger in advance. The sound of rain was getting louder and louder. The special effects of the special effects device were turned up to the maximum, and gradually began to distort. The raindrops turned into snowflakes and streams falling from the sky, falling on trees, branches, and people. In the real and interactive concrete forest, the simulated bodies of predators and prey performed their tasks. Who is feeding the machine with his own flesh and blood? Beautiful nerves separated from the skull. The data is angry, and the electrons are hungry. The Queen of the Reapers opened her mouth violently, and the violent mental shock swept all around, sweeping away all the electronic illusions. Gao Gong was standing not far from it. The Queen of Reapers exerted force on her feet, and the next moment, a small pit was blown out on the ground, and a sonic boom sounded at the same time. At the end of the blade limb, a long white gas was pulled out. The sharp edge of the blade limb stuck 3 centimeters in front of the handle of the red unicorn, and penetrated 3/4 of the way into the knife. Gao Gong held the knife just right, as if the opponent was not chopping him, but chopping the knife. You have learned the melee skill, Rebounding Knife. Rebounding Knife EP1, melee weapon blocking skill. When the opponent's attack is blocked by your own weapon, there is a 17% chance of being paralyzed, and a 9% chance of receiving recoil damage. For a heavyweight like the Reaper Queen, both possibilities are highly unlikely. It finally caught this little bug. How could it let it go so easily? It pushed forward with its limbs. Gao Gong's ankles sank into the ground. His knees made continuous engine roars, and the red unicorn made even more crunching and crunching sounds. However, the pressure on the Reaper Queen was also increasing. Its strength was nearly 3 times that of Gao Gong. However, in a place that was hard to see with the naked eye, a thin single-molecule line was stuck on a large rock behind it, and the thin line became tighter and tighter, holding on to the opponent's weakened strength. Gao Gong suddenly exerted force with both arms, and used the skill of rebounding the knife, and the opponent's limb blade was raised high. At the same time, Gao Gong's knife tip fell to the ground with blood. You apply bleeding effect to the enemy, and add 60% attack power 12 layers max. The status is officially fully stacked. The same knife. Weapon damage plus 25% Night Warrior bonus plus 60% drinking. The basic attack is definitely over 100. This also means that Gao Gong's current damage is definitely not just a foot repair. The senior engineer status improved, but the situation in the Cable tribe was not good. Previously, the young woman controlled 3 young harvesters, which prevented the situation from getting worse. However, the young woman's mind control was only at the primary level after all, and the mechanical possession lasted less than 5 minutes, and it was about to collapse. The controlled young harvesters would turn their heads from time to time while being controlled, and look at the young woman with greedy eyes. "Old thing, do something quickly. If you don't help, I'll throw you out." Seeing the tribe members being taken away one by one, Wang Yuanli was anxious. But Professor Han could only smile bitterly. After failing to merge into the brain in the vat, his mental control has been 90% useless. Not to mention the Reaper, even the metal sparrow cannot be controlled. Try to sense that thing. Professor Han gave a solution that was not a solution. "What is it?" Wang Yuanli's expression froze. "Didn't that thing run away? You can't sense it, but it can sense you after all. You are a container. Fuck you, you are really getting more useless as you get older." Wang Yuanli gritted her teeth, and could only desperately recall the feeling of being treated as a canned brain. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like not long. Just when Wang Yuanli was so desperate that she wanted to give up, her sight suddenly changed. Her body seemed to have become extremely large. So large that some large mechanical biochemical beasts became small. A large tribe of thousands of people was migrating. She seemed to have become a super giant. Chapter 46 Harvest on a Rainy Night. Facing the C+ level Reaper Queen, Gao Gong determined his fighting style from the beginning. No greed for swords, only combos. He wanted to rely on his pedicure skills to kill the opponent alive. In fact, Rainy Night Knife Killing Mode is exactly this style of fighting mode. And Night Warrior will continuously stack damage, accumulating for the later burst. It seems to be full of dangers, but it is actually as stable as an old dog. That is, the NPC does not have its own camera, otherwise it would be a high-end game if it was put on the game forum. He will receive a series of comments such as "Big Boss 666 Dad. Please take me. I'll assist Mom. Kneel down with me to watch the video." Rainy night, the curtain falls. The special effects generator has only cared about quantity, not quality. Between lightning and thunder, and the pouring rain that has turned into a data stream, one by one senior engineers came out, surrounding the Reaper Queen. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the ground, upstairs, even suspended in the sky. In fact, most of them can be seen as fakes at a glance. Either the face has mosaics, or the crotch has mosaics. According to the game, the high-profile model is like a C. But the Reaper Queen hesitated, and even showed a trace of fear in her eyes. In the short 10-minute fight just now, it confirmed the opponent's position at least 10 times. In the end, it didn't make a correct judgment once. The violent rain, psychedelic electronic music, plus the elusive real body, the weird and unpredictable combat mode. This time, it was really a bit panicked. When the number of high-level models? No. High-level engineers reached about 500. It finally stopped splitting. Everyone twisted their necks at the same time, and held the red knives with both hands. All the faces of the high-level engineers were covered with rain. The raindrops fell on the blade. Some bounced out, and some went through. Lao Wang only feels sorry for you. Only I feel sorry for your husband. And look at my neighbor Lao Gao to avenge your husband. The next moment, the roar of the motor exploded. Like a super engine scattered everywhere. The Reaper Queen barely hesitated. The range energy shock and the radiation storm used by the Reaper leader were released at the same time, which was equivalent to releasing 2 big moves at the same time. The mental storm was like a wave, smashing the senior engineers in the front row like paper men. Some of them turned into snowflakes on the spot. However, the next moment, more senior engineers swarmed in from the back. At this time, don't worry about whether the graphics card burns or not, after all. After returning, senior engineers will have to modify their equipment again. How can you make special effects if you can't even make the sound effect of a chopping person? Compared to the Harvester Commander, the radiation storm of the Reaper Queen has a smaller range and is more controllable. It's like 3 thigh-thick high-compression energy whips, covering a range of 100 meters, repeatedly whipping back and forth, wiping out the fake senior engineers one by one. One tree after another was whipped over. This is to manually clear the battle obstacles. The opponent may be a beast, but the Reaper Queen is really not lacking in combat wisdom. If senior engineer does nothing, or is prepared to wait for the opponent to finish the big move before harvesting, this guy will definitely do the same as last time, run first as a sign of respect. Defeat the opponent in the strongest state. This is the true meaning of hunting radioactive beasts. The drowsy rain, Like a black night, all the senior engineers rushed forward madly, rushing from all directions. The Reaper Queen was shocked. She could feel that the strange and unpredictable sense of danger had returned. Its 6-blade limbs stretched out again, and the 6 rounds of killing were about to be launched again. However, this time, among the dozen red knives slashing from all angles, a humble blade light was like a venomous snake, accurately stuck in the joint of a blade limb. Just like a small stone stuck in a high-speed propeller. The remaining 5 blades suddenly lost their routine, and the storm of blades turned into a slashing of swords. A senior engineer raised his head suddenly, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He broke into the circle of swords. The combat power of Drinking Crazy was not born out of thin air. Every time he attacked the enemy with bloodthirsty combos, his desire to kill became more and more boiling. The strength of the sword, the direction of the assassination, the change of the moves, and all the killing skills were improved in an all-round way. It was like a cold-blooded killer whose instincts were ignited. Move after move, goes straight to the vital point. The opponent is no longer alive, but a candle that is about to go out, extinguished in this dark night. Your attack causes 112 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing arthropod damage effect. Your attack causes 121 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing tear effect. Your attack causes 109 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing bone-breaking effect. The knife light brushed Gao Gong's flesh. The steel claws swept across the corner of Gao Gong's eyes. But Gao Gong had no time to care about the blood volume dropped on the panel. And the damage he caused would only be greater. Blood spurting. Liquid dancing wildly. It seemed that it was not just one person, but a group of senior engineers who killed them, adding the previous losses. In just a short moment, the Reaper Queen had lost 2/3 of her health. This game. The reality is that the more health you lose, the worse your condition will be. In fact, the current Reaper Queen has no other thoughts in her mind. Only one thought. Stay away from this humanoid monster. And stay away from it. The huge blade limbs unfolded again. But this time they flew into the air. However, hundreds of senior engineers almost simultaneously rushed at each other in various ways that violated the laws of physics. The Reaper Queen was wrapped in a thick human ball. Her drowsy consciousness made her unable to distinguish the real senior engineers from the fake ones, and even the real pain from the fake ones. She only knew that among the countless blade lights, it seemed as if claws had grabbed her flesh, and it seemed as if blade lights had shaved her shell. Its last sight saw in the rain, the forest was disappearing, replaced by data trees growing and flourishing, taking new roots, sprouting new buds, simulating all real environments. And with the surge of data rain, it finally rolled into a torrent, rushing towards itself. You caused 141 damage to the Reaper Queen. You have killed the C+ grade Reaper Queen. Experience plus 1,420. Regional reputation plus 150. Achieved Halo. Humanoid Reaper. Humanoid Reaper, you defeated the most powerful Reaper. From today, all mechanical biochemical beasts below the Reaper level will tremble in your hands. Gao Gong almost crawled out of the body of the Harvester Queen. He took a bloodbath. He could feel that some pheromones in the other party's blood had penetrated into his body and merged with his genes. Gao Gong touched his face, which was probably the cleanest part of his body. His blood volume dropped by 3/5. This was within his expectations. Although it was a bit beyond the scope, bosses below level B were still within his killing mode. Single kill reward, Harvester Halo. It's not a specialty, but it's okay. Gao Gong thought greedily. But he didn't have the slightest idea of resting afterwards. Over on the Cable Tribe, without his help, I don't know how many people died. Don't let them all be wiped out. Chapter 47 Biological Transformation. After 3 days of sleepless migration and many risks, the exhausted Cable Tribe finally arrived at Gao Gong's secret base, the old metal recycling station. The tribe members who still had strength were rummaging through the garbage mountain, looking for some suitable steel bars to build a shed and build their temporary nest. The strong Fat Xiang brought daily necessities from his home again and again. Some tribe members were afraid of this giant, but with his enthusiastic help, they gradually dispelled their vigilance. Many girls came to him with red faces. They had a good impression of this strong, but not aggressive little giant. In the dangerous iron sand desert, the aesthetics always tend to be big, strong, and powerful. That Xiang is all of them except no brains. Brother Xiang, you have a good figure. Have you been training since you were young? What kind of girls do you like? Women in the desert are always bold. They showed their true colors after just a few words. Fat Xiang touched the back of his head, recalling the scene he saw in the virtual machine, and said honestly, I like naked women. What a coincidence, I also like naked men, hee. Let's talk about it when we have time. Okay. On the other side, squatting in front of the big pot, Tiepi looked at Fat Xiang surrounded by a group of Lolas with jealousy, stirred the spoon vigorously, and shouted, It's time to eat, come and line up. The food, drink, defecation and urination of nearly 200 people is definitely a big problem. Let alone other things, even if it's just nutritional paste, it's an astronomical figure. Fortunately, the former second-hand dealer Tiepi had the skill to cook the nutritional paste into porridge. He cooked 3 large pots, which barely filled the stomachs of the hungry tribe members. On the other side, Gao Gong and Huang Yuanli were discussing the future of the tribe. Staying here is just a temporary solution. Apart from anything else. Although this place is hidden, it is quite close to the center of the oasis. Gao Gong alone is not a big deal. But if there are too many people, there will be a risk of exposure. These are all illegal residents. If they are discovered, they will be expelled 100%. Going to the scavenger gathering place? No. Gao Gong rejected Huang Yuanli's proposal. Why, we are also scavengers. How can they drive us away? That's not what I mean. Gao Gong shook his head, pointed to the war recorder, which refreshes the battle situation every day. There are more and more new radiation circles, and the intensity of the war will continue to increase. In my opinion, sooner or later, the radiation beast leaders will reach a consensus and attack the oasis. By then, the outermost scavenger gathering place will be the first to be abandoned. Gao Gong said meaningfully, Do you still want to go there? Huang Yuanli's face turned pale. Seeing the young woman frightened, Gao Gong shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Your tribe's survival is beyond my expectation. He looked at a specially isolated place, where 8 young harvesters were shaking their heads, sticking their heads out of the wall, and staring at the food not far away with greedy eyes. Whenever they tried to sneak out, Huang Yuanli would rush over without hesitation and curse at those monsters that were nearly 2 meters tall. Even though her height was less than 1/3 of the others, the short legs would even jump up and kick their knees. Strangely enough, when those monsters saw the little woman, they were just like sons seeing their mothers. They were beaten into cowardice, and had no temper of a reaper at all. Gao Gong would occasionally come over, and with the halo of the human reaper, he finally trapped them. In their stupid minds, their mother had found them another father. Although this father looked a little strange, he exuded the strongest aura of his kind. They recognized him as their father at first sight. They didn't know when they would have more brothers. Seeing the little woman holding a bowl of nutritious porridge and a pile of metal fragments, feeding these monsters like feeding dogs, Gao Gong touched his chin and felt inexplicably funny. After a while, Huang Yuanli came over with an empty plastic basin. Metal basins are not good. They will be chewed directly. When she saw Gao Gong's strange eyes, her face suddenly turned red, and she put her hands on her waist and said fiercely, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people raising pets? Gao Gong said venomously, I didn't expect that big head would actually help you. It seems that the brain toilet is not made in vain. Huang Yuanli was furious. One of the important reasons why the Cable tribe lost less than 10 people was that the brain in the jar took action. The brain in the jar used a simple and crude method. With the help of the little woman as a brain toilet, the mental storm forcibly brainwashed and changed the cognition of these harvesters on the spot. After the cognitive transformation, Huang Yuanli became their mother. The new lowly queen was born. As if she had thought of something, Huang Yuanli worried again, according to the appetite of these guys. I am worried that the first thing to be eaten up will be the metal scraps in this place. What will we do if there is no food at that time? The senior engineer was also speechless. This is the base camp of the mechanical hunters. We can't let them go out to hunt. Otherwise they will be beaten to death. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe at a certain point in time, the problem will no longer be a problem. Although Gao Gong's words seemed irresponsible, he had a plan in mind. By the way, what is the brain in the jar doing now? I don't know. It seems to have turned into a giant mechanical biochemical beast, and is migrating its people in the desert. Pan-consciousness subjects are very troublesome. It's not that they are good at fighting, but if you are not careful, they will proliferate like locusts. This kind of flood may even sweep away all the intelligent species on the planet. As the lowest level of pan-consciousness, the brain in the jar is not that powerful. But as long as it expands wildly, the number of its subordinates will soon approach that of a Beast King tribe. Gao Gong touched his chin. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. The reason why the Beast God soldiers were so difficult to fight later, even after several mechanical corps were dispatched, they were not completely wiped out. The most important reason is that the entire desert is their radiation circle, and their ears and eyes are everywhere. The brain in the jar might be a nail that can be inserted into it. Gao Gong thought about it, and told Huang Yuanli an address, and asked her to find a way to notify the brain in the jar. If it wants to recover its strength faster, it should go to that place. What is this, mysterious, number 314? Old Copper Mountain, where is this? An abandoned mine in the south, just tell it, I promise it will only benefit you and not harm you. Old Copper Mountain, on the surface, is an abandoned mine, but secretly it is an unmanned factory where the knights manufacture the Beast God soldiers. According to the plot, at this point in time, the Beast soldiers have already entered mass production. These level 20 meat machine soldiers that have not yet been injected with the Knight template are indeed a great tonic for the brain in the jar. He knows several more of these unmanned factories. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Don't bother me if you have anything to do. Who wants to find you? Huang Yuanli pouted at Gao Gong's back. Gao Gong's previous luxury metal shed has been given to Huang Yuanli by him, and it has become the residence of the new clan leader. He, including a bunch of manufacturing equipment he had purchased before, moved into an abandoned building nearby. This building is now also the base of the senior engineer team. As soon as he entered the building, 2 human-headed dogs came to greet him enthusiastically. These 2 mechanical dogs were upgraded again. It can be clearly seen that there is a special groove on their backs. Besides the wires, there is living flesh and blood. These flesh cut from the Harvester Queen have a special activity, which allows them to be transplanted to the mechanical body and form a symbiotic system with the energy of the mechanical body. The result of the transplant is that the human head dog has plus 100 health points and an additional prosthetic interface. Of course, this transplant operation seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. It is so difficult that Gao Gong can only help. The one who really performs the transformation is actually Professor Han. In addition to invasive neural transformation, Professor Han has at least 3 full-level professional knowledge in his mind. And more importantly, he has a lot of experience in biological transformation. This is the most useful. Gao Gong went up to the 2nd floor and walked into a clean conference room. As soon as I entered, a strong smell of blood hit me. On the operating table, a body of about 2.5 meters tall was lying on it. Professor Han, wearing a white coat and a mask, was dismembering the body. It can be seen that although this person is not a prosthetic doctor, he can still operate this operating table. On another table, there are large and small sterile incubators, which contain the organs of the Reaper Queen. Professor Han will judge with a professional eye to confirm whether this thing has strong biological rejection, and whether it can be transplanted and coexist. Engineer Gao looked at a claw. This metal claw seemed to be still alive, opening and closing in the glass box. How is it? Engineer Gao asked. Professor Han did not speak, but handed over a piece of paper. The paper recorded the large and small parts of the corpse, which were divided into 3 types: discarded organs, transplantable organs, and transformable systems. Among them, discarded organs are definitely not transplantable. Among the latter 2 types, the difficulty of transplanting a transformable system is greater than that of a transplantable organ. Engineer Gao found a chair and sat down, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously. According to the paper, there are 5 types of transplantable organs: limbs, biological armor, electronic tentacles, subcutaneous blood pumps, and sensor knees. And there are 3 types of transformable systems: circulatory system, reproductive system, and digestive system. When Engineer Gao raised his head, he saw Professor Han looking at him with complicated eyes. You don't seem to hate me? In the past 2 days, except for Engineer Gao, even the carefree Huang Yuanli had a complicated look when she saw Professor Han. Others would try to avoid him if they could. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable. Professor Han's plan is more or less known to others, putting hundreds of living people into his head. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? According to the theory of the pre-civilization era, this person is definitely a template of a crazy scientist. Professor Han was not surprised by this. What surprised him was the attitude of the senior engineer. Chapter 48. In theory, Gao Gong is the one who knows his plan best. After all, if it weren't for this person, his brain-in-a-jar plan would have been successful. With more than 100 lives as sacrifices, if the other party had executed him on the spot, he would have no objection. Don't you hate me? Hate you, why? The dead are people from your cable tribe, and the brain toilet is a little woman, which has nothing to do with me. Professor Han's eyes are complicated. Really? I thought a righteous person like you would avenge the dead. Justice? Me? Gao Gong's forehead is full of question marks. Aren't these two antonyms? Oh! Gao Gong figured it out. He saw injustice and helped others. He sent food to the tribe for free many times. Finally, after hearing about the crazy scientist's brain tank experiment, he did not hesitate and risked his life to save people. After calculating it this way, Gao Gong was moved by himself. What a good person. If it weren't for the task reward and the plan to conquer, he almost believed it. Ahem, since the other party thinks so, then he shouldn't destroy the beautiful fantasy in his heart. Senior engineer looked solemn. Do you think that for some visions that only look good, you can sacrifice others? Professor Han opened his mouth for a long while before saying, great undertakings are made by sacrifices. This is what someone told me. So without their consent, you treat them as guinea pigs. You don't seem to treat them as intelligent beings equal to you. You think you are superior to others. And you take it for granted that others should pave the way according to your ideas. But you ignore whether the tide of the times needs someone like you to lead the way. And ignore whether scientific research results can support your fantasy. Your accumulation in science has gradually nurtured the 7 deadly sins of arrogance, greed, and vanity in the wild radiation zone. In this backward tribe, you regard yourself as a god. God can't be wrong. Right? Professor Han covered his head in pain. How could I fall to this level? Science should not become the new theology. I am a sinner. Senior engineer curled his lips quietly. Not to mention you. As the technology tree climbs, all civilizations that have not ascended will breed a large number of such ideas. The rapid development and expansion of civilization, the emergence and popularization of new technologies, the acceleration of interstellar migration, the weakening of species identity, the emergence of new life theories. At a certain period of time, the gap between people is no longer the concept of a species. Would you consider a dog as one of your own kind? In the development of low-level civilizations, some people really think so. These people can be political leaders, technological heroes, genetic slave owners, heads of giant companies. Genetic improvement, biological transformation, high technology, super life, dimensional transformation, all of the above, the connection of genes will be ruthlessly broken. The last thing left is to free oneself from the constraints of morality and ethics. And by then, it is no longer just a tear at the social level, but a tear at the civilization level. To break this curse, the only way is to ascend. And it is an ascension at the civilization level, using super technology that covers civilization. Reshape the life form of the primitive race. Ahem. This is getting off topic. The reason why Gao Gong did not feel bad about the other party, or even morally condemn him. To be honest, he did a lot of such things in his previous life. For example, in order to move the reproductive system to the virtual world, he accidentally destroyed the primary sexual characteristics of an intelligent race. Although he later sent hundreds of millions of virtual somatosensory machines to the other party to make up for this small mistake. The effect was better and longer lasting. But these people actually sued themselves in the civilization court, claiming that they were criminals of civilization extinction. This is totally unreasonable. What kind of racial inheritance? Isn't a paper wife sweet? Or, transform asexual reproduction into sexual reproduction. And transform sexual reproduction into asexual reproduction. Ahem. Technical adjustment. Completely technical adjustment. Definitely not a product failure. Compared to him, Professor Han's little trick. He didn't look down on it. Well, he just looked down on it. On the surface, Engineer Gao said seriously, if death can atone sins, then what is the point of living people? Looking for light in darkness. Looking for hope in despair. Isn't that what life is like? The knowledge you have mastered can play a greater role. Do you want to give up now? Professor Han took a few deep breaths. His eyes firm and said, I understand. At least while I am still alive. I will do my best to help the tribe. And you? People who have come from the civilized era should be like this. Engineer Gao nodded with satisfaction. Well, please introduce these things to me. During Professor Han's explanation, Engineer Gao gradually understood the functions of these organs. The blade limb, which is nearly 2 meters long, is half wing and half blade. There are biological nerve wires at the root of the wing, which can be connected to the prosthetic socket. But the problem is that humans who have not undergone enhanced neural transformation cannot support this high-amplitude flight mode. So there are only two possibilities. The first is to remove its wings and turn it into a pure blade limb. After all, the sharpness of this biological blade is not inferior to the red unicorn. The second method is to do the opposite. Remove the blade limbs and implant membrane wings. This type of wings can be used for short-distance high-altitude gliding and enhanced speed, which is equivalent to a biological human glider. However, wings without blade limbs are relatively fragile, and the body is too large. If they are installed, they will become a birdman. The biological armor is the shell of the Reaper Queen. Gao Gong tried it, and found that the armor is at least plus 100. No wonder it is so difficult to cut. If the biological armor is successfully implanted, it will have a special effect of biological armor recovery just like human skin. At least there is no need to worry about scrapping. If the biological transformation is successful, it should also have a skill of enhanced repair. During the battle, it can drain a large amount of physical strength in exchange for faster armor repair. The electronic tentacles have built-in radar functions, and can connect to other mechanical biochemical beasts. The subcutaneous blood pump is a good thing, which is equivalent to a mobile blood bag. Not to mention the inductive knee. An ordinary harvester weighs at least 500 kilograms. Add to that the gravity acceleration of falling from the sky. If it were an ordinary knee, it would have exploded when it landed. Among these 5 biological organs, Gao Gong first gave up on the blade limb modification and biological armor. The reason is simple. Both of them have certain mechanical factors, and if the mechanical modification rate of the movement system exceeds 10%, it will be a disaster. He also plans to go the carbon-based route. Of the remaining 3, Gao Gong first gave up on the electronic tentacles, because they are too ugly. He might be able to use a slimy tentacle in the future, and he didn't want to be a cockroach man by inserting a whisker on his forehead. What's more, the function of the electronic tentacles overlaps with that of the artificial eyes to some extent, which is totally unnecessary. The subcutaneous blood pump and the sensor knee are really good. Not only are they effective, but even better, they are completely invisible after biological transformation. You don't even need to do bionic surgery. Professor Han introduced 3 more transformable systems. The reason why transforming a system is more troublesome than transplanting an organ is that it is not like replacing a part, which is like cutting it off and replacing it. It must transform the biological system into a system model that the human body can adapt to, and then separate the original human tissue and install the former. The complexity of this is 100 times that of organ transplantation. Moreover, system transformation is not as intuitive as organ transformation. It has more possibilities and greater risks. Gao Gong did not even look at it. First, he ruled out the transformation of the reproductive system. Reason? Does this need a reason? The biggest feature of the Reaper circulatory system is immortality, unless it is killed on the spot by a strong hand, leaving no life at all. At this point, Professor Han gave Gao Gong a strange look. Gao Gong looked calm. Theoretically, even if the head is cut off, it has a certain probability of growing back. That is to say, the body is devitalized. Yes, its circulatory system can cut off damaged organ pipes at any time to form a new circulation. Senior engineer touched his neck. That is to say, if my transformation is successful, my head can grow back even if it falls off? Well, that's impossible. After all, you are just a biological transformation, not a real Reaper. But your head should be able to be saved in a short time if there is a field doctor to perform repair surgery. Oh, there is more. There is also limb regeneration. Of course, this kind of limb is at most a finger. If the hands and legs are cut off, the effect is the same as the head. That is to say, microorgan regeneration. That's right. Anything else? The Reapers also have a self-mutilation phenomenon. This phenomenon often appears in the arthropoda. In simple terms, it is cannibalism, which will put the perpetrator in a kind of excited state. Does it mean that, when I hunt mechanical biochemical beasts in the future, I will have a state blessing? In theory, but I can't be sure if this excitement is only for the harvester, or for all mechanical biochemical beasts of the order Mantis of the order Insecta. To sum up, organ devitalization, microlimb regeneration, and blessing for hunting the same kind. That's right. Gao Gong nodded. Introduce me to the next one. As if returning to the past research days, Professor Han was rarely excited, and his tone was several pitches higher. The digestive system of the harvester is the same as that of other mechanical biochemical beasts. It can restore a certain amount of physical strength by swallowing metal. Yes, metal digestion. It is very similar to the previous hunting of the same kind. It digests the corpses of the same kind, and can also produce a stimulating effect. Blessing from hunting of the same kind. Engineer Gao smacked his lips. I have always had a good appetite. And its biggest feature is that its digestive organs are superficial. Superficial? What does this mean? Professor Han took Engineer Gao to a nutrient tank, which contained a blade limb and a claw. Chapter 49. Gong stared at the blade limbs and metal claws in the nutrient tank, and did not find anything special. Professor Han did not explain, but pressed the pumping valve switch of the nutrient tank. Soon, with the sound of pumping water, the water level in the nutrient tank dropped rapidly, and soon reached the bottom. Before reaching the bottom, Professor Han released the switch. It must be said that the body parts of the Reaper Queen have amazing vitality. Even if they were cut into pieces for research, neither of them showed signs of death. The biological blade of the blade limb, which is comparable to the Qinglong Yanhua sword, made a buzzing sound, like a saber with a living soul. The metal claws opened and closed, even moving in the glass tank like a crab. Did you see that? Gao Gong leaned close to the glass surface and squeaked softly. Under the movement of these two biological components, the nutrient solution that had not yet reached the bottom quickly reached the bottom. Gao Gong understood why this happened. On the blade of the biological blade limb, small holes, as big as pinholes, opened one after another, madly absorbing the nutrient solution. Similarly, on the claws of the harvester, small holes about the size of soybeans appeared, competing with the biological blade limbs. This is the surfaceization of digestive organs, also called organ externalization in bionics, which is a very special biological phenomenon. When the harvester's capture foot is inserted into the enemy's body, it will secrete a strong digestive fluid, which will melt the enemy's internal organs, and these biological suction holes will absorb the melted nutrients. Its suction power is very strong, reaching 4800 AW, which is 3 times that of an ordinary central vacuum cleaner. Gao Gong was not very clear about the concept of 3 times, but in his memory, when the Harvester Queen assassinated the Harvester leader, it only took 3 or 4 seconds to suck a sea-level boss alive into a mummy. This is the biochemical version of the star-absorbing technique. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. That is to say, if I undergo biological transformation, I will also have this ability. In theory, but it's just theory. I'm not sure whether human limbs can replace the capturing feet and evolve into new predatory organs. It's okay. You are responsible for the plan, and I'll be responsible for the operation. Gao Gong was full of confidence. He made a lot of preparations to deal with biological rejection. At least for the first biological transformation, he was sure that there would be no problems. As for whether this kind of biological opening can open this ability, we can only do our best, and leave it to fate. Professor Han entered into his busy work again. Just the adjustment of the biological system, without an expert in charge. If senior engineer wants to transform himself, the deputy position of prosthetic doctor must be at least level 10. On the contrary, senior engineer was free for a while. He didn't intend to be idle. With a snap of his fingers, 2 human-headed dogs jumped onto the operating table one after another. Professor Han is a master of biological transformation, especially good at bionics. It is no problem to install a prosthetic socket on 2 mechanical bodies. Engineer Gao brought out a box, opened it, and a large revolver wrapped in red granulation appeared. He put on 3 layers of radiation protection gloves, took it out with an expression of old man, subway, mobile phone, and placed it on the operating table. Name, Radiation Energy Gun. Category, Biochemical Weapon. Quality, Excellent plus customized template. Weight, 2.3 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS, 4.2, attack power, 1400, attack speed, 0.003 attack/second, attack range, 250 m. Additional attributes, penetration plus 31% armor breaking damage, high temperature plus 23.2% critical hit rate. Plug-in bar, radiation storage. Radiation storage, a biochemical battery that automatically absorbs nuclear radiation. Note, this weapon is not mature. There is a great chance of being injected with a biochemical virus when using this weapon. The peculiarity of this gun is that it is both an energy weapon and a biochemical weapon. The former is used against the enemy, and the latter is used against oneself. You have to know that on this planet, the boss that can shoot energy beams is at least a B-level boss, and its attack power can only be matched by Gao Gong's 120% sword slash. But its attack speed is also at another extreme. It fires once every 5 minutes, and it needs to charge in advance. Gao Gong thought about it. The biggest use of this gun is suicide. But think about it from another angle. It's okay if this thing is not used by people. So Gao Gong thought of his dog. He planned to do an operation to install this gun on the dog. As it turns out, this type of surgery is not difficult. Soon, the system sounded a ding. You completed the prosthetic surgery *1. Experience plus 50. The human-headed dog probably didn't expect what a tragic experience he would have in the future. And he started to have fun as soon as he got off the operating table. And Gao Gong took out a heavy machine gun from another box. This gun was very heavy, 30 kilograms upwards, without a buttstock. And the 4 biological drills below were drilling around like loaches. Gao Gong shook the gun several times before he got it off his wrist. Be quiet. The next moment, the 4 surgical arms on the operating table turned around, and the surgical forceps clamped the loach's head directly, and only then did they fix it. Name: 4-legged guardian category, intelligent weapon. Weight: 35 kilograms operating system, blade 3. Energy: number 5 micro energy battery can be connected to the human body for automatic charging. Usage: human implant. Basic attributes: DPS, 59800, attack power, 46, attack speed, 1300 attack/second, attack range, 800 m. Intelligent modules: automatic aim, trajectory analysis, charging mode, raging beast, shooting storm. Remarks: a classic work of human body implanted firearms, dubbed as psychopathic toy by many warriors, greatly increases the chance of cyberpsychosis. Gao Gong glanced at it. The 5 intelligent modules strengthen intelligent shooting, bleeding chance, critical hit rate, range damage, shooting rate respectively. The DPS damage per second of this gun is completely different from that of the biochemical gun. One is a one-shot hit, and the other is a long-lasting hit. In short, except for the hidden attribute master killing, both guns are very good. So Gao Gong changed his mind. Instead of using it on people, it is better to use it on dogs. It's nothing more than a dog's life. As the welding on the operating table sizzled, the slightly silly face of the human-headed dog inexplicably had a layer of evil spirit. The radiation gun is fine, even for a dog. It is not heavy. The 4-legged guardian is too heavy. And Engineer Gao had to make major changes to the dog's body. Removing the joints, lowering the center of gravity, replacing the legs with mechanical tracks, widening the back, moving the head back, and installing a gun rack. After such a major change, this thing is more like a miniature human head tank than a dog. Maybe it would be more appropriate to call it a dog head tank. You complete the prosthetic transformation surgery *1. Experience plus 100. TSK. What's the use of making the mechanical hunter stronger? It's nothing more than experimental material for military contractors. The output of these 2 guns alone is comparable to my own ultimate move, the Roar of the Iron Legion. It's really scary to think about it, Engineer Gao said with a sigh. But his words did not match his heart. He was still very satisfied with this transformation. 2 more trump cards were added. 2 operations were performed until the evening. Looking at Professor Han, who was still focusing on biochemical improvement, Engineer Gao stretched and walked out. A bonfire was lit in the recycling station at some point, and many tribesmen were singing and dancing in front of the bonfire. That Xian was among them, and his silly laughter never stopped. Tiapi was the best at creating an atmosphere, and he poured a large glass of wine into the tin bucket, and the flame suddenly rose up with a bang. I'll play the DJ for you manually. When I was in the gang before, I was the best at this. Huang Yuanli also laughed, and joined the dancing crowd, her face flushed from the fire. The natives of the desert are always good at entertaining themselves in this environment, where they are hungry and cold. Seeing Engineer Gao standing on the 2nd floor, Huang Yuanli waved her hand, signaling him to come over and play. Engineer Gao smiled, and shook his head. Anyway, this is a good ending, isn't it? The next day, Engineer Gao was still hungover when he was woken up by Professor Han. He originally planned to just watch, but everyone was too enthusiastic and dragged him over. He had no choice but to use a single molecular wire instead of a steel pipe and dance a steel pipe dance. However, in the midst of the noise, The dance turned into a striptease. Amid the noise from the young women was the loudest. Is the underwear still there? Gao Gong looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. The underwear was still there. But why was it put on the wrong way? He returned to the tent as if he knew the way. Wang Yuanli was still sleeping soundly. He did not disturb her and washed his face with water from the bucket. Professor Han, who was waiting outside the door, looked at him with a complicated expression. He did not participate in the excitement last night. And he also knew that he was not qualified to participate. Hey, Professor. What's going on? One good news and one bad news. Maybe it's because of the Harvester Halo. Or maybe when he killed the Reaper Queen. Some unique pheromones were integrated into Gao Gong's body. After a blood test, these biological parts were not highly rejected by him, and could even be said to be very low, which was good news. The bad news was that these biological parts, with the same ancestor, had mutual rejection. What the hell is this? Gao Gong was shocked. Simply put, the Reaper cells have a certain degree of erosion, which is also the source of their cannibalism. If the same human system is implanted, these phagocytic properties are not obvious. If two systems are implanted, the mutual rejection will greatly increase the biological rejection. Why is there no problem with the Reaper Queen? This is the randomness of biological mutation. It is a 1 in a million radiation creation. Professor Han shook his head. Unless you want to become a thorough Reaper, you can only make a choice. That is to say, I can only choose one of the two transformable systems. To be precise, I am following. Choose one from the circulatory system plus subcutaneous blood pump, and the digestive system plus sensory knee. Oh yes, the subcutaneous blood pump belongs to the circulatory system, but isn't the knee a motor system? Professor Han said lightly, I have made some bionic adjustments. If it is just the knee, it is still within the compatible range. After all, your knee has been mechanically modified, and is out of the biological category. Big Boss. 666. Gao Gong grabbed Professor Han's hand, and said sincerely, my knee has not only been mechanically modified, but can also kneel for you. Chapter 50. After Professor Han left, Gao Gong fell into deep thought. Rather than saying it was a choice between two system transformations, it was better to say it was a choice between two skill combinations. It was mobile blood bags, organ devitalization, micro-limb regeneration, same-kind hunting blessing. Or it was enhanced flexibility, metal digestion, same-kind hunting blessing, biochemical star-sucking magic. The former was suitable for resisting bosses, suitable for meat shields, that is, players like Pang Xiang. But all three characteristics were very practical. Even Gao Gong also coveted the characteristics of no vitals and finger regeneration. It is a blessing for melee fighters. As for the latter, it is more suitable for nurses. That cannot be said, it is suitable for fast blood recovery on the battlefield. It is just that metal digestion is not very practical. But star-absorbing technique is really good. Gao Gong was very entangled, and he made up his mind until Professor Han came up with a specific biological transformation plan. He could only choose the second one. No other reason. Normal systemic transformation has a transformation core. The transformation core of the circulatory system is the heart, and the transformation core of the digestive system is the stomach. Simply put, the former needs a heart transplant, and the latter needs a stomach transplant. It doesn't matter if he replaces his stomach, because his stomach is the original one, not imported. As for the heart transplant, his heart has long been replaced by a mechanical heart. It's not that it can't be replaced, because it's just an ordinary energy supply device, and its power consumption is average. Senior engineer has been dissatisfied with it for a long time, and he will replace it sooner or later. But when taking the route of fusion ascension, that is, carbon-based flow plus mechanical flow, there is a big taboo. That is, when performing mechanical transformation, it is best not to mess with the biological system. The same is true in reverse. When optimizing the biological system, don't touch the mechanical system. It's like walking on a tightrope. When it leans to the left, turn to the right. When it leans to the right, turn to the left. If you swing left and right, it's easy to fall. Professor Han was a little surprised that Engineer Gao decided on the plan so quickly. He hesitated for a moment and said, I know you want to gain more powerful power through biological transformation. That's no problem. But implanting biological organs into the human body is not within my professional field. I don't know what kind of physiological reaction it will produce. Professor, you don't want to stop me, do you? Professor Han shook his head and said, I mean, if you just want to gain the power of the radiation beast, there is another way. Colonial technology? You know? Professor Han was stunned. I've read your notes. And I have to say, Professor, you had a great figure when you were young. Professor Han's old face rarely turned red. And he sighed, you are young and frivolous. It's better to be young. But even in the pre-civilization era, the clone technology was the top secret of your country. Although you are a master of bionics, Professor Han, it's not pure clone technology, but through the principles of bionics. The limbs of the radiation beast are grafted onto the human body in a short period of time, thereby gaining powerful strength. Senior engineer suddenly realized. I said that the classical mechanical hunter could not lift such a heavy weapon without mechanical modification. So this is the case. Professor Han's face sank. And it can be seen that the knot in his heart has not been untied. Engineer Gao smiled and said, according to my guess, this kind of biological bionics must have a lot of flaws. Apart from other things, if this kind of connection and disconnection is used frequently, the life system cannot be integrated. In the long run, biological rejection will reach a terrifying level. Professor Han nodded and said, yes, there is one more thing. The technology of clones is war technology. The clones can be put on and used immediately, while our bionic limbs require at least several days of debugging. Engineer Gao completely lost interest and shook his head. Then let's use my method. The two began to cooperate. Professor Han was responsible for the system bionics of the Reaper Queen, while Engineer Gao began to integrate the surgical plan. Some biological transformations were suitable for transformation surgery, while some were not and needed to be adjusted. According to the game, the two are now creating their own drawings and equipment. During the break, Engine Gao would walk to a nutrient tank and look at the stomach in the tank. Generally speaking, as a digestive organ of the human body, most people's stomachs are in the shape of a water bag. Compared with them, the stomach of the Reaper Queen is particularly hideous. It is not a water bag, but an oversized red gem. The surface of the gem is covered with dense digestive tracts, like a tangled red snake ball, and the digestive tract mouth, like a snake mouth, spits bubbles. Human body modification is a taboo option in some civilizations, which is the so-called species primitivism. They will cite various cases of failed modification, as well as some heretical theories, such as the uncanny valley effect, the principle of animalization of non-human organs, and the physiological variability theory, to verify their own views. Simply put, it is to peel off the human skin, reveal the human body modification structure, and disgust you. Look, this is not a human. It is not the same as us. It is disgusting. Look at its behavior pattern. The more you look at it, the weirder it is. It is anti-ethical, anti-moral, and morally corrupt. But the problem is, if you peel off the skin of a natural beauty and let her stare at you, you will not be able to eat. If you take out your own heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, you will also feel that this thing is so disgusting. When you are old and frail, you will not like yourself. As a player who loves all, Gao Gong's principle has always been to have an aesthetic view that crosses the intelligent race. The ancients said it well. Love all. Only then can you attack with high level. Aren't mechanical warriors good? Aren't bionic beauties good? Aren't ship girls good? Aren't tentacle girls good? Without this kind of mind that benefits the universe, you can only be an ordinary game player, and finally be made into a biological battery and a brain generator by NPCs. This is retribution. Ahem, I've gone off topic again. Anyway, after another day of running in with Professor Han, they were finally almost ready. Is it really that urgent? Every second counts. On the operating table, Gao grinned, and then took out a set of electrode equipment and stuck it on his forehead and forehead. This was the first blueprint given by the system when he changed his job to become a prosthetic doctor, the pain editor. Pain editor, a neural coprocessor that inhibits pain receptors from sending signals to the parietal lobe of the brain, so that the user does not feel pain. For biological modification, Gao Gong created this equipment a long time ago, just to perform surgery on himself. Sure enough, once the pain editor was turned on, the pain signal was directly blocked. Let's start. The two surgical arms began to operate, and the needle was inserted into the leg to perform local anesthesia to prevent unconditioned reflexes in the leg muscles. The scalpel on the other surgical arm began to cut the skin. On Gao Gong's two knees, there were obvious suture marks. After untying the skin, the metallic knee joints appeared. On the inside of the joint, there are several wires as thick as nerve lines, where micromotors are implanted. When replacing the knee, the motor must be retained. Combining bioelectricity and mechanical power generation will bring double the joy. The biggest difficulty of the operation is to retain the micromotors. Fortunately, the knees of the Reaper are more compatible with alloy materials. As long as a layer of bioiron film, a thin film between the biometal armor and the skin, is coated on the surface of the motor, there will be no problem. Engineer Gao even had time to replace the aging wires of the motor. The scene was quite bloody. Engineer Gao's expressionless face, as he cut the human body, looked like a cannibalistic Dr. Hannibal. Implantation in progress. Surgery completed. You have implanted a sensor knee, agility +3, avoidance +5%, increased critical strike rate by 10% when sneaking. Your knee load-bearing capacity increases by 300 kilograms. Fall damage reduced by 20%. Your motor system transformation rate +1%. Health +20, physical fitness +10. Outside the sterile room, Professor Han was a little nervous. During the operation, he was not idle. He had to check the rejection values of all parts of the engineer's body at all times. Once a certain system's rejection was too high, he would immediately change the details of the operation. The knee operation was successfully completed. This was not unexpected. The next step was the big head. After the operation, there was not a drop of sweat on the engineer's head. This was the function of the blood coagulator. It was equivalent to a sweat gland refrigerator. In a short period of time, it would freeze the sweat gland system. This was equipment made from a second-level technology blueprint. Engineer Gao took out another metal ball and put it in his mouth. It was a bit like the scene of ancient people being buried with a golden pill in their mouths, ascending to heaven. This is actually an oral special medicine, which can condense the trace metal elements in the human body in a short period of time and reduce mechanical rejection. In fact, swallowing it will have a better effect. But the problem is that Engineer Gao modified the digestive system. If you swallow it, where will it go? Looking at the values on the screen stabilizing again, Professor Han wiped his sweat and said in a deep voice, "It's almost done." Engineer Gao slowly lay on the operating table, and an electronic screen automatically flipped out above the operating table, showing his six-pack abs. The next operation will be completely performed on the operating table. First, the anesthetic is injected into the belly. Then with a sizzle, the lasers on the two scalpels pop out. This is a polymer scalpel, several times sharper than ordinary scalpels, especially suitable for mechanical modification and some hardcore biological modification. In front of the chest, a red line slowly appears. The human skin is cut open, revealing the titanium alloy sternum and the mechanical heart under the sternum, and the stomach directly below the heart. Soon, this thing will say goodbye to its hometown and go far away. During the operation, Engineer Gao had no time to pay attention to the system panel. However, the system panel still displayed a series of prompts. Transplantation in progress. Gastric transplantation completed. Harvester stomach implanted. Transplantation completed. HP plus 100. Additional status, high digestion mode. Maximum endurance plus 10%. Digestive system transformation in progress. Your digestive system transformation rate plus 3%. HP plus 60. Physical fitness plus 30. Integrated with the internal mechanical system. The digestive mode automatically mutates. Digestive system is being upgraded. HP recovery speed plus 10%. Biological mutation begins. Professor Han's face changed, because he saw that Engineer Gao's 10 fingers, plus several toes, cracked at the same time, and blood spurted out. Is this the beginning of biological transformation? Or a sign of surgical failure? Chapter 51 New Battle Situation. In Gasoline Town, people are coming and going, and in front of the electronic screen, few people stop to watch. No, the hunting war has reached this stage, and it has changed from mechanical hunters hunting wild beasts to the stage of both sides hunting each other. Even in Gasoline Town, more than a dozen mechanical hunters have died accidentally. All of them were killed by the radiation beasts. The radiation beasts have no martial ethics, and they will not fight with you with real swords and guns obediently. In fact, the radiation beasts are active at night. Even more people died in the scavenger gathering place, which was a horrible sight. In fact, not many people care about this ranking now, because the premise of caring about gossip is that the mechanical hunter will win. But from the current point of view, no one dares to guarantee whether this battle can be won. The panic of the people is the best portrayal of the oasis now. As the sun sets, 3 figures stand in front of the electronic screen. One fat, one thin, and one neither fat nor thin. The one in the middle has a pale face, and does not look very good. So many unfamiliar faces. The ranking list has changed dramatically again. Ranked first is the Symbiote team, a hunting team that has never been heard of before, but is incredibly powerful. According to rumors, they are equipped with energy weapons, and the high-powered armor on their bodies cannot even be torn apart by the claws of C-class radiation beasts. Ranked second is another unexpected name. The Creeper. The one on the right, a cyborg with exposed wires and ducts, was stunned for a long time before saying in disbelief, "Creeper? Didn't they get wiped out?" The huge fat man on the left scratched his head. Will they be resurrected? Brother Gao? Who knows? The one in the middle shrugged. Gasoline Town has changed so much that it is no longer noticeable. Various bunkers, thick walls, patrolling drones, and the black holes of machine guns on the observation tower. Is this ready for the beast tide to attack the city? On the ranking list, in addition to the Symbiosis team ranked first, the Creeper who resurrected from the dead, Miyamoto Sanzang ranked third. The rest are all new faces. The old team was annihilated. Even the newcomers, who had been very popular before, such as the Predator team, Biodemons, Hound Hunters, Bombers, have disappeared without a trace. The Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves, and now the back waves have also been swept away. Let's go pick up your mother, and we'll come back to see the boss later. The thin man patted the fat man, and the two of them sat back in the armored vehicle, and the vehicle roared away with a huge engine sound. The man in the middle lit a cigarette, and walked slowly into the gasoline town. Soon, the news of someone's return began to spread. Is the Lone Wolf back? Lone Wolf? The new assassin master? Isn't it rumored that he was assassinated by Miyamoto Sanzang? I heard that he died on the front line. Like Grey Eyes Adrian? So many masters died. One more and one less won't make a difference. The black gasoline bar is still lively, but it's full of new faces. Even the old faces from 10 days ago are rare. A new generation replaces the old. In terms of high elimination rate, I am afraid no other profession can compare with the mechanical hunter. He is a deserter. I remember he ran away 10 days ago. An old face suddenly said, "Oh, what's the matter? Tell me about it." Old man. The old face took the cigarette handed by the newcomer with some satisfaction. Although he has only been in the Car City for a month, he is old enough. He is also a senior hunter. He can fight well, but he is a veteran. When he sees the situation is not good, he runs away faster than anyone else. It seems that he disappeared 10 days ago. He is really cunning. How did he run away? What way? Originally, there were only a few people listening, but when they heard run away, suddenly, a bunch of people gathered around. It can be seen that they are quite interested in the topic of running away. The old face really enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. In his impression, this is the treatment only the real old people can get. Don't even think about it. That was the early days of the war. The security group didn't manage it strictly. Anyone who dares to run away now will definitely be the first to be shot by those robots. He raised the battlefield recorder on his wrist. See, the latest model of handcuffs. Non-detachable. Satellite positioning. Drone tracking. If you want to run away, there is no way. There was a sigh of disappointment. Someone said dissatisfiedly, in this case, what's the difference between us and those corporate guinea pigs? Guinea pigs. They are implanted with surveillance chips, and their lives are much more valuable than ours. Everyone sighed and expressed strong regret for not being able to escape. Seeing that the topic was being diverted, the old face suddenly became anxious. Ahem. Let's get back to the point. Actually, the Lone Wolf's surname is Gao, and I know him. He has always been a spineless and two-faced person. It is normal for him to be a deserter. Do you know that before he became famous, he often worked as a gigolo to make money? Not only women could have sex with him for money, but also men. Can such a person have backbone? Seeing that everyone was staring at him blankly, the old face boasted even more vigorously. That guy used to be on a team with me. It's called a team, but actually he was my little brother. At that time, he didn't have the fame he has now, and he was a very humble person. The neck of the old face suddenly tightened. It turned out that at some point, a huge figure sitting in the corner stood up, and a metal arm as thick as a thigh grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Black God, I'm not talking about you. The mechanical giant drank a barrel of gasoline beer, and then smashed the barrel of beer viciously on the opponent's forehead. You insulted him. How dare you insult him? I am the only one who can insult him, and I am the only one who deserves to kill him. The metal fist like a pile driver hammered on the opponent's head again and again. After an unknown number of times, with a pop, the head of the old face exploded like a watermelon. In the eyes of the crowd, Haitian casually dropped the headless corpse and staggered out. His legs, waist, hips, back, are all inserted with powerful mechanical modules. When he walked, blood was faintly flowing from the implantation port. Black God, ranked 9th on the hunting list, is also a lone wolf. In a private room in the bar, fire thief Wilson heard the noise outside, but showed no sign of moving. He just focused on drinking. On his left and right were 2 bionic prostitutes, with only small pieces of cloth hanging on their bodies. Okay, Wilson, stop drinking. Desira frowned and glanced at him. You guys go out, Huangwen said calmly. The 2 bionic prostitutes stood up dully. They were just zombies, at the mercy of customers. Simply put, whoever pays has the final say. Obviously, the one who set up the scheme this time was the mechanic Huangwen. Looking at Wilson, who was covered in bandages, Desila sighed. Old Huang, what do you want to do by calling us here? Huangwen looked like a handsome boy of 16 or 17. But this innocent face was only because he had undergone bionic transformation. His real age was over 40. The oldest among the 3. He was also a veteran. And unlike other poor people who came to the desert to make a living, he once had a very good career. A mechanical engineer at factory number 18. A man with great ambitions, was wounded but not losing his heart. Among the 3, Huangwen was the calmest. In the Battle of the Waste City, our 3 teams suffered heavy losses. Wilson's mechanical core was directly defeated. Half of my team members were invaded by wild viruses into their nervous systems, and are still in a coma. And your team, Daisy, also lost 1/3 of its personnel. Get the heck out of the beast tide. Get the heck out of the security core. They are just sending us to our deaths. Wilson cursed. Among the 3, Huangwen was on the south line, Wilson was on the north line, and only Daisy was on the east line, in the direction of the Waste City. However, a major battle led by the famous general of the Legion, General Hells, brought them together. The target was the beast tide that was about to break out in the Waste City. The joint army of the 3 oases. All the hunters in the central desert gathered together. The security corps also spent a lot of money. All the weapons and equipment in the battle were free. Even the prosthesis could be installed for free. With such favorable conditions, what greeted them was an unprecedented rout. The purely mechanized army drawn from the front line was crushed by the beast tide. Not to mention Wilson's small mechanical team. Huangwen's firepower line was directly infected by more than a dozen wild electronic viruses, and turned its guns around, killing many friendly forces. As for Desira, she ran away immediately when she saw the situation was not good, but still lost 1/3 of her manpower. This is why on the list, almost all the members of the old-fashioned team were replaced. Huangwen was very calm. He said softly, let's cooperate. This is the only way to go. Cooperation? Desira was stunned. And Wilson stopped cursing. 3 hunting teams, merge into 1 team, so that we have a chance to compete for the first place. Do you still want to fight? Wilson looked at the other party in surprise, as if he had met this person for the first time. After witnessing the despairing might of the beast tide, the other side actually still wanted to fight. Do we have any other choice? Yes. Wait for the mechanical core to go out. What if it doesn't go out? Impossible. Desila paused and sighed. Old Huang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my manpower is really not enough to support the next stage of the war. Let's not talk about anything else. Are there any lone radiation beasts outside the car city now? Speaking of this, Desila laughed at herself. The lone beast is no longer a beast, but a whole herd. Huangwen frowned. I didn't expect the beast tide to be such a big blow to the 2 of them. Even the veteran captain was like this. What about those rookies? What do you mean, Wilson? Wilson burped, and uttered a word crisply. Get lost. Not satisfied with the wine, Wilson staggered out of the bar, and bumped into several people during the process. The people who were bumped dared not say anything. Obviously, the tiger fell, but the frame did not fall apart, at least in Gasoline Town. The name of this bearded man was still quite intimidating. Wilson sneered at Huangwen's proposal. Huangwen had a background, but Wilson was not a peasant. After all, Few people who could survive in this desert without a background were able to do well. He could gather hundreds of mechanical exoskeletons. But without the help of people in the mechanical army, how could he have bought them? In fact, in the fight for the right to open up the oasis, he was also supported by a force within the army. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Under the overwhelming attack of the beast tide, the hard work he had spent several years to put together was wiped out in one battle. His mentality was broken. I can't stay here any longer. Wilson decided to wait for the frontline legion to fight back, and then follow the legion to leave here. Whoever wants to stay in this shitty radiation zone can stay there. He walked through an alley, his feet suddenly stopped, and glanced. There was a black shadow behind him. A person in front was walking slowly. The big bearded man narrowed his eyes, and his hand subconsciously touched his waist. Wilson, the captain of the Fire Stealer team. Your grandfather. He suddenly pulled out the energy weapon on his waist. It was a limited edition plasma pistol of the Mechanical Corps. Generally, only military officers above the rank of major would have it. This is a high-level weapon that does not belong to this desert. However, the figure was faster. About 3 minutes later, a bartender hurried over, took off his pants, and was about to urinate. A strong smell of blood came from beside him. He turned his head and saw a figure sitting against the wall. You? The figure slowly fell down, and the waiter was shocked to find that the other person's body was full of blood holes, especially the right arm, which was broken at the elbow. Three-handed Desira was also on the way back, but unlike Wilson, she actually agreed with Huang Wen's proposal. What she disagreed with was that, according to Huang Wen's tone, if this joint team was really successfully formed, he would be the leader. Of the three veteran teams, the Fireweed team suffered the least loss. As soon as she left Gasoline Town, her steps paused. The stress mode of the two mechanical arms was activated directly, and the folding handles popped out from the palms. With a violent swing of both hands, two folding swords shot out. Who? The weirdo standing in front of her was a half-human, half-mechanical body. Under the human head, it was all a mechanical shell. But on the mechanical body, there were a lot of bright red muscles squirming. Biochemical muscle? No. Biochemical muscle does not have such vitality. Desila set her sights on the other person's chest. On his alloy chest, there was a blood and flesh shield and a metal spear emblem. She had seen this emblem before. It seemed to be the symbol of a terrorist organization. Full of fighting spirit, good eyes. The weirdo walked slowly towards him. As he walked, in the center of the shield and spear, that is, in the chest area, a ball of flames burned. I am the Flame Knight Haas. Huang Wen did not leave the bar. In fact, Desila and Wilson were neither the first nor the last captains he met. He never put all his eggs in one cage. But the plan did not go smoothly. The people who came were either scared by the beast tide, or they had their own thoughts. There were very few people who were truly worthy of cooperation. In the end, in the violent professional group of mechanical hunters, the most convincing thing is always the fist. As for battlefield wisdom and battlefield command, are you as good as the general of the mechanical army? If he can't do it, what makes you say you can do it? Huang Wen frowned and thought. The small eyebrows matched with the green and innocent face. It was enough to pretend to be young. TSK, little brother is so cute. Huang Wen raised his head suddenly, and rushed to the window without any hesitation. However, the next moment, electronic ripples flashed on the window, and his whole body was bounced back. You run really fast, or try to see if your drones work. Huang Wen took a deep breath, and saw a large number of grid-light spots appear in the box, and kept pressing towards him. Cyber hacker, cyborg control. Huang Wen's two eyes were modified with prosthetic eyes, and electronic shields were installed. However, the firewall didn't work at all. Only the top cyber hackers can do this. It's not a hacker intrusion, it's a knight skill. Knight skill? You are a member of the Knights. Huang Wen was silent for a moment, and then said, Do you accept surrender? I can accept any controlled prosthetic transformation. Hee, little brother, you are really good, but no, the Knights don't allow outsiders. No, they don't allow people. Little brother, remember before you die, your sister is the Cyber Knight Selena. The next moment, the electronic grid covered everything. In the box, Huang Wen was still sitting on the sofa. His hands clenched tightly, his whole body trembling, and electronic sparks exploded all the way from the joints of his prosthetics. First his left eye, then his right eye, and finally the modified parts on his head. With a pop, his skull exploded, revealing the black electronic parts. In the smoke, Wangwen fell to the ground. In Sister Rose's garage, next to a telephone, Engineer Gao blocked his ears and let the angry roar come from the microphone. I asked you to endure for 2 days, not to disappear right there. 10 days in total. Do you know how much money I lost these days? Sister Rose almost tore me apart. After a long while, Gao Gong said cheerfully, Brother Finger, it's only been a few days since we last met. I didn't expect you to miss me so much. What on earth have you been doing these days? Little Finger shouted angrily on the other end of the phone. Gao Gong opened his palm. I don't know if it was an illusion. It seemed different from before. I didn't do anything. Just had a circumcision. And I'm in pretty good shape now. What's the point of you being in good shape now? The entire defense line has collapsed. I heard that a few days ago, there was another big battle in the waste collection city. Gao Gong picked up the microphone, crossed his legs. You were at the front line at that time, weren't you? Weren't you used as a military doctor? What was the situation at that time? Little Finger's voice was full of fear. It's a terrible mess. The beast tide on the front line hasn't been resolved yet. I didn't expect a beast tide to break out here. Luckily, I'm a logistics staff member, and I'm in the first batch of evacuations. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to leave. So powerful. Isn't it said that Hells is a famous general of the Mechanical Corps? I heard that he brought the elite of the Mechanical Corps with him. Crap elite. This old guy saw that the situation was not good, and ran faster than anyone else. Fortunately, your brother Finger is not a vain person. He was well prepared and got on his plane on the spot. The little Finger on the other end let out a long sigh. With lingering fear. The beast tide is so terrible. All the radiation fields are connected, all electronic devices are out of order, the sky is black, covered by mechanical birds, and a large number of deformed plants grow on the ground, creating a concrete forest on the spot. The radiation value of the battlefield directly breaks through the sky, in the end. Everyone is not fighting for weapons and ammunition, but radiation needles. The monsters in the beast tide are like they are desperate, the offensive is higher and higher. The mechanical defense line only holds out for 3 days, and then it collapses completely afterwards. According to statistics, the number of radiated beasts on the battlefield is as high as 5 million. Why didn't the security group make any preparations? Senior Engineer wondered. Why didn't you do it? The security corps expected the scale of the war to be 2 fully conditioned A-level beast hordes. Even if there were 3, they could barely withstand it. Aren't there only 2 A-level monster leaders? In Gao Gong's impression, the A-level Radiation Queen and the A-level Fission Duke were both injured. No matter what, they wouldn't fight like this. Yes, but who would have thought that these 2 monsters could actually merge? And once they merged, they would be authentic S-level Beast Kings. This is not an A-level Beast Horde, but a standard Beast King Horde. Gao Gong was speechless. They could actually merge. The relationship between the 2 sexes directly became hermaphroditic. Forget it, it's better that you didn't come, otherwise you would probably lose your life. After talking for a long time, Little Finger finally said something sensible. By the way, where's Sister Rose? Sister Rose went to a banquet, to a desert chief's house. So cool? Of course not. That black old man invited all the desert tycoons, and the issues discussed were most likely related to this war. Anyway, I don't feel good. It was not good. Gao Gong touched his chin. He didn't know how these desert tycoons were going to fool the higher-ups, but he knew that, if they kept fooling around like this, the oasis would be pulled out by the beast tide one after another like pulling out nails. By the time of the Hydra battle, the Mechanical Corps didn't even have a frontline base. Gao Gong suddenly had an idea and said, I'll hang up first. Let's talk again when we have time. No. Let's talk for a few more minutes. I'm surrounded by robots now. It's really boring. If you're bored, go play with virtual machines. Gao Gong hung up the phone and looked around calmly. In the garage, there was no movement except for the luxury cars. Gao Gong switched to infrared mode. But in the red field of vision, there was no human figure. Can it block the heat source? The next moment, a strong wind blew in his face. Gao Gong turned around abruptly. A huge scratch appeared on the ground. The radiation beasts have invaded the core of the oasis. The security group is really a bunch of trash. It's a good time to try this trick, Gao Gong thought. His eyes suddenly turned fishy yellow, and at the same time a terrifying aura overflowed crazily, covering the entire abandoned factory. The next moment, in the eyes of the invisible radiation beasts, this human changed his appearance. Gao Gong's head stretched out, his body rose up step by step, and soon grew to 3 meters tall. The bright red steel bones were full of danger, the dagger-like teeth were uneven. Between breathing, the high temperature made the air distorted. Chapter 52 Predator Domain. In the eyes of this invisible beast, Gao Gong transformed into a 3-meter-tall harvester, a super monster wrapped in steel. The aura of tearing everything and cutting everything continued to accumulate, and the terrifying biological sickle seemed to be inserted into its chest at the next moment. Predator Domain Biological Transformation. Once the domain is unfolded, a food chain connection will be established between the predator and the prey. If the connection is successful, all attributes of the prey will be reduced by 20%, and the prey's fighting will be greatly reduced. If the judgment fails, one of the prey's random attributes will be increased by 30%, entering a violent state, and hatred will be increased by 300. In the eyes of others, Gao Gong is still Gao Gong. But in the eyes of the invisible beast, Gao Gong is a reaper who grinds his teeth and sucks blood. As the reaper's back slowly cracked, 6 blades as thick as door panels squeezed out, and the terrifying aura almost stagnated the air. The invisible beast felt a fear overflowing from its bones, which came over its head and drowned it like the sea. This fear came from the depths of its blood, and from the strict hierarchy of the food chain. The feeling of being hunted even caused a flaw in its protective layer, and a mirror reflection suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away. Gao Gong jumped up. More than 10 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near the mirror. As long as he completed the food chain connection, he could automatically mark the opponent's position. The next moment, with his feet exerting force, Gao Gong jumped more than 3 meters high. In addition to covering the sound of the micro-motor starting, the new sensing knee can also more accurately grasp the power consumption of the engine explosion. This is the advantage brought by biological transformation. In midair, Gao Gong put his left hand together to form a knife, and his 4 fingers quickly changed. The nails popped out twice as much blood-red fingertips, and the tiny hooks went down along the nails, forming a piece. The hook tip is a biological implant hole, as big as a needle hole. On the thickened skin, the pores are nearly doubled. Without encountering any obstacles, Gao Gong's palm knife penetrated into the opponent's biological armor. A strong sense of comfort came from the palm, the feeling of entering a soft package, indescribable, wonderful. He finally experienced the joy of the Reaper Queen. Bloodthirsty capture foot *4 mutated organ, a mutant weapon unique to the Reaper. Insert the capture foot into the living life, rot the enemy's organs, destroy the enemy's body functions, cause the enemy to lose a lot of blood, absorb 5 points of blood per second. Additional status, Sword Dance. 1 bloodthirsty capture foot is 5 points of blood/second, for his 20 points of blood/second. D-Class Radiation Beast, without the boss template, has a health of about 300 to 500. For stealth species, like the Invisibility Beast, because of its special body structure, its health will be even lower than some E-Class Radiation Beasts. Gao Gong thrust hard, and this guy's health was drained by half on the spot. After landing, Gao Gong gently shook it, and a shriveled corpse was thrown down directly, with its skin and flesh severely aged, and it could only be vaguely identified that it was a mosquito as big as a basin. The star-absorbing technique is so terrifying. Systematic transformation is unstable, and has a certain degree of variability. Hunting the same kind, and organ predation have all produced certain variations. But thanks to the low biological rejection, and the high degree of surgical completion, these variations are all developing in a good direction. Gao Gong's health bar is still full, so this kind of blood-sucking will be transformed into a kind of pleasure similar to hormone secretion, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of Sage Time. You have killed the D-Class Invisible Steel Needle Mosquito. Experience plus 680. The experience is quite a lot. But this is not surprising. The invisibility plus sneak attack that cannot be found even by infrared reconnaissance is even more dangerous than many C-Class Radiation Beasts. Gao Gong raised his head. I have been watching the show for so long. Is it good? Paw, 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 applause sounded, and a figure walked out of the safety passage on the 2nd floor. As expected of a mechanical hunter, who can assassinate even C-Class Radiation Beasts, you found me so quickly. The man flipped over lightly, and fell from the 2nd floor. The engineer tilted his head to look at the other person. The other person had blonde hair, handsome face, and wore a black coat, which looked like a modified version of a tuxedo. The most eye-catching thing was the emblem on his chest. A metal spear plus a flesh and blood shield. An old acquaintance. What level? A fighter or a knight? It can't be a great night, the engineer said casually. The blond man was slightly surprised, and then smiled elegantly. The knight's combatant. Theodore. What can I do for you? I want to borrow something from you. Chrysanthemums are fine, but heads are not. Theodore was stunned again, and then shook his head in grief. You are such a vulgar person. The next moment, the wind exploded. Theodore crossed nearly 20 meters, and appeared in front of Gao Gong almost instantly. The agility is definitely more than 15 points. As he crossed, the opponent's arm drew an elegant arc. The cuffs made a snap sound. 5 fingers extended from the cuffs of the suit, like 5 iron pliers, grasping Gao Gong's pretty face fiercely. Gao Gong's nose could even smell the burning smell of the electric knife. However, Gao Gong's right hand seemed to be able to predict, and inserted from the lower side, and the 5 fingers quickly mutated in the process of insertion, turning into bloodthirsty capture feet. The 2 biological weapons collided violently. Sparks flew everywhere. Gao Gong was not as agile as the other party, but his strength was better. The bloodthirsty capture foot forcibly resisted the 5 knife fingers, and this Theodore was forced to move back 3 meters. You? Theodore looked at Gao Gong's hands with some doubt, only to see that his hands had completely turned into inverted blood claws, which was simply a smaller version of the Reaper Queen. Do you look familiar? Gao Gong grinned. His eyes fell on the 10 bioelectric knives transformed from the other party's 10 fingers. Biological power generation, high temperature cutting, the standard meat machine technology of the Knights. I have a question. Is your nickname Edward Scissorhands? Oh no. Theodore Scissorhands? Theodore's face darkened. The next moment, the 2 figures fought again. In the early stage of the game, the Knights were equivalent to elite monsters of level 20 to 30, and the lowest 5 attributes were 15 points. Especially after the transformation of meat machinery technology. Some aspects were specially strengthened. During the fight, Gao Gong found that he had underestimated the opponent. This guy's agility was definitely 20 points. Theodore was even more surprised than the senior engineer. The data showed that this person was indeed good at close combat, but this close combat should refer to swordsmanship rather than bare hands. In fact, in terms of barehanded combat alone, in the Knights, many Knight-level leaders were not his opponents. What was even more strange was that the opponent's mutated claws, and the alloy bone transformation recorded in the data. Why was it so similar to his own meat machine technology? The 2 figures were so fast that they were hard to see with the naked eye. The aftermath of the palm knife and the hook claw swept over the nearby luxury cars from time to time, and wherever they passed, they either shattered the glass or tore the car's skin. Gao Gong crushed the engine of a luxury car with 1 claw, and Theodore's 10 fingers flashed, and countless tires were cut and exploded alive. During the battle, Theo found that the opponent's fighting style seemed to be not only strength acceleration, but also a kind of exquisite assassination sword technique. Every move, like the moon in the dark, while being bright, surrounded by a forest of death. Sword dance, in barehanded mode, any sword. State you are proficient and will be temporarily transferred to the arm. Sword skill expertise +1, when using a samurai sword, conventional sword or mantis sword, blocking damage reduction plus 25%. Note, the hand will really move by itself. This is the conditioned reflex of the sword technique. No more than 10 knights came to the desert to perform the mission this time. Below the knight level, Theodore is the strongest. His original target was actually a hunting captain, but he got the news at the last minute, and Gao Gong suddenly appeared. So he changed his target. However, he never expected that the opponent would be so difficult to deal with. The Reaper has no dominant hand, which means that Gao Gong's hands are holding Red Unicorn. Double blade style. During the battle, Theodore was surprised to find that the opponent was getting faster and faster. No, he was getting slower. As long as the opponent's finger knife slides across the skin, it will suck away some blood. This reminds Theodore of some mutant blood-sucking vines. It's not that the opponent has become stronger, but that he has become weaker. Theodore took advantage of a gap in a certain move, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force on his modified arm. 10 electric knives spun violently, tearing the air, and causing a small air vortex. Blade Vortex LV3 Elite. Guide the biomagnetic field through the electric knife to create a small gravitational field. In the gravitational field, your combo damage plus 15%. Enemy agility minus 20%. Attack speed minus 10%. Additional status, bioelectric disorder. However, Gao Gong once again foresaw the future, and his body lightly jumped. and he moved back 1.5 meters in a horizontal direction against the rules of physics, and directly avoided this big move. The senior engineer flicked his wrist, and the single-molecule claw automatically bounced back. He smiled and said, "If this is all you have, you won't be able to save your own life, let alone kill someone." Theodore's chest rose and fell rapidly, and beads of sweat fell on his forehead. There was definitely something wrong with the information. The opponent was stronger than what was recorded in the information, and much stronger. The opponent gave him the feeling of a hunter who was at ease and was teasing his prey. This person's combat power level has definitely reached the level of a knight. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "You don't think that our assassination is only aimed at you, right?" Gao Gong's face darkened. "So, you also attack my subordinates? As long as I hold you back, your subordinates' heads will be brought here soon. By then, will you still be as calm as you are now? Provocation?" Gao Gong suddenly grinned. "The war knights of your knight's order should not be so rich. A strong man with mutant abilities. A low-level robot who can only drive. As long as we prepare targeted measures, even if they are just the lowest-level combatants, we can still deal with them." Sure enough, the security corps has your spies. I remember that my battlefield video was not played out. The battlefield recorder has the function of a camera, and the performance of Gao Gong and the other two was fully recorded, analyzed and targeted. Gao Gong believed that other mechanical hunters were treated in the same way. No wonder this battle went so badly. There must be a traitor in the family. Gao Gong's eyes slowly sank, and the next moment, in Theodore's eyes, Gao Gong's figure changed again, becoming taller, thicker, and stronger. Predator's field unfolds. Food chain connecting. Prey marking successful. Facing the opponent's horrified eyes, the huge Reaper spoke human words. "I remember that the Knight's combatants all have the ability of flesh and machine integration. And now, use it quickly. If you don't use it, you will die." Chapter 53, Ambushed. "Oh my god!" Tai Epiphan's eyes blurred, and he stepped on the brakes subconsciously. The next moment, the glass exploded with a bang, and a ball of black stuff instantly exploded into flesh and blood. Luckily, the glass of the armored vehicle was a 4-layer thickened special glass, which could not only protect against bullets, but also missiles. It looked like a crow, but after being torn into pieces, the ball of black flesh and blood did not fall down, but was still moving actively, and one could even see the blood-sucking organs opening and contracting in the radiated flesh and blood. Tippy quickly turned on the wipers to wipe the thing off. "It's not peaceful here, fatty." That Xiang rarely smiled foolishly, his big face pressed against the glass. On the cracked asphalt road, a corpse could be seen from time to time. Most of these corpses were gnawed and pitted, some showed obvious signs of decay, and it was obvious that they had been dead for many days. Although the scavengers' gathering place was outside the oasis, it was not far away. It was so chaotic here, not to mention other places. Tippy's expression also became serious. He had seen more than once that when the tank passed by, behind the nearby shelters, there were black holes of guns and malicious eyes. It was only because of the heavy protection of the armored tank that he gave up the plan of buying for free. Finally, he drove to the entrance of the gathering place without any danger. It was relatively better here. At least there were no bodies on the ground. Tippy drove the car to a place a little further away and stopped. That Xiang was anxious to leave. "Wait a minute. Put on your clothes first. This is what the boss told us. We will leave quickly after picking up the people." That Xiang responded and hurriedly put on his equipment. Tippy couldn't bear to watch it, so he helped him pull up his pants. As a result, the big fool showed half of his buttocks while running away. Did this guy get his muscles in exchange for his IQ? Iron Skin shook his head, scanned around, confirmed that there was no one around, then lit up his e-cigarette against the car door. His body transformation was quite bad, and his respiratory system was mostly made of plastic. Normal nicotine would heat up the plastic when it enters the lungs, and the mixture would have a bitter and musty smell. The aerosol of the e-cigarette combined with the inferior plastic inexplicably tasted like some kind of coffee. As a cyborg who had long lost his sense of taste, this was one of the few enjoyments he had. But the boss said, if he performs well during this period, he will be given a full body upgrade in a while. Tippy is looking forward to it. Huh? Tippy picked his ears. He has no external ears, only a skull access port, which makes a buzzing sound when the wind blows, like a mosquito flying. So at night, he will shut down his hearing system, which is not difficult, just a few hits on the head, artificially creating poor contact, which sometimes even destroys his vision. But it was night anyway. It didn't make any difference whether it was there or not. At most I could just restart my brain program when I woke up in the morning. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound became louder. Type I was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and blew out a cloud of smoke. The smoke curled upwards. There was no wind. Bang. A sound similar to the pulling of a mechanical bow sounded. Type I turned his head, and saw an arrow as thick as an arm stuck in the tire. 5 or 6 magnetic head chains popped out of the arrow body automatically, and got stuck on the wheel arch cover. It is worth mentioning that the tires of the tank are also specially made, mainly to prevent the mechanical beast from biting, and ordinary sniper bullets cannot penetrate them. Tippy shuddered with fear, threw away the electronic cigarette, opened the door immediately, and rushed in. Through the glass window, an old-fashioned helicopter was seen circling the tank, and the buzzing sound was the sound of the propeller turning. Tippy is not an expert, but he at least knows that the nuclear-powered helicopters of the Security Corps do not have propellers, and those with propellers are 100% antiques from the civilized era. After locking the 3 tires, 2 ropes were dropped from the helicopter, and 2 people slid down from it, holding submachine guns, and blocked the way from the left and right. The 2 men wore bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and normal eyes under the goggles. Only the forearms were modified with prosthetics, which improved the accuracy of shooting and had access ports to connect with smart weapons. However, this purely mechanical modification was not like the style of the Knights. In fact, as a large terrorist organization with business scope covering the entire planet, the Knights did not have many core members. It was good to have 2,000 or 3,000 senior Knights. If they were scattered on the entire planet, they would not splash a single drop of water. Therefore, most of the executors of terrorist actions are bribed peripheral members, mercenaries, indigenous forces, bionic killers, robot gangs, black market AI, everything. Although the 2 raised their submachine guns, they did not shoot. This armored vehicle is not a troop carrier, but an industrial product that can fight against radiation beasts. From glass to armor, the defense standards are ridiculously high. Their purpose is to force the other party to surrender. If they can bring back a complete armored vehicle, they will definitely get more bonuses. After a long stalemate, the tank's engine started, stopped, started, and stopped again. After more than a dozen times, the window slowly rolled down. 2 arms first stretched out of the window. After about 30 seconds, the door slowly opened, and Tippy walked out with a smirk on his face. "Hello, brothers." Woof woof. Ha ha ha. The 2 mercenaries looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their lips. "I don't know where you came from. Why are you targeting me? If there is any misunderstanding, please talk it out." One of them handcuffed Tippy and pressed him on the hood with his backhand. The other waved his hand to the sky. The helicopter approached the tank, and another person swung down from the hook rope. Judging from his equipment and actions, it seems that he is checking whether there is any tracking equipment on the car. "Brother, I am so honest. Please remove my handcuffs. Brother, I really have no money, and I am a mechanical body. I can't even make you feel good. If it doesn't work, I will give you the latest virtual machine of the city that never sleeps. Brother, are you trying to make money or kill people? Let's draw a line." A mercenary couldn't stand the chattering of iron skin, and exerted force with his arms, causing iron skin's waist to make a creaking sound. "We don't want your money, nor your life. You can drive for us later, and go wherever we tell you to go." "Okay, no problem. But I have a companion. How about I leave a message for him?" The mercenary sneered. "Your companion will naturally be taken care of by someone else." Tippy was stunned. His inferior artificial eye made of colored photosensitive plastic flashed, and he stopped talking. On the other side, Fat Xiang happily ran to Lao Yugun's store. This was his first time back since his mother handed him over to Brother Gao. He couldn't wait to tell his mother what had happened during this period. However, when he rushed into the gun shop, Pang Xiang was stunned. The shop was empty. The original weapon display cabinet was covered with a thick layer of dust. The drawers were pulled out. The floor was in a mess. It was full of garbage. It looked like it had been robbed. "Mother?" Pang Xiang scratched his head and wanted to go to the back room to take a look. When he lifted the curtain, gunshots rang out. Pang Xiang's body shook violently, as if he was hit by an invisible force. The huge body took several steps back and fell backwards. The chair behind him was crushed to pieces by the weight. Roar. Under attack, Fat Xiang's small green eyes showed a violent look. His body quickly grew larger. The surging muscle lines bulged from his fat, stretched out, like pythons swimming in the pool of subcutaneous fat. The bullet that had been shot into his chest was squeezed out, and the bleeding bullet hole was immediately filled with muscle. Roar! Roar! The small store was about to burst as Fat Xiang's body grew wildly. The wallboard had been cracked by the pressure, and his 2 feet even kicked the counter to pieces. The fat man struggled to get up. The next moment, the gunshots rang out again. The glass on both sides shattered. 2 metal electric shock heads shot out from the window, one on the left and one on the right. Nailed to Fat Xiang's body. The violent electric current instantly swept through his body. Ouch! A big hole was suddenly pushed out of the roof of the entire gun shop. A basketball-sized fist fiercely smashed the concrete wall, and a 2-story-high giant broke through the wall. The honesty had disappeared from Fat Xiang's face, and the deformed giant's face was full of flesh, only fierceness and hideousness. Where's my mom? Fat Xiang pulled violently. And a mercenary holding an electric shock device was caught off guard, and was pulled directly into the air. The next moment, his upper and lower body was pinched by the strange hand. With a violent pull, his internal organs and blood sprayed all over the ground. Mom! The deformed giant roared, and dim hot air overflowed from his teeth. This was radiation smoke. Shoot! Shoot! Pay attention to your position. Keep calm. Stay calm. And use the formation to deal with large radioactive beasts. I don't know when. There were more than a dozen mercenaries holding guns outside the store. With the order of the leader, the electric shock heads of 7 or 8 large electric shock devices shot at the giant. The visible electric current swept through his body, and large areas of skin were electrified black. You die! The deformed giant began to exert force, and the enemies holding electric guns were shaken. Seeing this, the mercenaries standing on the roofs on both sides pressed the button of the launcher. A thick rope popped out from the muzzle of the launcher. The front end of the thick rope was a large hook in the shape of an anchor. As the special force-bearing structure took effect, it wrapped around the body several times, and the tip was stuck in the thigh muscle. The other end of the thick rope was tied to a pickup truck. The other anchor followed suit, except that it was stuck in the giant's arm. The 2 pickup trucks started in reverse at the same time. With a snap, the 2 thick ropes were pulled tight. Amid the roar of the engines of the 2 transport vehicles, the deformed giant was pulled and could not move. Chapter 54. Find the traitor. Like Gao Gong and Tiepi, Pang Xiang was also targeted. In fact, Pang Xiang only attacked a few times, but even so, the enemy was fully prepared. Taser, hook, including hunting guns specifically for large radioactive beasts. Pang Xiang was like a target fixed in place, and several more dangerous weapons, such as grenade launchers, had been carried on his shoulders, ready to go. The tacit cooperation of these well-trained mercenaries even surpassed many hunter combinations. However, their information was only the first version. Several mercenaries suddenly noticed that the deformed giant had an oversized elastic belt on his waist, and on his right hand, there was also a large metal glove that was almost deformed. Magnetic gloves. These gloves can increase grip strength by 9%, heavy attack damage of blunt weapons by plus 12%, and increase the skill of magnetic call. Gao Gong's countless training finally worked. Fat Xiang's instinct made him snap his fingers, which was the switch to turn on magnetic call. The next moment, on the side of the old friend's gun shop, a bowling ball-sized metal ball was immediately sucked in. This was the tool that Fatty Xiang used to lose weight in the past. One ball weighed 70 kilograms. The deformed giant held the metal ball in one hand and exerted force violently. The next moment, the metal ball seemed to have traveled through space and appeared in front of a mercenary holding a sniper rifle. As if hit by a shell, the mercenary was instantly torn into pieces. The same trick was used again. The next moment, a 3-meter-long iron rod as thick as a bowl was sucked into the palm of his hand. The giant shook his wrist deftly, and the iron rod swept across, and wherever it passed, the 3 mercenaries had their tendons and bones broken. Stick type LV3 advanced. Once a famous monster hunter specialty, it was given to Fat Xiang by Ant Xiang, who has the same ability. Long weapon stun effect plus 20%, critical attack damage to large beasts plus 15%, additional status, Iron Wall. When using blunt weapons to block, stamina consumed minus 30%. 3 electric shocks are not controlled by anyone. Naturally lost their effectiveness. The deformed giant took the opportunity to lean back. The shell fired by the howitzer almost hit his head. Shoot! Shoot! The mercenary captain was stunned for a moment, then shouted. He didn't expect the other party to have such strange equipment. The bullets from the submachine gun rained down on the giant. However, the giant, who could only use one hand, turned the iron rod deftly. The shadow of the rod flickered. The wind of the rod whistled. And in just 10 seconds, 2 more mercenaries were smashed to death. The veins on the mercenary captain's forehead were exposed. How could this guy be much stronger than expected? The ferocious eyes of the deformed giant suddenly stared at him. The mercenary captain swallowed his saliva and was about to do something. But the iron rod was like a scope. A black shadow flashed, penetrated through his mouth, and nailed to the mud behind him. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, the deformed giant suddenly retched a few times, spit out a few mouthfuls of yellow phlegm, and his body began to shrink step by step. The bullets squeezed and his flesh fell like rain. The time for the deformation has come. Originally, this skill could last longer, but Fat Xiong was attacked too much. The remaining mercenaries looked at each other and set their eyes on the unconscious target. The next moment, the sound of machine guns rang out again. Only this time, the gunshots came from behind. Ironhide and 2 dogs appeared behind the mercenaries. 10 minutes ago. As the third mercenary nodded, the remaining 2 mercenaries relaxed. There was no tracking equipment on this tank. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. You dog, you are too spineless. I haven't done anything to you yet, and you're barking. A mercenary laughed. I'm talking to a dog, what does it have to do with you? Ironhide suddenly changed his attitude and sneered. The man was stunned at first, then furious. Just as he was about to do something, the chassis of the tank suddenly opened, and a strange dog-headed tank fell down. The muzzle of the tank had long been in the automatic aiming mode, and sparks were spitting out continuously, and the man was shot into a pulp in an instant. The iron sheet fell to the ground and rolled over, rolling into the chassis of the car. At the same time, the hood of the car also flipped open, and another human-headed dog turned over. There was a special restlessness in the dog's eyes, and his limbs crawled on the ground. The radiation energy gun on his back was aimed at the helicopter not far away. The next moment, his body shook, and a flash of light as thick as a thumb flashed by. Explosions, gunshots, shouts, and finally calm. Tippy patted his head gently, confirming that his hearing system was not malfunctioning. And then he climbed out carefully. 5 corpses. A helicopter wreckage. There were also 2 human-headed dogs in patrol mode. Tippy jumped up immediately and mocked. When it comes to kidnapping, Brother Tippy is your ancestor. I am so powerful to fight 5 people alone. After a moment, his face changed again. Fuck. Is Fatty okay? Fatty Xiong opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Tippy carefully poking his head out from behind a wall. Seeing that Fatty Xiong was about to say something, Tippy hurriedly stopped him. Don't talk yet. You are too seriously injured, and talking will tear the wound. I don't know who the enemy is, nor how many enemies there are, but I know that the enemies are definitely not all dead. Fatty, you are really heavy. You almost crushed me to death. Suddenly, a low dog bark sounded. Tippy's face changed. This was a warning of danger. Go. Go. Go! Tippy held Fatty Xiong with difficulty and fled to the back. But not long after he went, an old voice sounded. You little mechanical brat, why are you running away from your grandpa? Meat machine technology is the technology of the Knights faction, which is said to be derived from the military technology of the civilized era. From the perspective of the senior engineer, this meat machine technology is somewhat similar to the route he took, but it is definitely not the same route. Fusion Ascension requires at least 3 levels of civilization accumulation to become a camp specialty. Even Gao Gong, a former 6th level civilization leader, dare not say that he can definitely go through this path. Planetary civilization is only a 1st level civilization, and flesh machine technology naturally cannot be a dual route. But at least on the surface, the route taken by flesh machine technology and Gao Gong is similar. As the flesh machine integration began, Theodore's elegant face became extremely hideous. His pupils quickly turned red, and blue veins squeezed out of his face. Affected by this, the 10 electric knives in his hand suddenly retracted. The next moment, an electric knife pierced out from the forearm, then the upper arm, then the shoulder blade, and the spine. The electric knives in the opponent's body seemed to be far more than 10, at least visible to the naked eye, There were more than 20 piercing out of the body. And more. The opponent's aura also began to rise rapidly. This guy seemed to have turned into a hedgehog man. Galgong looked at this scene indifferently. And the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Metal strong food biological transformation. You can absorb nutrients in your body through the harvester stomach to strengthen yourself. Specify one attribute plus 15%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooling time, 6 hours. As the Reaper Queen's stomach moves rapidly, Galgong can clearly feel that a special feeling is brewing. Almost at the moment, when this feeling merges with agility, Galgong suddenly jumps up. Do you really think I'm waiting for you to hold back your ultimate move? I'm not a Scion. Galgong's speed is nearly a quarter faster than before. A trace of pain flashed across Theodore's ferocious face. The next moment, his skin and flesh exploded, and 5 or 6 electric knives shot out, with a speed comparable to that of bullets. Galgong only avoided the vital parts, allowing the electric knives to cut through his skin and pierce into his flesh. You received 21 points of damage. You received 17 points of damage. You received 24 points of damage, and the local skin enters a state of high temperature burns. In the previous life, players in the Mechanical City camp went to kill the monsters of the nights more than once, because this kind of humanoid monster has a lot of rewards. After a long time of playing, everyone gradually figured out the trick. That is, in the enhanced mode of flesh and machine integration, the opponent will be stiff for a short time, and flesh and machine technology has a connecting equipment, which is responsible for balancing machine and flesh. As long as this equipment is destroyed, the damage caused will be 10 times that of normal, and it is very easy to trigger one-hit kill. However, under normal conditions, this equipment is often hidden deep in the body. Only in the stiffness of the flesh-machine integration will it be revealed. Galgong had also used it in his previous life, but unfortunately, it did not have a fatal effect. But he did not expect that he could satisfy his regret in this life. The bloodthirsty claw directly inserted into the opponent's chest. Where the palm passed, the skin and flesh shrank, and soon grabbed a vaguely visible mechanical part, and squeezed it hard. Theodore let out a hoarse scream. All the electric hot knives were ejected, and some of them could even see the connecting nerves on the root of the knife. You caused 1123 damage to the knight's combatant Theodore. Your attack triggered a one-hit kill. Theodore vomited blood, looked at Galgong in disbelief, and uttered the last words with difficulty. The knight returns to the land of flesh and blood. Humph, do you think I can do nothing if you die? Galgong said indifferently, grabbed the opponent's head with his backhand, and took it off. It's enough that your skull is not broken. You have killed Theodore, rewarded with 1220 experience points, regional reputation plus 100. Knight's combatant favorability minus 300. You turn on the faction reputation mode, enemy minus 300. Knight's combatant. Under normal circumstances, Galgong has no problem defeating this scissor-handed combatant, but it is not easy to keep him. After all, the opponent is an agile close combat expert. If he wants to run, he can run at any time. If the opponent is smarter and more careful, Galgong's method will not work. Unfortunately, there is no if in life. Galgong walked to the phone in 2 steps, and pressed the phone on the armored vehicle. The call was quickly connected. Hello, boss. Is he okay? Well, the fat man was seriously injured, but he didn't die. By the way, boss, I go back first, and talk to you later if there is anything. Galgong hung up the phone directly, and then pulled out the electric knives inserted in his body one by one, because he had just sucked enough blood. Every time he pulled out a knife, the blood hole would automatically close, leaving only a shallow cut. At the same time, the system's task reminder sounded. Task, Lurker. Difficulty, Normal plus Task Briefing. The traitor in the security corps sold a lot of your information to the knights, putting you and your teammates in danger. Dig him out, and let him know that. The reward for betrayal is bloody. Task target, kill the traitor in the security corps. Task reward, experience plus 1500, favorability of the security corps plus 500, favorability of Anseong plus 200. Dare to touch my people. Galgong pulled out the last electric knife, and nailed it to the table. Looking for death. Chapter 55 Factory Love Story. Recycling Station, Abandoned Building. In an oversized nutrient tank. The previous tenant of this nutrient tank was the Harvester Queen, and this tenant has become Fat Seong. The Harvester Queen's ferocious figure is full of the grace of a predator. And Fat Seong is pure fat, bloated. The area occupied by the two creatures is surprisingly similar. Gao Gong stood with his arms folded. Andy Xiang's expression was uncertain. In the room, there was only the sound of the detection equipment running. After a long while, Professor Han raised his head and said calmly, "There are large areas of burns all over the body. Internal bleeding. Some muscle groups are severely torn. And moderate radiation. Just tell me the result." Engineer Gao said without replying. "The first one is ordinary surgery to repair. But in this case, the best outcome for the injured person is mild disability. The patient can take care of himself, but he can no longer fight." Professor Han glanced at the remains of the Reaper Queen's body. "The second one is to replace the patient's circulatory system with its circulatory system. But the risk of surgery is higher, and it will cause serious biological rejection." Engineer Gao did not speak. Aunt Xiang was silent for a moment, and said, "Use the second one." "Okay. I'll get ready." Professor Han went to the information room next to him, and when the two of them passed by each other, Professor Han suddenly spoke. "I didn't expect to see you here, Xiaomei Xiang." "I didn't expect it either, Researcher Han. Everyone thought you were in trouble. It's great that you're alive." Professor Han walked through the door. Old Sun outside the door opened his mouth, with a complicated look, but Professor Han didn't even look at him, and walked straight past. "I'll give you an explanation about this matter." "Of course." Andy Xiang only stared at Fat Xiang, who was covered in blood, with a cold tone. Gao Gong took a last look at Fat Xiang, and also went out. Huang Yuanli, who was at the stairs, saw this and hurried over. "He's not dead. We'll do the surgery later." The young woman breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the engineer was still walking, she hurriedly chased after him. "It's great that Pang Pang is not dead. But is the surgery risky? Is there anything I can do? When the surgery is done, you can use telepathy to find Pang Xiang's consciousness and help him stay awake. When biological rejection rises, humanity is easily swallowed by animality." "Okay." The young woman nodded seriously. "And Aunt Xiang's old friends, please take care of them for me. I don't have the energy to take care of them now." "No problem. People in our cable tribe are the best at making friends." The young woman slapped her chest with a paw-paw sound. "Also, a snake cannot survive without a head. Let the old guys in your tribe prepare for the cable sacrifice, and help you take the position according to the rules of your tribe, and become the new chief elder of the tribe." The young woman was stunned and said, "There are only so few people. Is it necessary to be so formal? Besides, I don't particularly want to be the chief elder. People won't always be like this. Your tribe has great potential, and will grow and develop soon." The senior engineer suddenly stopped and looked at the other party seriously. "It's boring to be the chief elder. Do you want to be the city lord?" The little woman stopped where she was, and was stunned for a long time. "What do you mean by city lord?" Unfortunately, Engineer Gao didn't care about burying people, and he closed the door of the armored vehicle with the sound of the air pump, and then picked up the car phone and dialed a number. "This is the factory's internal hotline. Please press 1 for orders. Please press 2 for maintenance. Please press." Engineer Gao directly reported a string of numbers. "Please connect me to Director Du of Workshop number 315. "Okay." Huang Yuanli's ears were pressed tightly against the car door, but the sound insulation of the tank was too good. She could only vaguely hear a woman's voice. After a long while, the car door was reopened. The young woman looked at the other person with a gossipy look. Hee. Who was that woman just now? Was she your old lover? Why did you call her? None of your business. I am just concerned about you. You are an old Lolita. You haven't even married yet, and you still care about me. Why? Are you worried that people who like you are all Lolita lovers? At your age, it's good enough that a Lolita lover is thinking about you." The young woman was so angry that she jumped up and bit the engineer's thigh. The biggest system modification of the original body is a titanium alloy skeleton. The reason why the movement system has at least a 5% modification rate is because of this. This is not a very advanced, but very professional mechanical modification. More importantly, titanium alloy skeletons are not easy to make. This is the soldier template of the mechanical core, the kind that is not sold to the outside. The reason why it was obtained is naturally with the help of internal personnel. The person who helped was a woman. The story is also very simple, to sum up in one sentence. The love story of the factory brother and the factory sister that must be told. One day 10 years ago, a Shahad boy in a factory said to a factory girl with a defiant look on his face, "I don't want to be a worker all my life. I want to go to the desert to fight for wealth. Either return home in glory, or die on the battlefield. There is no other option." Men must rely on themselves. Then he went. Then he quickly got on the list of a rich woman named Black Rose and started his career as a wolf dog. The factory girl who stayed behind relied on her talent for screwing screws and worked her way up step by step, from apprentice to general worker to junior worker, then intermediate worker, senior worker, promoted to first line management, line leader, team leader, and all the way up. If this were written into a novel, it would be full of positive energy. Ordinary women are independent and self-reliant and realize their life value through the real industry. Men go into the sea. Women stand up. Then one day, the independent woman Du once again ran into her childhood sweetheart, whom she had always been thinking about. Du Xiaodi, who was already the workshop director at the time, confessed again very seriously, "I will support you." A little wolf dog sneered and obeyed on the spot. This titanium alloy skeleton was made in this way. There is a reason why the original owner's character is in the single digits. This is not the key. The key is that, if you want to find out the traitor, it is quite nonsense to expect them to check and correct themselves. Reports will fall on deaf ears. The result of the Hydra battle proved that the upper echelons of the security corps are masters of fooling around. At this time, it is not enough for him to turn the table over by himself, and a higher level department must intervene strongly. It just so happens that the factory is such an organization. Factory organization is not a factory, nor a set of production lines. If there must be a definition, it is more like the state-owned enterprise system of the Mechanical City Camp, or Planet Factory, or AI production line. It is mainly responsible for accepting purchases from the main brain of the Mechanical City. The factory cluster where the radiation desert is located is responsible for providing all materials for several mechanical cities, including the never-sleeping city. It is equivalent to the general logistics base. The security group, its essence is factory security. Although it is appointed by the never-sleeping city intelligent main brain, its main job is to protect the factory. Now think about it, the Cloud Nobles took advantage of the loopholes between the three systems of Mechanical City, Mother City Legion, and Factory. The overlapping area of the three parties, after some operations, became a no-man's land. If the other party can pull the tiger's skin, Gao Gong can naturally cling to the thigh. We are all scum. Who is afraid of who? Is your character lower than mine? But before turning the table, Gao Gong must lift the table first. The current situation is actually a very good opportunity. During the war, soldiers were assassinated in the street. Outside the oasis, the beast tide is eyeing. If you make achievements at this time, it is relatively easy to be set as a model. The more they fool around, the more they emphasize the role of advanced leaders. It has always been like this. Gao Gong found Littlefinger again, and used his dark network to investigate the situation of other colleagues. It is obvious that the target of this assassination is definitely not just their team. With the knight's usual style of big-handedness, the entire list might be swept. On the other side, by the bonfire, a dozen or so old men with missing arms and legs were bragging in a circle. The old men were not actually old. The oldest was only in their 40s. But they all had gray hair, sagging skin, and a listless look. But in their narrowed eyes, they occasionally flashed a green light like a beast. Not far away, the mercenaries tied up were their work. These were the old generation of classical hunters. More than a decade ago, the desert was their battlefield. However, time kills heroes. As biological rejection reaches its limit, they have to leave the stage. These people, like Lao Sun, live in a very difficult situation, no different from scavengers. So when An Xiang invited them, they joined without hesitation. Tiepy likes this group of old people very much. From these people, he feels the aura of the long-lost gang boss. Moreover, without them, he and Fatty Xiang might not have escaped. These old-timers were more boastful than each other, and they told dirty jokes everywhere. In their mouths, the lowest level radioactive beasts they killed were all Class C. If they were any lower, killing them would dirty their hands. One of the blind old-timers saw the tribal girl coming to pour water, and secretly touched her, but the girl from the Cable tribe was not easy to deal with either. She picked up the kettle, and started to beat the old man violently. When the others saw the scene, they all laughed and mocked her in various ways. Old Qian, you are a pervert. You can't change your nature. You deserve it. You still want women in this state. Your reproductive system has been modified. Lioli bullied Lao Qian, who was pinned to the ground and beaten, with a bruised face and blood spurting out of his nose. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I didn't mean it. It's a conditioned reflex. Do you understand conditioned reflex? It's the sequelae of implanting biological weapons." After a fierce beating, the tribal lowly snorted coldly and walked away. Thinking back then, I killed a B-class Titan beast with my own hands and fought against 3 beast groups alone. I didn't suffer such a great insult. Young people nowadays have no martial ethics at all. Lao Qian covered his nose and grimaced. But he tried to save face and tried to prove that he just didn't hit women. The laughter around him became louder. Old Sun stood not far away. His eyes were dazed. His lips pursed. And he seemed to have made up his mind. Chapter 56. The task chain has reached its bottom. The operation lasted for 1 night. Thanks to the surgical skills of Senior Engineer LV5 and Professor Han's bionic transformation plan, the operation was successful. On a makeshift hospital bed, the pale-faced Fat Xiong lay on the bed. As he breathed in and out, the exposed skin actually showed a faint red color. Save the life to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Since the circulatory system has been transformed, the subcutaneous blood pump, the harvester cells have also been implanted. A rough calculation shows that, this transformation, Fat Xiong's health must be increased by at least 400. This does not include the organ devitalization, micro-limb regeneration, same-kind hunting blessing. These are abilities that even Gao Gong covets. If it weren't for the severe rejection of the harvester cells, Gao Gong would have installed them on himself long ago. A harvester with AC plus boss template can produce quite a lot of good things. Some B-level radiation beasts don't have this quality of output. Huang Yuanli looked a little tired. Last night's operation was not completely smooth. There were several times when Fat Xiong almost triggered the revival of the Reaper Queen's consciousness. It was this little woman who helped him defeat the Queen's consciousness. But she didn't complain. Since she became a brain toilet, the little woman's willpower has obviously improved a lot. "I just seem to see old man Sun coming over," Professor Han said suddenly. "Yeah, I came to take a look. You don't seem to have a good relationship?" He went too far in that incident. A betrayer can never be forgiven. Gao Gong shook his head, not intending to care about these old grudges, and glanced at the system panel. Mission completed. Reward for the heritage of classical mechanical hunters. Old Sun didn't say much. He directly told Gao Gong an address, and started the 3rd round of the mission. Mission 3rd round, Heritage. Difficulty. Difficult mission brief. The rise of all professions is due to the development of technology, and the classical mechanical hunters are no exception. What secrets are there in their heritage? Mission objective. Go to the cemetery of the classical mechanical hunters, obtain their former weapons, but remember, be careful of the undead. Mission reward. Experience plus 2200, implanted biological weapons *5, biological weapon blueprints *7. This time, the rewards are a bit high. This means that this task chain is almost completed. Generally speaking, the task chain of the 1st level civilization is within 10 rings, the task chain of the 2nd level civilization is within 20 rings, the task chain of the 3rd level civilization is 30 rings, and so on. Similarly, the 1st level task chain is within the scope of the planet. The 2nd level task chain is between several planetary colonies. The 3rd level task chain is the entire galaxy. For example, Lao Sun's task chain does not exceed 5 rings, and the scope is limited to a certain area. The difficulty can only be considered medium. In the later stages of the game, if you don't get the advanced space theory or jump technology, you will be exhausted just by running quests. Of course, you can also buy superluminal spaceships from advanced civilizations, or rent the right to use the constant particle state black hole. It's just this price, which often makes players burst into tears. 100 times premium is nothing. These NPCs are directly overpriced by 1,000 times. And it's up to you to buy or not. If you don't buy, some low-level civilizations are willing to spend all their money to buy. The address given by Lao Sun was not close, separated by 2 oases. Gao Gong decided to complete this task chain after the traitor was dealt with. There was no other way. He couldn't wait for 10 or 8 years to build a force from scratch. Inheriting the legacy of the classical mechanical hunters was a good shortcut. As for the biological rejection that the classical mechanical hunters were most worried about, he was not without a solution. The short-term solution was naturally to open the blueprint. Gao Gong knew several blueprints that could reduce biological rejection. The long-term solution is that his level exceeds level 30. After level 30, the initial fusion of carbon base and machinery is completed. The senior engineer can use himself as a life template to solve biological rejection within the scope of the first-level civilization. This method is similar to flesh-machine technology. In the final analysis, the reason why the classical mechanical hunter was discontinued is not because the potential of this profession has been exhausted, but because the corresponding technology tree upgrade has not been completed. In fact, after the knights became the overlord of the desert, a large number of mechanical hunters were added to the vassal army. With the blessing of the knights' technology, these people are also very good at fighting. At this time, a lowly from the Cable tribe hurriedly said, "Sisterly and Brother Gao, there are suddenly a lot of people outside. The recycling station is relatively hidden, and Engineer Gao has repeatedly arranged for members of the tribe to install barbed wire in all directions of the recycling station to create artificial barriers. And those who can come here at this time are most likely Littlefinger's people. Is this quack doctor so efficient?" When Engineer Gao hurried over, he found a group of people standing outside the barbed wire, holding weapons, each with injuries, and with alert expressions. The warriors of the tribe were in a stalemate with them. A short figure was roaring angrily. "You cripple, let us in quickly." "No, this is our home." Meng Duo shook his head. "Get out of here." "No." Meng Duo's eyes blurred, and the short figure appeared in front of him, and kicked him hard in the abdomen with his right foot, knocking him to the ground. The faces of the others changed, and they all picked up their weapons. However, almost at the same time, another figure appeared at a faster speed, and his long legs whipped out whips in the air. "Master!" Matsushima Keiko was shocked, and quickly grabbed the whip kick of the person who came. However, the opponent was faster, and the black shadow transformed by the whip kick bent in midair, and rushed to her chest, slamming her to the ground viciously, and the metal hairpin of the ponytail was broken. The 5 or 6 people following her were shocked, but before the bolt was pulled, a strange force suddenly emerged from the gun, making the submachine gun fly away. The same was true for the knife, the sword, including the smart weapon, and their connectors were all pulled out. The opponent's speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. After a moment, Engineer Gao stood still, threw down the pile of weapons in his arms, and glanced around coldly. "What, are you here to mess things up?" Seeing that there was no fun to watch, several of Littlefinger's men came over with shameless faces. "Brother Gao, it was Brother Finger who asked us to bring the people over. Who the hell dares to hit our people?" Huang Yuanli also arrived at this time, rolled up his sleeves, and surrounded with a group of tribe members. Seeing Meng Duo falling to the ground, he quickly asked someone to help him up, and then looked at Matsushima Keiko, who fell to the ground in the same posture, and was slightly stunned. The young woman calculated her height, and immediately felt a sense of superiority. They were going to force their way in right away. "And we fought as soon as we tried to stop them," Meng Duo said, suppressing his anger. "You did a good job." Engineer Gao nodded. "Well, I'm still confident in Meng Duo's work," Huang Yuanli added. Meng Duo looked at the footprints on his chest, and the state where he had almost no power to fight back, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Engineer Gao made a move, and immediately calmed the situation, and Keiko Matsushima, who got up from the ground, didn't care about the kick at all, and pleaded, "Please save Daisy." Three-handed Daisy? What happened to her? The 2 Littlefinger men opened the car door and carried a stretcher down, and Three-handed Daisy now became Three-handed Daisy. Engineer Gao now knew why Littlefinger was able to find someone so quickly. There were only 2 prosthetic doctors in the entire Auto City. With injuries of this level, except for him, only he could save the patient. Carry the person into the operating room. Engineer Gao paused, and glanced coldly at Keiko Matsushima. "As for you, apologize to my man. If he doesn't accept your apology, you don't even think about coming in." "Brother Gao, there's another one." In another car, another stretcher was carried down. This person was more seriously injured, and his body was no longer in human form, only the key parts occasionally exploded with sparks. "This is Huangwen. Is he still alive?" Gao Dong looked at him for a long time before recognizing him. Brother Jito said that this guy was invaded by an electronic virus, and the part of his electronic body was completely blown up. He only had 1 breath left. But this guy seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. His men brought his spare body parts here. Gao Gong looked at another group of people. They were more mechanical engineers than mechanical hunters. "Please save our captain. As long as the captain survives, we will give you an absolutely reasonable reward." A mechanical engineer spoke calmly, but his eyes were filled with anxiety. Brother Jito said that he was not sure about this kind of whole-body blood replacement surgery. So he asked you to try your best. I can't guarantee that he can be saved. The mechanical engineer was relieved. As long as you are willing to help, we can accept any outcome. Engineer Gao nodded and made way. Another surgery? You have been in surgery all night, Huang Yuanli said worriedly. There are not many opportunities to subdue two captains at once. Ask someone to change your room for Fatty Xiong. He is too fat. The operating room can't accommodate two patients. I'll find someone to do it right away. Huang Yuanli nodded and said huh again. By the way, where is Aunt Xiong? Why didn't I see her all morning? Didn't you notice that something was missing in the operating room? What was missing? Huang Yuanli recalled carefully. There were too many organ parts in that room, which was scary to look at. She always avoided going in if she could. But in my impression, oh, the 6 Reaper Queen's blade limbs. Chapter 57 Special Rescue. Desira seemed to have had a long nightmare. In the dream, a violent fire giant held the Twilight Sword, and the fierce flames destroyed all her weapons, burning her to ashes. Cough cough. Desira opened her eyes in confusion. Above her head was the pale light of the sterile room. A breathing mask was hung on her mouth. A light mist was produced with every breath. No wonder she felt a little stuffy. Desira's 2 prostheses had lost their sensitivity, which did not surprise her, but her left hand also had no reaction, which made her feel a little empty. He turned his neck with difficulty. And sure enough, his left hand was cut off at the root. You're awake. A cold electronic synthesized voice sounded. Daisy looked over and saw a brand new mechanical body lying on the operating table not far away, with very little flesh. The mechanical body was motionless, but the electronic screen above the operating table fell down, turned over, and the screen lit up, revealing Huang Wen's face. How did you? Same as you. But I'm not as lucky as you. The electronic virus destroyed all my prostheses. This is not surprising. The cyber hackers in the city that never sleeps can also do this. After all, the electronic wall I installed is only the basic version. But what surprised me is that these electronic viruses can actually invade my physical body, making my new prosthesis only in standby mode. Once the prosthesis is restarted, the virus will instantly revive. Huang Wen's head filled the screen, but his expression was unexpectedly calm. Daisy was stunned. She knew how powerful cyber hackers were, but it was too much to say that they could even invade the body. Electronic viruses can invade the body. How did they do that? Normal viruses can't do that. According to my guess, the electronic knight should have uploaded her virus to the cybernet and activated it. The activated virus can directly interfere with the nervous system. You can think of it as opening a backdoor in my head. So I'm in this state now. Similar to paralyzed people using brain waves to read and speak. Daisy's face twitched. Then you're really unlucky. No. Actually, I'm already very lucky. Because not every cyborg doctor can put my damaged cyborg back. This is a huge project. As for the electronic virus, this is not within the scope of the cyborg doctor's treatment, so I am very grateful to Mr. Gao. Engineer Gao, he helped me. Did he find a cyborg doctor? You misunderstood. Mr. Gao is a cyborg doctor himself, and his surgical skills are quite superb. He is a cyborg doctor? Desira was stunned. She had never heard of this news, you know. The value of 100 mechanical hunters is not as good as that of a cyborg doctor. If Gao Gong is really a prosthetic doctor, then why would the security corps let him go? They will probably do whatever it takes to get him into the corps. The role of a prosthetic doctor is not just to replace parts, but to treat illnesses and save lives at the mechanical level. As if he could see what the other party was thinking. Huang Wen's electronic voice sounded again. Perhaps this is the reason. Not everyone wants to join the Legion. Of course, there is another possibility. As long as a prosthetic doctor wants, he can always pull together a large team. From the current point of view, this person is very ambitious. Daisy said puzzledly, my impression of Gao Gong is that he is a lone wolf. And he doesn't like to cooperate with others. People will change. I have asked my mechanic to join in. All the prosthetic materials I have collected over the years, as well as mechanical repair tools and weapon systems, will be shipped here one after another. My 300,000 mechanical coins have been deposited into his account. Daisy was stunned again. After a long while, she said, how did he convince you? Does he have any ambitious plans? Huang Wen, he said calmly, no need to convince me. As long as he doesn't adjust my mechanical body regularly, I will definitely be brain dead. I'm afraid of death, so I surrendered. Daisala. Outside, Keiko Matsushima rushed in first after hearing the noise, and the remaining 5 members of the fireweed team followed closely behind. Daisala, I'm so glad you're okay, wow 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 wow. Matsushima Keiko hugged her and cried. Daisala forced a smile, and was about to say a few words to comfort her, but her face changed immediately after a glance. Where are the others? Several members of the Edelweiss team looked at each other, and the last deputy captain said with a stiff face, There are only us, Daisala. Like you, we were also attacked by a large number of unknown people. Keiko finally forced the combat ship Ranning Kwangwu to drive us out. Daisala, don't lose heart. As long as you are okay, our Edelweiss team can rebuild at any time. The remaining half of Daisala's face was shaking badly. In its heyday, the Edelweiss team had more than 50 mechanical hunters, and they were all elite close combat. Even in that great defeat, it still retained more than 30 combatants. All of these people are life and death comrades that I can trust with my back. Now, including myself, there are only 7 members left. If this can comfort you, my mechanic team suffered no less losses than you. In fact, if it weren't for the last moment, our surviving members detonated those virus teammates as biological weapons, they would have been wiped out. You actually used your comrades as human bombs. Matsushima Keiko looked at the other party with disgust. In a control system, any damaged electronic parts must be replaced in time, otherwise it will only lead to the collapse of the entire system. I think you should understand this after being the deputy captain for so many years, Matsushima Keiko. Daisala held down Matsushima Keiko, who was about to curse, and took a deep breath. Engineer Gao, no, where is Mr. Gao? I want to see him. He's not here. Huang Yuanli walked in and curiously glanced at Huang when on the electronic screen. He asked me to inform you. If you want to know where he is, just turn on the battlefield recorder. Who would bring that damn thing? The security corps betrayed us. All the weapons of those ambushers are targeted. That's right. The security corps is killing us after we have done our job. They will not die well. Looking at the angry crowd, Huang Yuanli shrugged and took out a high-tech walkie-talkie. He knew you didn't have this thing. So he was ready. This is the recorder from the early days of the war. In addition to real-time recording, it only has the function of refreshing the list. The current handcuff version, in addition to refreshing the list, also has the function of real-time live broadcast. It is said that this is a study of the operation mode of live broadcast sales in the civilized era. Through real-time reward feedback, it can stimulate the desire of mechanical hunters to go to the battlefield. As soon as the hunting rankings were opened, I saw that the ranking of a certain person rose rapidly. And it rose by 1 ranking almost every few minutes. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a certain hunter Gao once again entered the top 10. An hour ago, the western defense line of the Auto City was actually, since the Battle of the Scavenger City ended, the so-called 4 major defense lines have been dead in name only. Outside the oasis, there are only new radiation circles of various sizes, and no living people can be seen. What is even more disturbing is that the new radiation circles are merging, and once the fusion is completed, it will be the beginning of the general attack on the oasis. And if the oasis is captured, if nothing unexpected happens, a new urban circle will be born immediately in the original place. In the no man's land. Behind each protective wall and each shooting platform, there are a large number of abandoned supplies and bullets. If the mechanical hunters are a pseudo-army organization, then the security group is a standard national army. They are stronger in killing and wounding when the wind is favorable. But once they encounter an unfavorable situation, they will collapse faster than anyone else. The mechanical army can achieve a 100% combat loss ratio. But as long as the security army loses more than 10%, the morale will be unstable. And if it exceeds 30%, then collapse will become inevitable. At this moment, a tactical team was fighting and retreating. On their bodies, they were wearing exoskeletons that were more advanced than ordinary mechanical hunters. Customized blue metal shell, streamlined armor structure, weapon system that conforms to kinematics, with various large and small weapons inserted and hung on the palms and shoulders of the exoskeleton. There were even small beam launchers and small multifunctional missile launchers. Needless to say, the small beam launcher is the predecessor of energy weapons, also known as the close combat air cannon. The exoskeletons that can be equipped with missile launch systems are at least excellent plus in level. However, the interiors of these weapon systems are empty. Obviously, all these large-scale weapons have been emptied. At this moment, These exoskeleton warriors can only fight and retreat with assault rifles and machine guns. At this time, the advantages of the radiation beasts are reflected. These monsters rush forward one by one. Whenever they are about to die, their radiation organs begin to glow. And then, there is a terrifying explosion. The 2-meter deep and 3-meter deep mud pits on the battlefield were blown out in this way. Even the most advanced exoskeleton would be damaged if hit once. If hit twice, the internal organs of the user would be injured. If hit 3 times, the exoskeleton and the user would die together. The Major's team, which was fighting and retreating, had only a dozen people left in the continuous explosions. However, there were at least hundreds of radioactive beasts around, watching covetously. Even the most determined Major Zhou Song couldn't help but despair at this time. At this moment, the engine roared. At the end of the line of sight, an armored vehicle was rushing forward. From a distance, machine guns were turned out from both sides of the vehicle body and began to sweep the radioactive beasts. The firepower line was like 2 invisible whips. Wherever it passed, people and beasts fell. Giant Maginot 3. Our people. The Major's eyes lit up, and he ordered on the spot. Everyone defend on the spot to buy time for friendly forces. The Giant Maginot 3 is indeed the latest model of heavy armored vehicle. It rushed into the herd without stopping for a moment. The explosion immediately drowned out the car body, but the sound of the machine gun never stopped. Finally, when the last dozen or so radiated beasts fled in all directions, the blackened chariot finally rolled out from the pile of beast corpses and stopped in front of the Major. In the green smoke, the car window slowly rolled down, and a young face appeared. Gao Gong lit 2 cigarettes and handed one to the other party. Excuse me, where are the most radiated beasts here? Chapter 58. 6 swords fight against a group of beasts, and the sea of sand is freed from disasters. Zhou Tsong took the cigarette of the brand Night City in a daze. It is said that this brand of cigarettes can simulate part of the physical sensation of the virtual experience machine, and the taste is like a bionic maid giving you a tongue massage. He hesitated for a while, and then spoke. You are not one of us. Then your car. Your people. Where are you from? Former Major Zhou Tsong of the Mechanical Corps. On behalf of all comrades, thank you for your help. Zhou Tsong was not a fool who didn't know the current situation, and soon gave up his hesitation. No matter what, this person saved the lives of his entire team. Former Mechanical Corps people, you are from the front line? Gao Gong became interested. As far as he knew, in order to fight against the Beast Tide, the security group waived money to recruit special warfare elites within the Mechanical Corps to cooperate with the Mechanical Defense Line to carry out large-scale penetration operations. He was still very interested in the battle situation on the front line. After all, any disturbance on the front line, when it falls on the central oasis, will turn into a storm. Front line. Zhou Tsong smiled bitterly and shook his head. The front line is almost unstoppable. At least the Iron Eagle Commando I served in has been defeated by the Beast Tide, and our group of remnants fled all the way, and only ran here. Gao Gong smiled. Then you came at an unfortunate time. We just happened to have a Beast Tide here. The other commando members suddenly changed their faces, but they were much more obedient than the peasants, and just kept signaling the Major with their eyes. Anyway, please tell me the location of the nearest oasis. In exchange, I will share the Legion's heat source map with you. Isn't this considered a leak of military secrets? What secrets are there? Zhou Tsong sighed. Survival is the most important thing. The light blue mechanical exoskeleton glanced at the armored vehicle, and immediately, the onboard data terminal emitted a sound of transmission completion. TSK. It's indeed a high-end product, with many tricks. Is it a customized version of Marubeni Global Security? We peasants don't have such good treatment. The senior engineer glanced at the red sun on the shoulder of the exoskeleton, and said casually. Zhou Tsong thought about it, and the exoskeleton on the outside of his thigh made a squeak sound, and a storage device with a built-in freezing effect popped out. He took out a tube of medicine from it, and handed it over. Whatever you want to do. Take care. Gao Gong took it with some surprise, grin, and stretched out his hand. I hope you can survive. You too. The roar of the engine rose again, and when the armored vehicle was only a small black dot in the eyes of the commandos, one person couldn't help but speak. Major, why don't you let him take us to the nearest oasis? Yeah, at worst, we can just steal his car. An outsider uses our Corps' vehicle. I can tell at a glance that this person is not a good person. Another person's eyes radiated a fierce light. Since ancient times, there has been no military discipline among the defeated soldiers. Moreover, the mechanical corps has always only had mechanical regulations and no military ethics. Then you will only die faster. The major glanced at the man calmly. Do you know what this person's temperament reminds me of? The strong colonial armed men from the mother city. Strong colonial armed men, how is this possible? Let's go, hurry up and get on the road. Try to get to the car city before dark. After dark, the radiation monsters will only become more dangerous. In the car. Good injection. Tamil molecule syringe. Perception +3, attention +30%. Use drugs to activate the alert button of the mixed nervous system. Duration, half an hour. Engineer Gao glanced at it and put the syringe aside. It was just a small episode. And he didn't take it to heart. Boss, I've sent you the map, said the iron sheet in front of him in a relaxed tone. Engineer Gao clicked on the electronic screen, grabbed it, and projected it in front of him. Densely packed radiation sources covered the entire map, giving people the feeling that the map had a rash. On the map, the blue mark is the E-level radiation beast group. The red is the D level. The purple is the C level. And the black is the B level. The red radiation circle dominated the map. Let's go here. Gao Gong clicked on a red area and said casually, Okay. Gao Gong clicked on the leaderboard again, entered his name and found himself ranked 56th. TSK, I've been slacking off for 10 days, and my ranking didn't drop as much as I thought. But the top 10 in the leaderboard is a clear watershed. The Symbiosis team ranked first on the list, and its points are 5 million. This score is calculated based on the radiation value of the radiation beast. Among them, the average score of F-class is 10 points, the average score of E-class is 100 points, the average score of D-class is 1,000 points, and the average score of C-class is 10,000 points. You can do a simple calculation. In more than half a month since the start of the war, the number of C-class radiation beasts hunted by the Symbiosis team is as high as 500. This directly widens the gap between the 2nd and 9th places. The number of the resurrected creepers is only over 2 million, while Miyamoto Sanzang is over 1 million. Gao Gong checked his score, well, for 80,000. I killed quite a few myself. Gao Gong closed his eyes and dozed off. The shockproof and soundproofing effects of the armored vehicle were quite good. Even though there were more and more radioactive beasts outside, the front of the vehicle pushed forward with the beasts. There was no sound from inside the vehicle. Boss, we're here. Tippy wiped the leaking engine fluid. The boss was not nervous, but he was extremely nervous. Several times, he was almost completely surrounded by the beasts. Gao Gong woke up. The implantation of the harvester cells changed his physiological characteristics. He was like a radioactive beast. There was no distinction between day and night. As long as he took a nap for 1 or 2 hours during the intervals of hunting, he could get enough sleep for a whole day. Even more excited at night. Amid the sound of the air pump, the heavy armored car door was lifted, and 2 human-headed dogs slid down like they were having fun. Gao Gong opened the back of the car, and a dazzling array of weapons appeared: red unicorn, Nakamata, steel rope claw, high-speed microcomputer brass knuckles, beast hunting device iron rain, pistol dagger. Gao Gong inserted the barely repaired red unicorn into the electromagnetic exciter. The back of this red knife had cracks, and it would not be used many times. But Gao Gong had already made preparations. Next to the red unicorn, there were 6 nearly 2-meter-long swords. The appearance of the knife is very similar to the first version of the red unicorn. The end of the handle is threaded, the tip of the knife is serrated, the back of the knife is thicker. The only difference is that its blade is twice as thick as the red unicorn. If the red unicorn still has the elegant and dangerous feeling of the Miao Dao, these 6 Green Reapers only have danger left, and even a faint sense of swallowing oppression. Name: Green Reaper. Category: Biological knife. Quality: excellent. Weight: 16.4 kilograms. Basic attributes: DPS 70.5, attack power 56, attack speed 0.8, attack/second, attack range 2m. Additional attributes: armor cutting plus 13.9% armor breaking damage, blood eating plus 15% bleeding chance, biological oppression. Biological oppression: a special weapon made of biological blade limbs. For some beasts at the bottom of the food chain, it naturally has a sense of oppression. Note: the Reaper Queen can really die with peace of mind. There is no waste of its body parts. Gao Gong put on a bulletproof vest. There was an electromagnetic sensor on the back of the bulletproof vest, like a copper plate. This was a modified version of Pang Xiang's Thanos gloves, with no other function, just used to hang the knife. When the Green Reaper was put back, the shiny blades were attached to his back, 6 in total, looking inexplicably like the Zuichinhu in a ghost movie. As for the remaining weapons, he packed them in an off-road bag, including some desert necessities, radiation needles, nutrient paste, and so on. Throwing the bag not far away, the 2 human-headed dogs immediately scrambled to be the workers. As agreed before, help me deliver supplies every 2 days. Iron Skin was so excited that he trembled all over. He really wanted to accompany the boss to kill monsters, but with his small body, he could only deliver food. Boss, take care. After Iron Skin left, Galgong breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't need to attract monsters at all. Just within the sight range, there were several small groups of beasts coming around from 3 directions. And he clearly felt that there were several strange touches brushing against his body. This was the power of the radiation circle. Galgong kicked lightly with his toes, and the 2 human-headed dogs slipped away. There are still not enough monsters. The next moment, Galgong turned on the speaker that he had prepared long ago, as a burial artifact for countless players in the future. The effect of this thing no longer needed to be proven. Soon, there were roars, running sounds, and sporadic gunfire. A long black line appeared in the field of vision. This should be the south side of the Blood Mine Hill. There are several mineral sources around, so there are few mechanical biochemical beasts, mainly radiation beasts, skin-bristled dogs, 5-legged leopards, entrail snakes, splice beasts, machine gun monkeys, radiation corpses, crawlers. Galgong saw at least 9 sea-level bosses with his artificial eyes. In addition to the bosses, there are also hundreds of radiation beasts attached to them. A quick glance shows that there are no less than 2,000 of them. Galgong rubbed his wrists. There is a hook launcher on each of his wrists. Biological implants can bring many invisible benefits. For example, they can change the human hand habits. Galgong pulled out 2 Green Reapers with his backhand. He is now a dual-blade flow. Do you want to turn on the battlefield recording function? Turn it on. If you want to force people to submit, you must show that you have the ability to flip the table. A super strongman in the radiation zone is enough to make people afraid. Let's have some special effects. The next moment, the green unicorn was burning with raging flames. The special effects device at this time is also version 2.0, reducing the power consumption of environmental special effects, focusing on character special effects. With a flick of the blade, dozens of double-blade senior engineers were thrown out. This time the special effects are real enough, at least there is no mosaic. Double-blade hunting beasts, eliminating disasters thousands of miles away. The next moment, towards the endless beasts, the senior engineer killed them. Chapter 59. In the current situation, let alone live broadcast of the battlefield, there are very few mechanical hunters who dare to go to the battlefield. In fact, most mechanical hunters are hiding in the car city that has been armed into a fortress, while drinking to drown their sorrows, while waiting for the final siege. To broadcast live at this time is like turning on a searchlight in a doghouse to blind the dog's eyes. Fuck, this swordsmanship is fast, ruthless, accurate. How can it be so fierce? How can he make so many unconventional moves? He can fly so awesome, did you see it? He was flying just now. Don't worry about the others. Who counted? How many radiation beasts did this guy kill? Who the hell can count it? Sea level, of course it's sea level, who cares about those low-level garbage? Some people seem to have forgotten that it is the low-level garbage they are talking about that has blocked them in the oasis. A gambler who had retired from gambling for 10 days stood up excitedly. I've counted. A total of 23, no, including this deformed Bat King, a total of 24. Whether it was the drinkers in the bar, the spectators in front of the electronic screen, or even the analysis department of the public security map, as long as they calculated the number, they all gasped. This man is a monster. No, he was already a monster before, and could assassinate 6 or 7 sea-level radiation beasts a day. Now it's even weirder, the damage of the 2 swords, the miraculous body movements, and the fearless fighting style, are simply too strong to be understood. Everyone thought they understood one thing. That is, what was Galgong doing during the 10 days he disappeared? He was in seclusion to reform. However, everyone still couldn't figure out one thing. How could this guy last so long? They didn't feel that time was passing quickly while watching the show. When they looked up, they saw that 5 hours had passed. Wasn't blood flowing in this guy's body, but oil? Or were all his organs equipped with engines? A military vehicle suddenly stopped at the entrance of the operations department, and the door opened with a swish. Manager Joe got out of the car in a hurry and hurried to the operations conference hall. Now he is no longer the highest commander of this military supply base. It is not that he was demoted, but in this new combat department, there are at least 5 people with higher ranks than him. Why are there so many high-ranking officers of the Legion here? The reason is simple: who makes this oasis the closest to the waste collection city? The defeat of the waste collection city battle caused serious consequences. A large number of defense facilities were abandoned, and the area outside the oasis became a real no-man's land. The genetic territory expanded, and the beast tide was rampant. And its first target was the Car City. The old men of the Legion Joint Conference have issued a death order. Once the oasis is lost, their group will not be allowed to retreat, and will be directly included in the list of the dead. This method is a bit familiar. The supervision team. In the past, this was a trick used by the top leaders on the people below. I never thought that there would be such a day. The old men are still cunning. Bang, the door was pushed open directly. 2 brigadier generals, 4 colonels, 3 Oasis chiefs of staff, and 1 of his immediate superiors, the head of the logistics department from the airship headquarters. Hello, officers. Manager Joe quickly straightened his chest and saluted. Information. Brigadier General Guel stretched out his hand without looking back. Manager Joe quickly handed over the prepared information. Guel lowered his head. The information was not much, but very detailed. So detailed that it included the background of the senior engineer, mission experience, body modification degree, character relationships. These were all ordinary. In the partner column, the 3 words Black Rose made him frown slightly. He had some impression of this woman. At the dinner party of the air base, he had seen this woman in black clothes and black skirt, with a charming figure. At first, he thought this was a custom-made android of a cloud noble, or a lover of an old man. But thinking about it, it was not right. At a banquet of that level, unless you were a direct relative or a clone family member, you were not allowed to enter. The level of Brigadier General was the lowest threshold. So at first, he thought, this should be the wife of a general. Bar owner? How could there be such a weird thing? Brigadier General Guel exhaled, handed the information to another Brigadier General. The mountain. But there was no movement for a long time. Guel frowned, turned his head and looked over, only to find that the first-line Brigadier General was looking at the projection screen with his eyes enthusiastically. Interesting. A little interesting. This kind of fighting method. Is it unique to the hunting mode of mechanical hunters? The battlefield recorder records the battle from the first-person perspective. So in the projection, everyone can only observe the battlefield from the perspective of a senior engineer. It's okay on the ground. Although the speed is very fast, you can vaguely see the 2 blades flashing. Every time the blade passes, it either breaks a limb or beheads it. Moreover, the 2 blades seem fierce and fierce. But after cutting into the skin of the radiation beast, it is contrary to the norm, without a trace of fireworks. So far, no radiation beast has exploded due to death. This means that before they died, their radiation organs had been cut off. If it was just one radiation beast, then ordinary mechanical hunters could do it. After all, practice makes perfect. But if it was a group of beasts, even the elite hunters could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Radiation beasts are not like mechanical biochemical beasts. Their most powerful point is that when they are killed, they are equivalent to the terrifying power of explosive weapons. Someone has done a special test. The explosive power of an F-class radiation beast is equivalent to a grenade. An E-class radiation beast is equivalent to a cannonball. A D-class is equivalent to a dirty bomb, which puts people into a high-intensity radiation field, and the effect is similar to that of a certain little woman. A C-class is equivalent to a cluster bomb, which is powerful enough to destroy a building. A B-class is a thermobaric bomb, which can easily destroy a block. As for A-class, or S-class, no one has tested it outside the battlefield, but just looking at the radiation intensity, it is clear that, once it explodes, it must be at the nuclear level. The only difference is whether it is a small or medium equivalent, or a theater level or a tactical level. So facing the beast tide, defensive warfare is undoubtedly the worst option. As a frontline general transferred from the front line, Mozhan is very clear about the value of this fighting method. If there was such a decapitation unit at the beginning, the mechanical defense line might not have been broken. General, this is too much praise for him. A military staff said unconvincingly. Isn't the most threatening thing about radiation beasts their flying species? Idiot. What do you think I'm talking about? How good is his fighting ability? It's mobility. Mobility. In the virtual projection, the picture suddenly soared into the air and quickly turned around a 3-story giant radiation beast. A knife was inserted into the opponent's body and rotated, and the other knife was chopped horizontally and vertically. Wherever it passed, people and horses fell to the ground, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The speed at which the image rotated caused many people to suffer from 3D dizziness. 67 kilometers per hour. Someone reported. How did they do it? Man-flying wings? Anti-force interference devices? Or exoskeleton thrusters? The mountain touched his chin with his hand as big as a millstone. Puzzled. Mark his flight path for me. Soon. Various lines appeared on the virtual projection. The ground was basically straight lines. And as long as it was in the air, it would definitely be an arc. It's a bit like a swing. It seems to be some kind of catapult. What about the rope? There should be equipment like an airborne rope. 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 A special military staff officer muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. It's a single molecule wire. It's definitely a single molecule wire. What is that? A kind of advanced molecular material. When this material was first developed, it was intended to be used in the construction industry, but as the material was upgraded, it became a killing weapon. This thing is very popular in the black market. It is a well-known assassination device. It is electrified, toxic, high temperature, and has a wide range of uses. Brigadier General Guel had a strange expression, not because the construction material was transformed into a killing weapon, but because there was only one place to sell this kind of single-molecule wire, which was the logistics warehouse of the Security Corps. A colonel said excitedly, "So? This kind of equipment is not expensive. It can be popularized. And we can build such a force ourselves. Cheap. Easy to use. Popularized. And highly mobile. Isn't this the best candidate for cannon fodder?" A major from the equipment department hesitated and said, "This is unlikely. The commanders may not know that those mud-legged people, oh no, mechanical hunters, like to personalize their prostheses. If we follow their modification method, our firepower will be greatly reduced. Then don't use firepower. Just switch to close combat." The major didn't say anything. But the mountain couldn't help scolding, "Stupid. Look at his swordsmanship. Do you think this is something that ordinary soldiers can do?" The colonel stopped talking. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. Even advanced combat robots, in terms of swordsmanship, are not as good as the one in the virtual projection. The opponent's swordsmanship has reached the level of both hardness and softness. Invisible and traceless. This has surpassed the scope of skill and reached the level of art. However, Mozhan immediately turned to ask his companion, "If we urgently purchase a batch of combat chips and use algorithms to simulate, will it be in time? It doesn't need to reach 100%. Simulating 60% or 70%. I think it is completely possible to raise such a powerful decapitation unit before the war." Brigadier General Guel sighed. "Not to mention that it is definitely too late. The key is the price of combat chips. Can it be popularized?" Mozhan's face froze. Thanks to the monopoly enterprises, the price of advanced combat chips is even more expensive than the latest model of exoskeleton. Not cheap, not popular. Isn't this the exoskeleton special forces of the Legion? Although the battle scenes are still exciting, the Legion leaders have gradually stopped caring about it. No matter how good a person is at fighting, he can kill a few radiation beasts. What's more, the person involved will also get hurt and make mistakes. The decline in physical fitness is inevitable. This is just a special case in the general environment. However, what shocked everyone was that Gao Gong killed for 2 days and 2 nights. The condition is even getting better and better. Chapter 60. You will upgrade the anti-barrel knife to level 2. You will upgrade the anti-barrel knife to level 3. You will upgrade the anti-barrel knife to level 4. You will upgrade the anti-barrel knife to level 9. You will upgrade the anti-barrel knife to level 10 max. In the sea of blood and corpses, when the blood-soaked Gao Gong trudged out, the sky was already dark. More importantly, under the dark sky, the deformed plants grew more and more prosperous. Countless metal vines pulled out of the ground like convulsions, and the radiation nest began to breed new deformed life. Under the sky, countless little stars lit up. Each pair of little stars is a flying species of radiation beast. Gao Gong barely hesitated. Relying on the experience gained from the daytime fighting, he upgraded the rebounding knife to the maximum level in one go. Rebounding knife LV10 max, a profound melee weapon blocking skill. When the opponent's attack is blocked by your own weapon, there is a 25% chance of being paralyzed, and a 17% chance of receiving recoil damage. Additional status. Positioning by sound. Positioning by sound. Your hearing is particularly sensitive. The chance of being discovered when the enemy is hiding plus 17%. The success rate of blocking shooting plus 10%. Gao Gong inserted the two blunt knives back into his back, and summoned his hand at the same time, and the heads ran over. Gao Gong took out the sniper rifle Nakomata from his bag. You will reach level 6 advanced. A precision shooting. You will reach level 7 advanced. A precision shooting. You will reach level 9 advanced. A precision shooting. Precision shooting level 9 advanced. As an excellent gun user, years of fighting have given you an excellent gun sense. Gun damage plus 15%, recoil rate dash 10%, critical rate plus 18%, additional status, bloody and mangled. Bloody and mangled. When using sniper weapons, your excitement will be greatly improved. Headshot success rate plus 30%. Carrying the sniper rifle on his back, Gao Gong grew bloodthirsty claws on both hands, alternately inserted into the wall, soon disappeared from the spot. A moment later, on a high ground, a slight gunshot sounded. A flying deformed species was shot in the sky. It roared and flew over. Its abdomen gradually lit up, which was a sign that the radiation organ was about to explode. This is why the deformed flying species is more dangerous than ordinary radiation beasts. You can still hide from human bombs. How can you run from tracking missiles? The next moment, a beam of energy suddenly flew out and directly pierced its neck. It screamed and fell down with its wings flapping. But at the same time, the light on the abdomen became more and more obvious. The skin and flesh cracked, and it was about to explode. However, the next moment, a figure suddenly rose up, jumped across the sky, and inserted one hand into the abdomen. The bloodthirsty capture foot made a gulp-gulp digestion sound, and the blood lost by Gao Gong during the day, his fatigue, and various injuries on his body began to recover. Carbon-based plus machinery, actually. The original idea was to use the life force of the organism to make up for the wear and tear of the mechanical body, and at the same time use the huge and stable output of the mechanical system to make up for the defects caused by natural evolution. For example, the upper limit of endurance. This endurance refers not only to endurance, but also to the control of the complex system of the human body, sufficient computing power at the brain level, and even wisdom, will, emotions. These unquantifiable things are all included. The initial fusion route is not actually good at combat effectiveness. It strengthens his endurance. The moon does not change its light even when it is waning, and the sword does not change its strength even when it is hidden. Under the moonlight, there is no violent sound. But life is constantly dying. Finally, a brighter dust cloud covered the sky again. Under the dim clouds, corruption is intensifying, and radiation is spreading. You upgrade Precision Shooting Advanced to LV-10 Max. You upgrade Night Warrior Advanced to LV-8. You upgrade Night Warrior Advanced to LV-9. In Cyberworld, the difficulty of upgrading melee weapon mastery is much greater than that of ranged weapon mastery. After all, for ranged weapons, you only need hands. If there is an automatic aiming system, you don't even need hands. You rely more on the performance of the weapon itself. Therefore, the improvement of long-range weapon mastery cannot form a qualitative improvement. Precision Shooting Advanced is already at the maximum level, and only adds an additional state of headshot rate. And Night Warrior Advanced is only at level 9, and already has a third additional state. Floating Boat. When using a sword, the consumption of all attacks is minus 20%. This consumption is not just endurance, but strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception, and the consumption of the 5 main attributes are all reduced by 20%. Or to put it the other way around, when using a sword, the 5 main attributes are temporarily increased by 25%. To be honest, it is definitely more useful than headshot. The next day, Gao Gong continued to open boxes and attract monsters, and those already very shocked bystanders were even more stunned. No other reason, Gao Gong's performance was stronger than before. This performance can be more directly reflected in the killing. Your attack caused 213 damage to the four-headed lion, causing a decapitation effect. Your attack caused 223 damage to the splice beast, causing a tearing effect. You caused a one-hit kill to the crawler. For the first time, Gao Gong's killing exceeded 200. It is worth mentioning that melee weapons have an attribute called attack speed. The attack speed of the red unicorn is 1.5 attacks/second, while that of the blue reaper is 0.8 attacks/second. The latter is heavier than the former, so the attack speed will naturally be slower. But this does not mean that even if you have 100 points of strength and 100 points of agility, your attack speed will still be limited to this level. In fact, the attack speed on the system panel refers to the average attribute of a normal person. That is, the attack state when all 5 attributes are 5. With the current attributes of Gao Gong, his attack speed is about 3 times that of the panel. And Gao Gong is a dual-blade player. When the 12 layers of drunken drinking are stacked, Gao Gong can deal more than 1,000 damage per second. In other words, even if he is prepared, a D-level radiation beast will be killed instantly. And if he is not prepared, a C-level radiation beast cannot resist for 3 seconds. This is the source of Gao Gong's massive experience and the terrifying lethality. You upgrade the Night Knight Advanced to LV10 Max. The full-level Night Knight does not have any additional status, but only increases the critical hit rate by 7%. On the afternoon on the second day, left-handed single mole crack directly, and senior workers are in the same machine, drop a backhand, the other single molecule claw hooked on his hind heel. At the same time, self-borrowing yourself, muscle, tendon, the bones close to close, all parts of the human body are all shrinking, turn like a gyroscope at a high speed. In the end, the hard-lived in the 3 floors was smoothly landing. At this moment, the upgrade of passive skills also sounded. Single molecule wire claw advanced, upgraded to elite. Single molecule wire claw passive, elite, through the self-regulation of tendons, bones, skin, flesh, membranes, organs, implants, bionic components, the adjustment of the center of gravity is achieved. Proficiency, 1/30,000 at this time. All the active skills and passive skills of Gao Gong have exceeded a certain limit. Boss, you are awesome. After 2 days, Iron Plate regularly sent supplies, a large number of bullets and radiation needles. At this moment, he was sharpening the knife for the senior engineer, and was praising him excitedly. The so-called gang boss must be glorious, awesome, and capable of doing what others cannot do. These few things, the senior engineer has all met in the past 2 days. Sharpen your knife. The senior engineer directly tore open the bulletproof vest wrapped in blood scabs. The outer garment was completely unusable because it was contaminated by blood. Fortunately, Kippy brought a new bulletproof vest. The electromagnetic sensor can still be used. On the contrary, among the 6 green harvesters, 3 of them have reached the point where they cannot be sharpened, and the degree of wear and tear can be imagined. That is why Engineer Gao discovered a shortcoming of biological weapons. That is, if biological weapons cannot repair themselves, they are actually very fragile. For example, the blade limbs are only sharp at the tip of the blade. The Green Reaper can probably only repair the blade once at most. Engineer Gao did not care about his current live broadcast status, and directly picked up a bucket of water and poured it from head to toe. Hey, boss, why is your elbow red? Engineer Gao looked down and saw that it was still normal skin color. Am I dazzled? Iron Skin scratched his head. Maybe it's a blood scab. Gao Gong didn't care, but clicked on the ranking list. First place, Symbiosis Team, 5.32 million. Second place, Wriggler, 3.12 million. Third place, Miyamoto Sanzang, 1.63 million. Fourth place, Gao Gong, 1.54 million. I worked hard for 2 days and 2 nights, and earned more than 1 million points. That is to say, within 48 hours, I killed more than 100 sea-level radiation beasts. Gao Gong couldn't help but take a breath. You don't know until you calculate it. After calculating it this way, I am really quite powerful. I almost died when I was dealing with a harvester tribe, and now, it is true that a man who has been away for 3 days will be seen with new eyes. It only took me 2 days. After sighing for a while, Gao Gong quickly thought about the future path. Now, no matter the main occupation level, the secondary occupation level, or the skill level, they have all been upgraded to the maximum level. If you want to take the fusion route, you must first increase the biological transformation rate within 1 turn. So Gao Gong now has to suppress the level of his main profession. But this is not entirely a bad thing. The more you accumulate, the more bonuses you will get after changing professions. But now, apart from accumulating experience, how else can you improve your strength? The main profession cannot be upgraded, and the secondary profession change task is not completed. Gao Gong quickly set his sights on active skills, to be precise, on the Night Warrior. Upgrading skills requires specialization points, and specialization points can only be obtained from tasks above difficult. In addition, there is another method. This method is more metaphysical, relying on perception to upgrade. This perception can be on-the-spot breakthrough, comprehension of nature, or high-intensity virtual battles in the cybernetic network. The last one is very common among players, similar to the time and space house of a certain Cylon, which increases the chance of breakthrough through high-intensity brain consumption. Although the success rate of these methods is not high. But Gao Gong is quite confident in the original owner's double flower red stick template. He can vaguely feel that this body has a special talent for fighting, especially close combat. But now the sea-level radiation beast no longer puts much pressure on him. If he pursues a breakthrough, he will force the B-level radiation beast